air. So if you have a colder, drier climate, you need a more narrow, more in contact turbinate structure or a longer nose to humidify the air before it reaches the lungs. Or if you're in like a humid, hot area, you need less volume for it to humidify. So like Aboriginal people, African people, they have larger nasal volumes than say someone from England, or that'll affect the shape of the nose.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like the Sherpas, eventually they grow, they have larger lungs or something, hearts and stuff like that. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, but we shouldn't confuse heritability with evolution, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Like surely it has to be more than just the sun, the explanation of why we have different looking human beings. Dramatically different, you know? If you get a Maasai warrior, right? They're like 7 feet tall, some of them, right? Black. And you go to Scandinavia, right? And you look at, and you get a Scandinavian, blonde, totally white. Like, why? There's no reason why these two distinct colors should exist. I don't get it.
Let me play devil's advocate because I do want to do this. Okay, so melanin is a superpower. If you live at the equator and you have lots of melanin, you're going to be able to work in the sun like no other people, right? Especially compared to like a Nordic person, right? Because at the equator, it is so ridiculously hot, and the sun is just like beating you up. The melanin is actually shielding you and allowing you to be a higher earner because you can work outside in the sun and do the dangerous jobs, right? So it's literally a superpower. So their thick skulls and their highly melanated skin makes them kind of impervious to the environment around them. Like they're impenetrable to the sun for the most part. Yes, they can get sunburns, but after they react to the sun and they get more melanin, like eventually they, don't burn as quickly.
I hear you, but if what you're saying is to make sense, that means people from Africa are going to turn white eventually because they immigrated, to Scandinavia, for example.
Yeah, that literally
doesn't make any sense.
Has never ever been documented to even be in the process of happening.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if sun makes you create more melanin, that's why the doctors say that you shouldn't wear sunglasses, so that your eyes can see the sun and perceive it. Your brain creates melanin. So, I mean, if they're up north, like let's say Antarctica down south, their brain isn't going to be creating as much melanin because they're not reacting to the sun. Because we literally react to the sun.
I can't see a black person turning white. Sorry.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're going to produce
out, turning blonde. I just can't see that happening.
They're going to produce less melanin, so they're going to, adapt and evolve to their environment. Remember, I'm doing the devil's advocate thing.
But they're not gonna you're not gonna snap your fingers and they're gonna change colors, right? It's gonna be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, you need millions.
Evolution. Yeah, millions of years. It's a slow process.
No, I think after 1 billion years, a black person is going to be black, and a Scandinavian person is still going to be white.
Yeah, after 1 million years, the Scandinavian person is going to be 1 million years dead. So the evolution doesn't occur in the Scandinavian man or the black man. The evolution occurs in the process of the generation and the generation.
That really needs to be said. Like everyone knows what you're talking about.
Well, no, it doesn't need to be said because the way you're describing it is like a black person. You said a black person is never going to change to a white person, as he's saying. But of course, if you say it like that, it's going to sound silly. But that's not also, it's also the case that plenty of lighter skinned people have been born from darker skinned people, and vice versa. And so that's not, and even if it's just a little bit darker or a little bit lighter, that's not unheard of, and it's not crazy to think about. So it's not the process of one child from one parent; it's the process over time of the population changing and the gene being more present in the population.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he obviously wasn't talking about an individual. He was talking about the group, a collective, becoming black or becoming white over time, right? Which doesn't happen. So, that's obvious.
Except for what it does.
Millions of years.
Well, okay. Can you actually show any evidence of
Show any evidence of the adjustment of pigment based on environment?
that? No, I mean that's a very nice red herring. Everyone knows that people tan.
So no, I can't show you evidence of skin color changing over millions of years. I know that millions of years happen. We know that we're seeing the change of the little frequencies and adaptation.
So think of what you're saying. You're saying a black man is going to become a white man eventually. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. It's exactly why I said what I said a minute ago, because you are capable of saying that unless somebody corrects you and tells you that that's an incorrect way to state that. A black man doesn't.
Well,
That's your story, bro. That's your story. We're all black at one point.
We know that evolution happens because the people in Australia that were native to the land, the Aboriginals, gave birth to white babies, and during the colonization period, the white people would come take the white babies away from the Aboriginal people. So those white kids are mutated. That's evolution.
If black people became white people and other people, why are there still black people? Like, do we have to talk kindergarten here now? Seriously.
Exactly why I said what I said is because the statement you're making is not correct. And so the conclusion that you're looking for wouldn't be it's not something that you should be seeking, because it's not the conclusion that we're saying, which is why I said earlier that evolution has very little to do with race. All the races that exist today still exist today. There's no pressures on any of them at this point. So it's not the case that there's no more black people or there's no more white people or something like that. If that were the case, then you could make a statement like that. But it's not. What you're describing is just not an accurate way of saying it. But it is true that certain portions of the population that lived in certain regions and that were isolated from the rest of the world for however many thousands of years. Yeah, it is true that in those populations, certain attributes were weeded out and other attributes were advantageous and are more present. But that whole thing is meaningless now, like up to 6,000 years ago, where we're no longer isolated and we're no longer there's no pressures put on any specific community.
Did we all come from Africa? Did we all start from Africa?
That's what the claim is, yeah.
Were we all black? Were we all one color?
Come on, man.
I don't know what color. Some of the people who came from Africa were darker than, yeah.
So that means there's no way out of it that if we were all came from Africa and we're all black, that means a black person turned into a Scandinavian person, turned into a Chinese person, and turned into an Aboriginal person. And there's no way around that. Now, you can say that happened in groups. I don't care. But it would have to happen.
So if I can get in there, Coach, I was trying to play devil's advocate, so nobody clipped this. But Coach, you're right, amateur. Speciation has happened in the human race. I know that there's this thing called Rh negative. The rhesus monkey gene sloughed off, and that's a change in the low frequency. So these women who are Rh negative mean they got like a type O negative blood type. If they get pregnant from a positive blood type man and the baby has positive blood type, her body will reject, meaning that these two groups can no longer breed, and this is definite proof of evolution through speciation. Do not cut me out. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Maybe somebody can translate that. I didn't understand.
The Rh negative factor in blood types has caused speciation in the human race, and there is a subgroup of humans known as Rh negative factor humans. Right? These people have the universal blood type that can donate organs and blood, and they make up about 15% of the population. Because they
Larry.
cannot breed, because they cannot breed and make babies. So female Rh negative, she gets pregnant. If the baby's not Rh negative, her body will attack it. So she can produce Rh negative babies, but she cannot breed and produce type O positive babies. So that is speciation, therefore proof of evolution.
Larry, I'm really struggling to hear you. I don't know if anyone else is.
I stated that I also struggle with this.
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. I just don't know what point you're making.
I'm very sorry. I was talking about the speciation of Rh negative factor. 15% of the population, those females cannot get pregnant by a positive blood type and have that baby. Her body will reject it, her immune system will attack it, and this is speciation. The human race has divided into two. There is a subgroup known as Rh negative, and she cannot produce positive blood type babies. This is true speciation and therefore proof of evolution. And I told Kosho that he was a rank amateur and he didn't know how to argue for evolution.
So you're actually making this argument, or is it an example argument?
I'm playing devil's advocate. I've been doing it for about 10 minutes.
I see. Sorry.
So don't clip me out. This is not my actual belief.
It's an admirable try, but so far I don't think you've hit any home runs there. Sorry, Larry.
I'm claiming there is a subgroup of humans with the Rh negative rhesus monkey. This rhesus monkey is evidence that we came from a common ancestor between us and rhesus monkeys, and this subgroup of humans has evolved to the point to where they can no longer breed with the 85% of the population. They can have an Rh negative baby, which is taking after her genes, but she cannot produce a O positive child without medical intervention. Speciation is proof of evolution. Thanks.
And what are they going to evolve into? Are they going to evolve into another creature?
Well, it's just a subgroup of humans because of speciation.
Oh, they just have a defect that they can't breed. It's going to die off.
Or they just won't have a
They ain't
certain
going to
time.
evolve into anything. It's just going to die off.
Well,
Do
go ahead.
Do we know what blood type Kosho's mom is?
Go
So ahead.
Has anyone prayed to ask why God put so many fossils buried under the ground?
What was that?
What?
I was trying to find the reason for all the fossils everywhere.
What? Stuff died and there's bones in the ground.
When the meteor impacted Earth 65 million years ago, what happened was as the die-off happened, the clouds created by the meteorite impact began to settle on top of the bones and the bodies, preserving them in a mummification process as the ashes fell on the body.
What had happened was...
Didn't that also happen after the eruption of Pompeii?
That's different.
Vesuvius, so
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you're helping me out. Yeah. Yeah, evolution.
Evolcanolution.
Why do you say that Rh negative can't have babies with positives?
If a Rh negative woman, meaning that she doesn't have the rhesus monkey gene, meaning her genetics has changed, if she gets pregnant by a positive blood type, her immune system will attack the child and it will auto-abort. If she gets pregnant and the child takes after her blood type, then she won't reject the child, meaning that she cannot have babies from RH negative. I'm sorry, from RH positive.
Absolutely
donor.
zero proof of evolution. So it's just a nice tidbit. Way to go, but absolutely irrelevant to the evolution
Well,
story.
speciation is one of the products of evolution, and the fact that she no longer has the rhesus monkey gene in her gene pool is a change of allele frequencies, and that is the definition of evolution.
Well, you can believe you have allele chimp monkeys in your genes, but it means absolutely nothing in the evolutionary process. You have to show one animal turning into another. So talking about chimp allele genes is irrelevant.
Well, I mean, I've defined evolution as a change of allele frequencies over time, and there is verifiably two groups of Homo sapiens on the planet, and one of them has the Rh negative factor and one of them doesn't. So that is evidence of evolution. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know what else to tell me because you have nothing else to tell me. You can just tell me about a couple of genes, but you have absolutely no proof what those genes will do in the evolutionary process. All you can say is they can't possibly mate with certain individuals. That's about it.
Hey man,
Nice try, though. Must
it
admit.
depends on if they're Jordache genes or not.
Yeah.
Are they Levi's?
So I don't know which group came first. I'm assuming that it was the Rh positive people because they came from a common ancestor with monkeys and chimpanzees. But if I'm wrong and the other group came first, then they are a different category of humans more closely related to the Anunnaki. And because of this different blood type, it's a different genetic makeup, a different pool of genes, and they are going to be eventually, without medical intervention, outbred because of their inferior wombs, not capable of taking both types of sperm donors. Thanks.
Wow, buddy, your
That's not-
sophistry is like gold medal. Thank God you're not a baller. We'd have problems.
Yeah,
This isn't true, though. I don't know why he's saying this. So I keep asking, why is he saying this? It's not.
Oh.
I don't know why. It's definitely not the case.
What
man.
did I say
People
that's
have
not
babies
true?
all the time.
Yeah, with medical
people-
intervention.
No, you don't need any medical intervention. The only thing
My
you don't need
grandmother
to
had
have,
a bunch of miscarriages because of this
Yeah.
Rh negative thing.
yeah, that's if the baby has a negative or positive, and the mother. I mean, if the baby has a different sign than the mother, if their blood types are different, I mean, are opposite from one another, then you can have a problem. But not if the husband or the father has negative and she has positive. It just matters that the baby's is different than the mother's because she's growing inside of her. But yeah, I don't. It's not true that they can't mate.
They can mate, but just like with my grandmother, she wasn't able to go to full term until she got pregnant with Rh negative baby.
Well, the question I would ask is there a correlation in the heritability of blood types? Because I don't know.
Yeah, it's
So-
it's so negative. If negative is a recessive gene, it's based on a recessive gene. So if both parents have the negative, then the baby will have a negative. It's inheritable in that way, but otherwise it will be positive.
There's another kink in the evolutionary theory. If we all came from the same creature, why do we have different blood types?
Well, that's a good point.
Well, you see, we had to adapt, right? Because of the different regions, our bloods were made up of different minerals, right? So if you take a look at the Rh negative type blood type, they're more around the European regions. So this is obviously a product of evolution.
Obviously, more grapes and stuff, huh? Yeah.
For the record, I'm
Yeah,
playing
that's
devil's
good. Like you
advocate.
could just make stuff up. You'd make a good evolutionary scientist. Yeah.
I appreciate it. I just like to show that I definitely know both sides of the argument on this one, because this is what I started out with.
But you said a second ago that it's evolution because a man and a woman with two different blood types can't, with a negative and a positive blood type, can't have a viable offspring. That's not true.
Pay attention. Rh
What he was talking
negative.
about?
That's what you said.
Rh
Yeah, but
negative.
his argument. No,
Sorry, yeah, my argument is simple. The loss of the Rh negative is a change of allele frequency. So the humans that do not have the Rh negative factor in their blood type, this is a change of allele frequency. That is the definition of evolution.
Yeah, but that's not it's not producing. So it's not like it's not the case that if like this is going to persist or something, and then we're only going to get only negative or only positive, or the positives can't mate with the negatives. There's no the only thing is that your child, your offspring that's growing inside of you, can't have the opposite sign. So if you have positive and it had negative, there'd be a problem.
Right. So the likelihood of a Rh negative woman finding a Rh negative man is very low. And
Why?
why? Because it's only 15% of the population.
Right. Yeah, but why I'm saying why? But why is it the case that the baby's going to have the opposite blood type? I think it's a recessive. It's a recessive
Well,
gene.
that's a 50-50 chance. So what I'm saying is this speciation is going to cause the Rh negative people to die out because the Rh positive woman can take anybody's blood and get pregnant by anybody. Therefore, they're going to completely survive and thrive. Meanwhile, the Rh negative, they're going to be unselected. So the survival of the fittest, that's evolution.
Go show. If I was you guys, I'd be looking at how to recruit Larry over here, because she got a way better argument than any of you guys I heard on evolution.
I feel like you guys might be slightly talking past each other, so maybe I can try and elucidate.
I think so.
Larry's kind of macro argument is the idea that speciation, sorry, hold on. Speciation is sometimes defined by the compatibility of, I don't know, groups to be able to have viable offspring, right? So I guess the argument is then that, well, if these two groups can't produce viable offspring with each other, then they must be at least different subspecies. Am I getting that right, Larry?
That's correct. That's my argument. 100%.
Yeah, but there's
Okay.
all sorts of genetic mutations, including the one that that SD claimed. Yeah, but that's not that's what I understand. There's no speciation, as I said. It's not like it's true that it's likely. Like if you have what is it, the mother's negative and the father's positive, because positive is the one that's not is a dominant one. It's possible that the baby will get positive and he'll have a different sign than the mother, and then he's prone to having diseases or maybe even a miscarriage. That's true, but that's still that doesn't mean that will happen, and that also doesn't mean that it will even have the positive blood type. So it's not like it's true that it'll be less likely for negatives to be born and stuff like that, but I don't see how this is like any kind of speciation.
So a couple of things.
Go ahead.
Just on what you said, I'll be quick. First of all, I don't know that Rh negative actually is recessive. Oh, do you have a source for that? Second of all, if you have two people and they both have, like, say, Rh negative, yeah, the chances are that if it is heritable, again, I don't know about the heritability, but if it's kind of vaguely heritable, then those kind of genetic combinations are going to exist regardless, right? So, for instance, you could have two people with brown eyes. It is possible for them to have a child with blue eyes. And also, if you've got, say, because we know blue eyes is recessive, right? Oh, well, allegedly. But you have people born with blue eyes all the time from brown-eyed parents. So I've actually got a blue-eyed parent and a brown-eyed parent, and if I was to have children with a blue-eyed woman, then there would be something like a 50% chance that the children would have blue eyes, but I've got brown eyes. Do you see what I mean? So it's not as simple as you're presenting, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but guys, these are all irrelevant traits, right? In order, when we talk evolution, we're talking about big item stuff, right? Fins turning into legs, gills turning into lungs. This kind of stuff we're talking about. Yeah,
work like that though.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I was using something that's kind of easy to identify. Everyone knows what eye color is, right? So.
Yeah, for sure.
No, but eye color and blood type and that kind of stuff. If there were pressures that isolated those things, then that would be cause for that to be like a precursor to like a big change over time. If that were allowed to persist, but like it's not expected that you're going to see a population change and grow, from legs to fins or from white to black. But black people black people have white kids all the time because of genetic mutation. So the only thing that's required is that mutation be contribute to some sort of advantage.
Are you talking about albino children? Because as far as I know, albino children then have children and then they're black again. So it's not. It's like a temporary generational change, but it's not a generation over generation change over time.
That's because it's recessive gene mutation, but because of that, if two albinos have a child, they have a high chance of having the same like lack of melanin, that kind of stuff. And that's why there's people who aren't just pure albino, that like gingers or something like that. They have a lot less melanin, and they even have less hair count and stuff like that. But it's not. It's not. It's just genetic mutation.
Right. So you got two black albinos, right? They have a child, and the child turns out to be a black albino. That black albino is not a Norwegian. It's right. It's a combination of the heritability of the two parents.
Right,
it's never like that. And if there's like a group of these people and they have children and children and generations, those generations are never going to resemble Europeans. Like, they'll never resemble Europeans, even if they've got similar skin tone.
Yeah, you say this, but I mean, it's not just a couple generations either. It's talking about thousands of years. And if there's a pressure like that and a genetic mutation like this one, that genetic mutation and these pressures, it's exactly the recipe that's required to have something like that occur. And they're not Norwegian because they don't live in Norway. But if they did live in Norway and they were going through these genetic mutations and the generation mixing with other communities and this kind of thing, I mean, it makes sense that you would have people who do look as wildly different as a ginger from Norway and a black person from Africa.
Yeah, what you're doing is you're just, every time that you can't prove like a generational change over time, you just throw in heritability and hope that no one notices. Like, yeah, if they interbreed with other populations, of course that population is then going to become a mixture of those two. But that's not what we're talking about.
I know, but I'm putting these things. I'm putting these things together to show you that it's not just simple, heritability, father to son. It's complex. Because you just said you're not going to get a Norwegian just from doing this a couple of generations. But yeah, but we're talking about a dynamic, mixing of the populations plus the different inheritability and pressures and all this type of stuff. You over thousands of years, you could have two completely separate looking people, like white people and black people.
Yeah, I don't think you can just appeal to lots of time and then just keep saying, oh yeah, if there's all these mixed populations, then therefore we can observe evolution. What you're talking about is the mixing of populations, which we already know would produce a kind of aggregate population. That's everyone here agrees with that.
Can I please butt in, Kosho?
Yeah,
I'm still playing. I'm still playing devil's advocate, right? So, during the last ice age, as most people lived in or around Africa, the cold climates caused more mutations to happen, and as the darker skinned people began to die off, the European skin and the lighter skinned Asians began to find out that they could survive even farther north, which kept the crime rate down. Right, the crime rate down, because a lot of times people kill people over different colors of the skin. So as they migrated north and they began to thrive and survive in the harsh winters because of the ice age, this allowed the human group to split into two. And because of these evolutionary changes, because of the adaptation due to the climate, it actually split the human race, and now we see that that these people that live up north in the Scandinavian countries, their evolution, right, even though they mutated out of Africa, they went north and thrive and survive still to this day. This is obviously evidence of evolution.
It's not evidence of anything, because it's just not how it happened. The people who left Africa and became people that are Americas and Asia and Northern Europe, the divide is at least 50, 100,000 years. It's not 10,000 years. 10,000 years is more of the time when these isolations sort of became less isolated.
Well, I can't give you a lot of evidence before the Younger Dryas period, but if you want, I can go back even further. And when the comet struck the Earth 65 million years ago, all the cold-blooded animals like the reptiles had a huge die-off. Meanwhile, the warm-blooded animals like mammals began to thrive, leading to the population of the Earth that we see today, mostly warm-blooded animals.
Why are you saying this? It's not. None of that's true. What you said. And why are you saying it's mostly warm-blooded animals? Like, what are you even saying?
Are you saying that the population of the species here on Earth today are a majority dinosaurs or a descendant thereof that are cold-blooded animals, or did they not adapt and turn into warm-blooded animals and or largely die off?
No, I'm saying that the dinosaurs, there's animals who lived before the dinosaurs, with the dinosaurs, and still live today. And there's the dinosaurs, which evolved into all the birds today. And there's reptiles and amphibians and other types of creatures. There's mammals as well, but that's I don't know why you're. I don't even know why you're.
Are you playing devil's advocate as well? Or are you like
No, I don't know. I
anti-evolutionist
don't know
now?
why. I don't know
Why are
why
you
you're
arguing
saying
against
any
me?
of
I'm
this
on your
stuff.
team, bro.
No, you're not on my team. But if you're
Oh,
pretending to be, pretending to be, stealing me my argument. But the argument, you're not stealing me correctly. It's not the case that for some reason warm-blooded animals thrive more than cold-blooded. It's depends on where the animal lives. There's plenty of cold-blooded animals that live all over the ocean, anywhere.
my
Reptiles,
man,
birds.
it's easy to me to understand that once the comet impacted the Earth, probably around the equator, it didn't matter what region on Earth that the animal lived, because when the sun was blotted out by all the impact dust that went up into the atmosphere, it caused like a nuclear winter like scenario where all the dinosaurs died off because they're cold-blooded. Meanwhile, the mammalian warm-blooded type of animal could huddle together, and you would find incidences of the wolves and the lions and the jackals grouping up to huddle together for warmth. And that's why, we see the die off of the dinosaurs. And this is obviously natural selection and evolution.
Weren't first of all, there weren't any of those animals back alive back then. Was first of all, but what did you say? You said that they huddled together. Oh right, yeah. The mammals that were alive, they were usually under the ground, which is part of the reason why they survived through it. But like I said, many of the species died in general. But the dinosaurs that persisted were, they evolved into birds. So and other animals that people considered, like, I don't know if you consider a crocodile who lived at the time of dinosaurs to be a dinosaur, but they still live today. Sharks were alive then, and they still are alive today as well.
My man, obviously you're not disagreeing with me that there was more animals back then when the Earth had millions of years to create billions of species. We know now that only 2% of the species alive on Earth today survived the multiple catastrophic events that have happened over the past millions and millions of years, tens of millions of years, from the dinosaurs that existed before the Jurassic period and the succession of cataclysmic events all the way up until the Younger Dryas period and the melting of the last ice age. We know that the number of species has went down by 98%. Surely you're not saying there was more animals. There was not more animals back then. Thanks.
I didn't say that, dude. I mean, these are the words I
Yeah, you
used
said there was
exactly.
less animals back then.
No, what I said was that the dinosaurs and some mammals, for that matter, like many of the species died off, but the dinosaurs that persisted evolved into birds. Birds are warm-blooded, if I'm not mistaken, and so I'm assuming those dinosaurs were also warm-blooded. But the mammals also, like I said, they mostly were consisted of like below the subterranean burrowers and stuff like that, and so they were able to persist in that environment, is why they persist to this day. But as a dinosaur, still persist to this day, just in the form of birds.
Don't forget the amber as well. Don't forget the amber. We had the amber. We don't get Jurassic Park.
My man, you're obviously confused that the dinosaurs were cold-blooded, and they either huddled up with the warm-blooded animals and survived long enough for them to adapt and evolve and become more warm-blooded and turn into the birds and the ancestors of the birds today. Obviously, that's evidence of evolution.
There's no point, like whenever you're whatever you're doing right now, Larry. There's no point in communicating with you because you're either purposely being dishonest and
Well, then
pretending.
be quiet.
I'm telling you that your position. I'm telling you your position that you're trying to steal, man, is just incorrect. These dinosaurs didn't die because they were cold-blooded. They weren't even cold-blooded.
You're telling me lizards and reptiles, terrible lizards known as dinosaurs, were not cold-blooded?
I'm telling you they weren't lizards.
The dinosaurs known as terrible lizards were not lizards.
That's right. Regardless of where their name comes from, like I said, they evolved into birds, and like birds aren't lizards.
Well,
why did nobody find a bone? Why did nobody find a bone until like mid 1800s or something?
Well, because of the Industrial Revolution caused us to.
Let's go back. Let's hold on. You skated past the funniest shit. So, dinosaurs aren't dinosaurs.
What do you mean?
You said okay. So dinosaurs means a certain thing, right? Larry said what it means. Terrible lizard. And then you're saying no, that they aren't lizards. But that's what dinosaur means. So are they not dinosaurs?
Right. So hippopotamus means water horse.
Yes or no?
I guess you would claim that hippos are also horses. Turns out that they're not. It's just their names. The names
Yes or no? Are dinosaurs dinosaurs?
I just said that the dinosaurs are descendants. I mean, birds are descendants of dinosaurs. They're the dinosaurs are the ancestors of birds.
I know, but I'm
birds
trying
are warm-blooded.
to get the audience
Dinosaurs
to
are
laugh at
warm-blooded.
you.
They're not lizards.
I'm
That's
trying
what
to
I'm
get the audience to laugh at you because you deserve it. So, are dinosaurs dinosaurs? Yes or no?
Dinosaurs are dinosaurs. That's right.
Oh,
That's
so
right.
they're terrible lizards. Got it. Thanks.
Right, but your argument,
Oh,
your argument,
Change his fucking story.
if you're consistent, your argument is that hippos are horses.
no, I
They're
never
not.
said anything about hippos,
not.
dude.
I know, but that's the same argument you're making. Is that because their name translates to this is what they are. But that's not the case for many animals. And it turns out these animals aren't lizards. Scientists agree dinosaurs were not lizards.
So dinosaurs are not dinosaurs. Got it. Thanks. Weird. Story keeps changing. Larry, what do we think about that?
The story hasn't changed. This is y'all's story that you're claiming is our story, and we're saying it's not our story.
Yeah, but I think I can, argue evolution however I want to, because as an evolutionist, I think that my arguments make a lot of sense. I've pointed out speciation. I've pointed out natural selection. I've explained the different types of animals that we've seen past the different types of cataclysm that the Earth has endured. And I think that all of my arguments were like A+ arguments.
I hope SE puts it up on the refrigerator. It doesn't matter though, because most of what you said, I pointed out how half of it is just not true. It doesn't make any sense. The RH blood type and the RH negative blood type, they can mate. So it's not speciation, and and have viable offspring. So that's not speciation. And also, what you're saying about dinosaurs isn't true, and I don't even know you're bringing them up.
In an evolution debate, why would I be talking about dinosaurs?
Yeah,
seriously,
we were literally talking about humans and different people in different parts of the world. And so let's bring it back a little bit further to time before humans for some reason. That's what we're talking about.
My example of the Rh negative factor sloughing off would be a change from humans who have common ancestors with different types of chimpanzees, and that allele frequency has indeed changed, showing a very good example of the evolution. But you can disagree with the speciation all you want, but there still seems to be two types of Homo sapiens on this planet. The skin color and eye color and hair is superficial. The blood type is the core of how us humans are procreating. And it's obvious to me that speciation is happening. It may be in the beginning processes, although I admit I don't know which group came first. It's still an obvious example of evolution. And I don't know why you're arguing against me.
Not true. It's like saying that there's right-handed people and left-handed people. There's a lot more right-handed people and left-handed people, so the speciation. But
that's a false equivalency.
Yeah, just because you use those words doesn't mean speciation, because there's no reason that Rh negative or Rh positive people can't have a offspring together. So
you keep focusing on that point, but that's not my main point. That is a side issue. I'm talking about how the allele frequencies have changed over time, and there's two distinct groups of Homo sapiens. Now, I'm proposing here that one group makes up 85%, or the Homo sapien sapien, and this other group, I'm going to call them the Homo sapien blue bloods. I don't know. But it's a misnomer. Their blood isn't actually blue. Just delineating the two subspecies of humans, and that is, by definition, speciation. So I guess if no creationists want to argue against me, if only the evolutionists want to argue against me, I guess I'll go ahead and quit playing devil's advocate. Please don't clip me out. I was just, acting like Witsit acts like a baller sometimes, and how he likes to, steel man. So I was just steel manning evolution and an act. It's a devil advocate act. I think evolution is obviously a terrible theory.
yeah, it was a tin man at best, and I wouldn't even call it that. It's mostly a strong man. But it's fine. And that's actually part of the problem is if you have false ideas of what our argument is, and you disagree with it because of those false ideas, then there's not really much. There's not much to argue at that point.
So
What's
I don't care about
about it?
Start from the correct position. Most of what he said about the Rh negative, Rh positive blood type. This doesn't make people. This isn't the sort of speciation. That's one. What he said about the split 10,000 years ago in the Ice Age, that was incorrect. The split was like 100,000 years, if that. I don't know, everything he said. I don't know what he said that was correct.
What's your evidence for that?
The DNA that they find in different specimens of people, different regions, and plus the
if you were talking about the Aboriginals and the split being 100,000 years ago, and Australia, the different wildlife groups near the what are those eastern islands, the Eastern Pacific Islands? What are they called? Like if you're talking about that being like 100,000 years ago, yeah, I can agree with that. But for the most part, around the mainland, right, the old world, right, like from Siberia to South Africa, from Ireland to India, I guess, that all is recent. The split of the other areas like the Americas and Australia, yeah, that would have been closer to 100,000 years ago.
I think all the groups that split from Africa were before them. If they all came from Africa, it was all about 100,000 years ago. But they know this by looking at the DNA, like the Human Genome Project and stuff like that. And like you said, like you believe in haplogroups and those sort of things. Well, those haplogroups and the subdivision of them can show you when two people in the same, either subgroup or sorry, or major like haplogroup, you can see how far back those go and when they share a common ancestor, and that will tell you when people in separate groups how many generations at least they're separated. That gives you general time span.
Well, I don't care what you think. You're hating my arguments. My arguments was for the audience to convince them that evolution is a thing. and I really don't care what you think.
Well, if you didn't care what I think, then you wouldn't have said that. I don't know why you're saying that.
It's just stupid. It's just retarded, Kosho. Come on, don't be daft. People in Scandinavia, they're going to move to Africa, and then 100,000 years later, they're going to resemble Africans. No, it's just stupid.
Yeah, that's
on
not
his face.
Yeah, no, that's not. But that's not the claim. This is the reason why everything was said that was said. It's because it's not. That's not that simple. And those separations that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, when the people separated long ago, that was way before any modern history. And even since then, like the Ice Age, for example, the Ice Age brought human population down to, they think, maybe 10,000, maybe close to like in the thousands of humans all over the earth. So if you go from having a massive division, then massive die off, then what's left is going to be the people who are most advantageous for those regions. And that was before this the modern human history, which is when civilizations rose and we're no longer isolated, and we're no longer isolated anymore, and there's no longer any of these dividing pressures. So this thing that people are claiming, like, Scandinavian, like you just said, like someone going to Africa becoming black, someone going to Scandinavia becoming white, this sort of thing is not expected to occur anymore because it's not how it occurred in the past.
Because it didn't happen at all. I agree. But stories are fun. I like imagination too.
I think I just demonstrated I have a pretty good imagination and understanding of evolution. I mean, if you guys haven't seen that 3.5-hour documentary by Aaron Raw, I would say watch it. It's pretty informative. I think I watched that like probably 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, obviously, that's not my worldview, right? Because I have my own worldview. And you know what? Even though I was raised Christian, I kind of left the church when I started like reading the Bible for myself around 13 or 14 years old, and refused to go to church with my grandmother. And left the church and kind of became very secular until I had children. And that changed my life quite a bit. Now I'm afraid that people are going to clip that. Man, I really don't want anybody to clip that. It was an act. I'm an actor, guys. I don't believe in evolution. So back to the standard model of cosmology. J. Ace keeps making the statement that most people disagree with the way that I'm presenting the cosmological constant problem, also known as the crisis in cosmology. I would like to see further evidence on that. Maybe I am wrong, and maybe it's not a problem. Maybe their models of string theory and M theory work out perfectly, beautifully, mathematically. But I don't believe that's the case. Listening to people who are experts in their field, like Michio Kaku, one of the founders of the theory of everything, also known as string theory, he points out that it doesn't work out, and it has indeed created a crisis in cosmology. We know that the theory of general relativity goes against quantum mechanics, and these two branches of so-called science don't line up. And that was the necessity for the theory of everything that Michio Kaku worked so hard on, and many people working along with him. But it has been an ultimate failure. Oh, no, don't. Oh, dang. And when it comes to cosmology, it's closer to philosophy and very, very little science at all whatsoever. The best you can do is make predictions, kind of like Electric Universe did with the southern pole of, was it Uranus? I think it was Uranus. And as the pole came facing towards the Earth, and we saw that it was a hot spot, which it shouldn't have been in the gravity only model without the electromagnetism, but without that, I wouldn't really call that an experience. Sorry, an experiment. I would call that a prediction, but my wife has informed me that it's time to eat dinner, and I did enjoy our conversation tonight. Peace. Be blessed.
Did Larry die?
He said he has. His wife said the dinner's ready.
That sounds delicious. Maybe we should all pop round for tea. Oh, sorry, dinner. I know Andy knew what I meant, but everyone else was probably thinking, why would you go out for tea?
Jeremy, are you still there? Take that as a yes. Typing. Oh my god, dude. You don't know where to start. I'll tell you what, dude. Go ahead and name anything I said that was wrong. You have a list. Name anything in your list. I was about to name where you were wrong with Jace earlier, dude. Make your list. I never said dogs, but okay, Jeremy, take your list and throw it in the trash. Okay, it's over. I can tell it's already fucking bullshit. I never said dogs were the same for 300 million years. I said sharks. Filthy fucking animal. Sharks are the same as species that have been for 300 million years. Filthy fucking animal.
You talking to yourself, dude?
I'm talking to Jeremy says I said a lot of incorrect things, and I said animals were warm-blooded. Yes, dinosaurs were warm-blooded. I never said all of them, by the way. If you're gonna find something, oh wow, two. Okay, Stegosaurus and Triceratops are cold-blooded. Well done. What about all the other dinosaurs? Jesus fucking Christ. Stegosauruses weren't even alive during the time of the fucking meteor crash anyway. That in 1,000. The what's up? I'm telling you what's up, dude. You pointed at two dinosaurs. Terrence sex shop and about we're warm blooded. Dude, the thing you posted, the thing you posted says what I said. Okay? God damn it. Anyways, if somebody wants to take up Jeremy's argument, he was arguing earlier about point particles. He's making a case for how point particles, as they are described in quantum physics, all quantum particles are described as having no volume or having no dimensionality. That they exist as points, and then they have their properties. And he had a problem with these things making up all other things that then have volume. All the volume of all the matter is made up of stuff zero volume. That's right. And the problem with that is it's not hard to understand how that works, dude.
I mean, it doesn't make sense if you're saying this thing with zero volume, when you take 30 of them and put it together, you have 30 volume. Wouldn't you just have zero volume still?
Well, yes, if those things had no properties, but one of the properties of the electron, as Jace was saying, was the charge density. So even though the particle itself was said to have no volume, its charge density certainly has volume, and its charge density defines how it interacts with other particles with charge. So for that matter, you could think of that volume as a volume associated with the electron. But it's just saying them. It's just kind of like if you had a big a magnet with a giant magnetic field, and it'd be kind of hard to describe it this way. A better example is an atom. An atom is a nucleus and it has the electron, which makes a shell, and it's almost empty space. But that electron shell defines, how close we can get to another particle or another atom. So even though the volume of the nucleus is extremely small compared to the volume of the atom, it's really that interaction that defines, how it's going to relate with other atoms. So because of that, the larger structures do certainly have a volume, and they're based on the those charge densities.
Okay. But so like the empty space, right? Like there's where the electron isn't, like that has no volume. Like there has to be a difference between the electron and the empty space where it isn't for the probability cloud. Because if you have a probability, there has to be times when it's not there. So the times when it's not there, that place must have no volume and the electron must have some. But what you're talking about is everything having no volume.
Well, I'm saying that. No, I'm saying those subatomic particles are said to not have a volume, but like I said, they have charge densities, for example, which do have volumes. But an atom, which has an electron cloud, even though the electron doesn't exist in every point where that cloud is, that cloud still defines the region that's going to be repelling another atom with the electron shell. And even though that atom also doesn't have electrons that exist everywhere, it's still those clouds that dictate, the proximity that they're going to, how they're going to interact with one another. And so as those things develop into larger scale things.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's point though is that when you condense when you get to the lowest common denominator of particle, right? That particle has no volume. So how do you take the smallest unit, which is your base building block, which has no volume, then add it another one, so it'll have no volume, and then another one and another one? When does it start having when do these individual particles that have no volume, when do they start having volume when they come together? Is it 2 of them, 4 of them?
Can four nothings become something? Can four piles of nothing become something?
It's not 4 pounds of nothing. It's like if you had a magnet. Imagine if magnets were had a single pole. Okay, so you have to imagine a magnet that is not exactly like a normal magnet, okay? Because they have 2 poles and they're going to act like they do. But imagine you have just a magnet with only a negative charge, okay? And you have a bunch of those, and the magnet is only the size of a I don't know, tiny little, a little, millimeter sized ball, okay? Even though the ball's a millimeter, that magnetic field is going to extend beyond that. It's going to fall off at a r cubed or whatever, right? And it's going to interact with other balls like that with in regards to that volume, the volume of the field strength, right? So even though the ball has a size, it has a property that extends beyond the actual volume of the ball. And if you were going to describe a structure built of only those balls, you could define. I mean, it could build a structure with a much greater volume than just the volume of those balls. And the same thing's true with this. And the thing about also the quantum particles, it's not really the case that they actually have 0 dimensions and they're just points. That's a what do you call that? It's convention. Just convention that's used because their volume is irrelevant if they did have, but it's for the most part they can be used as not having a volume and instead describing the volume in reference to like the charge density or whatever.
This might be an awkward moment for me to join, but are you just fantasizing about a world where there's like large balls and small balls and balls of immaculate size just all over the place? They're in your face and all that. Like, what the fuck is this story you're talking about? Magnetic balls, bipolar balls. What kind of balls are we talking about here tonight?
Well, they're in particle land. We know where they're at. Particle land.
Yeah, where everything is a ball, and therefore, because the particles are all balls, we must live on a ball, and that's a proof that we live on a ball?
Something like that. Yeah. You got it.
All right. Sorry for being so disgusting, but just making sure I got it. Balls in my face.
So, Kosho, we have four nothings that make us something. Then what?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? 4 nothings.
You said four no volume, whatever, right? So that's like a nothing to me.
You say 4 or anything, but any number
Okay.
of
Any number of nothing.
any number of 0 dimension quarks, let's say 3, for example. 3 0-dimensional quarks will combine together with the gluon, which also has 0 dimensions, and together, because of the relationship they have with one another, the distance where their strength is viable at, right? There's a specific distance that the strong nuclear force works at. Because of that, these 3 0-dimensional particles are going to create a structure that has a volume you can describe.
You hear that? So 3 zero-dimensional, whatever you want to call them, eventually become something. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, they have a. It's just like if you have anything. I mean, there's so many things. Like a solar system. Let's say a solar system, right, has a sun much smaller than our sun. It's a black hole solar system, right? The solar system itself is made up of the things.
What is
those things can be tiny.
what is any object, any physical? You're talking about something physical, right? With 0 dimensions. Like, are you talking about physics or not?
Yeah, it's got zero. It's got zero dimensionality.
So, are you
However,
talking about imagination, or are you talking about physics?
It has properties that do absolutely have volume. So its properties may have a volume, but it itself doesn't have volume. And one of its property, like the property of an electron, is its charge density, which has a specific volume, and that falls off at a certain point. That volume is actually what is defined. How the electron interacts with other particles.
Kosho, what is a 0-dimensional object?
What do you think it means, man?
Is it an idea with properties? An idea that's filled with other ideas?
No, that's just a description of its size. It's a point particle.
Is it a particle that you can? Is it a particle that you can isolate and show me?
Isolate it. I can demonstrate it. And show
How?
it to you in certain ways. Let's say in a what do you call that? One of those detectors that detect the electrons. Just detect it that way. What it's going to tell you though is it's not going to tell you the point that the electron exists at. It's gonna read
the
off
electron. Does the electron have? Is the electron itself is an electron? Does it have 0 dimensions?
It's a point particle. It's zero. It has zero dimensionality. It has properties though that you can ascribe a volume to, and it's usually that volume will define how it interacts with other particles, and that interaction will give rise to larger scale objects made up of those particles, which indeed have volume.
Let me ask you this: more rudimentary. Let's go backwards. More rudimentary. Like, can something that doesn't exist in our 3-dimensional world, that exists in 0 dimensions, can it be physical?
Dude, I can't explain things to you from the ground up if you don't understand that just because it has 0 dimensionality doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
It doesn't mean that it's physical, and I'm trying to point that out.
It does mean it's physical.
It's only physical if it has physicality.
Which it does.
And if it doesn't exist in 3 dimensions, it has none.
It's a point particle. It exists in our reality, our 3-dimensional reality. It has properties that extend in all 3 dimensions.
No, it's an idea.
It sounds like an idea here. Maybe it's like an object.
Beep.
You can't.
This is a game. This is a game that you guys play.
Reality.
Kosho, when people just don't want to go along with your non-provable, like these ideas, like literally, like there's nothing in physicality that could prove for it or against it. It's non-falsifiable, like completely unfalsifiable. But we're expected to accept it as truth, and then you want to talk to me about it when I question you, as as though like baby talk. Like you want to say like, if you don't understand this, then I'm not going to be able to explain it to you. Like, yeah, no shit. You've convinced yourself into this and you have no way of convincing anybody else. Dude, it's not like I'm just hogging the mic. Come on, rebut. Talk about balls in the face, like balls everywhere to prove, give examples of balls to prove more balls. Go ahead and do that.
Hey Lou, did you hear me arguing for evolution?
No, I just got in. I literally came in without hearing more than a few words. It was like this whole ball salad thing that I heard. And this is where I'm at. Like, I assume you guys were just talking about balls on balls on balls. In order to understand like balls in general, you have to understand how they are in their most fundamental state. Like balls before they were balls and all of that.
Right.
Whatever, I'll stay on mute. You guys continue. Kosho, don't let me scare you away. Just because I don't buy your ball theory doesn't mean you shouldn't continue trying to convince everybody else.
I'm not trying to convince anybody, dude. This is a form of masturbation. Talking to you guys is masturbation. And I know it's one of my greatest vices, but I don't expect it to ever have an ending. And if I were to convince you, it would have an ending. But the reason why it's appealing is because it has no ending. There is no convincing you guys. It's just that this is the way it is.
Couldn't you realize that you haven't presented anything that is convincing? Couldn't you understand that? When you start talking about Dreamland Narnia bullshit, people like us, skeptical people, are not convinced.
Well, nothing will convince you.
I will always. I mean, I would agree with that. I will always remain skeptical, no matter what.
If you were taken up in a spacecraft and you've seen it as a ball, you'd be like, they drugged me.
No, like listen. When it comes to things that I have not experienced, I will always be skeptical about them. Once I've experienced them, I will be dead set. That this is a trait that's common amongst many flat earther, almost all of us. Like when we see and experience something for real in our life, even if other people have not, we'll be sitting there touting it, shouting it, telling everybody about it, right? And trying to convince you like you can do this for yourself. Like, check this out. So if we've been there, if we've done it, if we've seen it, we're not gonna still deny it. We're gonna say this is some fucked up shit. You should check this out yourself. But what you guys present is stuff that nobody could ever experience.
Like a photograph.
Yeah, I mean, we can experience photographs, but we can't go there to take the photograph.
But that's what boils down to, right? Trust.
We don't trust you. And the more you sit there and say, well, you're just stupid because you don't trust me, the less we trust you.
Nobody's called you stupid, dude.
No, look, are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not saying nobody ever has called you stupid. I'm sure people call you stupid all the time, but I'm saying nobody here is talking to you has called you stupid, dude. So
you've literally said that. You yourself have literally said that.
I've never said that. I never said you're stupid. No, I didn't.
You said it like 4 days ago.
Well, let's keep it. Let's keep
talking about.
Yeah, let's stay out of the penalty box, dude. Lose in like the first quarter of the basketball game. He's just hitting threes. He's just heating up right now. Already nailing threes.
So you're talking about Lou, the guy that was just talking?
Yeah. I'm dunking on you because you're denying. You can't remember a day or 2 or 3 ago when you were talking shit about people who believe in the flat Earth, when you were calling them stupid or retarded.
I've never done that since I've been in this community. I don't know what you're talking about.
You've never done it. Never done it.
I've never done it. Yeah, I haven't done it, Lou. And honestly, you might be right, Lou, because if I remember correctly, you were completely sober. I'm sure you remember everything from 4 days ago. But I haven't said it 4 days ago, and I haven't said it in a year or in 5 years. I didn't say the whole flat Earth community is stupid. I never once said that.
Yeah, we can't really.
I didn't say you said the whole flat Earth community is stupid. I said that you have called people stupid for not believing you.
I don't think Kosho really does it that way. I think maybe Kosho has called people maybe not the most intelligent in his mind. Maybe Kosho, don't you think you've maybe sometimes done that? But
somebody who wasn't intelligent called it out.
Yeah, but you don't like just blanket insult entire groups of ideas.
And I never once said that he blanket insulted all of us. It was more Kosho, you directly called me an idiot. Okay, like for not believing your shit.
You know what? Fuck all y'all. How's that sound? Just kidding. Stop with the drama, though. The fuck, guys.
No, look, I don't care. He calls us an idiot, but then he denies it. Now I care. When I can call Kosho an idiot. Kosho, you're a fucking idiot. I will admit to that 4 days from now. No problem. You, on the other hand, say you've never done it in your life.
Kosho, is this true?
No, it's not true at all. As a matter of fact, he just called me an idiot. I said I claimed I didn't call anybody an idiot before.
Yeah,
what I said was, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying I didn't call him stupid 4 days ago. I didn't call anybody stupid, and that's the whole thing. It doesn't matter though.
Was it 5 days ago, or was it 5 days ago, or 3 days ago? Yeah, you're still trying to play this card where you've never said that before. Bullshit.
Oh, Kosho, just say you've said it, and let's move this along.
Yeah, man. Wow.
It's pretty rude, Kosho, to not admit to this thing that he just accused you of.
I just talked, but I guess I was muted, so maybe you guys didn't hear me. Well, I was just saying, maybe let's just get back to the conversation. Like, I thought it was interesting when, Lou, you were talking about like what you can directly experience. And is there anything, if you're talking about the globe in particular, is there anything about the globe that we could directly experience? And Paradolia mentioned a photograph, and then I thought that was a good point back. You said, yeah, but we can't go to take that photograph. You know, it's just a photograph that's presented. So,
right.
Yeah,
if you want to go down that road, sure. I'll extrapolate on it and then hand it off. But clearly, everybody can witness a photograph. It doesn't mean that they witnessed taking the photograph. Photographs or images, like what you call being a photograph, isn't necessarily a photograph, and it's very hard to distinguish between the two. There's images, photographs, pictures, and all of them have slightly different definitions. Just because, like this whole idea of seeing is believing, well, that's sort of true. It's more of like experience is believing. But just seeing something, especially in today's day and age of technology, no. Like, look at AI and their images and everything else. Like, the amount of CGI and the amount of just photo editing and whatever that they have, it's beyond recognition. You can be easily convinced and swayed.
Think about a hyper realistic drawing. Like, I've seen pencil drawings where it looks like a picture, but it's a drawing. So if you can create something that is photograph realistic with a drawing, you can create Superman flying and it would be indistinguishable from a picture. And that's why the picture is just so unreliable, because it can be replicated without the actual event taking place, meaning it's damn near useless for proving that event took place.
Right. And certain movies can look very realistic. Like, certain movies are mind-blowingly level of realistic that almost looks like it could be real.
But how do you accidentally make a fake picture of something you didn't intend to put in there? Like people that say they take satellite images from space, or
how can you say it was an accident?
I mean, if you're saying like you're like doing a constant feed, say from a satellite.
Yeah. What if you have a goal, like an idea of, what if you know that you're misrepresenting truth or reality, and all you have to do is give a, let's say, superficially, or like a just convincing enough image of what people expect to see instead of what is.
Yeah, but let's say you accidentally take a picture of a live fire that you didn't account for, like, or some missile silos in another country, or some houses that shouldn't have been there, and like, how do you account for like?
When do we see that shit?
Like in aerial photography or satellite?
No, nobody's accidentally gotten that. It always comes from government when they say that they have that. And even if when it comes to like wildfires or even fireworks on the 4th of July, like, look, if you take a look at video games and the stuff that they have with real time friggin' changing, like Real Engine, the latest Real Engine is incredible. They can actually change the environment physically in real time seamlessly without you noticing. That's stuff that's available to gamers. What's available to the government?
From an Unreal Engine?
Yeah, he said Unreal Engine.
We just made that up. Can't do that.
Unreal Engine? I just made that up about Unreal Engine?
Yeah. That it can change the environment features in real-time games to match real-time.
Yeah.
Live.
That was a feature. That was a feature of Unreal Engine 5. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't do that in real time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's literally, go and look it up. Like, literally, you can watch YouTube videos.
Yeah.
You can watch YouTube videos about how that's a feature of it. Like you can literally change the physical environment in real time.
Match the real environment. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it'll start raining in the game when it starts raining outside.
But that's
Also,
not. That's not what he said, though.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm meaning. So if we pick up, and we start talking about how there's fires in Canada, you can have the game match fires in Canada.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, how's that incredible?
Well, I mean,
it's just live updates.
Yeah, dude, you could make you could replicate, you could create the downtown New York or something, and if you had a bunch of cameras, you could replicate it in the game, which would be what it really is at that time. Perhaps.
Yeah, but no, you can't do that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought he was saying. No, you cannot do that. However, if there's a weather thing happening in real life, and so if it's raining in real life, you want to make it also raining in your game. Sure, you could do that, but you're talking about making an identical model, for what's happening in real time. But for instance, like cloud data,
No,
cloud
I'm not.
weather data.
Look. I know that it would clearly be limited to the data that you have. You're not going to have it mimicking actual reality itself. It's limited to the data it's given. Okay, but you can make changes in the physics of the game in real time. Like you can literally do it, whereas you could be playing the game right now, and they could decide that they want to make it dark. All of a sudden, it's nighttime. And it will seamlessly change all the shaders and everything into making it nighttime. They can do that, and it's very realistic looking. Okay, it's nearly indistinguishable to the eye when they're making those changes. That was the point.
Well, let me ask this, which goes right along with it. Let me ask either Paradolia, because you had brought this up, or Kosho. Does anyone actually have a rebuttal for this, what I'm about to say? Meaning, if we started doing a game where we take images, photos, etc., and you don't know whether they're real or not, but the person, but let's say I was going to do it with you, Kosho. I would know whether they're real or not, but you would not, and you wouldn't be able to search on the internet or go find it or anything like that. It would have to be set up like that. So it'd be all right, pick number one, real or fake, and you would be able to, you could do an analysis on it, but part of the rule would be that you can't just go do some image search and anything like that. But you could do if you want to put it into Photoshop or if you want to zoom in or zoom out or whatever. But if we did that game, do you think you'd be able to nail everyone that's real and nail everyone that's fake? Because in order to be given a picture of a globe and believe that, oh yeah, that's real, without just having some belief in authority, just going off the evidence, you would have to show that you can decipher real from fake consistently.
That's a pretty good analogy, Gio. I applaud you for that. I like that, what you did with that.
No, because you can fool people. What he was suggesting was that they're fooling people with real-time data, then putting that into a game, and so that's an example of what you're describing.
You're misrepresenting what I was saying.
That would be the easy way to test it, is to see if it was real or not, to see if it matches the real-world data.
No, but to me, I thought that was kind of a side thing. He was just trying to say how realistic some of these graphics can be and how much you can replicate, because we're talking about movies and how realistic movies can be. I thought that was sort of a side point. The main point, well, at least the point I brought up, is about, because Paradolia had brought up, pictures, basically, the old picture thing, in terms of how to, that claim. So that main point, which is that if you can show that you can decipher between fake or real when you don't know if it's fake or real, you would have to hit that 100% to then even have a chance of that picture of the globe to be even used as possible of an argumentation. Because if you can't do that, meaning if you did fake, real, and you just totally were not even statistically on the side of even being accurate, then your ability to decipher whether that globe is fake or real is nil.
Yeah, see, Paradolia, again, let's focus on Kosho. Let's focus on what Paradolia had said, which started me talking about.
Try to respond with what Gio just said, dude. Just give it a say. It's like a simple response. My response is the same.
I'm trying to stay on point, which is this is part of what he said.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. But yeah, Gio, the person could find something to be indistinguishable, and they could be confused. But if you were looking for an honest test of that same stuff, you would just then try and see if it matches. Like if it's supposed to be live images of the Earth, just see if it really is live images of the Earth. If it's representing what's really happening.
How do you know if you have a live image of the Earth?
Yeah, how would you even be able to know that if you're chilling at your home? How would you be able to know what is going on across the entire Earth?
It would depict correct weather data and correct occurrences like volcanoes.
Because the weather data matches.
Yeah,
we were just talking about that.
We were talking about, is there anything related to the globe that we can experience directly? That's the original question, which kind of shuts out basically data coming from NASA's and all that stuff. I mean, those are different arguments. But in terms of this, is there anything we can experience directly that indicates a globe? And then the pictures were brought up. So if you're just going to say, oh, I'm going to go off all this weather data and then I'm going to link it to these pictures, well, now you're just kind of now you're just doing like potentially the appeal to authority in terms of the data, and you're doing the picture thing that you're not able to decipher real from fake.
That would be begging the consequent, wouldn't it?
There's begging the question and affirming the consequent, which
affirming the consequent. Yeah, that's what I meant. Begging the question. Yeah, it would be both, actually. I mean, sort of both.
A lot of them are both, yeah, because they're similar. They go hand in hand.
I don't know if you want Pareidolia to respond to that. I don't know why that's a problem, but that's the obvious solution, which is that if
you
you
don't
can
know
make
why it's a
images
problem to beg the question or from the consequence.
Lou, cut it out, dude. Cut it out. If people are calling you
why
names,
is it a problem? Why is it not a problem?
Stop doing that, man. I'm not going to fucking engage. I'm not going to stop what I'm saying just to tell you to shut the fuck up and then start back what I'm saying. I don't remember where I left off. So go ahead, Lou.
No, I'll moderate. Don't erupt. Lou, please don't erupt at all. Just let everyone go one at a time. So go ahead, Coach.
All right.
It's only fair.
I don't remember what I was saying.
It's only fair to let. Yeah, it's only fair to let people fucking make fallacious statements so that they can get their point across and then address it later. Got it.
Yeah, he's allowed to say what he wants to say, and then you can respond if you think it's a fallacy. But interrupting him is not, because, dude, for everybody listening, it's unlistenable. Like, no one knows what was just done in the last 30 seconds. No one has any clue. So go ahead, Coach. Let's say your point.
I don't remember what I was responding to, what I was saying, but it was something about pictures and fucking. If you wanted to actually do what you said, Gio, yeah, you could get fooled by an image. Let's say somebody made a perfectly indistinguishable image that looks like hyper realistic and that kind of thing. Then using the realistic nature of it wouldn't be a tool to determine if it was real or not, because people can just make hyper realistic images. What instead you would use is, if it's meant to be representing real time information, you would see if that's really what it was doing. And so that's why I'm not using that as a hypothetical, but that's exactly how things like Himawari and stuff like that are substantiated. Is something will occur like a volcano, and it will be represented in real time in the data. The cloud data will be correct. All that stuff's correct, and they do it, every 10 minutes or so. And that's not something that's not something that can be produced that quickly.
No, that's the whole idea, is that the data is the only thing you have to cross-reference it with. So, like, the data that we've actually taken is what feeds into your simulation or whatever the fuck you want to call this. And it happens very quickly. And then what you're arguing is that if you want to see if that simulation was real, all we have to do is cross-check it with the same data that went into it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think his point, there's something to it potentially. Like if you were able to know exactly all the weather patterns independently, and then the data was given, and then you matched it. But I mean, I understand the idea. But Coach, the other thing is, how would you know, even if a volcano went off or there's clouds over California or whatever you want to link it to, how would you know that? Well, first of all, how would you be able to validate that data in the first place? How would you be able to validate it? And then secondly, the second point I was going to say, how would you be able to validate it? Because if you can't validate the data, then it's not anything you can directly experience. It's just going off of some third-party thing. And then secondly, how could you decipher whether they're taking local images and then patchworking them together to look like a ball. Because they could take local areas of, let's say, California, there's clouds over California. Okay, there's that local footage, and then other local footage, and they could concoct this into what looks like a circle, a ball, or whatever. You know, and the only way for you to so you'd have to validate the data to even know that the weather data somehow independently to know for sure, and then secondly, you'd have to like travel all around the Earth or in some way, you know, be able to measure the Earth to make sure that it actually is fitting on that sphere that they show you, rather than being patchworked together to make it look like a sphere.
Yeah, but that's my claim is that I'm just using Himari as an example because it's a perfect example, but it updates it. It gives you an updated picture every 10 minutes. And so at any given 10-minute period, you can cross-reference it with as many places as it's showing, as many occurrences that are happening, whether it's a volcano or a storm or where the clouds are, or whatever it is. And for that data to be accurate, they would have to be collecting it. Like you said, if there's a bunch of different local data collectors, those data collectors are collecting it every 10 minutes. And then they're providing it to this source who's producing it every 10 minutes. And that's just not something that, that's not something that I believe has there's any capability of doing that.
Yeah, I'm actually you're wrong. You're wrong. Hold on, man. I got in there. I got in there, man. You're wrong because Flight Simulator does that already. Live.
No, it doesn't.
You want to bet?
You say that? Why do you say flight? Yeah, it doesn't do that. What are you talking about?
It doesn't collect data where the clouds are at and all the data where what's happening everywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. It
For the
doesn't
weather?
have real-time volcanoes and real-time clouds where the clouds really are. Yeah.
It's just data, and then they're giving you that every 10 minutes. How is that not possible to collect it, dude? Serious?
Elbow, your question
Collecting
is
every 10
similar
minutes
to
is fine.
mine.
It'd be extremely hard to do unless you had a Himari satellite, but you could collect the data every 10 minutes if you really were being vigilant about it. However, you could not collect the data and then consolidate it to a single source and then produce it in a Microsoft Flight Simulator or anything else.
Dude,
I mean, why couldn't you though? Why couldn't you use the National Weather Service of every country? Like ours is the National Weather Service in the United States, but why couldn't you use the data given from every country that collects this data along with look at all the I'm a little bit into weather, so like you can buy your own home weather station, and these things are very smart and connected to the National Weather Service. That you give more data points to the network. When you buy one of these stations, you are another data point. So wherever you set it up, you're giving them the wind speed and direction. You're giving them the barometric pressure. You're giving them the amount of rainfall. You're giving them the temperature. You're giving them all kinds of stuff as another data point because you bought their product. This product is sold everywhere around the fucking world. Okay, like why couldn't you? And they clearly have a network where it collects this data and puts it together to make weather maps, to gather more accurate, detailed information for the weathermen. Why couldn't this be fed to a governmental organization or to a satellite or to anything that you want to think is just taking a fucking picture?
Because weather data is collected locally and assessed locally. It's then assessed centrally. That doesn't happen immediately. That happens once a day. It's because that's how long it takes.
No, it's not once a day. No, it happens. It happens on like.
It doesn't. It happens twice a day. Is when it happens. Twice a day it happens. They send up a balloon and get data, and they feed it to Central Force, where the Air Force orchestrates and collects all that data. And this is nationally, not internationally, but just in the country. And that's twice a day in all separate locations that they're doing this. Okay. And what they also don't have the ability to do is take the data that they're only collecting twice a day and feed it into a video game that's going to animate that same data accurately in 10 minutes. It's just not something that anybody has the capability of doing.
off.
Perfect. See, certain people can't do it. Yeah, that's how it's going to go. Certain people that can't run the game, they're going to bounce. And we suffer none. But I love Lou, so didn't like to see that happen. But that's otherwise he would rampage the room for the next 6 hours. So we're not going to do that.
I'm going to take out my frustration. It's frustrating. But anyway, I think also.
Yeah, I don't want. I mean, a lot of us don't want to live that way anymore because a lot of us listening all day and listening throughout our days. I mean, we kind of have put up with so much of it, and we've been lenient in those ways. So, yeah, man, it's just all the chaos. It just raises your adrenaline, your cortisol. It's hectic. It's, just all that kind of stuff.
You should designate a time, like an hour or something, where it's just like, bro, a free for all, and just let them go in there and go at it, and then go back to normal.
Yeah, like Dysel used to joke, like shit show Sunday or something. Yeah, or just no shit shows. But yeah, well, usually if it's like that, it's just like everyone's just talking over each other. There's this server, it's called like Chill Zone. It's like a pretty big Discord server, and I had someone sent me the link and I clicked it once, and there's like hundreds and hundreds of people in the voice channels. Everyone you go in, it's just a cacophony of everybody talking at once. Like there's no cohesion whatsoever. It's actually a trip. It's like literally 4 people all just talking and no one's even listening to each other. It's wild. I tried to like moderate almost. I went in, I was like, hey guys, can we do a conversation? And it was absolutely hectic. So yeah, it seems like
it's like politics half the time.
That's pretty cool though, right? Like again, not all the time, but for like 10 minutes to just experience that, like, it's like being in a sauna.
Yeah.
A sauna.
Well, it is kind of a trip. It is kind of a trip because like you'll notice 2 people are kind of talking to each other. One guy's talking to himself. Another guy's trying to, it's kind of like interesting because they're like playing games and doing whatever. So,
well, I don't know. What's the value in that? What do you think? By the way, it's nice to see you around, right hand. It's been a while, Chris.
Oh yeah. Good to see you too, Kosher. Yeah, no, I think there's value in the like when Gio was talking about how your cortisol levels will raise just listening to it. If you can just sit in that chaos and just maintain your composure, I think there's something to be said for that for sure.
Kind of like an ice bath or something crazy like that, where you're just like, your senses in shock.
Yeah, well then
Confucius say, if man make you angry, man become your master.
Very true.
Perhaps we've been in training then for years because that has been the case. Yeah, because it is. Well, it's like sometimes like 2 people will start going and it's chill, and then within minutes, boom, it's whatever happens. Somebody gets upset or somebody feels like they were strawmanned or interrupted or whatever, and then it can go off the rails, and then people don't feel like they're being heard, and then they're being over talked, all that stuff. But I know what you mean, though. Yeah, just like sitting in the eye of the storm and somehow being able to just have complete peace. It's like being able to like sit in the middle of downtown New York and markets. What's it called? What's that main? I wanted to say Market something. What's that called?
Times Square.
Times Square. Well, it's Market Street in San Francisco, but like one of the busiest streets. So yeah, to be able to just chill right there with like buses and honking noises and just be able to like meditate and be super calm.
Well, I'm from New York. I know. Right, the hands from I thought you're from upstate New York, though, right? Right, the hand or somewhere.
No, I'm from the Bronx.
I'm from the Bronx. I don't know you. Maybe I did know that, but I forgot it. Okay, well there you go. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, I can deal with it, but it's not fucking. I don't find any value in dealing with it. And also, it's one thing to experience it. It's another thing to moderate. Have to moderate in it, especially like at gems. That's the only thing that with gems is very hard to moderate in there because it is often chaotic, and often that chaos is preferred by people. I guess there's a lot of people in there with the hand same appeal, right? Like the same appeal that he has, that kind of thing. So there's people who that's appealing to him.
Yeah, it's I don't think anything's impossible. Having done comedy, it's really not so much about how funny your jokes are, but how much you can identify with the crowd. And once they really have identified with you, that you can't really be not funny. That's why, like, you hear Dave Chappelle, he just talks about stuff, and people are just so in there with him that it's entertaining.
Hey, you're right about that. That's a good insight. Did you did it take you time to learn that?
Yeah, of course, nothing comes. Nothing just comes like this. You gotta have the open mind and look for the patterns in life. And when you start seeing patterns in life, you can start seeing. You can kind of know what's going to happen before it happens, and then you can just kind of like. It's weird. People become not so much individuals, but you can kind of see like these patterns in people. You know how like emo people dress like this and they'll laugh at this and they'll, you know what I mean? You can really get a judge on people.
That's true. I would use that. Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, that is interesting because like a comedian that's really like respected and everyone knows that he's funny and they paid to see him. He might say one joke that really isn't that great, but everyone's just going to laugh because they're drinking, they're clapping. They're just like, oh yeah. Even though if that was somebody that they didn't already respect and didn't already think was funny, and if that was the dude's first time on the stage, he came out and said that same joke, it might be just like a room of silence.
Yeah. That is 100% true. That's why I think I've always thought I've only done stand up once, but I know Right to Hand used to do. I don't know if you're still doing it now. You still get on stage, Right to Hand?
No, ironically, I was not allowed onto the open mic the last time I went.
In New York? Because you
No,
told me
it's
back in the day,
Gainesville.
like you did where?
Where I live here in Gainesville, in Florida.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you told me that there was like a community that you were living in a couple years ago, and like because you didn't get along with a lot of the other comics, it was like a politics kind of thing. They wouldn't let you on stage or something.
Yeah, absolutely. That's that kind of how it. And then I went back like a year ago or probably a year, and it was still the same. So it's one of the things of life.
Politics. But anyways, yeah, that like I said, I've always thought that doing stand-up comedy is sort of like baptism by fire. You learn a lot of life lessons, especially social lessons by doing it. It's probably some people say it's one of the scariest things that humans can do is not. I mean, because it's one thing to get on stage and talk in front of people, but it's another thing to do it with the goal of expecting an exact type of reaction, like a laugh.
Yeah, as I went up, man, you can build like that's the whole reason I guess for the ice bath is eventually you build like this stress tolerance. And let me tell you, the stress tolerance of when people are just not like when it's dead silent, like you just said, and again, there's expectations of laughing and it's like nothing. That is a very, that's a very stressful situation. And to be able, like I said, to just be able to not care, you're just like, I don't give a shit if you fuckers laugh anyway, right? I'm not up here for you. I'm up here for me.
I've seen big stars bomb, and just the way they bomb is it's graceful. Still, I mean, you're watching it, you're still laughing, even though the audience is like booing them off stage, basically just not laughing.
Bro, Bill Burr won back an audience. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
That's what I was thinking about. It was a comedy festival, yeah.
Yeah, and like that was a perfect read. Philly people, like New Yorkers, they're very tough, right? Like they got a big ego, and if you like, he just challenged that right there, and it played beautifully into the set. He picked up on it very quick that he couldn't just do his routine.
Exactly the one I was thinking about. He's like, Eagles suck. He's like all the fucking Philly teams. Because I think Dom Herrera had gotten on stage before him, and I guess he bombed because they were just talking the whole time or whatever the fuck. So yeah, he just got on stage and was just super pissed at them.
Yeah, well, I think this like on a deeper thing. There's personality types, and the picture your prototypical surgeon or golfer, right? They need no outside stimuli. Just let them in their zone. Just let them do that. And then there's other people that like you got to warm them up, you know, and that's you like once you start talking the shit or you just get them going, that's it. Okay, just get the fuck away. Now they're gonna do their thing.
Sorry, GF, I was getting pissed off. I'm not trying to be pissed at nobody. Somebody triggered me a little bit ago, and I've been responding in that way ever since. I've reset.
It's all good, dude. Just never do it again.
Well, I've noticed
Mine.
you do have a tendency, like you're chill like 99% of the time, but when you do get flared up, like you're ready to.
Oh yeah, wouldn't want to be your girlfriend, bro.
That's not good. Certain things bother me, just like they bother anybody. But it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna get into it.
Well, that's the thing, dude. Yeah, that's the thing about. Yeah, no, blatant interruptions are very frustrating because you're right in the middle of your thing. That's why, like I said, we've really just been working our way through ways to, like I said before, like, you know, improve the moderation in that way to where it's just, that's not the standard, you know, because it's really, that's how it's been in the past. And it's tough. Yeah. You're right in the middle of your thing. Boom. You get interrupted and not, you know, what do? You just like stop talk, let them go. And then if you have someone that keeps doing it, it's like, you never get to say your point and stuff.
It's a middle school lunch table. At some point we just got to grow up.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly the thing, though, as you said about the standard. I've always said that before too in Gems. It's like if you maintain a standard, even if it's not everybody is doing it always, as long as enough people are doing it and enough people establish that that's a standard, then eventually, you know, it just becomes more and more people are inclined to take that one.
Yep. Yeah, I think that is a thing. You can even say with like speeding or whatever, there's kind of like a general standard of how fast people go. So if somebody's going super fast and being dangerous, then it's like, yeah, they stick out because most people don't do that. And then it goes the other way. Like in California, speed limit will be like 65 and everyone will be going 90. Literally almost everyone. Like you have to go slower to not go 90. And everyone, or maybe that's a little extreme. Maybe the speed limit is 65. Well, like 90's a little high, but 80, 85, and 65 is pretty standard. That just everyone on the highway is going 20 over. And in some places, you'll get big ticket for that.
Of course, yeah. That's why all you got to do is just not isolate yourself. But yeah, here the speed limit could be 65 and people are doing 80. And some places it's 80 or 75 or 80 and people are doing 90, 95. But yeah, as long as you're staying with traffic, don't isolate yourself. Typically, you're going to be fine. As long as you're not the fastest or the slowest, cop's not going to bother you.
So I wanted to read this thing that I have pulled up here because it's linked to what we were talking about before in terms of like either having a direct experience, you know, and kind of belief and worldviews and all of that. This is just from a website, and it's describing these people who live in Gabon, Africa. It's called the Bwiti, BWITI, the Bwiti, and it's not a religion. It's more of like a way of life or like a tradition, as it were. And I just wanted to read, this is somebody just writing about them. So it's not like in their text or anything like that. They don't have any text that they follow either. They use the sacrament of the iboga root bark, which iboga is, you know, for those who are not familiar with it, it's sort of in a similar category like ayahuasca, peyote, etc. Different, but in that visionary plant category in terms of that. So they use that plant, you know, as their sacrament in that sense. But I just wanted to read this. So that's just a little bit of background, but I just want to read this because it fits exactly what we were talking about. Okay. The Bwiti tradition is not a religion. It is a study of life. It's a traditional spiritual path of living life through direct experience rather than believing what someone else says, and of living a life of self-inquiry. It is an oral tradition that has been passed down for hundreds of years, if not more. They do not carry a belief system. They either know something or they don't. And if they do not know, they will be with that unknowing until they have their own direct experience in life. This knowledge is said to have originated from the Babongo or the Pygmy people deep in West Africa, eventually becoming the practice of the Bwiti tradition. And then the second part, this describes the Iboga a little bit. I'll just read this. Their spiritual path revolves around the sacred use of the Iboga root, an agent for advancing one's consciousness and personal growth at an incredibly rapid rate. For centuries, followers of Bwiti tradition have used Iboga in healing ceremonies and rituals for self-discovery, personal development, physical healing, connection to nature, direct communication with spirits and ancestors, and in giving thanks for the gift of life. One of the meanings of the word Bwiti is emancipation, indicating a freeing of old ways, beliefs, and systems. So I just want to mention it. Yeah, I just want to mention it because I thought it's so interesting how it's like they don't carry a belief system. They either know something or they don't. And if they don't know, then they're just with that unknowing until they have the direct experience. I just think that's very interesting because if you went to one of these guys and tried convincing them of the globe, if they went by that, they're not just going to believe the globe, for that based on that. So I just think it's interesting in terms of like, just like being in very like, in my mind, like that concept is in being like, in like very rigorously strict standards for truth and discerning truth, and takes you out of that thing of just believing what other people say and actually having that direct lived experience.
That's me, man. That's what I always preach. I'm like, yo, if you haven't experienced it, you can't know it. You got to take it on faith, and there has to be that line between. There's a difference between what you experience and what you don't. People have, oh, you never been to China, you don't know if it exists, bro. You know what? You don't. You could get there, and they can all be Vietnamese. Be like, holy shit, there's 1 billion Vietnamese people. There's not 1 billion Chinese people. Like, so to say that when you haven't been there is, I don't know, it's just not consistent to me.
Right. So listen, it's simple. I can't tell you what an orange tastes like to me at all. I can't even tell you that I've had an orange until I've had an orange, right? I've never been to China. I hear a lot about China. I've never been there, so I haven't empirically demonstrated that China exists. But I hear a lot about it, and that's all anyone can say until they go to China. That's it.
It's all true, and it's kind of beautiful in a certain light, I guess. But how valuable is it? That'd be my question. How valuable is it when I would say that our skill, the difference between us and animals, other animals, I'd say, is our thumbs. We got cool thumbs and our ability to manhandle things. Other than that, the number one attribute that we have is our ability to communicate and share ideas and thoughts and experiences with one another, and taking those experiences and thoughts and using them to develop and build ours. And yeah, it's true that people can lie to us and people can misrepresent things, and so we might have a distorted view of what's going on because we're trusting or listening to other people in some cases. But in most cases, it's been one of the most beneficial things that we have, is that sets us aside from animals. So I don't know if it's that valuable, but I do think it's nice that the community. It's a cool case study, I guess. So.
Well, I would say its value is in its inability to be broken, right? Like if you cannot be fooled, there's value in that. Somebody's like, oh, the wolf is coming. Yeah, sure. Right. Oh, the asteroid's going to hit you. You better give me all your money before you die. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and think about how much pain and suffering that could avoid too. The amount of pain and suffering of how many people have been looped into like products that didn't produce the way being sold a product, or I mean a number of things. People being like, if they're in a relationship and their partner's cheating on them and their partner keeps saying, nope, I'm not cheating, and they're like, all right, that could be. Yeah, well, there's just so many examples that you're like Right the Hand said, like this can't be broken, whereas the other one can be. It's like the other one's like a house of cards potentially by just believing it.
He brought up the wolf, right? Right the Hand brought up the wolf, and that was a perfect example of how this idea is not valuable. Of course, yeah, you could save and the pain and suffering of all the times people lied to you and told you there was a wolf and you thought there was one, and because you acted on it, now you have fucking stress or who knows what the hell happened. But if you can't warn people that there's something happening, or warn people about an experience, and they never know it until they experience it, I think that's even more detrimental. There's nothing to protect from that unless they experience it themselves and somehow survive, and then they're gonna be watchful of it or something. But it's much more beneficial that we're able to share our experiences and describe our mistakes to other people so they don't make them.
Well, I mean, I guess the extreme example, like without going into it, and we have to use code words and whatever, but the whole last couple of years, What if that thing, the juice, you know, that they told everyone to get, what if that essentially ended the lives of all those who drank the juice? If that was the case, I know it's just horrible to think about. Let's just say that happened. Think about how severe that would have been, and how many of us would have lost our entire families. Like what that would have done to humanity. So it's just an example. Now I know that's kind of an extreme example because it's like, all right, it's a thing. You cannot verify what it is. You're told what it is. There's big companies concocting it and telling you to put it in your body, you know, and to get it and, you know, to line up and roll up your sleeves. So I'm just saying the extreme case of that, if that literally did just absolutely kill everyone who took it, then in theory, that would be like an ultimate example of that, where you totally did trust that it was what they said it was, and then boom, you know. So I mean, it could be life and death in that type of scenario.
But there's like trials protect.
Yep. Yeah. There's all the things that they say support it. Yeah. But you would have to, you know, trust those, I suppose.
Well, it's not even just that though. But sorry, go ahead. I was going to say that there's examples before we knew about that kind of stuff when we really didn't know or trust that much of anything anybody said, or at least the things they said were stupid and so they weren't worth anything. And we had same sort of incidences or global, giant population occurrences of this thing, and a third of the population would die, or a fifth of the population. There's multiple times where that's happened, where a fifth of the entire population of a giant society all became victim and died because of a thing, because we didn't have the thing that you're, saying could be, could be an example of us sharing an idea and dying because of it. Well, the truth is, when we didn't share ideas like that, we definitely died because of them. So, I don't know. It's just there's many different things. They always say like we are where we are because we're standing on the shoulders of the giants or the people before us. But that's exactly right. Like, every technology that we have, from fire to cell phones or anything, is built from the technology like we have today because of we're sharing this stuff down and creating new things because of it. So I do agree though. Oh, there's hold on, there's an animal over there.
That sounded like a person, though, right?
I mean, I hear what Kosho is saying, is trying to give an argument that there's cases in which people were blindly believing something that perhaps had some kind of benefit or something to that extent. Like maybe in some case, like this popped in my head. What if like there's a recall for your car and they say, oh, there's a problem with your car, the airbags might blow up and start a fire. And if you were to not kind of trust that and just say, nope, I don't believe them, I guess you might be putting yourself at risk. Whereas if you actually just went with it and just believed it blindly and then got your car fixed, maybe that would actually save you.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point, you shouldn't be driving a car.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue too that you're trusting the people that built it, that already have shown you trust because it's already been a good car and it's been safe. So you're trusting the people that built it. So there's something more to that, perhaps.
And you've driven the car and it hasn't blown up, so you know that happens. You don't know that it will blow up, so it's not crazy to be like, they're lying. Look at it, it's not blowing up. They just keep saying it will. Every year they say it will, it never does. Dying of lung cancer, I smoke. Been smoking 30 years, never died of lung cancer.
Well, smoking thing. You'll die of a lot of other things too.
Well, is there even a potential on a conspiratorial level that there's fake recalls for them to bring your car in and then sell you other stuff or sell you other fix-ups maybe? Or that they do the recalls like I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just thinking if there could be some way in which recalls are like purposefully designed in some way.
I hate cigarettes. I used to smoke.
I used to work for Yankee Stadium, and one day it was a rain delay, and for whatever, I worked the concessions, and I knew that the game wasn't going to start, so they sent me home. But they didn't tell the fans that until like an hour and a half later, so that they can buy like $800,000 worth of concessions. And yeah, they give you the voucher for parking, but how many people actually come back? You know, so it's yeah, they'll lie to people just to get money out of them.
Yeah, let everyone get in and buy all their foods and snacks and candy,
and then do it again for another game.
Yeah,
it's actually genius. Yeah. Sorry about that. There was I don't know what's going on. My girlfriend. It's probably my neighbor walking around. She thinks she's an animal. But yeah, I was gonna ask. I asked you guys this a couple of days ago. I don't know who's learned about it since, but that movie. Anybody heard anything about that movie, Sound of Freedom? I thought for a second that's what you guys were talking about, because there's that conspiracy around it, and people think they're turning people away from the theaters and stuff. Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard anything.
Yeah, I heard it was QAnon adjacent.
That's what the news is saying. Yeah,
It's got to be true.
well, even Jen Panda, that's where I learned about it on his show on Sunday. He played like all these clips and showed all the evidence and stuff. And I thought the whole thing was weird, because I know people who've been turned away from the movie and stuff. I'm like, that is weird that they're just like smoking people out of the theaters.
Oh,
but
another psyop. Would you look at that?
The psyop. What do you mean?
Yeah, man. It's the story. It's a psyop. Usually.
If you believe it's a psyop, it's a psyop.
No, not true.
Conspiracy is a psyop in this case.
No, conspiracies happen, bro.
The movie used to belong to Disney.
Here's the thing.
Before that,
Hold on.
it actually belonged to.
Let's check it out. Guys.
They bought it from Disney.
Larry,
and then when
Larry, sorry, real quick. You guys have to realize if it's Hollywood, it's Hollywood. Okay? So, they're turning people away from I wonder what that means. Doesn't mean shit. It means that you're supposed to be talking about it. They want you distracted by yet another part of the story. Oh, what's the movie about? Well, it's about sex trafficking. No shit. And they're turning people away. Oh my god, we're gonna make a big deal out of it. It doesn't fucking matter.
Larry, I just was saying your mic was in that super muffled mode. If you want to try, I think at the end it was a little better. Go ahead.
That's the problem, is I don't understand what a psyop would be in that. What's the purpose of psyop in that case? Although I do understand the points that Jem and everybody on this panel, even Pete Shea, they were siding with Jem and them. For me, I was actually the only one who thought that it looked weird, because there were a lot of weird occurrences with it. But anyways, regardless, yeah, I just thought I think the whole thing's weird. But I told Jem last night that I'm just gonna assume that I'm wrong in this case. Yeah, since everybody else kind of, if Pete Shea is arguing with them, on their behalf, and I'm the only one arguing it, that's probably just.
All right, man. Let's get to it then. Do you think that they're turning people away?
No, yeah, I think that in some cases that they are, but it's true that in most cases they aren't. So.
Okay, and then why would they do that in your mind?
Well, they're saying that they didn't want the movie to be seen. Somebody didn't want the movie to be seen. Is what they're saying.
Okay. So it might be lending. So then, that action might be somebody in control of something, performing damage control in the situation, i.e., perhaps lending credence to the topic of the movie, etc.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I can't even think of what the motive would be, to be honest.
Okay.
It seems weird.
But it's fishy and it's Hollywood, so do we care?
It's not really Hollywood, though.
No, it's a Mel Gibson movie. How's that not Hollywood?
Well, it was a movie that was produced by Fox, but they sold the rights when they sold the rights to Disney.
Right. So the guy who played Jesus, right? He's very outspoken too about all this stuff, this corruption, child sex trafficking and stuff. Whether or not he actually means all of that, and yes, I did just say that. It's all Hollywood, dude. All of it.
I don't know.
Jim Caviezel is Hollywood.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Netflix broke
Anyway, go ahead,
QAnon
guys.
on him.
I'm just saying it just sounds like another distraction for no fucking reason other than, I mean, like, even I'm playing into it right now.
Okay, so
Sorry,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to say too, because Owen broke this down. He went hard at it for a bit. Owen Benjamin, if anybody listens, but the guy that the main guy in it admits that he had to watch children in compromising positions that are, the whole topic of the movie to get into character for that. Like, come on, that's
Yeah.
disgusting. The guy should
fucking
be in freaking
ridiculous.
prison for that. And people are
Yeah, that's what I
going
was
to like watch. They're like, oh, what? Like, I wouldn't want
I
to
was
go
telling
watch that.
Jim last night too. That guy, he seems really inauthentic with his because he's like he's expressing a lot of crazy shit though. Like what's it called? Adrenochrome and that like he's saying like Joe Biden's not the real president, but he's doing this like on news. He on interviews he's doing for the movie, and it just seems inauthentic how he's expressing. It's almost like he's trying to you know, uh, present, promote the movie to a certain group of people. But it just seems weird. It seems like it's bad for his career, though. Like he's only going to ever be able to work with people who have the same sort of, you know, opinions that he has. Pretty extreme opinions.
Sounds like the first step in normalization to me is to get it out there, right?
And maybe the whole thing's fishy to me. That's why I can't really adhere to some sort of conspiracy theories because there's no
They
really
want you to talk
congruent.
about how fishy it smells, dude. So waste your time.
All part of the plan.
I think they want you talking
Who's
about
playing?
like creepy shit.
Yeah,
Marketing
that too.
team's plan.
They want us
Maybe.
to sit here and argue about it instead of do something about it. It's basically what it is, usually.
Something about what?
Well, Kosho, I'll put it to you this way. If we weren't having this conversation about it on the internet, would we be out there trying to save children from being sex trafficked?
No.
There's the possibility that we could be, so we might as well be relegated to our own little part of the internet so that we don't do anything. In case we do, at any moment, get the gumption to say, fuck this, I'm going to go do something.
I don't know if I can agree with that. I'm not. I'm not gonna get to it. Yeah, I don't think that this conversation is stopping any of us from otherwise stopping sex trafficking.
Bullshit. Are we stopping it? Are you and I right now helping it at all?
You didn't really think about that, did you, Coach?
That's true.
Okay, so, and I'm guilty of it too. I'm just saying this is part of the plan. They'd rather us sit here and waste time arguing about it than care enough to go do it. They want us to think that, they want to be right more than they want to help children. So we're just going to play into that. Tell me I'm wrong. It's the same thing with Flat Earth, all this shit.
It seems like a very creative plan, but I don't think it's going to be very fruitful to talk about a subject, present it as like a subject that is being suppressed, and then all of that is just for the purpose of actually suppressing the movement. It seems a bit counterproductive.
Okay.
But anyways, the other reason I brought it up again is because I've been ever since Jim had shown it. I was surprised on the panel when I was the only one who thought it was weird, and they all agreed with each other. And then I'm just trying to see. I ask every couple of days to see if there's any news. But I guess you said Owen Benjamin was talking about it.
Yeah, he was talking about it a while ago, and he was showing the clip of the guy actually saying that. Like, it's just,
Yeah.
it's horrific.
He seems so inauthentic, to be honest with you, dude. That's also the weird part for me. Is like, why is he act? It's like the only reason an actor would act like that is like because they're trying to promote the movie to a specific audience. But to do that in the way he's doing it is, it's very much isolating him from ever being able to work as a normal person again, like with most studios. He was like talking about how there's rich people, how they extract adrenochrome from children and stuff, which is, you would think Hollywood celebrities wouldn't really be talking about that.
Did they get Kanye's opinion?
I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah, whatever happened to Kanye?
I could be FE by now.
Him and Owen were buds too, actually, for a bit. They were chatting. And then
Yeah, I know. That's what I was. That's yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and then he took
Well, I
off
had hope.
to- Yeah, yeah, right? I know, exactly. So then he took off to Africa, I think, for a bit, and then he got married. And I don't know, Owen hasn't really talked about him much since that, so I don't know if they're still chatting, but yeah, that was interesting.
I wonder if he regrets like his whole thing because he, you know, in the same kind of way Owen Benjamin did. It's like, you know, he took a stance and then sacrificed his, you know, most of his career and stuff like that because that stance. But you know, you never know. It's one thing. Owen Benjamin is at least sticking with his stance, right? Just like, you know, even though he's got canceled off a bunch of shit, he's still, you know, talking
He's
about the
finally
same
getting let
shit.
back on. He's finally getting let back on a few platforms after how
Like
many
what?
years? I think he got back on Twitter,
Oh
and
yeah,
he's
of course.
back.
Yeah.
He did get back on D Live. And then who else let him back on that he was banned? Still, I don't think YouTube. But
That'd be crazy if Elon Musk bought YouTube, dude. Actually, YouTube. There was a certain time when YouTube was actually legit. Like back when they were showing the flat Earth stuff. Like back when it showed us all the different, like, because I, you know, it was playing it for me the same way it's playing it for some people, where it's just like it showed up in your autoplay or whatever. But of course, that rarely happens anymore. It's actually hard to find like those ODD or you know, those like intro to flat Earth videos.
yeah, I don't know if he would be able to buy like YouTube because that's all so intertwined with like Google because they're all owned by the same family.
Yeah, I mean, Coach O, if they didn't censor and shadow ban flat Earth, like half the world would be on board at this point. If they didn't slow it down, because it was growing so fast.
I don't think it was
2015.
growing.
Oh, it was massively growing.
I don't think it really was.
What year was it? I think it was like 2016, where it was literally the #1 search term on all of Google.
Isn't that when that documentary came out?
No, it came out in like 18, maybe even 19, but it was filmed in 16, I think. But yeah, on YouTube though, if it were allowed to persist, which that also subsided in like 1920, if it was allowed to persist through 2021, where most people are at home and shit, then yeah, probably would have blown up in the same way QAnon did. You know?
I started getting censored in like 18.
Not really.
Yeah, I think that's when they started.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was started in 18. Like the beginnings, the rumblings of it, and they really rolled it out in sort of seems like 19 and onward.
I know. I still get y'all's crap in my feed.
Yo, if you got to deny that flat Earth is censored, whew, you are really sticking your head in the sand, my dude.
Maybe not, dude. I mean, maybe y'all's content is just irrelevant to the average viewer, which is why it doesn't make it into the algorithm anymore.
No, it's actually so relevant. Yeah, it's the opposite. It's so potently relevant that they had to stop putting it into the suggested and the algorithms because it was growing so quickly.
I mean, if that's
yeah, I
what
mean,
helps you sleep at night.
They came out and said that they did it, but this guy says that they're not doing it, so he must be right. I mean, who cares about the people who said that they did it? They said they did it and used flat Earth as an example, you know, but who cares?
I mean, I know that they cracked down on misinformation with the you-know-what. That I can't bring up on this server.
Yeah, they linked them both. In that Congress, they said the medical...
Congress?
Yeah, in Congress.
Flat Earth?
Yes, specifically flat Earth. You haven't seen that clip?
No.
Yeah,
that's even before the medical stuff. This is like 2018. They said in Congress, specifically using flat Earth as an example, that they were going to deprioritize it, suppress it, and then add disclaimers saying that it's not true.
I agree with that. It wasn't the same thing. They did bring up anti-V, but in a general sense. And the only credence I'll give So that's of course censored, and it was brought up during that. But at the same time, those two things are treated very differently. Whereas one, is completely like you'll get flagged immediately for talking about it, at least in certain contexts. And the other one, you'll probably just be shadow banned or, just
but there's a very specific reason for that. That is, they have a cover story to completely remove it for the medical stuff because they say it's literally putting people's lives in danger. The other situation, they can't say that. They can't say that flat Earth is literally putting people's lives in danger. So if they were to just outright ban any talk of flat Earth on YouTube, it would drastically backfire. And there's no even cover story for it. So when they say we couldn't let people walk around talking about the jab because you're risking people's lives, that's a cover story that at least they feel like people will believe. And then a bunch of normies ran around saying that, right? But there really isn't a cover story like that for flat Earth.
Yeah,
so their hands are tied. No, well, maybe you could come up with one that less than 0.000000001% of the population would ever agree with. But I mean, you're an anomaly.
No. So here's what I mean. Maybe you just don't understand. Maybe you're just refusing to believe their logic. That when it comes to conspiracy theories as fucking batshit as flat Earth, it's probably also because when you say there's where you find rats, you also find fleas. Where you find flat earthers, you usually find anti-vaxxers. It's like two peas in the same fucking pod, which is why they shut down the whole crazy bullshit together.
You know who always support censorship? It's people that can't actually intellectually defend their position. So throughout all of history, totalitarian governments or regimes have done this. Right, it's the number one thing that when you can't actually. It's the same reason why every single debate platform I go on and discuss this, I get incessantly interrupted, because when you can't actually intellectually refute the position or defend it, you have to stop it from being said because it's
Is
your
that what
only
you keep
option.
telling yourself?
No, it's just a fact. It's just basic human psychology. When people can't actually refute the position, they interrupt a lot, right? Almost every room except for here, because we actually don't allow it. I still get interrupted incessantly here. Every time I go on modern day debate, I get interrupted every single point I make. No exception. There's no exception. Because if they let me lay my point out, they're not going to be able to rebut it.
Or counter theory. You go through the same thing like you just did where you repeat yourself 5 different times in the same fucking breath. Or you make 9 different claims that we want to pick apart one at a time, which you have a habit of doing in your quote unquote debates. So yeah, I can see why people would want to interrupt you when you repeat yourself 5 times saying the exact same shame.
All right. Yeah, we're not doing the personal attack stuff. Let's keep it to an actual topic.
It's not even a personal attack. I'm literally calling out what he just did in the same fucking.
Okay, so there you go. Okay.
We're good.
Yeah, chill out, man. But does everyone else agree that? I think everyone kind of agree, right? Say a government's taking over, you really can't afford to have people calling out the government if they're actually doing bad stuff, right? We can even use the idea of the Nazis if you want to. The Nazis censored opposition is the story, right? Because if the government's truly doing things that are bad, they can't afford free press running around and exposing their lies. Right? I mean, it's pretty common sense.
Well, if it was just about quote unquote batshit crazy conspiracy theories like this guy's talking about, why is there television programs about Bigfoot and shit like that?
Yeah, or even the aliens came and actually made humans.
Yeah.
Honestly, you can talk
Ancient
about
aliens.
almost anything. You can talk about anything on YouTube almost. It's so funny.
So Ancient Aliens and Bigfoot shows are on literal television programs. That apparently those aren't batshit crazy conspiracy theories, but then when you're having an actual intellectual conversation about something like the flat Earth, which has a ton of ancillary topics that are related to it, that need to be discussed, that need to be fleshed out, suddenly now we need to censor that. But we can put Bigfoot or Ancient Aliens on television for 15 fucking years.
Dude, I'm still embarrassed to publicly say how much Ancient Aliens had me.
Oh man, I watched one episode and I can see how they hook people and it's hilarious.
I was
But it
convinced.
feels like it has been on for 15 years at least.
It has. Absolutely.
No, it literally has. Yeah, I think it was 2012. Dude, 2012, me and my friend found out about the alien thing. And we were like trying to tell everyone about it, and no one would listen. We're like, no, look, like here are documents about the UFOs that crashed, and here's like government testimony. And then we actually came to the conclusion that they're interdimensional, they're not extraterrestrial, like way before Flat Earth. But that's 2012, so that's over 10 years ago. I had already fully investigated and fell down the rabbit hole of aliens. And now, just a couple of days ago, they're like telling the normies that aliens are real. You know, so it's kind of funny how it all works. It's like now all the like true researchers are like, no. Aliens are not real. Don't fall.
Right? It's like I believed it until the mainstream news said it was real. Then I had to double check, take two steps
What
back.
do you think you'll be on to in 10 years from now? What's it after Flat?
Well, that's the funny thing, Matthew. Like when I was in high school, people that believed in aliens were like crazy people. Like that was tinfoil hat type shit, right? Tinfoil hat, aliens, blah blah blah. And now I look at it and I'm like, that was a huge deception, right? The
And my
idea of
current
aliens.
my current position is that it's not completely a lie. Like I think things actually
There's
came
truth in
down
it.
from the sky.
Yeah.
Things came down from the sky and told people secrets, and like maybe they returned, right? Like that's my current position. But like the way that they're spinning it, so like to answer his question about FE, well, I think do the same thing with FE, and if they end up coming out and acknowledging it and admitting that the Earth is not what we were told and it's a plane, they're going to also lie. For example, they're going to say, look at this FE map that's disproportionate and it's not entirely accurate, and you can't go past 6 south latitude, there's an ice wall, when maybe there's just tons of land everywhere. Like when they do have to start to admit it, or it's part of their plan to start to integrate it in for the next deception, they lie about what it actually is as they absorb it. Right? So it's not like I've completely abandoned. I mean, there's so much evidence throughout the entire world of basically every prominent civilization saying that entities came from the sky and told them secrets and they worshiped them as gods, that at this point, I think it would be ignorant to think that you know for a fact that that's not true, right? Because we've learned that, well, you know, they misrepresented the ancient civilizations pretty grossly.
Yeah, they're not going to admit the Earth is flat until about 2027, but I'm not allowed to admit that I'm an outer ponder until after that takes place. It's in my shell contract.
That's the other tactic. So the first tactic is to not let the person say the thing, right? So it's to suppress the opposition. The second tactic is to gaslight them. These are the two primary tactics.
You don't think outer ponders are real?
These are the two primary tactics, right? Like when you can't truly debate a position, then your hands are tied. You know what I'm saying? Like say you caught your girlfriend cheating like red-handed, like either she's going to admit it or she's just going to start incessantly lying, say you're crazy and paranoid, and start interrupting you. Because she can't debate it. If she's actually doing it and you have evidence, she can't debate it. So this is like basic psychology. Like anything being suppressed and censored, you know, you should immediately look into it. And then of gaslighting, like the backhanded like insults, you know, like to make the other person feel crazy is the other tactic.
Yeah, it's like didn't you just say you're going to admit the Earth is flat at some point in the future?
No, yeah, just how you said it with the mockery integrated. We're like, they won't come out with flat until 2027, and then something about the outer ponders. It's to like make this like mock. It's implicit that we're insane. That was literally what you just did. It is textbook gaslighting. Your sarcasm was a version of gaslighting, as if to imply that we're insane.
Well, so I said it with a sarcastic tone, I admit. But do you not think that they're going to admit the Earth is flat, and do you not think that there are outer ponders?
No, that's not relevant to my point, which is that the sarcasm was with the intention to implement gaslighting. Right. So you don't want to. Can you acknowledge that's what you were doing?
Right. I was using sarcasm to point out how ridiculous your ideas about them admitting the Earth is flat and the idea that they're outer ponders is.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Do you understand how that is gaslighting? Because gaslighting is a manipulative technique that employs techniques that are trying to make someone else question their sanity or make other people question their sanity. So that's precisely what you just did.
Well,
how is it gaslighting? Usually, it's in an attempt to diminish the topic itself and the position of the person defending a certain position.
Right.
If you make fun of them, it doesn't make them look so good, eh?
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't gaslighting,
That's
but
not
maybe I
gaslighting.
was putting
It
it
is the
sarcastically.
definition. It's the definition of gaslighting. Like the perfect example is the girlfriend. Like you catch the girlfriend cheating, so she starts saying, "You're so paranoid that you made up this story that you think I was actually at the club when I was at my grandma's. You're so paranoid and insane that you actually have believed this conspiracy in your mind." Right? That's gaslighting.
Yeah.
Okay. Gaslighting is when you try to make the other person question their sanity and
Yeah.
hopes that they will actually internalize and believe it if repeated enough. And it is the number one tactic that the modern baller online uses. Just go read the comment sections. It's the number one thing that you guys say to people.
But there's a difference between sarcasm and gaslighting. He was clearly sarcastic. He wasn't gaslighting, trying to change your mind and make you think something different. He was just being sarcastic.
And it didn't work.
No, he was being sarcastic to imply that I was insane.
Right, or to get the audience to think that.
But that's not gaslighting. That's just being sarcastic.
To imply that, to try to push that.
It is the definition of gaslighting. Once again, it's a tactic used, it's a psychologically manipulative tactic used to make the other person appear insane.
Yeah, it's like
You cut out, Witsit, just so you know if you hear us. I think you cut out.
Gaslighting is aimed at the person who is saying it, but sarcasm was aimed at the audience. So that's the difference.
So you can't sarcastically gaslight somebody? Is that what you're saying? Like gaslighting can't be sarcasm? I just want to acknowledge that you guys said outer ponders at least 5 times with new perspective in the room, and he didn't even open his mic. That's pretty impressive.
Huge. Well, we exchanged 7 or 8 memes, so it's probably how.
Yeah, I'm memeing outer ponder shit really hard right now. So.
All right, my bad.
I figured that was enough.
It doesn't work if it's a globe earther. Actually, that's what it is.
But if they do absorb the flat Earth, they will go with the outer ponder scenario. It seems like
A globe earther can't summon the outer ponder new perspective into the room.
Yeah.
I actually think if the government were to admit that the Earth is flat, they would also probably throw in some, something about the outer pond, hide the truth in plain sight somehow. I don't know what it would look like.
Yeah,
they'll use the UFOs as outer ponders. Yeah, they'll just say it's outer ponders. That's why we had to lie, and now you got directed energy weapons to be scared of, and we can control you that way.
Yeah, Matthew, wasn't that Witsit's position though?
I thought it was.
Yeah. So you agree?
You know, like what's really funny, Matthew? Are you going to believe an alien once the government comes out and says that they're real?
No.
Hey, you took my question. I was going to ask him, like, what? So if they say that aliens are real and aliens start to become a part of, like, the zeitgeist or whatever, right? Like, we have aliens. We're communicating with aliens. What are you going to think that those things are?
Demons.
Interesting. So you don't think aliens exist then? They can only be...
I think it's unlikely, and if God did make other beings, he would not allow them to come into contact with us. And they'd be so far away that we couldn't ever travel to them in this.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, dude, he's set up. You're about to get got, bro. Because just so you know, they're going to use this as an opportunity to admit that they got so much of physics wrong, but it's going to be a perfect cover story. Because we already know they got physics wrong, right? Like, we know quantum physics is flooded with paradoxes and materialistic assumption, and they can't explain anything, and their devotion to relativity is literally retarded. So, but they're going to pretend that's the top tier of human understanding at the time of material science. But the aliens have a greater understanding, and they're going to come show us things like the holographic principle, which we currently derive from quantum principles and relativistic application. They're going to show, no, those two theories are wrong, but the holographic principle is true, where in which they could travel billions of light years instantaneously by dropping holographically into our realm or our dimension. This was actually literally just said in Congress. This is literally the idea. So they're going to come out and say like, oh, well, we're just limited in our understanding of physics. And the aliens are going to come tell you a new understanding of physics, right? That explains how they can travel so far.
Well, interesting prediction. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Will you believe it then, though? That's my point. Or will you believe it when all these universities start, modifying their interpretation of physics to comport to the new understanding that the aliens have told us about that's more advanced?
Well, I don't know. Probably not. It depends on what people I trust say, like other people who have similar beliefs to me and are smarter than me, other scientists.
I was just thinking, do you guys think this would be the one government narrative that Matthew doesn't buy? Because he doesn't believe in any of the theories of the conspiracy theories or JFK or planes took down towers or as far back as you can go. So why would this one be the one where he's like, oh yeah, No, he obviously Matthew, right? You would just if Fox News and all the newscasters told you that aliens are real and they've been coming to us and here's how they fix physics, etc., you'd be like, oh. Then maybe you'd ask like what, Bob the science guy, if he agreed, and then you're like, oh well then it's definitely true.
No, it'd be more people that I know in real life and trust. The science people that I know that work at my university who also have similar worldviews and believe in a creator and that type of stuff. So I'd probably chat with them and see what they think.
I think Matthew's in the middle somewhere, right? Because this is the danger with, like, for example, if you believe in the scriptures, taking it and conforming it into like modern materialistic mainstream science, quote unquote. And Matthew kind of falls in the middle. Like, he doesn't buy the whole like billions of years thing, and I don't think he even buys evolution, right? So, but he believes obviously like the Earth's a ball in a giant vacuum that's ever expanding, and the universe is, I don't even know what, 46 billion light years or whatever. So I don't really know where Matthew would fall. I guess I would bet money that he'd probably believe because all of academia will adjust, and they'll even be able to show that there's like experiments that are consistent with it, because it probably will be a more accurate. It'll be like an etheric framework. This is all speculation, but
Bro, he'll
I
eat
think
it up.
that they're gonna update quantum mechanics with an etheric framework, which is actually going to be more accurate, and they're gonna say that the aliens knew about it. Right. And so the aliens were more advanced than we were. And now they're telling us how physics really works. Because right now people say quantum mechanics is timeless. They already say that like quantum physics has shown us our entire understanding of the world is wrong and that we can't understand it. And it's almost like a simulation or a movie. So when the aliens come and tell you, oh, well, no, you have paradoxes because you're wrong. And here's the real physics. I mean, it'll actually be experimentally supported because the real physics is etheric.
Well, haven't they preloaded this already with the UFOs, and it's already been in the news? They're saying, "Oh yeah, these UFOs are flying in ways that don't fit our current physics." Like this has already been a narrative, right? That they've already like
whatever the consensus is or becomes, Matthew will support it. That's my prediction.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
Gio, that's why. To be clear, like that's why that's my prediction. Was like I listened to them in the. You saw it, I'm sure, where the three like pilots for the military came out and talked about UFOs and stuff like that. And then one of them said that he has firsthand knowledge that there has been biologics discovered and even non-human biologics discovered as the pilots of these crafts, and that they're cubes within transparent sphere, and that they defy physics, and that they can hover still in up to Category 4 hurricane winds. They've been observed just sitting still in a Category 4 winds, and they accelerate in ways that humans couldn't even survive, and that they can't even explain the physics. And that to quote what the one guy said, he said, actually, I'm under the understanding that our current understanding of material science cannot explain it. So they're definitely like the script's preloaded. Like they've definitely conditioned us to transform all of physics under the guise of advanced beings coming telling us how it works. It's a perfect out. It's a perfect out because now all the people that gaslight us and they act like they know that the current paradoxical quantum physics is real or whatever, they can say, well, that doesn't mean you guys really knew. It's like that was the cutting edge of human capability, right? And then the aliens came and told us. So then they'll still have their out where they don't have to really eat crow.
Yeah, I mean that could be potential in terms of fusing like the physics, the problems already with their fake physics, the cosmology, false cosmology that they're pushing with a Project Bluebeam, some type of scenario. It would be interesting if they have some plans to intertwine those. It would make sense because they have to. Well, I mean, the model of physics they have has so many problems as it is. There's, with dark matter and all these other components. So there's already the need to replace it, even in like mainstream guys like Professor Parks. He's sitting here like, we got to replace it. We need something new. So, it's not just on the fringes that they're kind of knocking at the doors for something. So it would make sense that they have something loaded that they're going to be rolling out. Otherwise, they're going to lose relevancy quicker than they probably want to.
Yeah, they're just going to lay out exactly what Witsit, Dicelo, other people have been talking about forever, right? They're going to lay that out in very similar verbiage, but they're not going to call it ether. They're not going to call it any of that. They're just going to have another word. I don't know, orgon. It's orgon energy. Orgon is the primary fundamental energetic field in which we reside in. So our orgon physics is what allows us to do whatever, right? And they're going to come in and basically say all the shit that's been being said over the last 10 years, coupled with a lot of electric universe ideas and concepts, and people are just going to eat it up like as if nobody had told them that before, right? And they're going to understand it, buy into it, and start to utilize other technologies, I think.
Dude, that's a great point. I agree 100%. Like, and then the people will run around like, you weren't saying this, you said ether, because it'll be a different word. And like, what's so funny is it's really not difficult for them to do this at all, by the way. So, for example, quantum physics, right? Quantum mechanics is admittedly all built upon our understanding of light, as is our comprehension or interpretation of the entire universe. So, according to mainstream, it's all built upon light because you have the speed of light and you have the nature of light, and all of quantum is built upon that. All of cosmology is built upon light. Simply coming and saying, correcting the paradox of light, right? Like how people think that light can be two things at the same time because they're retarded. Like just coming in and correcting the paradoxical misunderstanding of light will immediately pull the bottom Jenga block out, and it'll show that everything about quantum mechanics is a misinterpretation. So all they have to do is correct a couple major components. The first one will be the interpretation of light. And once they do that, then it'll be this smooth transition into changing all of physics. Because like, oh, well, because light is pretty confounding. So like, well, of course we didn't fully understand light, right? And they'll explain it, and then it justifies changing all of physics. Like, I don't even think it would be that difficult to do. Admittedly, you can ask any quantum physicist that knows anything that's worth their salt at all. If we're wrong about light, would it change our understanding of the quantum realm? And they'll all tell you unequivocally, of course it would, because all of it's built upon the wave-particle duality.
So do particles act like a wave? I mean, sorry, does light act like a wave?
Well, waves aren't things. They're types of movement. So yeah, light acts like a medium that's waving.
Does light act like a particle?
No.
No?
Nope.
So no experiment's ever shown that light can act like a particle?
Nope.
Really?
Correct.
Nope.
If I can show you one, would you eat crow?
Ooh, we're going to talk about the double split, the quantum eraser.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. The double slit. Wait, time out. The double slit definitely shows that light acts as a particle. When they say that they shoot one photon through two slits at the same time, and then it collides with itself and creates an interference pattern.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, we're kind of in the big leagues, and we should understand that not everyone is in the big league.
The funny thing is, J.A.
Can you explain to me how you're in the big league, though?
Yeah,
Can you go through like one at a time and explain how the double slit is incorrect?
No,
or are you just going to say that it's false without actually explaining it?
First of all, the double slit, there's no incorrect, okay? It's just a demonstration, and people try to understand it, okay? So you said that the double slit is evidence that light behaves like a particle. And I just pointed out how it fundamentally does not, because they claim to shoot one... I did. One photon can't go through two slits simultaneously and then collide with itself and create an interference pattern. That's physically impossible. One photon can't go through two slits simultaneously and then collide with itself. That is impossible.
Unless it's acting like a wave at the time before it collides with itself.
Oh, the photon's acting like a wave.
Mm-hmm.
So is there a photon there or not?
Yeah, there's a photon that passes through it, and you split
okay,
it, and then it collides with itself.
No, there's no splitting. That's the quantum eraser experiment. So I think it's maybe you that don't understand this.
You
But
literally just said
there's
that it's split into two. So now you're like trying to say, oh
no,
no, that's a quantum
no,
eraser. Oh, hey Jamie, play
no.
that back like 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, please, because it is, if you assume that there's a physical particle called the photon, it would require the interpretation that the photon, a single physical particle, which by the way, they can't even prove there's a single one, they just made that up mathematically. But anyway, that if you shoot a single photon out, for it to even be theoretically explained, the double slit, it would require one photon go through two slits at the same time and collide with itself. There is no splitting. They do that with a crystal, and that's the quantum eraser experiment. Before you do any splitting of the reified photon, there's two slits and there's an interference pattern. And if it's a single photon, it would require that one photon go through two slits at the same time and then collide with itself, which is physically impossible, which is why they say that there's a duality and sometimes light is a wave, not a particle.
So let's go through this together.
Oh boy.
You're just going to ignore everything
First,
I
as
said,
it,
I'm guessing.
yeah, because you're kind of like throwing. I'm not going to insult you. We can just go through this together. So first as a constant wave, then in individual particles. So the double slit experiment is not talking about one individual particle. You can't get a pattern off of one particle. It is the bombardment of particles that they send out. So you're already wrong there, and you're misinterpreting things, or you're just being intentionally dishonest.
Well, they say
Yeah, wait,
let's not do the personal attack stuff. I think they say that they like some go through one and some go through the other, right? When they send multiple.
No, wait up. No, they specifically claim they use a single photon emitter and that they send one photon through it. And then what they do is begin to bombard the photographic plate to get the overall pattern. So this is where you again don't know what you're talking about. Ironically,
So let's go through
you're
it together.
projecting on the
Isn't it like a machine gun though, where it's like multiple of them? Like
yes.
boom, 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 boom.
No,
Yes.
but no. There's something
Yep,
called
yep.
a single photon emitter, and they claim that the light, basically, it's just a really, really dim light, and it's on for such a split second that they claim that mathematically only one photon could get through the slit. It's called a single photon emitter. So there's different versions of the double slit. They do all kinds of stuff. One of the tests is using what they call a single photon emitter, which is a really dim light. They cut it off in a split second, and they claim doing the math that it's impossible that more than one photon would get through there, or that the probability is sufficient enough to assume only one photon can get through.
Let's see if he's actually right about that claim.
Okay. Of course, to get the overall pattern, they begin to shoot a lot of them. That's correct. And that's where they start to get like these huge lines and these more detailed interference patterns. But the interpretive problem is that if we're claiming that what ends up causing the interference pattern overall is the bombardment of individual photons, that would mean that when we shoot one of them, that it's actually going through both slits simultaneously and then interacting with itself, colliding with itself. This is one of the well-known paradoxes of calling it a particle, which is why they say there's a duality, and that sometimes it acts like a wave, and other times it acts like a particle. It isn't that it acts like a particle and wave at the same time. It's that sometimes it acts like a wave, and then they claim sometimes it acts like a particle, which we can certainly get into why they claim it acts like a particle, but I don't think you're ready for that yet. You don't even know the fundamentals.
Isn't that when they
You can try and explain it to me?
Yeah, but isn't that also when they put the detector on it? Is when they claim it changes, like when they observe it, when they put the camera. It's not a camera; it's like a detector, right? The sensor.
Yeah, that's part of it. Like that also gets more into the quantum eraser aspect, where they basically end up claiming that light's sentient and knows if you're going to observe it, even if you don't know that you're going to observe it, and that they can basically transcend time, and somehow it knows before it happens that you're going to end up detecting it, even when you split it in the quantum eraser and it goes in different directions. They use a photographic plate, and they claim that the evidence that it's a particle is that it creates an isolated dot pattern on this photographic plate.
Mm-hmm.
And they claim that since there's a little isolated dot pattern on the photographic plate, that must mean there's a physical particle physically hitting it. But of course, I can cite Oxford university's quantum mechanics textbook explaining that isn't actual exclusive evidence to that. And in fact, you can have an electron dot pattern due to the electric nature of the photographic plate itself interacting with the oscillating electric and magnetic field of the light. And of course, I don't even believe in electrons, but so that's the only supposed evidence that it acts like a particle is the little dot that pops up on the screen.
Yeah.
So how do solar panels work then?
Assumptions baked into there.
You immediately diverted to asking me how something else works then, because you made the claim that the double slit was an experiment that proved that light's a particle, and now that I've gotten hyper specific as to how it doesn't in any way do that, you just avoided it.
I'm not though.
Well, do you have a response? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, we could take a look at his textbook that he's going to bring up and probably not post in here for us to look at.
All right. Well, let's just stick to it. So you were originally it was how it's a particle, and you said if I could show you something that shows that light's a particle, would you? I think you said eat crow, whatever. Would you? You know, concede?
I'm still sticking with this, and he's gonna bring me up that textbook, which I'll wait on, because I'm not gonna comment on the hypothetical. I'll wait for him to get that textbook quote.
All right. Well, do you have a rebuttal so far though from what he's already do you have you?
Do I have a rebuttal to something that I don't know of because he could be making up a source from some textbook 50 years ago?
Well, no. You brought up the double slit. He now has given his viewpoint on it. So you would need to, if you're going to actually continue with your argument, you need to present how the double slit shows the particle nature of light.
I think that the double slit is an exact explanation of the particle. I mean, the experiment itself brings up the behavior of the particle behavior.
Okay. How so? Yeah. How so? Exactly. Yeah.
What? How so? Well, just because of the patterns that it leaves, and that's simple enough. There, we can see how in certain circumstances it acts like. All right. So can you mute him because he's kind of making fun of me, Gio? You gonna be consistent?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I guess not. But anyways.
Yeah. Right? Don't interrupt.
So when we have these specific patterns that go through here. Right, we understand how things should act when it's a particle. We understand how things should act when it's a wave. Right, we see how things act. We see how light reacts as a particle when we do certain things to it, or when we observe it. We see how it acts as a wave when unobserved. We also see how in things like solar panels, how the mere functionality of it works because of the particle behavior of photons. Without the particle behavior of photons, solar panels, the way they're designed, wouldn't work.
No, this is also incorrect. So,
okay. Can you explain to me then, Witsit, how a solar panel works if light itself did not act as a particle, being able to knock off electrons?
Yeah, no problem. So, the photoelectric effect claims that a physical particle called the photon bombards with an atom, knocks off an electron using some of its energy, and the remainder of its energy actually morphs into the electron and creates a photoelectron. Okay, that's just a theory, but in reality, what we found is that certain frequencies of light interact with certain conductive plates and then give us a discharge, right? And actually what we've discovered, which you will not rebut this, guarantee, is that certain metals actually don't interact and cause the photoelectric effect based on the particle physics prediction of the photon, specifically amorphous metals. Amorphous metals do not adhere to the photoelectric effect math. It doesn't work. So we've actually shown that they're, yeah, sure. But when I post all this, you're just going to say, nuh-uh. Like,
I mean, we'll take a look at it and see if your sources are legit or just full of shit again.
That's right. So I'm going to go through looking at my presentation, finding the screenshotting it, and then you're just going to say, nuh-uh.
Well,
so can you promise to actually
see where it goes?
So you're going to read it and be honest about it?
I mean, all I'm taking a look here is just like what is this guy fucking posting? Is this he just has access like direct that? Is he like your Jamie here?
I'm just really quick, bro. Don't worry about it.
He is your Jamie. Nice. Hold
on. We're all Jamie.
A particle representing a quantum of light or other. So is this like your presentation? I'm asking for like
yo Shane, if you have the PowerPoint, can you find the slide that cites the Cambridge University textbook explaining that the dot pattern is not actual proof of the photon? It's Cambridge University Press, 1995. I have it right here, but it's got like me in the screen, and it's got my logo blocking it.
Oh, That would be the one I have at because I'm just flipping through the video real quick, frame by frame, to catch screenshots. I don't actually have the PowerPoint. Yeah, that logo did obstruct quite a number of things back in the day.
Textbook.
Yeah.
So I'm taking a look at like your presentation with like none of the sources I asked for. Because I can just sit here and listen to you spout all the same shit, but I just want to see like actual sources where you're getting these ideas from.
Yeah, buddy, I'm about to give you the source.
I'll sit here and wait.
That's exciting.
And you are going to look at it, and you will actually respond.
I'll read through it and respond to an actual source.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called Something and E. Wolf, Optical Coherence and Quantum Mechanics, Cambridge University Press, 1995. So I'll drop. Like I said, I'm kind of black. I'm in my car though, so I'm not like at my computer with the actual PowerPoint. But this is a screenshot from the stream, and let's just read it. Let's see what it says. This is funny because I kept showing QE this, and he just for a year now has refused to even acknowledge the existence of this because it just dunks all over his claim. Okay, a standard reference for quantum optics sections 9.1 through 9.5 show that the electron field responds to classical external electromagnetic radiation field by emitting electrons according to Poisson law probabilities, very much like that interpreted by Einstein in terms of light particles. Thus, the quantum detector produces discrete Poisson distributed clicks, although the source is completely continuous and there are no photons at all in the quantum mechanical model. The state space of this quantum system consists of multi-electron states only. So here, the decoherence process that leads to the multiple dot localization of the emitted electron field is responsible for the creation of the dot pattern. This proves that the clicks cannot be taken to be a proof of the existence of photons.
So you're not going to give me the direct source?
I literally just did. I can't read it's E. Wolf, Optical Coherence and Quantum Mechanics, Cambridge University Press, 1995.
So I'm not going to get it.
It's right there.
Just said
It's right there, dude.
I see a snippet from one of the videos that he made.
Well, that's the paper.
That right there's the paper?
Yeah,
yeah, it's the paper cited. Yeah, like I'm in my car.
Paper cited.
So wait. So then you have no response to the actual substance of the quote. You're just trying to find a way to dismiss its validity or something.
Well, I mean,
I said earlier I wanted the direct quotes, like literally verbatim.
This is verbatim from the textbook.
He just read it, right? And he gave you where to find the information, right? You wrote papers where you had to cite things back in the day, right? Where you had to give a citation. If you cite something, you're giving the source. He's telling you the paper that it came from.
Okay,
he actually read a quote from it. What else do you want?
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the actual like source journal here.
Like if you were a teacher and somebody, yeah, if you were a teacher and somebody cited something on a paper, would you be like, well, this isn't the actual paper that you provided in here?
Well,
no,
if I was skeptical,
you would
that
go find that paper to see if the source actually backs up or is what is claimed to be within the citation.
Which I'm quite literally asking from him is to provide me like the actual paper.
Well, dude,
okay, whatever.
Provided you the source, the paper that it came from. Go fucking find it yourself.
There it is. Coach dropped it.
I think I found it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's the PDF.
Right, cool.
There it is.
I mean, if you want somebody more interesting to talk to, we have an aerospace.
Yeah,
No, address this because you've been dodging it for 20 minutes and it's super annoying.
Is this QE's been dodging it for a year, dude? This is such a death blow to the claim of the photon. It's hilarious. Does everyone understand what it's saying? It's saying that there's a quantum detector and that there's what they call the electron field, and it responds to the electromagnetic radiation field by emitting these quote-unquote electrons with certain probabilities, very much like what was interpreted by Einstein to be light particles. And that although it's actually a constant distribution, so the source is completely continuous, meaning there is no like boom, 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 boom photons. It's a continuous source, and it shows with just the electrons, no photons whatsoever, in their own paradigm, that there's a specific dot pattern, a localized quantum dot pattern that arises that's identical to what's seen on the photographic plates. Therefore, this localized dot pattern cannot be interpreted as proof of a photon.
So I'm clicking this link and it wants me to pay $120 for the textbook.
Yeah, I was going to ask because
Just watch the PDF here. Here's the PDF.
Yeah, does anyone have the? Because it looks like
Yeah.
the one's $119. It's like it's a whole book apparently, or it's a.
Yeah. I
Oh,
think I have the PDF at the house.
Yeah.
Shane, you have it?
Well, this is, it says 1995. It doesn't look like it's that long though. Or is this just the opening? Let's see.
It looks like it's literally just some like master's thesis that they're trying to say.
All I know is
Oh, man.
if you
I think it's
if you
just a
can't
table of
respond to the
contents.
actual
Yep.
if you can't respond to the actual argument, it speaks for itself, right? Like this is another tactic that happens. Either you're denying the phenomena, he invokes, or you're denying the conclusion drawn, right? And that's how you would debate it. To just say,
Or-
"Oh, I think that this is just a thesis," or I don't think this is a real source, and you just keep on going and going. This isn't a real source. You made it up. You can't provide the source. Oh, never mind. Provide the source. Oh, you did provide a source, but I want the actual PDF. Oh, never mind. The PDF's not what I think it should be. But you're not addressing the actual argument. So you can deny that this is a real phenomena, or you can try to debate why it's somehow different and wouldn't be misinterpreted as a photon localization, and how you could still take it as proof of the photon, right? That would be actually debating.
Or what I actually want is to be able to take a look at the full context of this thing rather than just some small quote that you could have cherry picked out of here. Just to see the broader picture of what they're doing. I mean, that's just a more honest thing to do.
Yeah, I think it's fair that he should be able to have the full or have the time to look at
none
the
of the PDFs have given me.
Well, here's the actual one on archive. It's 1,200 pages.
Okay, that's fine. Let's take a look.
Okay, but this is the thing, right? This is clearly not cherry picked. It provides the entire context of it right there. What it's saying, even if you just wanted to show like intellectual honesty, like I'm in my car, I went to a stream from like almost a year ago, went through it, dragging the little dot on my iPhone to take the picture for you, right? Then read it out loud. Like, I understand you should always do diligent research and go research the context and all that. That's cool. But intellectual honesty would basically dictate that you at least address the argument. The argument is that you can get the same phenomena of localized dot patterns when there's nothing to do with the presupposed photon involved. Okay, so do you agree that if that is true, then you couldn't claim that the dot pattern is proof of a physical particle called the photon?
Well, I'm trying to read through the quote here. Again, we have one paragraph from something you said was 1,200 pages. So
no, no, this is just an intellectual honesty question, right? Like there's a hypothetical preface with if that is true, okay? If that is true, do you agree that you couldn't then invoke the dot pattern as definitive proof of light being comprised of physical particles called photons?
Perhaps.
No. Perhaps. Can you explain why your hesitancy to say yes or no? It's just a hypothetical
I'd have to take a
question.
full look at everything. So
It's just a hypothetical question, though. If you can get the same exact phenomena of little dot patterns without the assumed photon involved at all, just an electron field, quote unquote, and the electromagnetic field, and you can get the same dot pattern, right, that Einstein then used to say there were light particles. If you can get that same dot pattern without the assumed photon's presence, you would have to agree that you can't actually claim to know that dot pattern is proof of a photon. Like, whatever, you can just read it. I know I'm not going to get that answer. But just so the people that are honestly interested, this was a big revelation for me. They have a photographic plate, and then we know light's actually the oscillating electric field and the oscillating magnetic field. And what they call the photon is actually an event. They intersect, right? It's an intersection of those fields, and they call that event or process, that intersection, a physical corporeal particle called the photon that has no magnetic properties, has no charge, it can never ever truly be isolated, right? And then what they're doing is they are turning on light, and they interpret that as shooting light in the direction of this photographic plate. And when the light interacts with the photographic plate, it creates a localized dot, right? So obviously that plate is a photographic plate using the photoelectric effect, so it's electric in nature. And so where that light interacts with the plate creates an electric interaction that creates a dot. Okay, now if anyone wants to truly understand, obviously our current understanding of double slit can't be correct. It's paradoxical. Well, if what I just said is correct, then all of a sudden the double slit can be explained. Light is simply the waving of a medium. There is no physical particle, thus no paradoxical duality. We don't need a particle to explain any of it. So it's just for those that want to kind of know why I'm so confident that there is no evidence of the photon. And the double slit is actually the opposite of that.
But the photoelectric effect isn't. That's why I was surprised that you guys were talking about the double slit, as because it's that does show it to be behave as a wave in most circumstances, but the photoelectric effect, I mean, it's just absolutely, it's only can be expressed if you think of it as discrete packets of energy.
You mean it can only be mathematically described that way?
Well, yeah, mathematically described that way. And so, like experimentally, when they're predicting the results, that's why they had originally got those predictions wrong, and they're predicting they were predicting something that they didn't see, and they couldn't figure it out until they started thinking about them as specific quanta, and only and so the amount of photons that you bombard something with isn't going to make the electrons you're not going to get the photoelectric effect. But if you understand that the electron can only absorb a single photon at a time, and then you vary the frequency of the photon, then yeah, if you put the frequency high enough, you can then bombard more electrons, and all those bombarded electrons are going to have the same energy, and it's going to be the energy. There's actually there's a equation you can use to predict the exact amount of energy that you're gonna that those electrons each are gonna have. So I think that's pretty good evidence.
Well, there's some truth to what you're saying, and you're flooding a lot of reification and presupposed conclusions there. So, yes, mathematically, once they assumed a discrete packet of information called the photon, they were able to more accurately predict the results of the photoelectric effect. But there are actual outliers like amorphous metals that don't match that equation prediction. But further than that, like I said, the phenomena of the photon is a real thing. The phenomena called a photon is a real thing, but it isn't actually a little physical particle. It's the intersection of the electric and magnetic field. It's just the intersection, which is what quantum mechanics now claims, right? It's the intersection of the oscillating electric and oscillating magnetic field, and where they intersect, it's like if I laid two lines of spaghetti over that point right there where they intersect, they call that a photon. So it's like me saying, look, there's a spaghetti ton there, you just can't see it. But someone else could be like, no, there's two strings of spaghetti, and that's where they're intersecting. It's an event. That event is a real thing, and it interacts with metals and then what people call electrons. So this is a very convoluted conversation in a way, because now we really should, although it would be time consuming, now examine what is the electron and what's the assumption of it. So I guess like the real way to go about this would be like, what's the actual effect we see? We turn on light, we see that with a certain type of metal plate that will actually get electric charge that comes off of this plate once you turn the light on. That's what we actually see. You turn on a light, it'll interact with the metal plate, and then you'll get electric charge coming off of it, right? So the question is, how does that happen? What's going on? How come light is causing charge? Basically, right? Like you can actually just put a light over top of a plate and it'll begin to charge up. So the question is why? Their theory is that a little photon comes and hits an atom and dislodges an electron out of it and then actually morphs into a photoelectron with the extra energy. That's just a theory. Then you have an equation, they have some math to describe that, and that math has proven to be pretty useful for predicting the effect, excluding amorphous metals, right? But I don't dispute that the math is useful in a significant amount of applications or anything. I dispute the interpretation. I dispute the reification of a photon, an electron, and an atom, and that the electron is being dislodged from it. And I think evidence of it not being true is the fact it doesn't work with amorphous metals.
I don't want to get into that for a second, because I think it only add contention where I think actually a bridge can be gapped here, where because I know quantum mechanics, like even though and Jace was saying this earlier, and even though there's a way that you can describe light as behaving as a wave, and this is an aspect in which it is similar to a particle, it's really something different with both those properties. So that's why I don't know if a lot of the interpretation you had is that sort of stuff is kind of everyone's gonna have their interpretation of it. As long as you agree on what's happening, like the testable stuff and the predictable stuff and that kind of thing, and the truth of it, then there's not a problem there. If you have a different interpretation, when there's all sorts of ways to interpret this stuff, as long as your interpretation is accurate, as far as the testing goes. So
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, so that's an honest meeting of the minds. So, like, I think it would be ignorant, and typically it does derive of ignorance when people would deny the mathematical reliability of a lot of these constructs. Although you'll never hear anyone bring up the amorphous metal discrepancy. But yeah, sure.
I think I just bridged the gap. We could fire a little bit about that because it's kind of obvious though. It's the same as with your incongruent or the what do you call it? The stuff that you guys talk about the incongruent magnetic pole or whatever. What we call it? Like an incongruent magnet, or what do they call it?
Incoherent.
Yeah, incoherent magnet. There you go. It's the same sort of thing as an incoherent magnet, where most metals are going to be pretty good crystals, whereas an amorphous metal is literally not a pretty good crystal. And
Right.
I think that has more to do with why you're not going to get a similar.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why, but that doesn't make sense within the photon paradigm. That's the point. It shouldn't matter if it's crystallized or not. If it's not a crystalline structure, that shouldn't matter. Because there should be an atom there with an electron. The photon should hit that atom. It shouldn't care if the fact that it's different based on the metal shows you that it isn't this like physical beam of paintball photons that hits physical atoms and dislodges the electron. That's the reason that it debunks that interpretation. And there is sometimes you can get a slight interaction with amorphous metals, but it doesn't match the mathematical prediction, the atomic prediction at all. And half the time you can't even get one depending on what type of metal and what type of light you use. But that is a much more high level. Like, just so everyone gets the context here for the edification of the room. If you know how you hear Michelson-Morley debunk the ether, the parallel claim of this is that the photoelectric effect debunked the wave theory of light. Okay, that's the talking point. And just like they say that Michelson-Morley debunked the ether, everyone's going to tell you, well, Einstein and two other people debunked the wave theory of light with the photoelectric. Okay? And really, Einstein just is famous for interpreting it with the particle, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So that's why this is touted as like the god of evidence for particle photons. And the second one is the double slit, which of course presupposes this interpretation of the photoelectric. But I think that the important part that we just met, which is the most important part of all of it, and you even say Jay says this, it's like we know it's actually something different, and it just has properties that we interpret as properties of a particle and properties of a wave. Okay. We can meet there, and it's good enough, because the point is that I'm pointing out that the current interpretation of light being both a wave and a particle, it simply doesn't make sense. And everyone knows that can't be the actual final answer. Everyone knows that there's something else to that. And in physics, you don't just tap out and say, oh, well, it's too profound or it's too confounding. We may never know. It must be something like a simulation. So there must be a logical explanation that exists that defines light properly that doesn't have the paradox, which is kind of the whole point. And my point was this all started with the aliens will come and tell you, right, what the light is. But yeah, anyway.
I agreed with what you just said, a little bit of what you were saying before that. And I say that all the time, and I hope people take this away, is that there's Globers and flat earthers who both understand this, that the models we have for reality today are incomplete, and most people who do like look into this kind of stuff actually do accept that and know that, like they're even if, no matter how correct they are, they're definitely incomplete because there's paradoxes and inconsistencies and and things that seem impossible and that kind of stuff. And so that tells you that the model we have for reality is actually just incomplete. The one we have currently. But real quick, what you said about aliens, I just want to make a quick point about that. Somebody brought up a guy who was on doing the circuits, and he's claiming that there's biological UFO or biological life driving this UFO stuff, and you guys were claiming how that was going to be used in a certain way and blah blah blah. But I think it's interesting to think that out of everybody in this room, I bet you there's nobody who believes that guy. Like maybe there might be somebody here who believes that guy, but no flat earthers or globers believe that guy. So, of course, we might have different interpretations of what's gonna be made of and where that comes from. But I think we all understand that he's probably not telling something that's true.
Yeah, but the normal person is kind of believing it. Like I haven't talked to my dad about this, but I bet my dad is probably like, I don't know, it could be true because he was in the military. And military gives this illusory validity to the average person. But when I think the ballers will fall for it is when the government comes out with way more specific. Right? Like some offshoot dude or 3 dudes saying they saw something fly around, whatever. I would tell you right now that honestly, if you believe any of the testimony, which I do, I've seen UFOs, then obviously our current understanding of the limitation of flight based on how we interpret physics is not correct. Do you agree with that? Or do you think that they're not actually seeing these UFOs do the things that they're claiming, right? Because if they are actually seeing it, aliens or not, there's technology that defies the current interpretation of material sciences or physics.
Yeah, I've seen them make right-hand turns that are so quick, like an instant right-hand turn. Like if you were in that craft, you would be dead at the speed it was going.
And the G-forces would kill a human.
I've seen weird shit that I can't explain and weird shit that I could assume what was happening. But the truth is, if it's anything that is like a UFO, we can't explain it, then I can't really make a claim about. Anything any of us say will only be assumption. So, but I've definitely seen actual, when I was in the desert near a military base, a foreign military base, I actually saw a extremely low flying helicopter with no lights on it fly right in front of me. And that seemed fucking weird. But then I also kind of could tell what it was and made sense what it was in that context. But I've also seen weird shit, like you said, Joe, like lights zipping far, across the sky. And really, to make any claim about that is
we got to be careful.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, I'm talking about something that's moving at an incredibly high rate of speed at a distance that was not. I mean, I know it's a little hard to nail down all those factors, but it makes a 90-degree right-hand turn or a 180-degree turn within an instant.
All right, so we got to be careful. Look, things like this. Oh, look, the flat earthers, they believe in aliens again, or they believe in UFOs again, or this kind of thing. So, look, we can get the flat earthers and the globers tripping over their own shoelaces about aliens again. Ha 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 ha. I feel like we need to be careful with what are we going to do about any of this information in the first place? I don't want to be Debbie Downer either, because it's super interesting stuff. But I guess my point is, if you smell the fish, the fish is around somewhere. They want us talking about this. That's all.
Yeah, but us not talking about it is not good. Basically, we need to formulate some type of preemptive action.
Yeah.
It is inevitably being rolled out. I've seen UFOs myself. I've seen them multiple times, bro.
Yeah,
and I lived in Tennessee.
Right. I've
so
seen
there
shit
are,
too,
there
but
are
I'm just, I don't know. What I'm saying is I don't know what can we do preemptively to wake up a bunch of people to the fact that they're gonna pull some dumb shit. Most people, I don't know. I don't. They want it, man. Most people want a fucking alien invasion in the first place. How entertaining, how exciting, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, yeah, I guess the only reason I brought it up is
for technical reasons. No, I get that too. They might try to push some brand new. Oh, we just learned all this brand new shit from these aliens. They're going to try to help out.
That's what they're gonna do, dude. They're literally gonna start saying stuff that we talk about, right? Just like Napalm. Napalm said it perfectly. They're gonna talk about the stuff we talk about. because
Right.
we talk about we don't feel the need to conform to mainstream science or whatever, right? That's when we're flat earthers. So we're like, nah, but look, this doesn't make sense. Here's something that does make sense, and we'll talk about it. And we've figured out a lot of stuff, frankly, in my opinion. Like if you listen to like say me and Gio and Dyslo go back and forth, or whoever, like, or even Napalm, right? Like a lot of people, they've figured out a lot of this stuff. They're starting to piece together like, oh well, there are actual explanations that make sense. And they're not even discussed. They're like shunned, like just like Michelson Morley's explanation of the Earth being stationary, so there isn't ether. That's just completely left off the table. It's not even possible. So we're not afraid to talk about that because we don't have a devotion to their model. And this gives them a perfect out to kind of slide in and be like, oh yeah, we were wrong about all this. I can just see the writing on the wall, right? Like
Yeah.
the advanced entities come and basically bail them out where they don't really have to eat crow because they can say, well, it's reasonable for us to be misled because they're so far advanced, then they eventually figured it out, and we're just not that far in evolution yet, right? So we needed their help, and therefore everyone that's made fun of us for questioning the mainstream, they have an out. Everyone kind of has this cover story now how they can actually revamp all their claims, and that may even come in the form of like an electric universe as well. It might go from quantum all the way to cosmology. The aliens may check the box of updating the propaganda, and I think that's the danger because then, well, they can kind of sweep us under the rug.
Right. Yeah, who gives a fuck about flat Earth if there's aliens attacking the place?
Well, yeah, and who cares like if they can censor flat Earth long enough to come out and admit the mistakes themselves. The
Right.
fact that we've been screaming at the top of our lungs this whole time will kind of get lost in the sauce.
Yeah, man, they'll be like, yo, and this is just my opinion. They'll be like, yo, we may not have actually went to the moon, but fuck all that. Look at these aliens. Look at the shit they got. We're making deals.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, or like we went to the moon and saw aliens, so we had to fake the moon, or whatever, right?
Yeah, like we
the
went there, but
aliens
we
gives them
had
a lot
help,
out.
like that kind of thing.
Yeah, or like they may literally say that the moon landing we were told about isn't real because what they really saw out there in national security or whatever. Like the
Right.
alien gives them so many outs.
It's true.
And the fact that they're coming out and saying it, like they straight up said non-human biologics were recovered in UFO crashes. And it's on like
Right.
Fox News, which is wild, right?
Yeah, man, here comes the Hollywood, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all don't fall for it, please.
When Kojo says that no ballers believe in that, I don't know that I would agree with that. Like,
You know,
yeah, I
Baller
don't know if I would agree.
said nobody in this room, currently. But
Yeah,
I'm sure
maybe
might
so.
believe it, but yeah.
Maybe less likely that someone that believes in the globe Earth believes in that because they're in this room. But I don't know. Like, I was like, I don't know. I think the reason most people won't believe it, the ballers, is because it seems conspiratorial. So the government, like the mainstream, will have to really push it as accepted. Like, it's similar to if people ran around talking about, bro, Vietnam did not attack us. The Gulf of Tonkin was our own government, dude. Look at this information. This part of their story is a lie. I don't believe them. They would have been like, you're crazy. And then if the government, a whistleblower came out and said it, they'd be like, I don't really believe that. They'd be like, they lean more towards believing it, but they'd be like, no, that guy could be lying because it's still conspiratorial. It's not socially accepted to believe it. But now, all this time later, they've come out and shown you the documentation that, in fact, the Gulf of Tonkin was the U.S. government setting up a false flag. So now it's okay for everyone to believe it, right? That's kind of my point. I think the ballers will fall in that camp. Like once it becomes socially accepted to acknowledge that there's some type of sentience that's interacting with us, and they're advanced or whatever. I don't know. I don't think it's impossible that people will believe it.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Because I'd even believe it based on there's threshold for evidence, I suppose, and that kind of thing. But yeah, given that, then yeah, if it had to be more than just because I'm hearing it secondhand from somebody, from you specifically, saying that you heard, I guess somebody on Fox News claiming that, but I don't know really.
Oh, you haven't seen it? You haven't heard?
No, I've not seen it.
Okay. So there's a guy who was in charge of the UAP program for the Pentagon, and then he's verifiable. So verifiable security clearance and verifiable position of the UAP, because the Pentagon came out and admitted they were doing like this UFO UAP program however many years ago. So he's put in charge of it, and he's coming out and did an interview on like News Nation or something, and he says this crazy claim. But then they pull him and two other military pilots in front of Congress and start asking them questions. And this happened like 3 or 4 days ago. So you should go listen to the Congress conversation.
Yeah, I'll do that. That sounds interesting. But when was he in the UAP program?
He's still on it apparently,
Oh, wow.
and yeah, because he's not like a whistleblower that's breaking the rules. He's allowed to say certain things. This is the story. So that's why in Congress they're asking him certain questions, and he doesn't answer. He says it's risky for him to come out, but he isn't breaking the specific clearance. That's the story. I'm with you, but probably for different reasons. Maybe like I'm skeptical of anything the government says. Anytime someone comes out for the government saying something, I immediately call BS until proven otherwise. Basically, but that's the story. The story is that he's decided that it's wrong that they're lying to people. He has firsthand meaning he actually does. It's actually secondhand. He's claiming he went and interviewed the people that had the firsthand on behalf of the Pentagon, and now he's coming out and telling people. And then there's two other pilots. One of them's the famous video we saw that they released recently of the UFO in San Diego. So it's the guy that saw that UFO in San Diego. So they've seen a bunch of them. And basically what they're saying in Congress a few days ago is that all of these pilots, these high-level pilots, they all know that you see UAPs all the time, to the point now that their modern briefings before they go out actually discusses them, and that you're not allowed to talk about them, and that it's like basically discouraged to even report them. And then this guy claims that he's actually seen people physically deterred from talking about it. And then they ask him point blank, so have people been killed? And he says that he will only answer that question in private. So it's pretty weird. I mean, if it's a psyop, it's very wild. You should check it out. I'll see if I can find it.
I'll definitely check it out. But obviously, that's my point is that I think we all come to the same conclusion about whether we believe this guy or not. But obviously, all of us have different reasons for whether or not for why we don't believe him. I'm only making assumptions, so I'm just hearing this from you. Don't know anything else about it, but I do remember there was an Israeli person in a similar stature, similar field in their military, and he was doing the same thing where he was coming out and saying these crazy there's evidence of aliens. But
yep,
it was
I remember.
also he was coming out with a book though, like he was writing a book, and he was obviously trying to promote that in that case. So I would have to assume that this guy may be doing something similar, but I want to see more, more of what's going on, because I just kind of.
I think it's I do remember that guy, but I think this is a little. He actually said Trump had knowledge of it too, but I think this is a little. This is more of like a. It's kind of crazy, bro, because it's like he's under sworn testimony. So technically, in America, it's a U.S. federal code that you get charged with perjury, right? So now, obviously, actually, government employees get protections, but the image is they went and swore to testimony that they've seen UFOs numerous times, and then one of them saying, under sworn testimony, that it used to work for the Pentagon. They've obviously verified, you can verify his position for the UAP program, and that he, based on his intel and interviews, that he's discussed with people with firsthand knowledge that not only was Roswell real, but that there have been UAP crashes where biologics were discovered, and then they asked him non-human biologics, and he said yes. Okay, so he's making a claim under sworn testimony that the government has discovered non-human biologics that were piloting UAPs. So it's kind of crazy, right? I mean, that's a little different than a guy writing a book and he doesn't work for the government anymore. This is a guy still works for the government, sworn testimony in front of Congress. I still think it's BS, though. By the way, I don't believe anything the government says.
To be fair, I'm still going off of secondhand or third-hand information because this is all my extent of what I know about it. But to me, if I'm going off the skeptical assumption I'm making, it would be like what you're saying. I would assume, like I said, I haven't seen it yet. I would assume that he's saying these things in a very loose way, especially if he's describing what he's getting. Like he's describing secondhand information, and if you're describing secondhand information, you can't really lie about that because you're just telling people what somebody else told you. And if they really told you, it's not. It could be true that they told you. So
That's true. That's technically called hearsay. Yeah, like if this was a criminal case, it wouldn't be admissible. You could object to hearsay for sure. I mean, the rest. But the rest of it is actual firsthand. So there's 3 people, and they're talking about being a pilot and seeing them in the sky, and that they defy our understanding of material sciences at the time, at right now. And then that one guy, he actually has a physics degree, and he's saying the same thing. And then actually one of the guys asked a skeptical question. Most of the Congress members are just like eating it up. It starts with this guy from Tennessee with a really thick country accent, and I've actually only seen like a recap of it. But he's like, well, I just can't believe they're lying to the American people and they deserve to know type thing. All the Congress is just eating it up. There's one guy asked like a skeptical question, which is super gay, honestly. And he says, from my understanding, the closest that these aliens could exist, even in theory, are billions of light years away. And so to think that they could get here from billions of light years away, but then not prevent crashing and being captured is pretty far-fetched. And then the guy then explains this idea of the holographic principle derived from relativistic and quantum application, and that's something that they've sat down and in a theoretical framework discussion entertained or whatever. I know I'm like overloading you. It's maybe
that's a crazy conversation in front of. Okay, it's crazy to think this conversation happened in Congress. They're really actually talking about the viability of aliens. And they like you said, that guy, the comment the guy made was like actually an argument against the physics behind why he doesn't think they would have came here. So it sounds like they're actually taking it seriously.
Oh, it is wild to watch. It's like a movie. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's I don't know, man. I've seen UFOs, right, but I've never seen them. Like one of the guys, dude, he says, and I said this earlier, he says that they witnessed one of these UFOs, and they all say they look the same, that they're cubes inside of transparent spheres. So they're like, and that the cube's corners touch the interior of the sphere that surrounds it. So it has like this orb, this spherical orb around a cube, and the cube touches the interior of it. And then it stops on a dime, goes all different directions, accelerates insanely fast, and it goes faster than a human could.
The square is circled, is what you're saying?
Yeah, which is immediately what I thought, the ancient symbology of that.
Sorry, that's the only reason I interrupted. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but so one of the things they say is that they actually watched it stay completely still in Category 4 hurricane winds. I mean, that's just crazy to think about, like, I mean, this dude's under oath. This dude is under oath, military pilot, saying
you
that
see
they
that
watched.
movie. Remember that movie, The Adventurers, or whatever it was called, The Explorers, something. These kids had a computer program that like popped this sphere into the world and you could get in and like travel like through the ground and thousands of miles an hour and up into space, and so they went to space in it. I'll see if I can find it.
I just school bus
I'll put the thing in the it had like a school bus thing on. I'll put it in the live stream text anyway. Go ahead.
No, but yeah. So I don't want to, because I don't want to talk too much about those pilots, because I've heard about that for so long, and I do know of an explanation which makes all that less exciting. But I won't bore you with that. I don't know how true it is, but it does seem plausible. And it just
Well,
has to do
this
with
is
the radars and the flaws in the radar technology. But
yo, check this, dude. So I saw they actually even address all of the skepticism claims, right? Like that, something like that, like that the radar could be wrong. They address it all. He's like, well, we have numerous different types that were, and he names them off. And he says we also have 4 different sets of eyewitness accounts of credible, reliable military intel that were there, military personnel. But like, what's so funny, dude, is I know that this is just the beginning because I came across this other guy who he did write a famous book about UFOs. He's been investigating this for a long time. But anyway, he said that he's been in contact with multiple people from the inside that don't feel that they can come out. And since this has happened, they've started to express to him that they're going to come out now. So what's going to happen is all kinds of people are going to start coming out from the militaries across the world claiming to have seen these UFOs. And UFOs aren't even far-fetched to people anymore because most people under the age of 30 have seen a UFO. Like, I would say a solid 50% of people under 30. So the real question is, like, what's the government's role or reaction going to be, right? Because so far they put it in front of Congress. And that doesn't just happen. The idea is that this guy just bucks the system, went and did an interview, and then Congress was left in the dark. And because they really work for us and love the truth, they decided to interview them and question them in front of everyone. I don't believe any of that. I think you don't get on TV in front of Congress interviewed unless it's approved at the highest level. Which, if that's true, then that means there's more coming down the pipe, right? That means that the government is about to really do something. Like, what's the dude's name? Schumer. What, I don't know what position he's in because I don't keep up with politics, but he came out recently and tweeted, "The American people deserve to know the truth about UAPs." So the government has got their hands right in this, bro. Like, they are about to push it on us, and then it's going to be up to us to decide if it's real or not. So it looks like it's that time. It looks like it's 2023 is that time that we've all kind of been warning people about for like 5 years.
And then you're gonna have people being like, "Yo, those explosions are real. I don't care if aliens are real or not. That, we gotta go. We gotta do shit.
Well,
We
dude,
gotta
it's
act like it's
crazy, bro.
real."
We're so desensitized that people didn't even flinch. Like, people like, the government came out and effectively said that aliens can be real, could like realistically be a thing. 2023, right? And people didn't even flinch, bro. They're like, okay, like, put up or shut up. Like, show them to us and lower the cost of living. Like, we're so desensitized now. Like, we don't care. We're like, is this gonna make gas go down? Like, whatever. Show us the aliens or shut up. So it's wild. They did it perfect, right? If you had told someone the government's going to come out and say that aliens could be real, like, and there's insiders from the government saying that they know aliens are real, and it'll be in Congress recorded and blasted all over the news. If you had told a non-flat earther that 5 years ago, they would have laughed at you. It just happened, and no one even flinched. So it's like, we've become so desensitized in just the last 5 years. It's really pretty baffling.
Yeah, man. Well, it's Hollywood. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, to the point that, like, Coach hasn't even seen it, right? Like, a lot of people don't even know about it. I didn't know about it for a few days until I checked my DMs because I'm always a few days behind, and I had like 20 people telling me about it. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's really wild to me because it looks like it's like something's about to go down, bro. Like, okay, there's another military report of a base in LA, right outside that base, that they saw a UFO. Okay, and guess how big they said this UFO is. This is a military report. There's a report from people on and near the military base, specifically, not an official military report. They claim that they saw a UFO outside of LA, the size of a football field. This was also mentioned in the Congress questioning. Bro, what the? Imagine looking up and seeing something the size of a football field. I mean, we gotta admit, that's just like insane to think about, right? Sorry, I
There's a
know what I'm talking about.
documentary that came out pretty recently that you might want to check out. It's called Missing 411: The UFO Connection. And the guy just has some like very interesting information to present. But yeah, I think it would be important for just the flat Earth kind of community to get together and, I don't know, at least try to all get behind. I don't want to say like a particular position, but like at least a generic sort of position. Obviously, that aliens are not from outer space, I think is about as far as we can get. But yeah, there's just some interesting information out there.
Well, I look at it like the truth is going to take care of itself, meaning if they come out and they try to revamp all of physics under the guise of aliens telling us the truth, that's when we take that's our opportunity to attack. Any major shift like that is when flat Earth either wins or loses. You see what I'm saying? Like I if they come out and say that technology exists that defies relativity, defies quantum mechanics, defies the current claims of material science, now the flat earthers don't look so stupid after all. Like at the least, they may be right about a lot of stuff where they're questioning mainstream science, and that's the opportunity to attack, right? I mean, I don't think we need to formulate a plan other than like knowing that it's about to be crunch time. Now's when you got to come out and be as loud as possible as soon as they try to pull a wool over everyone's eyes and be like, yo, physics is all changing. Cosmology is changing. Quantum's changing. But that's just my
Yeah,
take.
that's a
Do
good
you have a
point.
link or anything to the thing you said?
Yeah, I can find it on Bflix for you. One sec.
Oh, thanks. If it's too much, it's all good. I'll find it.
Yeah, so
Outer
this is
Ponders.
the third video that he's done, or movie. He's not like he's not a flat Earth guy by any means. He definitely thinks we went to the moon, but he has been investigating missing people for a while, like decades. And now his investigation into the missing is starting to like get into the whole UFO thing. And yeah, he's interviewed some. It's more the interviews than what he's saying. He's kind of a boomer, in my opinion, but something's going on.
Cool, I'll check it out, bro. Like, not even Joe Rogan's covered. Like, Joe Rogan hasn't even covered this yet, which is funny because he's been talking about UFOs for years, you know. So it's about to go super viral. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You watched that Congress thing?
I didn't watch it, but I got the gist of it. And I honestly, it's funny like hearing you say everything that you're saying because that's what I went through this a couple months ago when right before the Chinese space balloon thing happened, they shot down UFOs and it was just on the news. They're like, yeah, we shot down UFOs. The pilots said that there was no visible sign of propulsion. And then the Chinese space balloon happened and it was like everybody just forgot it. And so I was just like, huh. Literally, it's pics or it didn't happen. Like, nobody gives a shit that there's UFOs until
Yeah, I know,
fucking
dude.
bombs are happening.
In a way, I think it's kind of cool. Like, I don't know. I think it's kind of cool that we live in like a time of history where people are just like so distrusting of official narratives that they're like, bro, prove it or shut up.
Yeah, no, and that's honestly, AI is just helping that because with all the AI generated stuff and how good it's getting, pretty soon people are going to watch the news and they're just going to like, somebody will be like, oh, well, I saw the president say this. And then their friend can just be like, dude, that was just AI. Do you really believe anything you see on TV anymore? And that's going to be like the status quo. And nobody's like, I feel like media could change forever if they don't figure out how to fucking get ahead of this AI thing. Otherwise, no one's going to believe anything they say anymore. They already don't really believe anything, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to like shift away from the current, the archaic boomer news approach. And I called that like 3 years ago. I mean, I think they have to do that. I don't know how they're gonna do it. But
Yeah, legacy media, especially after the pandemic, I think it's just the people who are still double masking in their cars by themselves who, like, those are the only people that watch the news. All the other ratings just come from like airport lobbies. Because I don't know. Oh, well, yeah, and then you got the boomers who watch Fox News, but Tucker Carlson's not on there anymore, so I don't even know who's watching Fox News anymore. Either way, it's good. TV's terrible.
yeah, I did hear you talking recently about how you thought that they were about to do this.
Yeah. It's I've kind of been in like the hurry up and wait phase for this alien invasion. Like I literally, I think I said it as early as 3 months ago that it could be within the next 6 months that it happens. And
Yeah, you were even saying like maybe Independence Day.
yeah, I
Right.
was saying that,
What?
wasn't I? Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting though, it's like when you came in here and you said that, the flat earthers have been saying it so much that when another flat earther says it, they're like, "Oh, you got something new to talk about?"
Yeah, I don't know. I also noticed the pattern. They're pushing it in the news. I mean, historically, this has never happened. This is,
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
this has literally never happened. But it's funny because nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, like I
Nobody
held
fucking
off on really
cares.
talking about it. I held off on really talking about it until like now. Now is when we should talk about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like I heard about Project Bluebeam. I did, bro, 2014 or something. So like when flat earthers bring up "Don't fall for the fake aliens," it's just like old news nowadays.
Well, I don't really know how else to say this, but I cannot imagine a way in which you introduce alien life to the public in a believable way that doesn't completely upset the natural order.
That's right. That makes you think that that's the plan.
Yeah, I know. It's just like how the unless I'm still living in fucking 1994 where people still care about, returning the shopping carts and whether or not we're alone in the universe. You know what I mean? It could just be that like the fucking drop the aliens and like the entire Zoomer generation's like, oh, I wonder what their ass tastes like. Just like they don't care. Like they're just fucking whatever. I have no idea.
Dude, for sure they're gonna talk about like clapping alien cheeks.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
know it's gonna be bizarre. Like, the aliens are probably gonna come down and hold hands with like Obama and some other weirdo and tell us all to get boosters or something. Like, I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like my prediction has been for a few years now, and I guess I'll still kind of stick with it, is that they'll use this to update everything. So the aliens will come and tell us that the government's been lying to us, even about that. And maybe they'll even introduce new technology for health, reversing cell degradation and stuff like that. Like I think that they'll use this to update the media sector, the technology sector, the banking sector, everything. Like the transportation sector, because it looks like that's what they need to do anyway. Like if you want a new world order, then you obviously have to make something new. And it looks like what they're doing is they're leaving it so compartmentalized right now that no one's putting it together because they're like, why is gas still $4? So, you know, because I just feel my tank is like $75, bro. Like the cost of living for our generation is absolutely ridiculous. And like, we don't really have the ability to focus on almost anything else for the average person. They're just like, just trying to survive. And so they're like normalizing centralized digital banking over here. And then they're normalizing censorship, just blatant, egregious censorship for the last 3 years over here. And they're normalizing forced medical intervention over here. Right? So they're normalizing a bunch of stuff. They're normalizing the idea of replacing all 18-wheelers with electric 18-wheelers that are self-driving over here. They're replacing our sources of information with automated AI over here. And so they're kind of setting us up from all corners to update everything, but they're all presented to us as if their own thing. Right? So it's kind of like they're laying the groundwork to update the entire system. And I think that maybe the aliens will be the one that really presents it all. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, the only way that I've been able to logically get to the point where it's not that, like, if their goal is not societal collapse, there needs to be a post first contact economic miracle. As a result of first contact, whether it's the technology that they bring or a deal that we make, some type of commerce that we have with them, there is a global, excuse my language, worldwide economic miracle. That's the only way that it goes peacefully and that they can usher in a new world order. You know, it's like, oh, you're poor as hell. You don't have shit. You're worried about the CBDC. Doesn't matter. We're all going to be rich. Aliens brought down levitation. Everybody gets a jetpack. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and they maybe they bring out. They've also conditioned us. They've conditioned us for so much it's hard to keep up, right? But they've conditioned us with the idea that there's an abundance of precious metals in space. That precious metals are only considered significant here, but like a meteorite has more gold than exists on the entire Earth or whatever. You know, so they've kind of conditioned us with that as well. So say the aliens come and they actually provide immense amounts of precious metals. And they say, well, you guys are so primitive that you're still like working to live when you shouldn't have to work to live. But you should, because that's what the creator said. But you see what I'm saying? Like, they're going to be like, you guys are so primitive that you still think that you have to like work and struggle just to survive. You know, survival is just free. And you guys are such a like selfish, depraved, barbaric civilization that you guys still have homeless people. So here's how you fix all your problems. There's an abundance of precious metals. There's abundance of mass production of food. You know, free transportation, free everything. You know, that's why you guys aren't advancing and evolving, because you're still just focusing on surviving.
Yeah, and they can fake it really easily too. Like, if they've just been hoarding precious metals and diamonds, and they've been doing that for like 200 years, and then just like all they need to do is make it like cool alien shapes, just like melt it down, make it into cool alien shapes, and have animatronic aliens deliver it to us. I mean, people would buy that shit. They would eat that up.
Yeah, because we know they control the circulation of diamonds. I mean, there's many different ways that they can just lie about all of this.
Yeah.
But here's the real kicker. What do you think about this? Do they come and present the idea that the aliens are who created us?
So there's another aspect to all of this. The answer is maybe. Short answer, maybe. Long answer is they have to incorporate the one world religion into this first contact. It has to create some sort of religious vacuum for all the religions to get together and come onto some agreement for a new one world religion. And the only way that it'll obviously work is anybody that's doing pushback is like, wait, you're going to cling to these old, silly religions of the past. Like we have the aliens who have come down and shown us the way. You know, saying that they are our creators would destroy all religion. You know, that's a little too extreme for me. Like, it just seems like if they wanted to destabilize it, like the aliens wouldn't need to fucking claim to be our creators. They could just show up, you know, and just start bombing stuff, and that would be probably, if there's going to be some sort of dialogue between us and them, in which they're like I could see them coming down and being like, yeah, Jesus visited us. Jesus had a spaceship, and turns out it's the Catholic Church is pretty much the closest thing, so we're all just going to worship the Vatican now. We came down here to pay our respects to the Pope. I mean, dude, it could be anything. I have no idea.
That's interesting. Yeah, I lean towards they say they made you. Jesus was one of them. And they tried to give us some type of religion to guide us through our evolution, to become more spiritually inclined as a species. That they came and seeded us, but knew that it would take a while for us to evolve before they could really represent themselves and we were ready for the next step. And then they really pull that Anunnaki card out where they seeded mankind, that they even maybe took apes and made man out of apes or whatever. Because from my understanding, the new world order will be attained via compliance, not force. Although it will be force, it will be disguised, just like the pandemic. That was coercion, textbook coercion, but it was presented in such a way as if it was not, under the guise of, say, private businesses in that case. It's very, very useful tactic, right? Like, the best slave doesn't know they're a slave. So, and I think that, of course, we would agree on this. I think that that would be a deep spiritual thing. Like this idea of a new world order, that's going to be a spiritual thing. And in that sense, they want you to agree. I don't think just blowing everything up really helps them in that sense, because they want everyone in the world to buy into the new system and rebel against the creator. So right now, I certainly leave it open to the idea that they call the Watchers Anunnaki. The Anunnaki supposedly created us. They came back to check on us. They gave us Jesus and other religions to help guide us through evolving. And now we're finally to the point where either A, they had to intervene or we would destroy ourselves, or B, they think we finally reached the point that we're ready for them to come tell us the secrets. Or, I don't know. Because like they'll say they first came, they gave us secrets about metals and all the stuff that the Watchers gave us, and now we're ready for the next download, 2.0. I don't know. I think to me, that would be so dangerous on so many levels that I definitely have to leave it on the table that they may do that.
No, I think you're definitely over the mark there, because whatever the new world order is, even the most elect will be deceived by the Antichrist. These beings are going to be presented as, beings of light, and they're going to deceive a lot of people. So, yeah, I could definitely see that happening, and for sure, a bunch of people. I mean, there's a bunch of Christians out there that think we went to the moon. Jesus is an alien.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, why not?
Yeah, bro. I think I've said this maybe like 50 times, but I think they come and just give us like a slideshow of history, because right now we have no idea. And the idea is that we're just trying to piece together history the best we can. If they come and tell us a story of what really happened in our history and then tell us they were here before, I mean, it's going to be really hard not to fall for that deception, right? Especially if they also tell us about the true nature of the earth and the cosmos and stuff like that. These are questions that people long for intuitively. We want to know where we came from, why we're here, what's really here, what this place is, why it's here, blah, blah, blah. We want to know what happened back in the day. These are questions that even flat earthers would fall for. And I look at it like the Great Deception has to trick flat earthers as well.
Right, and at the end of the day, like, okay, we wake up tomorrow, the aliens are in the sky over all the major cities. There's a press conference. Biden is fucking, extra chipper today. He's fucking having great dialogue with the aliens. Look funny. At the end of the day, right? We've had this big reveal. You know, they reveal all the Jesus stuff that you're talking about. The question that people are going to ultimately be asking themselves at the end of that day is, okay, so who's in charge? You know what I'm saying? That's like where my mind goes. Like, how do they do this where at the end of the day you go, if you are asking who's in charge, it's still going to be, you know, the government. Because they're not going to just do this and then at the end of the day you think fucking blue people are in charge. Or maybe they do. Maybe they control the blue people and that's how it goes down. I'm not sure.
Well, let's look at what happened before, bro. So what happened before? Every civilization says that entities came from the sky. They were more advanced. That they were eternal. They made mortal offspring with man. That they taught us all the secrets. And that they ruled over different sectors. Right? That they had their own kingdoms and they ruled over them.
Damn, it's not enough that the aliens are going to come down. They have to like bang twerking women and stuff. Yeah, that checks out. Fortunately,
Dude, my thing would be if they did say something like what you said, about fucking physics, you know, they used aliens to like say, oh, by the way, this is why you guys are so wrong about all these other physics and stuff is because you know, here's the real physics or whatever, right? If that happened, I would have to probably give you credence. People like you, you know, you're right. Probably most people who haven't heard that expressed, they probably would maybe fall for it, I guess. But I would be like, okay, I think this is what Witcher was saying because it kind of sounds like you know, like they, you know, they're just fucking using that to explain that. And I would just think it was probably the government. But if they were, you know, making claims like we didn't go to the moon, I would start wondering like why, if aliens are real and they can travel from other planets, so why didn't we go to the moon? That doesn't make sense. I don't know what the reason would be at that point. Because obviously the physics is, if aliens are keep coming here from wherever they came from, surely we can get to the moon. But you know, I don't know.
well, that's when you realize that the aliens aren't real. And that none of this
Well, yeah, right.
it's all a fantastic show that's being put on because there's estimated 9.7 billion people are going to exist in this world by the year 2050, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to control all those extra people. Because it's not like the number of billionaires is growing every day. You know, the number of people who live below the poverty line, that's dangerous for them.
I heard that
Once
number
the
was supposed to plateau.
Yeah, I mean, the estimate that I just gave, I read that in a book today. That book's probably 10 years old. So the number's probably changed.
Well, no, that's the number still. I think I've heard that it's supposed to plateau at 11 billion for some reason. I forget the reason, but something to do with old people. I don't remember exactly how it works. Yeah, whatever they do, it's going to be super. I'm going to be super skeptical about whatever it is that comes out because I believe something similar or a similar motivation is had by certain people, certain entities. So I don't know if the thing is the alien thing goes back to Watchmen in the 80s. People say, you know, it goes back to the Star Wars Reagan thing where he brought up the Star Wars program, talked about how aliens would bring the world together. But Alan Moore wrote about it in Watchmen, and that was exactly the excuse that, you know, he made the guy who was supposedly, it's ambiguous whether he's a hero or a villain because he killed a bunch of people all over the world, but he did it in order to save humanity by bringing world governments together or whatever. He did it through aliens.
Well, they say nothing new under the sun. So, I mean, I'm just gonna roll my eyes when you know somebody texts me to turn on the TV because there's aliens. I'm just gonna roll my eyes and just continue what I was doing Go back to
Be careful
work.
though. You don't
Of
want
what?
to. Well, you don't want to be, tricked by your own bias. Just because you had an idea of something like this going to happen, and you hear something, it's still worth looking into and see if there's something
No,
to it.
it's not. No, I trust me, dude. My gut is so 100% on this one. Just ignore aliens. They're totally weak. The weakest sauce there is. Anybody that wants to talk to me about aliens, I'm just gonna say, look, I'm really sorry. I just don't care. But that's when once I'm down to talk about aliens now. I just mean once the media is full on, here are the aliens. Look, here's them talking and here's them telling you stuff. That's when I officially I'm gonna turn off. I do not want to hear about it. Because it's all a spell, dude. It's just a fucking spell that they want to put you under. They want you to have an opinion about it. Even if you disagree, there's like something that there's like a specific way that is beneficial to them if you disagree in that way. So like to just have no opinion and just focus on yourself and your community and your loved ones, that's the only winning move.
I'll say so. I think any kind of bias though is you're subject to possibly being you could be in danger in that case. So I don't know. It's
That sounds
good
like a
to know
bias,
about
dude.
not
Sounds
being
like you're
skeptical
biased
or
about
biased.
biases.
Well, what about this?
Maybe.
What about this though? As like just one, just total speculation thing. But let's say whoever they are, the controllers, as it were, are another species, or they are a different type of being. And what if they are going to come out of the woodwork to some degree and say that they are the aliens? If that makes sense, like that like what if they be? I guess they would be, but yeah, they already would be a different species that they would then be like, like trying to say that. I mean, there's definitely just so many different options of what could happen. I'm just saying, like, if they already are a different species or some kind of different being, and then they're quote unquote real, like they are real, like in this idea, and that if they were to then kind of come out and peg themselves as being from another world, and then they're going to kind of almost like reveal who they are. And in that is total just speculation. Obviously, I'm just totally, but in that sense, like that they would, basically psyop people to make them think that they are from out somewhere else, and that now, they're going to really get the control they want because now that they don't have to work through the humans anymore, they can just be themselves, as it were. It's just another possible stream.
We should dump their tea in the ocean too, dude. Honestly.
That's got to be like a movie plot, or like the actual aliens are like, in control covertly, and then they blame it on there's some alien invasion, but really it's just them just stepping out and exposing themselves, but in a way that's a psyop to try to kind of manipulate people's mindsets. And then it's all set up for the Hegelian dialectic.
That was a plot. Yeah, it was a plot sometime. I can't think of it.
Sounds kind of like They Live.
Yeah, there's a lot of movie plots. I think.
No, it wasn't like that. It
It's
wasn't
like-
like that in They Live, was it?
I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea that there's like lizard people in the government or something, or just some sort of like demonic race.
Yeah, and when I said that, I'm not saying that I think that is even the case. Like, just even, well, I do have my thoughts on the reptilian thing as well, but I'm just saying in general, I was just kind of just saying it as almost like a movie plot, as just another possibility in terms of the alien thing, that they already are another being, a species of some sort, then they're going to create some kind of psyop around that. But yeah, I mean, you and I have talked about this in terms of, is it really humans all the way? If you were to go up to the top of whatever pyramid of control they have, are you just ending at humans, or are you ending at something else, some other type of creature or being?
Well, I personally think that any kind of something like that is being claimed, by say mainstream media or whoever, and there's claim that there's something happening like that. I think that it's worth it to be skeptical of any and be open to any possibility of whatever could be happening. It could be exactly what it appears to be. And
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said that, because you were like, well, you better be careful. What if you're gonna fluff it off as fake when it actually is real? And obviously, that's like there's quite a psyop thing, because somebody might say, oh, don't fluff it off, they're real. Somebody else is gonna say, no, it's not real, I'm just gonna fluff it off. But I was just saying, like, that intermediary one, or just that's kind of why I said that, because you were saying, like, what if it could be real? And I was just saying the one way that could be, that doesn't even involve aliens coming from anywhere else, would just be that there already is another race or another type of species or being that already are somehow involved. So it's just a way in which, like, in that way, I guess it's not really like an invasion of aliens. It's more of but they would be in that just total speculation thing. They would be real entities that are of a different species that actually would be quote unquote real. And if they have crafts, or if they have whatever, if they're landing and doing things or whatever it may be, then in that sense, you could say, for example, if some shape-shifting reptile just walked up my driveway right now and was standing in front of me, some 12-foot tall, creature, and it was like right there. I mean, that is something that I've never seen. So I would have to say, or at least not with my physical eyes, I haven't seen, I'm saying. So, I mean, I wouldn't, like, for me just to say, oh, that's fake, and meanwhile it's actually real in that context, doesn't mean it's an alien from another universe. It just means that there is some other being that we have not, or at least I have not yet engaged with in that type of scenario.
It could even be somebody totally engaged in what do you call it? And totally faking this whole thing, but they're so engaged in it, like they're so ready to make it look real that they're ready to kill people. And so, what's the difference between it being an alien from outer space who's deadly and like somebody pretending to be an alien who's deadly, whatever? Like, what's the difference at that point? But from the way you should respond to it,
Well, you're saying if they have like a clandestine level of the military that rolls out some kind of God knows what technology that actually is shooting lasers or doing something, you're just saying whether it is another alien or whether they're still real in terms of the destruction. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. It's still they're still making it seem real, and they're still doing the real damage that would be involved. But it's like just still the government or some sort of fakery. It's still, I think it's still worth treating it like it was real, at least to some extent.
Well, it's the philosophical implications. It's the worldview implications that would be significant. The determination of if it's real or not would be significant for that reason.
How far do you think? What's you and Platypus specifically? What are you guys' assumptions as far how far you think this is going to be taken, if it's like being faked or whatever? Like, how far do you think they're willing to go faking this?
You want to go first?
What do you think they're going to pull off?
I don't know. You heard my speculation earlier. I don't know if Platypus was like. I think that I think it's very possible they take it all the way to revamping civilization around it. Like, I don't know if it'll be like a physical attack scenario or not. I'm on the fence with that, but I don't put anything past them, whoever them are. So I think they're definitely not just going to let the alien thing fizzle out.
It's okay. It's pretty simple. With just a couple of days of the news going on and on, they got everybody to lock themselves in their homes for 3 years and wear masks to protect them from the fucking spooky air and other people. And all they had to do was just make up some bullshit and put it on the television. If they put fucking holograms in the sky, the possibilities of what they could get the population to do are pretty much endless.
Do they even need holograms though? Like,
yeah, no, exactly. They don't even need holograms. They just need some good CGI. They just need some animatronics in a fucking studio.
Bro, if you look into it, man, if you look into stuff like the Hutchison effect, if you look into an etheric framework of physics, dude, the possibility of instantaneous action at a distance, like, you could physically travel very fast. And you could eliminate the variable of air resistance. You know, in my opinion. So I don't even know that it has to be
Right.
fake on that level, bro. Like I think, yo, I'm not gonna lie. Like if I looked out and I saw like crazy stuff like that, I would trip.
Right. So you're of the mind that it would be actual, even though the physics and all that kind of stuff, it would be next level. You're of the mind that it's physics that is kind of already understood by certain people, but they're gonna use it and pretend that it's alien or whatever.
Yeah, yep. Just like
Do you think they're gonna kill a bunch of people? Or it's gonna be like, oh, you said you don't know. Yeah, yeah. Like you don't know if it's gonna be like the aliens. Have you seen that episode of Twilight Zone? I got scared from the episode for 2 years. I couldn't sleep by myself for 2 years. That was the last time I got scared like that. I was like 8 years old. And it was an episode where the aliens come and they promise the people, like, you know, they give them all this technology and they give them like all this like technology to grow crops. And they had like a book that they had carried with them and it said like to serve man, like they're, you know, they're there to serve man. Because the guy, there was a translator, he translated it. And so they invited people back to their planet, but then the guy translated the rest of the book and it was a cookbook. It's actually a cookbook. That's why it's called To Serve Man. So like they taught everybody that and made them trust him, and they were really, you know, gave them all their technology, but they were really just using them to like eat them, I guess. But yeah, that scared me for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, what if they already have, like, if I use the term ether tech, what if they already have some ether tech that they are not telling us? They've already tried to suppress the ether through Einstein, World War I, World War II, the whole deal leading up to now, and all of these missing holes in their physics and in their cosmology. So what if they already have tech that perhaps has even been known about for eons of time? Like it's not even, I'm not even suggesting that they invented something amazing, but just that they've inherited or stolen or hijacked from the old world, as it were, to where they could roll that out in some way or use that, meaning like suppressing the real physics and the real actual ether understandings that they are suppressing, trying to eliminate that while they're actually using technology based upon that. And then the globe to kind of subdue everybody into that false model. And it potentially does set up a scenario that they could either use that tech in some way, in addition to some kind of maybe additional deceptive physics system that might incorporate some of that, but still keep it subverted, and then use that tech to further the control, which I think they're already doing with free energy. They're already doing that. It's already the reason for the globe, I think, is already connected to that. But it could be even more than what we might think of as free energy.
That's what I was asking Witcher if that's what he was. I think that's the same thing Witcher is kind of saying, something like that. But yeah, sounds like your bagel bites are ready, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Just seeing the way people reacted to the pandemic, dude. I don't even know if they need aliens to pull some of this stuff off. Obviously, they don't. We could probably just do like a North Korea scare for like 8 months. I think people would buy that. I mean, oh, dude, say that an asteroid is going to hit Earth, and then we're not sure where, and just run with that for like half a year.
There's a lot you could do, but that's what I'm asking about. Is just because obviously what would work though would be, you can't be completely, you can't just go off of the word of the government. Like there was evidence for the other thing, the thing that you said just happened. There's evidence to suggest that there was something to be feared, and so there would have to be some sort of it couldn't just be talk. It would have to be real. Something real would have to happen, right? So they would have to do some kind of destruction or something. You know what I mean? They couldn't just make the claim and then expect people to be scared because of it.
I mean, I kind of disagree, but
But how far can that go? I mean, how many people are you going to scare that way?
from my perspective, they scared the entire world.
Yeah, but there was evidence for that.
Yeah, I guess, the highest standard of evidence for the average person was just the news.
Or videos, or, people.
Videos online, news articles, Rachel and Maddow. whatever.
Or was there a bioweapon involved? I'm not talking about the thing they said it was, but I'm saying was there also something else involved that was sending some people to hospitals in some areas, except in some ways.
If there was,
well, just to finish real quick, I've said this story before, but I was sitting in my parking lot at the grocery store, kind of during the somewhat beginning, of 2020, whatever. And it was like somewhat into it though. It was within that year though. And I just heard this woman, I just had my window down and I just overheard her. And I didn't have any reason to think she was a lot lying. I mean, she was just talking to a friend or whatever. And she was saying that she's a nurse at this hospital. And she was reporting it in that way. Like, oh, there's people coming in. They're just like, they can't breathe and they're, all that stuff. So it wasn't like, she wasn't describing people coming in with the sniffles and a cough. She was talking about something else, like people coming in like in severe, like organ failure and, in that way. And so I'm not saying that means it absolutely is the case. And I know it's a whole topic of whether the hospitals really were filled or whatever, but it's just the idea that was there some kind of a bioweapon involved in which it was either distributed or dispersed in certain areas to cause some real thing, so that there's someone that says, oh, I had a family member, because we all probably have had someone that says, oh yeah, this, but was it really from the cough and the sneeze, that was causing that?
Have you guys ever heard of Project Firesign, also known as Project Sanguine or Sanguini? Let me read this. I found this in my old hard drive that I was looking through, and I wanted to talk and get on because it sounds pretty much like outer pondery, but I had to find this first here. For almost 2 decades, the Department of Defense and NASA have coordinated on a black book project under the codename Firesign. Firesign's aim is to create a religious awe effect in enemy populations to create an instantaneous psychological soft kill, abject submission. The operation uses high-powered lenses to project real-seeming images on the sodium layer 100 kilometers above the surface. It's kind of like Project Bluebeam, I guess. These images can cover hundreds of or even thousands of square miles and can appear completely real, 3-dimensional, and can move. These visual cues are augmented with pulsed electromagnetic emissions that attack the specific areas of the prefrontal cortex that are stimulated during a religious experience. In limited tests, subjects have been able to be overwhelmed on both axes of vastness, an overwhelming of the subject's frame of reference, and a powerful need for accommodation. The mix of these two will produce inaction, lack of focus on self or individual interaction, and gross transformation and mental equilibrium. And then it goes on. The other one says, the ability to produce these effects across 23% of the continental United States is the objective of Firesign. And field tests in the Levant have proven successful. The Firesign scenario is that of an invading extraterrestrial force of nearly incomprehensible scale, massive floating cities descending God-sized walkers among the clouds with terrifying weapons, wheels of fire, and eyes, etc. This phenomenon, when activated, will bring electrical and social systems to a halt, and in afflicted areas will permit a narrative wherein POTUS is able to call a halt to the invasion and then hand over the torch, says to Clinton here, to Clinton, providing a basic continuity of state. Aftermath. The aftermath of Firesign will be the psychological subjugation of areas where uprisings are most likely to occur. The induced trauma of Firesign will provide ample cover to government and NGOs who will be providing aid, in quotes, psychotropic and induced docility, and counseling services, which will ensure further domestication. Firesign will require a great deal of power mobile command stations with nitrogen-cooled supercomputers, and the co-opting of the alpha rays. We have created a schedule and teams roster that can be moved into position following the third debate, whatever that is.
Remember Hollywood came out with that movie recently called Don't Look Up?
Yeah.
I think they were trying to tell us something. Because that's
Oh
honestly,
yeah, that was actually a
just
good
don't look
movie.
at it. Yeah, I didn't see it.
Well, yeah, because but the star of the movie was trying to say, I mean, it was all about censorship. You know, I mean, even though if she was trying to say this is a real threat, which, you know, if you're paying attention, you know, it's not coming from space at least. But yeah,
The whole point of the movie, not about censorship. It's about people and their complacency and what people find important, and the fact that nobody cared
complacency.
about it.
Yeah, that's true too. It's about that. You're right.
Nobody cared about it, even though people are telling scientists are telling them, even if they're telling the president this is what's happening, and nobody does anything or cares about it because the things they care about are meaningless, and the
Right.
world's about to be destroyed.
Right. Yeah,
It's a good movie though.
it's kind of like like saying if they were told the Earth is flat, they'd be like, they just hit thumbs up and move on with their day, huh? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, that in the case of the movie, they're literally warning them the world's about to be destroyed. So it's kind of like
It was setting the platform. It was setting the
But you know-
platform for the calling other people science deniers. I've been hearing this term a lot more lately, science denier. And to me, it was clearly like propaganda that is just setting the social framework, the foundation, to start this whole new genre of classification where anybody that goes against the narrative scientifically is a science.
Yeah, but the narrative.
You know, it's like Gio and I have said. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna like Gio and I have said before, like if they really did land a rover on Mars, do you know how like amazing that would have been? Like everyone would have been glued to their TV. At least that's my opinion. Like the fact that it was so fake looking, and a lot of the other stuff they put up show us from space is so fake looking that people aren't even paying attention anymore. Maybe they believe it, but they're not. It's not like. I mean, if it was really happening, people would really see it. Maybe they've like ruined their chance to sell us on the, you know, whatever it is. Like maybe they'll have to use directed energy weapons, you know, but it's like all the stuff's so fake. Maybe like people just assume they're faking the alien thing, even if they believe there's aliens.
Or even like on a subconscious level, you know? Yeah. I could tell. Like it reminds me if there's like someone in the street and they're pretending to be a magician or something, but like if you know that it's really not real, there's like perhaps less interest in actually going over there, you know, to be around in the circle or whatever. It's kind of like, yeah. So I see what you mean by that thought.
But they would have, and they've shown us the city in China, the city floating in the clouds. Remember that?
Yeah, that I do remember that. Yeah, what was?
And
what
people
was
just assumed it was a hologram. It was like a floating city. It's kind of like what I was just reading. It was
Well, the
like
way
a
you
city.
what you just read, dude, that sounds like what's the test they did before 9/11 when they did that?
Oh yeah, the scenario of what happens if terrorists fly planes into buildings.
Yeah, I'm just forgetting the name of it. What it was called? Yeah, but it was like a whole
I
test.
don't remember.
A whole test run that they.
I think
did.
it was called Inside Job, like Project Inside Job or something.
It was like a test or a
Right.
reenactment. What's the right word? I'm just not.
Right. I remember now.
Like a staged preamble to the actual event where they were testing all the reactionary measures.
Remember right before the pandemic when I forget what the guy's name is, but the Secretary of State to Trump was like, "This is a live exercise." And people were going back and forth on what that meant.
Oh, wasn't it John Kerry?
No,
And
that
then
was a Trump.
they did one before the pandemic too, right? Like in 19.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They called it a live exercise. Oh,
Right.
the Bill Gates thing, yeah. The Project 202 or something like, or what is it? Conference 202 or something. Yeah, they just acted it all out, and they did one recently that no one's even talked about. That my friend E1 was telling me about. He said that it was about the food shortage, and they've acted all the scenarios out about the food shortage, and how they're going to have to come to the aid of the people with these new greener technologies to provide them the food they need when the food shortage hits. And they've acted it all out with all the news clips and everything exactly the same way. That's the brilliant. That's brilliant. It's revelation of the method. So we're going to act out the future first, and then we're going to actually do exactly what we acted out. So then it goes to plan. And then we're going to show the people that we acted it out, but we're going to say it's because we're being prophetic. We're just we're anticipating this might happen, so there's nothing weird about it.
Yeah, I think the Event 201 might have been the one you were.
201, that's right.
There's that one. And then the one they did in this was in 2019. That's exactly the time I was thinking. Yeah, October 18th, 2019. That's right when I was thinking that had happened. I was thinking it's like the end of 2019, going right into, because what was it, January 2020 when they started the whole thing?
Yeah.
So yeah, they literally it would make sense though. I mean, to coordinate something on this large of a scale, it would make sense to have that. You would ideally you'd want to do some kind of because there's a lot of personnel that have to be tested that they're going to respond in the way that they want them to respond, within the government.
Oh yeah, they even included people's conspiracy theories about it, right? They even this is how we deal with it. Are we going to censor the people that are saying that this was not? It was all included. It was all exactly the way it really went. If people are doubting the legitimacy of these tests, and they were going back and forth in a fake news scenario of how we're going to deal with people that are doubting the scientists and giving people doubt about what they should do for their health and stuff like that. And it was all exactly what they did.
Yep. The censorship is crazy.
Yeah. This next one, I forget. It's project for sustainable
New American Century.
Maybe. It's about the food shortage crisis, and it's the same kind of Event 201 type scenario.
Wait, when was it? When was it? I mean, what?
That was well back. Food shortage.
I'm still tripping. I'm still tripping on this fire sign one, funded by the Clinton.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's basically Project Bluebeam.
Yep.
I'm just looking at it here. Yeah, invading extraterrestrial force of nearly incomprehensible scale, massive floating cities descending, God-sized walkers amongst the clouds with terrifying.
God-sized walkers. That's going to be the crazy thing. If it really looked like a giant is coming towards you, with all the rumbling, they could even make the ground shake and everything. Who knows what they're going to do, right?
Dude, that would be crazy.
Let me be skeptic, dude. Let's pretend Bill Clinton was a regular president, and this is regular shit. I mean, wouldn't this make sense to kind of have this sort of these ideas of these eventualities and Operation Firestorm sounds crazy, but I mean, let's say the government was legit, wouldn't you want them to kind of come up with ideas and how to deal with shit like this?
Listen to this. This is the what's that? I'm sorry. What'd you say? I don't want to.
You're saying in the light of Space Force, and if it was all real, that you would let's say if space was all real and the globe was real, you're saying would it be realistic to prepare for a space?
Would it be beneficial? Yeah. Would it be beneficial for if the government was legit? Would it be beneficial for them to prepare for eventualities like this? Things that obviously would be
Well, that's what
crazy if it
Space
happened,
Force is
but
all about, right?
not
Space Force is
necessarily.
like the Outer Ponder Defense Force, basically, right?
No, I don't think so. But and I don't know, you said Firestorm. Is it called Operation Firestorm or something?
Fire Sign.
Fire Sign. Okay. But yeah,
Or
I'm just saying. Yeah.
I posted it in a live stream. Okay, so this is what the food chain reaction is what it's called. The year is 2026. Flooding worsened by climate change has devastated Bangladesh and driven millions of hungry refugees to its borders with India. Worried about the unrest and disease, India asked other nations for help. The U.S. and China respond. China with aid deliveries. It goes through the whole scenario. Like here it is. We're writing the science fiction. I mean, it's just like 1984. You know, they wrote that before it happened.
Yeah, the craziest thing was with the thing that I don't know if Jeremy's still in here, but Chemo showed us all this this I don't know, document. I forget what it was called. I think it was called like the what was it called? There's something about the Rockefellers. It was a Rockefeller document, and it was like about 2020 and how there would be a pandemic and food shortages and economic breakdowns because of it, and a lot of the world would be put on lockdown, and China first, and it was actually like almost like describing it almost to a T. There's some differences, but it was pretty eerie how accurate, how much it paralleled what happened. I can't remember the document's called.
Yeah. They love doing that. Like the Titan, that book that described a boat that sunk that didn't have enough lifeboats. You know the whole thing before the Titanic. Yeah, it seems like this is what they do. This is It's like how they operate.
That's the revelation of the method.
Yeah, but this was for the purpose of planning strategies to deal with it. Just the purpose of this document. I can remember the name.
I've also thought of the idea with the extraterrestrial kind of alien thing is could they mix that with a financial reset of sorts? Maybe even like a security breach, something with the internet, like, oh, the aliens have some kind of tech that can intercept your internet, your bank. None of your stuff is like just total speculation, but it's like a possible script, Okay, there are these alien crafts, they're circling, they're orbiting the Earth, or they're in our solar system. And I know this sounds right on like Spaceballs, like a movie, but it's like, and they're, hacking into our systems. So your banks are not safe, your internet's not safe, your passwords. And that would make people very afraid. I mean, that's something that would go right to people's, because like going for their health, which is what they went through in the pandemic thing, going for people's health. And then this would be for, in this scenario, going for your security of your passwords, all your logins and your bank accounts and all that stuff, to the point to where, things are being hacked, things are not secure. So we need to roll out this new system. And the new system is going to have this CBDC, and it's going to have this new app that you have to download on your phone that's, safe and secure, because we pulled everything together for you guys. And we did an emergency, act or whatever to bring you this new system. And boom, now they have people on a potentially new currency. And then that gets into the idea of like even like social credit scores or some kind of a new digital system that was initiated by, we have to, be secure from this outer threat in that possible scenario.
Yeah. I don't know if you were in there today when I was talking to Issa, but I was saying worst case scenario, they have like a second internet, like a secure internet, just in case of that scenario happening. They have the secure internet, like Web 3.0 or whatever, where like all the big corporations buy in, and you have to like pay to be on that secure internet if you don't want to lose your internet, just in case of the, whatever they're gonna say the attack is, whether it's terrorists or aliens or whatever. Like this internet won't go down, but you have to pay extra to get on it. And it'll be just like what they did with the pandemic, and all the small businesses will have to pay to get in, or they'll, basically lose out.
Yeah, that would cause, like you're saying, like an economic kind of
like
line in the
all the
sand.
big corporations will be the saving internet. That'll be secure, just in case we have that scenario that they actually plan on doing themselves.
Well, that'd be a crazy way for them to, give the corporations a leg up too, and to kill all the small businesses even more so. If
that's what I mean.
Like if they don't have the economic green credits or whatever to be on that system. Yeah.
Right. And they can totally implement it because they've given the scare to people that, oh, we can't. What if the internet goes down? Oh, well, we got this extra special secure internet with, better cables or something, or whatever it is.
That might get people more than anything. People's internet, their cell phone. Like if they were really going to go for something, like I was saying, bank accounts, obviously money, but how many people, if they told you like, yep, that's it, we have to shift to some new system so that you can get your TikTok and your YouTube and all your social media. I mean, it seems like almost everyone would go for it. Like, who wants to not have internet in today's world?
Yeah. And they can't, I mean, if they're going to do that, I mean, people have talked about the scare of like, what if they just take the internet out? But they can't do that, because then it would really fuck everything up, right? So they have to so I would imagine if they're going to do that, they would have to have some kind of like security, like, extra protocols for people that can pay type thing. Then they start charging you by the minute when you get on that, right? Right? Just for your hours that you're on the internet, you're going to be taxed.
And they take it right out of your paycheck. I will say on a positive note, in my viewpoint, this is of course just my viewpoint, and I don't have any way to. I'm not claiming a exact future or anything, but I just have a sense that I don't think anything's going to get too crazy to where we have like no food or like internet goes down or power goes out forever or anything like that, because some of those scenarios are basically game over. No, I don't mean I don't mean we're all going to die, but it's like if we can't get food, that's a serious problem. Now if food is more,
if people don't pay their cell phone bills, they're fucked. They want people to pay their cell phone bills and keep the system rolling.
Yeah,
all right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's perhaps just my intuition, but I'm not saying there's not going to be some crazy stuff that's going to go down. But I don't think it's going to be any scenario that it's like we absolutely are out of food and we're roaming the streets with machine guns, trying to, guard our last bite of food or whatever or anything.
Well, that's why this UFO scenario seems unlikely still in a way, because if they do that, people would be like cowering in their houses. They won't come out to shop.
I know that's the thing for them. Could they pull off a psyop on that level that would kind of keep people's lives rolling along? Like, yep, go to work, do your thing, But there's these changes. That's what's crazy. That's like the risk they run, I think, in terms of if they're.
I don't know how they benefit. How would they benefit? Other than like the game's over anyway. Like like there's something that they can't deal with, so that's them like throwing all the pieces off the board. Or maybe it's some kind of a cult like thing that they have to do regardless of if they keep going in the same way or not. Who knows? But I like the idea, like we talked about, like maybe they'll do something that's not necessarily completely believable, but a lot of people believe it or seen it, and like let us argue it out, whether it's outer ponders or space aliens or whether it's fake, and don't ever tell us for real. So like, the people will be able to still continue their lives just believing it wasn't what they say, or, maybe questioning it. But if they come out with like the whole disclosure of it and say that aliens are real and now we have to do this, people are going to change their philosophy so quickly. I don't know. Their day to day wouldn't be the same. They wouldn't buy like useless toys or watch the NBA games in the same way. Whatever it is, they have to be able to joke about it on Saturday Night Live. That's like the measure of what we have to be. I mean, they ended up joking about the pandemic like pretty harshly on Saturday Night Live, like making fun of people that were taking it seriously directly. If they can't do that, then the game's over for them in a way. There has to be a sketch comedy on Saturday Night Live that cuts to the bone, but it's not like something that we can't get over. I didn't think they could do that with the pandemic the way it was, but they ended up doing it. Joking about the mask.
Yeah, they pulled it off fairly well, but it did seem like it didn't quite go the way they really wanted it to. Like we've talked about this, did it really?
Yeah.
Like 9/11, they pulled that one off pretty smooth. I mean, there was some mistakes made that a lot of us were able to see through, but they pulled it off pretty well considering. Although, I don't know, a lot of people questioned it though. But I think even more questioned the whole pandemic thing. It seems overall after it's over, after it's, now that it's said and done, but, or at least that cycle of it's.
Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to see that they could ever try to do it again, just because so many people know. I mean, they even had Dana Carvey and who's the other guy? David Spade doing like Fauci impressions and joking about it. The seriousness of the masks and the jabs and stuff. It was like it's full on, like, those are two mainstream comedy guys pretty much like making fun of it now.
Yeah, but when they pulled it off though, like in 2020, it seemed like they had people like right where they wanted them to pull that off, it seemed. Because it was like it at the beginning it went over maybe even better than they thought, it seemed. Like the first kind of year, like they were just what do they say, like stealing candy from a baby kind of thing? Like they were deceiving people like a baby or whatever, that kind of analogy. It was just like carte blanche deception, and pretty much everyone was going on with it, except for a couple of us that are like, what are you going on, guys? We were the minority. But seems like after it's all said and done, well, I mean, what do you think? I mean, there's definitely people still going with it and believing it, but it doesn't seem like that's the majority. What do you think? It's kind of tough to see.
Yeah, and maybe it's hard to tell from where we are and who we talk to, but it does seem like the mainstream's still buying it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, how many people are questioning? I guess what I'm saying is that, like I've mentioned this before, like did it backfire at least enough to where whatever they're going to pull off next is not going to go over as well as, because I think like my thought of it is that whatever the pandemic was, they wanted to get such a stronghold, and whatever the reaction was that first 6 months or a year, they wanted to maintain that and then have the juices be mandatory and really roll it out. But now I know there's different ideas on this. Some people might say they pulled back on purpose or, but to me, it seems like it didn't quite go through the way they wanted it to. And a lot more people react. Like I've said this, like, let's say you have like an ant farm and you want to stop the ants from going somewhere. You can build a little wall or put something there, and that might work for a little bit, but it might also just cause more of a problem. Like you're trying to block them off, but they just create like 5 new pathways. There's one path you're trying to block, and now you try to block it. Now there's 5 more pathways that the ants made, so that's kind of my sense of it. It's like they put the restrictions on, hoping that we would all just go, be more restricted. But there's it seems like we did that thing where now there's 5 more pathways, and there's a lot more people considering or just questioning things more, to the point to where, like, if they did pull something like this off, are there a lot more people that will be rolling their eyes or be like, what is this now? After those couple years, what is this? What's up with this? Whereas maybe what they were hoping is to get that lockdown so heavy during the pandemic that they could pull this off and get everyone to go with it. So I think they're kind of in sketchy waters, if I were to look at it from their perspective.
They seem to space these out, like I can't believe that people, I mean, all the information on when they did this before was right there available for people, and Fauci included right there, like if you just look it up, you can see that they've already done this.
I'm pretty sure they schedule the pandemic type shit every 100 years or so. Yeah. That way that people can cycle out and they forget. Now, if they can make us live, if they can make us die sooner, then they might be able to accelerate it. But they have so many other plans that they could pull. Like, it's not really a necessity. As long as it works, they don't really care about how long it takes. I don't think.
Yeah, it seems like maybe some of it is so extreme too, and questionable, like almost literally, so they could have the fall guys. Like maybe Fauci will be a fall guy, which he already is. He's already been like testifying on TV and defending himself from like the whatever the premeditated stuff was, and then like Issa always says, like maybe the whole thing is for Trump to come in and blame China for the whole thing, and then we get to squash the debt, and then there's the Jubilee, and it coincides financially with something we're not even aware of. But that's another possibility that they've kind of like gone over the mark on purpose, so then they could like have this other thing come in. And then worst case scenario there would be that because Trump came into for his first term calling out the fake news, but then co-opting it to be all about him rather than what we were calling fake news. But anyway, so the whole idea there might be that then they can declare what the real news is, and fake news is going to be the stuff that's actually censored, and that could be like individual voices like us considered fake news because they're going to give us the real news, and that's the official news, and they militarize the internet or whatever. I don't know. It's a pendulum swinging. It seems like they swing it as far one way as they can, so that it swings. So it seems rightful that it goes the opposite direction, right? Still hard to believe that might put him back in office in 2024, but if I had to bet, I'd almost bet on it.
Yeah, what's the status on that? Like, yeah, he's
Well, yeah, they keep making it seem more doubtful, but then at the same time, like pretty much saying it's going to happen.
I mean, is he officially running yet, or is that not?
Oh yeah,
he is for sure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess you're talking about RFK.
No.
Who?
Trump? No. Yeah.
Okay.
RFK is too hard to listen to. Even, I mean, not that I think that necessarily the votes or whatever count, but it's just that like he's been called out from Democrats now as a conspiracy theorist because he implied that the whole V was kind of directed towards certain races. Got a lot of backlash for that. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but he's so hard to listen to.
I will say, like, if they brought Trump in again or whatever, it would seem like it would cause quite an upset because whatever is going on, with him and that his whole character and what is very divisive. It seems he is a divisive guy. Like people love him.
The great divider. The great divider, and that's what they love more than anything, right? Division.
Yep. And he has that, I guess, debatable, but charisma, and just his attitude.
Oh yeah,
like the excessively confident and kind of insecure, but overly confident. That seems like he's like taking control, but it's that people get into.
A lot of the Q people still think he's president. They think that there's two presidents right now. One that's acting like he's president, and then Trump's still in control of the military, and has actually never really been not president. They seriously believe this. Well, who knows what it is? It doesn't even matter. It's not like the president really makes that many, he's scripted regardless. But
well, did you think that when he was running with Biden or whatever, did you think that he was going to win? Were you on that camp? Because remember, it was like that was being discussed. Like Jaronism did a whole thing where Jaron was very strong and he thought he would, be reelected. And I actually had an intuition that we were going to see more of Trump. And when I look back on it, though, I'm like, well, were those of us that were more on that side of it? Like, were we actually right? It's just after the Biden one, if he comes back, like, is that?
Well, the Q people say it had to be this way. It had to be this way because they needed to do the whole financial thing, right? They needed to do the whole financial thing and show how bad it was without him, so he could come back and be the hero.
Oh my gosh, really? Yeah. To try to hype it up more, basically.
Dude, all they have to do. Can you imagine that they're using like a strategical AI, like basically an AI that produces storylines and excuses based on history? Like you just plug in like I need an event or I need some kind of convoluted way that X is the result, and then it just literally prints out a story based on real news and real situations, so that there's always like, oh yeah, it's because of this and then this and then, yeah, we have this trial and then oh yeah, but yeah, this guy's going to be elected now. It's like they don't even necessarily have to be correct about anything. The AI can just figure it out, and then they can just set their sources to confirm everything that they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense that they're feeding all of our data into these AIs to try to predict and to kind of build storylines and then get us to go along with it. Is that what you were referring to? Like that type of where there's like narratives being built on the fly based upon
yeah. Well, the AI it takes a copy of everything that's relevant into consideration. It's like I need a storyline with X as the result, but it needs to be coherent with today's history. And it just prints one out.
Like it needs to be relevant.
Yeah, it needs to be relevant and make sense, and then have characters that it needs to. But that's what AI would be good for. Like if you and I came up with a story, there may be like a loose end. There may be like something maybe, oh, but that doesn't make sense, and then people would be confused. But if you just have a story that's printed out by AI, because all of your programs, let's say all these are like CIA, their database has a list of all these different programs. So all they have to do is create something that's consistent with all the news that people are being fed, so it's believable with X, Y, Z, whatever you want as the result. You can even have a multitude of results. Say, well, we need this as a result, but then also in a month or two, we need to do something like this, like Y and Z, and then what news stories or what events would be cohesive with that kind of event happening. Oh yeah, we knew about that. These bolts were loose on this bridge, and we were expecting some kind of event. We had it set for, repair, but we just didn't make it in time. Then this explosion happened, and like if a liar made that story up, it wouldn't really pass the smell test. But if an AI made it up using relevant facts and verified check marks and shit, people would just scoff it off.
Yeah, when you were talking, it made me think of like a bar graph where there's like a bunch of different aspects of whatever they would be trying to pull off. And like if there's one that's like it's not very highly represented within the data sets that they've pulled from all of our God knows what text, phone, internet searches, everything. And so if they're trying to line up like some kind of event or PSYOP or whatever it may be, and there's like 7 or 8 main components to it, if one of those components is like not very highly represented within the data sets, then that AI might be able to be like, okay, let's replace that and bring in something that has a higher percentage of data sets to be able to trigger and activate people into those kind of patterns.
And they could do it using like psychological programming techniques. Like they could have a list embedded within the AI of all the most effective and least susceptible or least recognizable ways to trick people using lies and stories, and then cook that in with relevant news and fact checkers, and then suddenly you have like a bulletproof storyline.
Do you think they've already had AIs planning these PSYOPs?
Okay. You remember watching that movie? It was like a 30-minute film about news, the Newsbusters or something, or what's it called? Come on, somebody knows what I'm talking about. I know Platypus knows what I'm talking about. Newsbenders, yes.
Newsbenders, yeah.
Yeah, in Newsbenders.
You've seen that,
this
right,
was
Gio? Have you seen that?
He has to have.
It sounds familiar, but yeah, I would.
You need to watch it immediately if you have not. It's like
yeah, I
it's
don't know
on par with one of the best things you could watch.
Yeah, I think I remember you've said that and recommended. I remember I opened it and it's probably in one of my lists of watch at some point. So yeah, if you want to post it again, if it's really,
it's
tough.
all over YouTube. Just type in Newsbenders. It's 28 minutes, I think. 1960. Well, here's the okay. Actually, this is part of the point. 1968. This was before they ever even went to the moon, supposedly. Okay, and they were already talking about how at the highest level in the news station or whatever is just a big computer.
Here it is. I found it. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. There's like many different levels, and the news people are like, I don't know, like level 5 or something, and there's people even above that, but they control history. They plan it far in advance, and then they don't like really work out all the details until the year before. Like they have a rough draft, they have models, they have, maybe they pick together some actors and how they're going to shoot it for the news. But they don't like plan it in super detail with all the color and all the effects and all the voice actors until the year before. But all the news is planned out a year in advance. So there's this guy that's being interviewed to basically asking him or telling him that they want him to plan the news for the next, X amount of years or whatever.
And showing and basically admitting to the faking of space of rockets in space and moon landing, like admitting to it.
It's actually a complete reveal of everything that we talk about.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Perfect example of revelation of the method because they're
before the moon landing even occurred.
Yeah, because it's perfect. The psychology of it's so well thought out. Like, okay, so somebody that's being shown this is going to say, well, why would they tell us the truth if they're going to lie? Right? They don't get it. They're like, it's like, well, it doesn't register that they could be that sophisticated to actually tell us what they're going to do and then do it. Just like with Event 201, like I've shown it to people, but when the pandemic happened, I look, just they'd actually like work. Oh, it's because they knew it might happen, and they were,
I remember that.
Bill Gates was just being really intelligent about the risks that we might, and they were prepared, weren't they? It's the same kind of thing. It's the psychology of it that's so brilliant. And then they get away with it too, psychologically themselves, right? Because it's like we showed you what we're going to do, and then we did it.
Yeah, although I don't think that really works, though. I know that there's the theory that they think that if they tell you, then they're not like karmically responsible. But I'm not even convinced that they necessarily think that, and I definitely don't think that's the case either. Like, if I, for example, let's say someone is going to rob somebody. Like, they're going to do it. They're going to just break in their house and rob everything. If they were to spend like months before that joking with that person, like let's say it's a friend of theirs, they're joking with them, be like, "Oh, dude, I'm going to totally like break into your house someday and, rob all your stuff. It's going to be hilarious." And then your friend's like, "Oh, that's funny." Like he just thinks it's funny. And then you do that a bunch of times and then you actually do it. Like, did you really are you in any way expunged from like the responsibility for what you did just because you think you told them? Or does it even make any difference at all? And would it even make sense to someone to think that if they kind of told someone in a backhanded way that somehow absolves them of anything?
Right. Well, of course it wouldn't, but it helps them convince others to go along with it.
Yes.
It's for the henchmen. Like the people up top are making sure that they're cleaning their hands, but then the people down below, they don't do anything. Like you said, they're just the grunts.
Have you ever?
Or they're going along with it. They're saying, well,
As-
if we're telling them, they have to justify it in their minds in some way. So they give them this, right? They do this so that they can sleep at night.
Well, like when they told Neil Armstrong, they would say something like, "Oh, well, we need you to act this one out now because we have a 10-year schedule for to represent what JFK wanted to do, and then but we're going to raise a bunch of money when this goes through, and then we're going to really go for real."
And besides, you already faked it once as Yuri Gagarin, so you might as well keep going with it.
Yeah,
There you
as a preemptive as a preemptive programming, because the idea that like whatever you believe will become your reality. That whole create what you envision or what you see. So if they pre-program people to already think these things, like Jules Verne, all that stuff back in the original in terms of space, then even just as that pre-programming, it's already getting people to think of that as a possible reality. Meaning, like back when that was in the beginning of the space programming, at least from what we're seemingly aware of, and it was already getting people to think, oh, we could go to space, and then trying to get that as a reality that people will create because they now are thinking it's even a possible reality. So just as pre-programming, that I'm sure they use that. I would say for sure as a technique to try to get people thinking that way, in that direction. And therefore they're creating it more, and then they're just getting more energy for that event to occur. And I think they line it up with the quote unquote planets, the luminaries. They line them up with the astrological as well to incite those energies that they want to bring forth as linked from the previous programming within those cycles as well. I think they're utilizing those to try to bring all those energies together. It's like pre-programming it and then trying to connect that pre-programming symbology and those archetypes to the actual archetypes that will be present at the time that they're going to play out the psyop. And looking like the whole pandemic thing was a Saturn-Pluto period. I mean, I won't go into all the detail now, but I mean, it's so fitting for previous Saturn-Pluto periods. And it came in right at 2020, and the Saturn-Pluto moved on right like when the whole thing was essentially over. So like all during the time of it, no question in my mind that they planned it for that, to incite, to have those energies active for the whole lockdown.
Hey, that was a great talk, by the way, Gio, last night with you and Truth Prevails. That made me feel a little bit more at ease with what you think's coming up. The wave is going to be going more positive, hopefully. Coming up, right?
Yeah. We were talking about a bunch of different topics. I think I know which one you're referring to, though. Yeah. That's the Jupiter Uranus cycle. Yeah. Because she was talking about that, or someone brought up the idea of like more positivity, and then the Saturn, or sorry, the Jupiter Uranus, which is within 10 degrees now, so we're in it. It's starting, and it's going to be going for about the next. Well, the whole cycle is like 14 months. So through next August, from now it's through next August. So yeah, I don't have to go on a long thing about it now, but yeah, if you're referring to that one, because that's a major.
That was awesome. I hope you're right.
Well, like the main alignment, because like the ones that move really slowly, they call them the outer planets. Neptune, Pluto, etc. They call them outer because they move slower, and etc. And they try to make it in their whole model of the cycles, but they do move slower, and therefore their cycles are longer. Like a Jupiter Uranus, Jupiter moves fairly quickly. It's like 12 years for its entire cycle, compared to like Uranus, which is 84 years, or Neptune, that's 160, etc. Pluto's like 240, so 240 years. So those that move slower like that, like they can align for like a whole decade or for a couple years, for example. Like the Saturn Pluto, that's like about a 3-year one. So it's like 2020 to 2023 in terms of that one. Whereas the Jupiter Uranus is quicker because Jupiter is a 12-year cycle. So it's a bit quicker, which is why it lasts for about a year, etc. But yeah, the main alignment during the whole pandemic period was that Saturn Pluto. Like that was the main, because those ones that move slow, those are like the main notes, the main chorus, as it were. Like that's the main energy in the air, as it were. And that's what it was for the whole pandemic thing. But now we're headed into this Jupiter Uranus, so it's going to be a totally different energy, and it's already starting. Yeah, we're already kind of shifting into it.
So you're not saying it's the outer planets, but it's the outer planets.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude, guys. Yeah, because that's what they're called. Like, yeah, in the kind of mainstream astrological type world, the outer planets. Yeah, the inner planets and the outers.
Great.
I mean, that's what they call them. So, yeah.
Right. I wonder what the outer planets do to the outer ponders. I wonder what they think.
Yeah. Well, like Martin Kenny had that idea of the planets like being on outer rings. But I never really could think how that could work because they're moving between the tropics, you know, and you could look at Pluto from from like Australia and it would be pointing towards the north. You could look at Pluto from, you know, the United States and you know, let's say Pluto's at the equator. You could see it, you know, either north when you're in the south or south when you're in the north. So it would have to be positioned between those, you know. If it was an outer ponder thing, then you'd be seeing it if the planet is, I'm saying, you would be seeing it all the way out like in the southern star trails rather than at the equator.
Right. Well, who knows? Wait, who knows what they see? If they have their own systems or whatever, even their own little projector, their own little disco ball projection.
Well, yeah, there could be a whole nother ring if you view it in terms of the idea of being a circle, you know, the way the sun circles Polaris. Yeah, if there was like, well, a lot of the ancient legends talk about at least like the idea that there could be multiple rings is one thing, but have you seen some of those maps and heard about some of the legends that there's in the next ring out that there's two suns and they're 180 degrees from each other? So it still gives like 12-hour days or 24-hour days, I mean, or there might be a little different, but it gives like a similar day cycle because there's two of them and it's a lot larger area.
No, I haven't seen that. Do you have a link for that? I haven't seen that, or an image or something. Yeah, but I remember a lot of talk about us like them discovering, it was on Art Bell or whatever, and they were just like hyping up the whole idea that, okay, so we have a binary solar system. Like that was kind of like something that they were hiding from us or something, that there's two suns for our system.
You mean two suns where we're at here?
Like our sun has a binary sun, like it's a binary solar system we live in.
But not related to outer ponders. You're saying just within our pond, as it were.
Yeah, like within our solar, like it wasn't about flat Earth. It was just like an Art Bell thing where, you know, they were talking about the hollow moon, and no, the moon was constructed. Like it was, you know, there's some of those things that like seem like subterfuge, you know, now, but at the time it seemed like they were disclosing things they shouldn't have, you know.
Do you remember a couple of years ago on Globebusters, if you were following them back then, where they had this whole second sun thing, and Chris Van Maitre and some of those guys were, Zach, Good Times for All, and Bob Nodell. They went through a whole thing.
Wasn't that a Crow 777 thing with like, you know, some kind of?
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
They brought it to that as well, I believe. Yeah. Well, I don't know whether Crow kind of introduced them to it or they introduced Crow to it. I guess I don't know that exact history, but yeah, they definitely did
I thought it was his footage. He was doing the lunar wave, and I think he also did the second sun, and people have called him out for both things as possible show tactics.
Yeah, and that didn't really keep its steam, it seemed. Whatever that all was with the second sun, it seemed to fizzle out, maybe, if I'm not incorrect in that. Like, it didn't really seem to maintain a lot of strength in the discussions or anything. I think a lot of people consider it was maybe just like with the camera, something with the camera that was creating that double effect. But they were passionate about saying that there were two suns, for a while there.
Well, a lot of people were just saying if that was the case, you know, like we'd see it, everyone would be seeing it, right? Or, you know, it's just it's a camera effect or whatever. You have?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it once with my naked eyes. It doesn't. It didn't look like. It didn't look like what the pictures that, like the videos that you guys are talking about, it looked like. Like the second sun was like way smaller, like at least half.
Interesting. All right, so I've seen. I saw one where it was like almost like a mirrored effect, where there was what I saw. One of these times I saw it where, okay, there's the idea of Rahu and Ketu, like the north node and the south node, that are said to be like the same size as the sun and the moon and have potentially like a polarizing effect, like the idea of a dark body or a black body or whatever those may be, or they seem to manifest during eclipses, etc. So there's that whole idea, and there's people that have claimed to see those, like the nodal points and all that. And there's even footages. I know that Bob Nodell and the Globebusters guys had brought that up as well when they showed some footage. And there's ones that have been claimed and so on. So there's that. And in some cases, they do describe those as smaller, like that they look like smaller orbs. And then I've seen, and others have reported something similar to this as well, where you see the sun and then like kind of to the left of it or somewhere around it, there's like a second one. And maybe even with Chris Van Maitre and some of those guys, like perhaps they were picking this up, because I have seen it myself. And now obviously it's just my own anecdotal experience, but where it wasn't with a camera, it was with my naked eye. And I guess the quickest way I can just describe it is it's almost like there was a second mirrored sun that was like displaced from the main sun. And it was like the same size, but not as bright. Like it was definitely dimmer, and it seemed like kind of like a mirror reflection. You know, sometimes you see like two layers in a mirror, almost something like that. And I'm not even saying what it was or wasn't, but you know, it is interesting to think of all the potentials. Like if it's functioning like a lens, or there's some way that it can mirror itself like that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The cool thing from my experience was what I saw was not at all what I was able to capture on camera. Like the pictures just didn't do it justice, which was kind of cool, which made it like this sort of like, you know, once in a lifetime opportunity or whatever. Because I was tripped out, dude. It was like 6:30 in the morning. I was on my way to work, and I just stopped. I was like, "What am I looking at right now?" And snapped up a couple pictures and went to work.
That's so weird. Platypus, I just clicked on a video that I screen recorded of your footage. That was crazy with that big bright light. And what was that? I meant to ask you. I just happened to click on it.
The directed energy weapons, possibly.
Whatever that was, man. It was like the big streak in the sky with like the glare. It looked like the sun.
Yeah. That shit is so weird. I don't know, man. Don't know.
Here, I just took. I'm gonna make a GIF of just a bit of what you recorded. That was just. What was that? Was it the sun there? I mean, you would know if you filmed it, right? Was that the sun?
Which one was here?
Here, I'll make a GIF of it real quick. I just took some screenshots.
Yeah.
All right, here
Headed into a little full moon coming up, you guys. Who's excited?
What is
this? Dude. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good video. I did not take this, but a very close friend of mine took it and sent it to me. In a text message.
But is that the sun? I mean, what else could it be? It's the sun, right?
It's the sun, but dude, look at the shadows. Look how fucked up the shadows are.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense.
You guys just have a shit ton of pollution there, man. Have you been not getting out of town very much?
That's Canada. That's like in the middle of nowhere, Canada.
Yeah, that's probably the fucking smoke or something they were doing in the Northeast. I don't know. There's just so much pollution there. That's clearly gonna project whatever light's behind it.
Wait, was this during fires? I've seen some crazy skies when they've done the fires up here.
I mean, the fires were on the East Coast, right? Because this is pretty central.
I don't care where it is. Look at the sky, dude. It's fucked.
That looks. The other thing about that is there's like local lighting on those chemtrails. You know, if that sun was 93 million miles away, why would it be locally lighting? It would be hitting all those light rays, quote unquote, would be hitting parallel this huge globe.
Right.
But instead, there's this local effect right there. Yep.
Yeah, that's why it's tripping me out. I'm like, I mean, not that I think the sun's far away, but it's like it seems like more significant than just happen to catch it type thing.
It's like a hot spot on the chemtrails.
Yeah.
They haven't been doing. They don't really chemtrail up where I'm at. It seems very frequently. It's mostly blue, clear skies. I might just be far enough away from the big cities that they're just not focusing up here. But it's pretty clear these days. I don't really see them where I'm at.
I think they only like chemtrail the big populations.
Yeah, the big cities. Yeah, they used to hit San Francisco hard.
Well, they have to. It smells so bad there. They're Febrezing it. Or, excuse me, they're Febrezing it.
Dude, especially down like in southern, like south of San Francisco, down in Silicon Valley. I've seen times where it's just doused. They're like controlling the tech companies or something through somehow with the weather, electromagnetic fields or something that they're trying to put people in bubbles, maybe weather bubbles.
So what did your friend say about that video? He just said he happened to catch it, and that wasn't like because there wasn't much more to it than that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Clip. I mean, it looks like this.
To me because I have been posting that type of content where it's just like, if the sun is 93 million miles away, how the fuck do these shadows make sense? You know what I mean?
Yeah, none of it. Like the whole thing, it looks like it's just like tearing it apart. Like it doesn't even like you could convince somebody that's not even the sun. It's some kind of like something else in the sky. You know, it doesn't even look like the sun's there. Other than that, nothing that bright could be in the sky that we know of.
Yeah. But I mean, man, Witzel was making some good points earlier tonight. Points that I've kind of made before, but like I just didn't really word them as well. Where it's just like, dude, if people don't care that the government just came out and said that aliens are real, like if the government came out and said the Earth was flat, would people care? I don't know. Kind of weird.
Yeah, well, that's why it would have to be like something miraculous. It would have to be like giants really do look like they're walking at us, or they could make it biblical. You know, like they were teasing at that. We were just talking about the election. You know, right up to the election, it seemed like there was going to possibly be even something they do. They had that woman that was talking about the Kraken, and it's going to be biblical, and you know, like people were kind of expecting maybe even some kind of big psyop to coincide with it. Well, there was actually with the January 6th stuff, but maybe even some kind of like, you know, fake alien disruption to, you know, then, you know, the fact there was even talk of like Trump is in connection, or Trump's in communication with the Outer Ponders kind of stuff. You know, like he's the chosen one. He even said, "I'm the chosen one." Looked up at the sky. There's so much weird shit that they could still do, especially if he comes back into office.
Man, I should say that more, if that works.
I'm the chosen one.
Look at the sky, just kind of point.
He walked with the Bible down the street from the White House to the church, holding it upside down.
Just have your pronoun be the chosen one.
Yeah, I was talking to my
identify
friend
as
about
the
that the other
chosen one.
day. I was going to use like royalty pronouns.
Your Majesty.
I like the pronouns Mr. Sir. Call me Mr. Or you can call me Sir. You can call me Mr. Sir.
I identify as the Kraken.
I identify as Maya Angelou. I don't even know why I said that.
I don't know why it's so funny, but it is. It's like something that would have, it's like one thing to be a black woman, but to be that black woman who just died, people
She
might
just
have a
died?
problem with.
No.
Yeah, not too long ago.
No
Not
way,
too long
dude.
ago.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god. She knew why the caged bird sings. Did we ever figure that out? No, I'm kidding. Maya Angelou. He was an American. Oh no. Oh, dude, she died in 2014, bro. Not too late.
I
Not
guess
too
he
late.
wasn't just. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, she's a sacred cow for a
She
lot of people.
is a gem of American society. And no, she was, her poetry was alright. I had to read it in school. I get all her questions right on Jeopardy.
Tina Turner just died, didn't she? Does anybody else know? Did that just fly by everybody?
Probably. It happened during the whole submarine thing. Nobody cared.
Yeah. That was a little bit ago, but you know who did just pass away in that similar category is Sinead O'Connor.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that happened already, but they were pretty much the same story. She's living in a motel, and talking about suicide for a long time.
You want to look at O'Connor's
Hold on.
hands. Look
New
at her
York-
hands.
New York Times. Sinead O'Connor's death is not suspicious, police say. Uh-oh.
Saying
So-
she basically, where her son had committed suicide or something like that, not too long ago, and I don't know.
Yeah, I heard that.
Really?
That's what they say, yeah. Well, I'm not denying it or confirming. I'm just saying that is the narrative. Yeah.
Well, you know what they said when she died? They're like, well, nothing compares to her son's suicide.
Well, I don't know if her recent death is a suicide or not, in that sense.
I was trying to make a joke. Nothing compares.
Maybe it's too soon.
Yeah, it is too soon. Nothing compares to you.
Unfortunately, I don't know who Sinead O'Connor is. I thought it was somebody else.
No, but
She's
that
the one that
song's
tore up
actually
a picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live.
that
She
song's
said,
written
"Fight the
by
real
Prince.
power," and tore up a picture of the Pope.
That Nothing Compares to You is not, that's a cover. That's a Prince song.
Honestly, there's really only two celebrity deaths that really ever affected me. That was Robin Williams and Norm Macdonald. I don't think not even Michael Jackson really got me. Oh, no, hold on. John Prine.
Well-
When John Prine died,
I'd put money on Michael Jackson never died and Prince, and I'd almost put money that Norm Macdonald's not dead. There was some weird shit. He predicted his death and did some things beforehand that made it seem like maybe he was checking out.
It's possible he owed a lot of money. He was he was actually a really big gambler, and he was not a winner.
Is that right?
Yeah, he had some problems.
honestly, I hope he's fucking sipping pina coladas with Tupac right now.
There's a number, what is it, John Daly, of how much money he's lost gambling? It's such a massive number. He said he would like go to the casino and lose like $500,000 a night.
He told me. I heard him talking on a radio program once where he's like, "Yeah, I was trying to quit gambling, so I took $64,000 and I threw it in the ocean." And they're like, "What the fuck, Norm? You threw $64,000 in the ocean?" He's like, "Yeah, They're like, "Oh, did it work? Did you stop gambling?" And he's like, "Nope." I don't know if that was a bit that he was doing or what, but he was just fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you never know if he's serious.
John Daly has claimed that he's lost between 50 to 60 million in total through gambling. John Daly, the golf player guy, yeah, like 50 to 60 million in total.
What a badass.
Just gone. That's what I was saying. He talked about doing like $500,000 a night kind of thing, and like you do a couple nights of those, yeah, you're up to 60 million.
What was his net worth? It's a lot of money to lose.
I don't know, but I think for as much money as he did make during his like peak career and everything else, I think he did. He did go. I don't know. I'm not saying he went broke, but I think he did go down to a low amount at some point, and then probably got something else going. Whatever other.
Says at the time that he died, he was worth $2.5 million.
Who, McDonald?
Yeah.
I mean, he always seemed like a real guy to me. I wouldn't imagine that he's in their family lines and stuff, but
$2.5 million. It sounds like he just has a house and a car in LA.
Yeah, I mean, when he died, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like it's just bare minimum. The guy probably owed money. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. I owe the mafia a little bit too much this time. With a smile on his face.
Oh, I just came across that video. It was $60,000, not $64,000. I don't know where I got that. Gotta get your numbers right. Dang it, the Glober's coming in here.
Bring them all on, because NASA are all flat earthers. They're all flat earthers, dude. Where'd you? I mean, the globe is over, fellas. I'm sorry, it's over. There is no more globe. So we got to move on with life. And I got millions of dollars. We're gonna party with fine women on yachts. Geo, you don't have any idea what Robert Lee Pine Jr. just figured out, dude. No clue, but it's gonna be funny, Geo.
But you got to tell us now.
Let's go,
dude. What do you got cooking, brother? I want to hear it.
It's called a trust. Do you guys know who to trust?
Yeah,
the truth.
Trust God. Who's fucking telling the truth? That's who you trust. That's the only one you trust. The one telling the truth is the only one you trust. But I've got a trust trick for you boys. I've got a trust trick that ain't never going away. It's like the word. It's never going away. And it is the truth. And you're all blessed. Thank you for your help.
Don't hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, you shouldn't be driving drunk, dude.
Look, trust God, I'm in the desert and I'm driving down an old dirty dirt road doing about 5 fucking miles an hour. So hush. Hush the fuck up. I ain't no hurry, dude. I just snapped them.
We'll keep it
really good, Gio. Yeah.
Keep it under.
You'll find out soon.
We'll keep then.
You'll find out.
Keep it under 5 miles an hour. 5 miles an hour max.
I might do 6. I got a couple of big ditches. You know, the desert that washes out the ditch.
Maybe bring it down to 3 miles an hour. Bring it down to 3.
You don't have to move very fast when you're on the gold mine. You can just drive real slow. You can get heavy equipment, just dig big fucking holes.
If you're only going 3 miles an hour, there's definitely limited damage you can cause. I will say that.
When you find big gold in Arizona, you can do whatever the fuck you wish. I promise.
Bro, are we gonna go find gold? Because that's like kind of one of my dreams.
You guys are here arguing about the globe still.
I love finding gold, man.
Hey,
finding gold is so tight.
Breaking news. NASA are flat earthers, dude. All their documents say so.
Dude, have you seen those guys that
I can tell that to a third grader, and the third grader is going to go, yeah, you're probably right.
Have you seen those guys that take a Home Depot sand and then they run it for gold? They run it through to try to get gold out of it? Like sand, you can buy sand.
Do they make money? Do they find gold?
They find less than what it costs, but yeah,
you have to click the clickbait thumbnail to find out.
Do you know if I own a 1 cent stamp? Do you know if I own a 1 cent stamp, then I can have semi-trailers full of Federal Reserve notes? And the 1 cent stamp is worth more than all the semi-trucks full of all those Federal Reserve notes.
Did you ever wonder, like, what's the deal with the Postal Service? Like, how in the fuck is that working?
Well, I'm a postmaster, I could tell you. But nobody wants to listen. But hey, I'm just Robert.
But I'm just saying, the Postal Service in my neighborhood, you're like, yeah, I've got a letter here, I want to mail it. And they're like, sir, you got to step behind the line. And I'm like,
When you learn
okay.
who the enemy is and you only believe in the truth, it's easy to defeat your enemy. It's so easy. It's sickening. You should be a retard if you can't figure out how to beat the devil at this point. He's under your fucking feet. He's under the worms. He's no good. I mean, if you can't tell by now that the earth is not what they told you, something's seriously wrong with you. You need to be in like an institution. I apologize. Right, Gio?
Dude, you have the exact same, like, spiel every time I heard you. You come in and you're like, they're all flat earthers. All of them.
Yeah, I'm
Everybody
just
in NASA
on
is
you.
a flat earther, and they just need to be
I'm
rounded
just
up
on them,
and put it into
and they don't
an
like
asylum.
it.
I'm sorry. It's kind of
Hey,
funny.
Gio. Hey, Gio.
Yo, what up? What's up, APOC?
Hey, can you join me in live stream chat too? Can I talk to you real quick? Is that okay?
Yeah, we could go down to the lounge just below this one.
Yeah,
You
let's
guys
go
don't
there real
mind
quick.
if I join you, right?
I'm gonna talk to you real quick.
You don't mind if I join, right?
Yeah, that's
The
fair.
lounge?
Anyone can join. I just want to talk to Gio real quick. That's okay. You all right with that?
Privately, or I can't come there and listen to what you guys have to say?
Explorers, you better go along and just make sure everything goes well.
Just to make sure that, you know,
join
I
me
ain't
down
got
there real quick.
backstabber Jesuits trying to rule my life and shit.
Nah, I'll see
Yeah,
you
I
down
get
there.
it.
I'll see you.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys remember when McToon scheduled a debate with the flat earther and acted as if he was sitting on evidence before he doxed and reported the guy, his opponent, to the police? Live on stream.
I don't
And he
even
did
You
it
guys
all
are
just
still
for
worried
views.
about that little girl fucking McToon. And that McToon, I bet he dreams about being a woman and shit. A robot that lives forever. Yeah, I'll bet that's what McToon dreams about. Fucking cartoon boy.
Damn,
Fucking
dude.
pathetic.
That's insane.
It's pathetic.
I think it's more pathetic flat earthers that post assholes like that.
Yeah.
I don't
He's an
even know
idol,
who
dude.
MC
He's
Toon
like
is.
famous on YouTube. He's a glober, dude. Oh shit. Really? There's a guy that exists like that on the earth? That's amazing. Can you tell me some more stories? That's a good story. And then I see him on there and I said, holy shit, that's McToon? Holy shit. We got a man thinking he's a girl and gonna live forever as a robot. That's what he is.
That's what he wants to do.
Well, that's who he is.
Yeah.
Dude, if I was gonna
Yeah.
live forever, I definitely wouldn't want to be a woman.
Well, look.
Well, a woman robot.
Yeah, but even woman robot, like, I mean.
Oh yeah,
I
you
don't
could be a
even
man
know.
robot too, I guess.
Yeah.
Or well, you could have him switch mode, whatever. I don't know.
I think it's time to hit the big red button that says panic on it, and we just push it and say, hey, no more men pretending they're girls want to be fucking living like robots forever. How about that one? Can we just push the fucking panic button and say, well, that really can't happen here because we have a bunch of righteous men standing around. We can't allow that to happen. I surely don't want it to happen.
That's so tight. I don't even know what to say to that. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking rugged, isn't it? Fucking a bunch of fucking man pretending to be president, vice president.
It's like
a man acting as a girl, and you guys are all arguing about fucking ball, fucking globe, fucking lights in the sky, fucking stupid nonsense. Wake the fuck up, man. I can't find a good woman to marry. How about that one? I want to spread my seed. Robert Lee Pine Jr. wants juniors, but can't have them because it's a poison upon the earth. It's fucking disgusting. It's sickening behavior.
Dude, you should go to the
It's
Philippines.
disgusting.
You will not have a problem.
I don't have to go nowhere. I can just see it all around me.
Oh, no.
And I don't even go on the TV, by the way. I don't go to the TV. I just watch people lose their mind in madness.
You save up enough money, you can go to the Philippines, you can have sex like 3 or 4 times a day for an entire year. And then you'll have over 1,000 kids. And you can start an army and basically just take over the country.
Okay, but let me just say this. There's some brilliant minds on the Discord. There's so many brilliant minds that I can't compete with all the brilliant minds on the Discord. Even Geo, brilliant. We got to figure this mess out, and we got to figure it out in a hurry. And how about having some funds to go along with it, like millions of dollars? Wouldn't that be nice? Couldn't we just get half the budget, like I've been saying for a long time?
Dude, you wouldn't need millions of dollars if you had your own personal fucking army of half Filipinos ready and armed and highly trained and motivated.
They could mine gold for you.
They could mine. They could do whatever.
Is that your plan?
I would do this.
Dude, let's just say, if it was my plan, I would be at least 6 years down the line, and I'm already teaching them how to do blow darts.
Why don't you just teach them what trust law is? And they made a benefit for you, and you're not even accepting it.
Nope, I don't do any of that, Goofy. I am the man.
You don't like accepting benefits from your SESTQ trust that was created by the Social Security Administration?
No,
They
that
administer
sounds really
your
gay.
trust. Everybody pretending to be trustees when they're not, or the beneficiary. Nobody knows how to write their stupid name as a beneficiary.
Text the KB.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm homophobic. I don't like any of that stuff.
No, that was a government.
Now I'll make you sick to your stomach. If you believe in any kind of Catholic teaching, like globes, you're going to get sick to your stomach. I'm going to make you sick to your stomach. I'm going to keep doing it.
I'm going to
I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it until you wake the fuck out of your slumber, stupid. Cartoons are not real, fuckface. Cartoons are not real, dickhead. Sorry.
You're fucking so animated.
I apologize.
It's crazy.
I
You're
still
talking-
apologize.
I don't even.
I was there, dude. I was one of them fucking universe fuck faces that think that all those fucking fucking pictures are real. They trapped me in a world that I didn't even want to be in, thinking that I was less than a man, and that's wrong. That's like, but I don't hate their guts. I just think I was trapped there too. And look, we just need to figure the mess out. And yeah, I plan on. I think there's so many great minds on Discord. We could really figure this place out if we had some funding, if we had some money to do what we wish. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what we could accomplish if we just had some funding? That's so funny. You guys think that you're not blessed by your Heavenly Father when you pray to Him? You got no idea what you're in store for. It might be the kingdom that I was told about a long time ago. I read about it. Might be that kingdom. It could be. Who knows? But we can have the funding.
Stop,
we just need
please,
smart people.
Stop.
Go ahead.
Stop.
Bring us your brilliance.
No.
Mercy.
I'd literally rather just have it be silent. Just
Okay, we can have a moment of silence. I apologize.
No. It's just I don't think you're not talking to anyone. You're kind of just talking at everybody. It was funny for like 2 minutes, and then
It's kind of funny. That's kind of what Yeshua just yelled the truth at people, and they just thought he was nuts. They thought they could just crucify him. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Go ahead, it's your turn.
I don't want to crucify you, dude. I just want you to either have a conversation or don't just like verbal diarrhea, you know.
Well, I don't even know who your name is. I just told everybody on Discord that I think they're brilliant. I think they should just do the best to their ability, see what they can do. I just learned the law. That's what I was good at. And yeah, it turns out we can just trick these fuckers the way they tricked us. And it's stupid. It's stupid crazy, but it's going to be entertaining. I'm going to have a sense of humor like my father. I'm not going to hate
about
nobody.
that.
I still
Yeah,
hear
no.
sound from your face.
It's just Yah. It's just Yah. That's who I believe in. That's my covenant.
That's what it
Who
is.
do you covenant with? Do you covenant with Yah too?
You're doing
Do you
this,
covenant with Yah like me, or are you covenant with someone else?
Yeah, why don't you answer the question for us and then continue on?
Well, that's the question. I mean, things are coming to a head now.
You already know.
It's like, do you love Yah or do you love somebody else? Do you covenant with Yah or do you covenant with someone else?
You've now entered into the same category as like Pete Shea and Jin and Johnny B.
Cuddles.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm just
straight
Cuddles.
fucking Rambo, rambling Rambo.
Why do Cuddles and you sound so alike, but you're also like equally informed on law? Is it like a personality type or something?
Well, I just got done snacking the shit out of some Jesuits, and now they fucking are really coming around to fucking thinking, hey, how can we fucking end this peacefully without fucking everybody just killing everybody? How about that one? That's a tough puzzle to figure the fuck out, isn't it? That's a tough one.
Nuts that you're operating a car that you could just roll up next to me at a gas station and just do.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm doing 20 fucking miles an hour in the middle of Arizona. There's nobody here. Who am I hurting? Who the fuck am I bothering, dude? Nobody.
I'm raising my hand.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Am I not
I'm just chilling
allowed?
through town doing fucking 18 miles an hour now. There's a car behind me.
Way
Oh
too
no.
fast.
I'm going
That's
fucking
way
too fucking fast
You
for
have to
trouble.
go backwards in time now.
Fucking 12:38 in the morning. And look, I ain't hurting nobody. And I promise you, even if they ran my plates and their plates, they're registered.
Shouting at your phone.
I
That's cool.
apologize. But look,
in the middle of nowhere,
they're not going to bother Robert Lee
shouting
Klein
at your
Jr.
phone.
I know,
you guys,
dude.
That's
you guys
sick.
are great.
I love this.
Well, to be fair, we're all just like talking to these fucking black rectangles.
It's
We're
better
all
than
on our phones
arguing
right
about
now, like-
some cartoons and pretending that there's a ball or something. A globe. That's stupid.
We get it.
That's fucking retarded.
Black rectangles.
I know third graders that are smarter than most of the people that even talk on this channel. They're fucking just still. I got a third grader that says,
Dude,
"Yeah,
I don't want to. Can you,
Ray,
shut the
Robert,
fuck
they're
up,
kind
No,
of
you
stupid."
have to. He's used to it. This is what he does. He just goes from server to server to server until he gets muted or kicked, and then he
Until
comes
they kick
back
me off and ban
and
me
does
and
it again.
shut my
Yeah,
mouth.
I'd rather not do either of those things. So if you could not talk when other people are
It's what he
talking.
wants to do. It makes him feel powerful. Like, oh, look at me. I'm so truthful, and no one can handle my truth.
Man.
Right?
Yeah, it's an ass.
Well, I'm trying to tell all you guys that I think you're pretty smart. Like you could use funding to like figure out where the fuck we're living. And I don't care if you fucking love
Glad you're telling
bike.
everybody on Discord about this.
You're pretending to
we
be
almost had a
and
conversation
love
there,
robots
just for a
and want to
second.
live
It was
forever.
close. It was close.
It was like
I
about
still
to
want to give
happen.
you funding.
Yeah.
I think you're smart.
Yeah.
Away from
Even if you
Pause.
pretend to be a girl, I think you're smart enough to figure this place out if I gave you a fucking billion fucking dollars to do it.
Man.
Dude, just stop. Just stop. Oh my god.
There we go.
Stop,
Did we?
please.
Are we done with that?
I did.
Lasted
I
longer than I thought.
I did.
That's-
I figure he's driving on a dirt. I just disconnected him. I figured
Oh
he's
no,
driving on a
he's
dirt
in a
road.
city street.
Oh, son of a.
We've got him on GPS. He's in a neighborhood.
We got him,
He's
boys.
like, what
We
are
got
you
him
in a
like we
town
bought him.
square or
Here,
something?
north to south.
You cut out.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay,
I
don't worry
lost
about
my
it.
signal or something. Somebody shut me off the server, so they don't
No,
like
dude,
what I
that
got
was
to say.
that was me actually. I disconnected you because you wouldn't stop talking.
Because I'm just an asshole, right?
No, but you're borderline approaching asshole levels.
No, at least.
I mean, you can appreciate that I'm being like lighthearted about it, and I don't want you to leave, but I also don't want you to continue the behavior, right?
I'm only here because I owe a duty and obligation to my fellow man to like protect his ass and make sure he doesn't fuck up. Because I mean, people wrote some shit down years ago and they believed it was the truth, and
he
you
has
got
a
to kind
way
of be honest with
of,
them. So you got to say,
having
hey,
a
look,
lot to
these
say,
guys
but
said that
not
this is probably right, and
responding.
that's it. Yeah, you got to do it.
All right. Well, my patience is pretty thin, and like I don't really know what else to say. I might get in trouble.
Well, Yeshua, you know, you read the red words, and he says, just, hey, look, man.
Wait, you
Just
might get
agree
in
with your
trouble?
adversary. To agree with him
I don't
quickly.
know. I get a lot of people who say that I mod too hard on the server.
No.
All right.
How about this? Don't give mod to people that are going to use mod if you don't want them to.
It's more people
Okay.
that aren't mod that get upset. But you know what? I
I
mean,
will
look,
be honest. I'll be honest, and I'll be
if I
friendly.
can't
Just
even
look.
blame
Give me a question that's
Not be
something you
honest.
really want to know that you didn't know
I'll
was the
take the
truth. Just
blame.
any
Just
question.
do it.
I just hit
Just
him
got
for 10 minutes.
answer
I
any
just hit him for
question.
10 minutes. Just 10 minutes of
Dude,
silence.
You figure
Sorry.
no, we can ask him any question. Now we can't. Damn. I
it
was ready
started to
like,
feel like a sound in my head.
Dude, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not in the mood. I was
I'm not sure what kind of medication it takes to make that voice go away. Whew.
10 minute
Cool down. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's changing my blood alcohol content with his voice.
Dude, I think I need to do like a salt rinse in my mouth just to like get the alkalinity back. I taste battery acid right now.
Just casual fucking plastered driving down the road.
Is that what that is? I don't even know. That sounded almost like heat stroke.
No. He's an incessant fucking drinker.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's always like murderously plastered upon himself.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what Geo and Rolling My Boulder. You're not another wannabe troll dumbass. Dude, have I ever even really? I hear you're fatigued. You guys read this. Platypus, I hear you're fatigued. It's a bummer. Because I thought you had some serious disproof about the shape of the end. Fatigue.
Yeah.
Yo, rolling my boulder, bro. What's up with you talking shit about my fatigue? Because, I'll fucking unmute your mic right now. How dare you?
Your fatigue?
My fatigue.
What's a
You
fatigue?
hear my fatigue.
What's that?
Hold
My
on.
fatigue.
My fatigue, bro.
But way back.
Oh, dude. The
That's my
fatigue.
fatigue right there.
My fatigues. My fatiguenheims. You're fatigued. He just said it again. I'm fatigued. No, that's not fatigue that you hear. That's something else. But you have a keen ear. And we'll give you that.
I'm totally geeking out right now.
Dude, why would you even come to a flat earth server to just like call out? The room was full of flat earthers. You could have called anyone out. You called me out. You talking about my fatigue? I don't just like, even if you could prove to me or to anyone that the earth was a ball, why would you come here and do it? It just doesn't make sense. Like, if I could prove that like gorillas were a real thing, would I go to a fucking Discord that like is dedicated to like gorilla denial and be like, oh, you guys, gorillas are real. Like, I wouldn't give a shit, bro. I wouldn't fucking care. The only reason why you're here is because in the back of your head, you know it's not a ball. So you got to come here and just cope. We're here for you guys. We're here to like, it's okay, buddy. You know, it's CGI, but you know, you'll figure it out. I'm easy pickings and you can't spell. I'm Fageeked. You can't spell, dude. Come on. Just, I'm tired of reading your text. Yeek.
Yeah, not coming in VC. It sounds like maybe Roland's fatigued.
Fucking rolling his boulder, bro. It's all good
He's
though.
rolling these nuts.
Yeah.
Ha! Got him.
You know who Matan is? He's that like internet guy that everybody thinks is like a 15-year-old kid. He's like, these fucking girls are illiterate. They can't even read. She's like, I can read. And he's like, name 10 books. Name 10 books. And she can't fucking name 10 books. It's just funny.
Yeah, that guy's a good troll. He's just an internet troll though. He's not like, I don't think there's anything special about him. You know, he made that shit up on the fly, right? He doesn't even know 10 books. When he was asked the same question, he's like, Harry Potter.
Yeah, no. I don't know. It's just funny to see these OnlyFans hoes getting owned.
Yeah. But that's like fish in a barrel though. I mean, they're fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean, but if the fish in the barrel are a good sample of the fish in the sea, then maybe it needs to happen. I don't know.
Penis, Moby Dick, OnlyFans.
I mean, if like, okay, let's say 50% of, okay, what percentage of young women that are single today do you think have done OnlyFans or sent pornographic content of themselves to other people?
I
To
have
the
no
internet?
idea.
Just
Oh,
ballpark.
just
10%?
to the internet or like to
Let's start with OnlyFans. Let's just start with like what percentage
Oh, I don't
of
know.
women have done OnlyFans or like Snapchat stuff, or like, you know, can you cash app me like $20 and I'll send you, you know, look, even if it is 20%, that means 2 out of 10. Okay, and first of all, it's not like every single dude out there is just meeting like 10 women a week. But for every 10 women that you do meet, 2 of them. I mean, dude, honestly, that seems so conservative to me. I feel like it's probably more like 4 out of 10. You know, but I don't know. It's a bad look, dude. It's a bad look.
I'd say it's probably about a percentage of the population of like everybody, including men. Like,
Well, yeah,
just
no, it's bad too for men.
it's probably maybe 1%. But I mean, even 1% would be horrible. You know, I can't wait until everyone's a grandma. That'd be fucking hilarious. For me.
Dude, what's up with all these weirdos?
We're in a flat earth Discord.
I've never even really spoken to Roland my Boulder. I don't know why he's adding me so much.
I don't know. Did you go to Gems?
No, I've been banned from Gems for like a year.
Oh, I thought you were champion flatty.
No, I'm persona non grata over there, dude. I fucking slaughtered one of their sacred cows one too many times.
Yeah, I said something true in 24/7 and I got banned again.
Oh, that's good, dude. That place
Yeah,
sucks.
it only took one statement.
Yeah, Indio, what's up, dude? I think you're CIA or something. You stink. How did
He doesn't need to be CIA if he's doing their work for them anyway. I mean, he's just as fucking effective as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm just making a point. That's all. He glows. That whole server, that whole situation was.
It only takes a couple assholes up top to literally they have neutered like all of the OGs from that place, and they've only kept the worst people. And on top of that, they have pushed away hundreds of thousands of innocent, virgin, flat earth interested people from the outside world. And that's, that really fucking bites my ass.
They turned it into a more effective flat Earth society. Because this one, you can actually go there and talk to people, and they'll turn you away big time. It's so fucking obvious what happened there. That place was the largest place on the internet to talk about flat Earth, and it got co-opted and destroyed from within. And those people are never going to be held accountable, at least in this lifetime. But that is some shitty thing.
Dude, we built that place. That's fucking bullshit.
It's fine, dude. We're look, as far as I'm concerned, like this server is the new place to be. Like, yeah, there's all these other servers, but this place is keeping a balance somehow. You know what I mean? It's fucking not easy, but I don't know. I just like I don't want to be in a place where like Pete Shea or Johnny B gets platformed for hours and there's fucking dogpiling. I want to hear
or somewhere that hosts McToon and FDFE for fucking clicks and clout like Apocryphon's faggot ass.
I am not in it for any clout. Dude, I really am not in it for anything. I just love the community. You and fucking Gio have known me for a fucking long time, dude. That's like real talk, almost over half a decade almost now.
I have mailed you things.
Yeah.
They didn't get there, but I mailed you things.
Well, that's what I was saying about the post office earlier, where I was trying to, like, what the fuck is that? Anyway.
Right.
I don't know. Dude.
I don't mail anybody things. That means something. Okay.
Bro, pretty soon I'm going to have a new address, I think. I don't know. I'm going to find out this week. Sure. Super, super excited.
Oh, he's back. Are you still driving? Fuck off the road, asshole.
Dude, I told you, I'm in the middle of Arizona. I'm going down a long dirt road. You know why I'm driving down that long dirt road? Just to get rid of fucking people like your ass. How can you mute a motherfucker?
I dare you to ram into my car, asshole.
You think I'm that wasted or something, dude?
I don't know. You're always pretty wasted. I don't think I've ever heard you sober once.
I've been of good cheer. I try to help my fellow man, and I get to have a beer once in a while when I do.
Sure.
Trying to help you fellas out, but man.
Yeah, well, why don't you ask us what kind of help we need? Because you don't actually listen to the shit we're saying.
Why don't you think positive instead about thinking about Tim Panda's channel? Why don't you just start thinking about?
Do you want to?
What's your?
I don't know, man. I just timed you out, hoping you would figure it out.
We just solved the conversation problem, and now you're trying to fucking unsolve it again.
I know, but
Yeah, but you're trying to help us,
You guys
right?
go ahead.
You fucking deluded fuck. Jesus Christ.
All right, I'm just gonna mute you. You can hang out, dude, but you can't talk. Because I think it's for the best. Conversation problem was solved.
Dude, it sucks. I want to like people like this, but this is like, we have so many people exactly like this, because when you come into truth, you fucking lose your mind. Like,
Dude.
it's so hard. Let me finish this real quick. I have done a lot of stretching of my mind in order to accept all of these truths and then go back out into the real world. And some people don't make it. Some people, they stretch their mind and it gets permanently fucking altered. And it never goes back to like normal ass fucking Tim, Bob, and Harry. It's you know all the truth and you can speak the truth and it makes sense. But you know what? You're probably going to hear it from a homeless guy in the street, and he's going to tell you about the Federal Reserve and the Council of Foreign Relations, and he's going to put it all together for you. He's going to say, you know what? This all makes sense. And the consequence of it all making sense is I lost my mind. And that's why I'm homeless on the street scratching my nuts. Not everybody makes it. There's a lot of people out here I've seen lose their fucking shit. They become drunks. They fucking babble. They do DMOC kind of shit, you know, and that's not a team. That's people who went too far for their own limit.
Yeah, it's when keeping it real goes wrong, and when people, and when we platform them and we just allow them to come in here and ramble, like that's not healthy for them either. I've always been of the mindset where it's like, look, if these people come in here and they can't change their behavior, they just shouldn't come in. They can't handle it because Flat Earth doesn't need that, dude. I don't want somebody to come in here that wants to like learn about this for the first time, or just talk about anything and have a serious conversation, and then like explore Earth is just like, you guys are all fucking flat earthers. You should be in the insane asylum, you fucking idiots. You fucking retard. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, what the fuck up, dude? What do you think? Like, not chill. Not chill. It's not what this place is, man. You got to go somewhere else to do that. Or just don't do it at all. Sorry, yeah.
Well, what I was trying to highlight, I agree with all your points. What I was trying to highlight is that, we're trying to build something like a cohesive front, like a wake in the ocean of truth, I guess. And unfortunately, I'm not sure a lot of people are going to make it. They're not going to make it to the next level of truth because they, maybe they made too many wrong turns. They just, and this is kind of what happens, man. Like for myself, when I got too deep into the child trafficking, I had too much truth, way too much truth. I was extremely depressed. I was losing my mind. And the consequence of that is I became very sick. Probably could have died. I knew when to quit and to like feed myself and to be healthy and like know that even though I know children are suffering right this second, that I need to know my limits and I need to know that if I'm not healthy and I'm not good, I can't help someone else. Like if I'm going to be an effective instrument of God, I need to protect that instrument first and foremost in order to be effective. So yes, there is a lot happening, but like you have to get rid of the FOMO. You have to get rid of the FOMO. You can't solve every problem. Yes, there are atrocities, and you know what? A lot of them are very, very horrible. And yes, you're going to have to go back out there into the real world and possibly work your job and pay your bills and pretend like all that stuff that is happening is not happening just to get by. and at the same time possibly conceal your true beliefs from your coworkers and some family members just to make sure that shit works right so you don't lose your mind. It's a fucked up position. It's a quagmire of which not everybody makes it out because they can't split their mind and hold it together at the same time. A lot of these people, they just lose their fucking mind, dude. They start driving down the road drunk, spitting all kinds of shit, saying it's for us. Well, that's just one version of it. I don't know, dude. As much as I want to like bring everyone together, there needs to be like a culling even within our own. And even then, I don't think that like the message is going to reach the world. We might be able to reach a few people and that'll serve us for God, but I don't think the message is going to reach the world. That would take an act of God himself, I think. And even then some people ain't going to see it.
Yeah, I got lucky with the whole diving into conspiracies and stuff because I didn't ever finish my people programming. I unplugged from the Matrix at like 15, dropped out of school and stuff. So I already knew the world was kind of fucked up, but
yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. I just grew up in a place where no one spoke my language, so I was kind of fending for myself all the time. Became a modality.
I didn't know you grew up in Mexico.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, huh?
This city in the 80s, there were like no white people. None. I grew up in the ghetto.
Yeah, I live in the ghetto right now. It's really ghetto. I wonder what Apocryphon and Geo are talking about. Oh, nice. Explore Earth went down there? I'm going to unmute him. Hell yeah. Just immediately unmuted him. It's like a prank. Hopefully Geo goes back and listens to the live stream. It was a prank, dude. Max just went down there. He's like, fuck it, I want to hear this.
You know what, dude? I don't think I'm losing my mind. I think I got past it. But I'm really fucking like straightforward and bitter. I am pretty bitter at this point. Like it has been a long 8 years, dude.
Gotta find some hope, dude.
Oh, I got hope. I'm actually bitter that my fellow soldiers around me have either fallen for deception or lost their mind or gave up or just something. I don't know. Like it just seems like as much as we're trying to hold the ship together, it's falling apart at the same time. And that's just the condition of people. Like you can't
war.
Yeah, it's war. It's the front line, and then whoever comes. Like I'm basically on the 8th wave, and all my fucking fellow soldiers have fallen.
Explore Earth just got muted. Oh god, that's funny. There's a problem. I swear I didn't send him down there. He just went down there on his own. I just unmuted him. But yeah, dude, it's a war. It sucks seeing your brothers fall. It's not chill. I agree.
I'm really pissed off about 24/7, dude. I really am. I mean, I don't care as much as I should. Well, I don't know. How do I say it? I don't care today. I'll put it that way. I don't care as much today because it feels pretty much lost at this point, like far lost. But you know, that was our fucking baby, dude. That was our baby. And you know how many mods or just regular ass people got stripped away from truth, got, you know, like that so much happened, man. So much happened. It's just ridiculous. And it was so easy to maintain. Like all they had to do was anything but what they were doing. It seems like intentional sabotage.
Honestly, dude.
A handful of fucking monkeys could have done a better job. I really think that.
Hey, buddy.
What's up?
Smurf.
What's
Dude,
up?
I wish I had the Smurf audio right now.
Check this out. I put a emoji here on a comment from some globhead making a joke with you know, people drinking and somebody's joking. So I put a joke symbol because I laughed over here and I thought, even though he's a globhead, that was funny. You know, anyway. So I did that, and I'm getting all these messages that I'm placed in this on the 24/7 flat Earth server.
Oh my
God. Oh, whatever, delete it. I don't care. I delete that server. Well, I don't know what somebody's.
It's just, dude, it's just so honestly, it's like it's basically like 30 people watching their phone, just looking for someone new to ban or reprimand to like flex their internet fucking peen. That's it.
Exactly. I'm not even there, but they're doing exactly that. Yeah.
Like, oh, I just came. I fucking timed out Smurf for like 30 hours. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. That's funny, dude.
Fucking
Yeah,
the guys, they're like
that's what they're
coming
doing.
blood for fucking putting people in timeout or some shit. What the fuck?
It's hilarious. So I thought that was funny. Like not even on that channel. I mean, not even on that server. I mean, I'm over here. I
Yeah.
haven't clicked on it for half a year. I'm getting all these message notifications.
Right.
You're a cock disc.
How dare you?
I've misbehaved elsewhere on Discord. Of course it was that server of all other servers.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm on like dozens of servers, and that's the one that lit up.
Yeah, they don't like you because you breathe air.
Yeah, and I never even know who it is. It's always like that, but never mind.
Yep. And then if you they tell you, oh, okay, I message a moderator or whatever. You fucking message somebody, and you could message 10 people.
Yeah.
You'll never get a response.
No,
that's how they run it. They're just like, no, we don't really talk to anybody. We don't investigate things. We don't really care because you know what? If they tell somebody, then it comes back on them. It's a secret. Yeah, dude, you were in the fucking military.
Yeah, the
Fucking
secret hand. I was getting smacked around by. That's funny. Hey, I just wanted to share that. Just happened here. I thought it was funny. You could misbehave on the wrong channel here.
Dude, they could sense that you were thinking about them, and they fucking banned you.
That was probably it. I was probably thinking, where'd this globhead come from? Oh, the top police guy. Yeah, you're in cognitive dissonance.
I haven't been over there in years, dude.
Me
If I
either.
went over there, I would be fucking just like.
I know. I got all these red dot popped up in these sounds. I clicked on it, and I'm over here on Earth Awakening. It says you've been placed in cog dis. I'm like, what? Oh, it's another secret mod at 24/7. Doesn't like my emojis. Gotcha. I just deleted the channel. The server from my software on my computer here. I just, that's not the first time I deleted it. Well, this is, no time is the same. So it's like 3, 4 in the morning here, and I'm getting banned from the 24/7 channel.
Or you know why? It's probably because all those bitter ass fucking UK people are over there right now.
Oh, it's the Brits.
Yeah, the Brits are like, fuck
They
this
struck
cunt.
again. The Anglo struck again.
Dude, I fucking love you, Smurf. You're like my favorite.
You too, brother.
Like you definitely you bring the fucking dude, a lot of people they like I know what you're doing, man. You play dumb. I know what you're doing. But everybody they like don't suspect you being like a brilliant guy. I know, I won't say it out loud. Sorry.
We got this far.
I won't, oh yeah, my bad.
Introduce me to the new guy. They won't see it.
Dude,
Oh yeah,
Smurf
you're smart, dude.
he keeps like I'm not gonna say anything. Not say anything. Smurf is real smart.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, name every college.
Worse.
You're fucking smart, dude. Name all the words.
E-I-O-U.
Did you just say A-E-I-O-U? That was perfect. I kind of agree with that.
He's not wrong.
That is intuitive. No, you're not wrong. That's literally like all the sounds.
Cool.
All the important ones, at least.
That was perfect.
Well, y'all are joking, but my dad got 158 and my mom got 156 IQ, and I maxed out that ASVAB. That was easy.
Nice.
But,
I didn't even break 150.
I never got to that part where you take tests on how smart you are.
Yeah, I never took a civilian one.
Well, I think they had to test me because they didn't have enough English-speaking educators at the time. They needed to know like what I needed, or like where I was at. I tested a 145 on the IQ. My mom got 146, she said, but I don't know if it's probably not the same test. I was real mad when I heard that. I was like,
Dude,
God damn it, 1 point.
I heard the IQ test for women is way different. Like it's
Is
this
it?
whole you go into this room. There's like a stove and like different pots and pans.
Oh man, my mom would have failed if that were true.
So yeah, maybe she didn't get a 145. Maybe she's
Dude, if
just
it's not a
fun.
birthday cake, she didn't know how to make it, dude.
Baking is not cooking.
Yeah.
They tell you how to bake on the box. They don't tell you how to
She
cook.
just follows the instructions precisely. That's what she does.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend who did that. She would I weighed everything out perfectly. I was like, oh, it was so cringy. Takes the creativity out of having a recipe and like collecting the fresh ingredients and like, I don't know. I cook. I just made myself 3 different kinds of crepes tonight for fun and because they're fucking delicious.
Yeah. Well, hey man, your girlfriend at least cooked. Got to give her that. Just tell her to keep doing it until she figures out how to actually cook.
I don't talk to her ass anymore, dude. Once I fire her,
I know.
I
I'm
don't
just
rehire.
I'm just saying. We need more women out there that are at least reading the fucking instructions.
Well, dude, this new job
That's
that
a
I'm
good start.
getting is like
Did
the
you get it?
entire. I'm gonna find out this week, I think.
I think you're gonna get it, bro. You
Spence
have the
is
best
fucking killing me.
resume.
Dude, I have no resume. That was
I
the
know.
funniest fucking part. It's just like, nah, I'm no guy. Dear people, I'm your guy. No, but there are a lot of women. Oh, did you hear my voice crack? There's a lot of women that are applying for the other position there. Mhm. And this place is just known as being like a kind of an undercover hotspot for beautiful women in Southern California. Like, not a lot of people know about it. So we'll see what
So
happens.
I just get on a podcast worldwide and let everybody know.
I'm not gonna tell you, brother. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding.
It's classified. Sure, you get it. Can't just be telling everybody where the watering hole is. I don't even think I'm supposed to know. That's how crazy it is. I got kicked out of a house party last time I was there, and there was barely even women there. Oh fuck! Did Snacks leave?
Mysteries not for mere mortals to know.
Did you have a question for him? I think Snacks listens to the live stream on
Good.
YouTube.
I was gonna ask him what was going on down below with Apocryphon and Geo. I just wanted a little gossip.
Oh, okay.
I have a feeling I know what
I'm
it
sure
is,
you'll
but-
find out. So
Yeah. Yeah, bro. If I get this job, holy cannolis. I've been studying all week. Just like new stuff. Stuff that I've like heard of but never really looked into.
all right, so this guy has a $4 million trust fund. Is that what he's saying?
Who?
The Explore Earth guy.
Is this guy doxing himself?
Is that why he's just hanging out and getting drunk all the time as if he's got no responsibilities? Because he's
Yeah,
got
this guy looks like he smells bad. To be real.
sounds like he smells bad, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I know he's got a clean shave, but that that was 2014. Who knows anymore?
It's I like his attitude, kind of, or like his cadence. I like the cadence of his voice, but he couldn't hit any of the other, check mark, like content, delivery. Like he wasn't really having a competition. I don't know.
If he was putting on a lecture, it'd make more sense. But he's
Maybe,
not.
I don't know.
Like he's not respecting. Like we're not just like an audience of people in a lunchroom waiting to hear what the fuck this guy has to say.
I know that Jen does that shit. He'd be like, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is not a ball. The Earth is not a ball. You all right, whippersnapper.
Well, I think he does that when he's actually doing like a formal debate.
Oh, does he? I don't know.
Mostly.
He like slips in and out of it. I've seen it. He told me one time that he took his family skiing, and there was somebody who was trying to warm themselves up in their car in the snow, and he told them to turn their car off because the exhaust was clogging up the fresh mountain air. And they were like, "No, I don't want to turn off my car. Like, I'm cold." And
Talking
Jin
about
just like,
Jin?
yes. And Jin just goes over to their
Okay.
car and fucking turns turns the keys out of the ignition and like chucks them or something. And he's like, "And that's just the type of man that I am. We don't stand for that here in Japan. No, sir." And then he like said something in Japanese. Dude, it was the fucking funniest story I've ever heard.
Oh, he was just sitting there like putting
was just-
exhaust. Yeah. I
Somebody was just minding their own fucking business, operating their car, and Jin just comes over and fucking. I mean, I kind of doubt that this actually happened. This actually sounds more like something Jin would fantasize about doing. But,
I don't know. I think he might do something like that.
He might.
He would fantasize it, but he might also do something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've seen the pictures of him on his bicycle. Holy shit, dude, that's so funny. If I saw that in Japan, and I knew it was Jin. Like if I went to Japan for the first time and I'm just like getting hit with massive culture shock, like I've just never seen this before, you know, this all this different stuff, and then I just see fucking Jin like Kutsurigawa, get out of my way, you whippersnapper, just fucking cruising on his bike. Oh my god, I'd fucking die, dude.
I would love to meet Jin.
I'd go give him a hug right
Oh,
away.
dude.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd yell at him that we went
I'd
to the
salute him.
moon and just see what he does.
That'd be
I'd be
funny.
like, the moon landing is real and the Earth is a ball, and just like see if
Oh.
he like fucking 180s.
Yeah. It turned like
Squares up with me.
lock on you like a weapon system.
Hey, so I guess BattleMod was giving you the trouble a few days ago, Smurf. Is that all solved now, or is it still?
Yeah. Yeah, we're all cool, man. It was just a mix up, man. I was just you know, I ran out of weed.
Ah,
We're all
I see your
good now.
medication. I got
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say. Yeah. We're all good here.
No, dude. I've gotten into it with Battle Mod before. It's not a big deal. It happens.
Yeah. He's cool. Well, what happened was I was chilling and then Boston came in the channel, and then I was getting bounced around channels, and I don't really care. People playing with the buttons. Funny. It's actually funny if you think about it. I don't know, whatever. I'm just really baked right now, but at the time I wasn't.
Right.
You know. So anyway, I sorted myself out, and I'm back. Yeah.
Yeah, BattleMod plays games like that. I don't like those games.
I don't even care who did it. I don't even know, but whatever. It's probably him.
Oh,
You know,
okay. So maybe
knows?
it wasn't him.
I don't even know. I just know
Oh, okay.
he was there. But anyway, I'm finding myself getting moderated by the 24/7 Flat Earth server right now. That I was just sitting here chilling and using the emoji buttons over here on this server. I get enough flack for using emojis here from people here. They give me enough flack. But wow, got a little flack from another server while I'm here. That's funny. So I just deleted them. I mean, who cares? I mean, I think it's funny.
Welcome back, Gio.
Yo.
Hey, buddy.
Are you
Did you get,
sober or drunk?
Well, I was talking to Apocryphon, but he cut out, and then I just popped up back up here in here. So I don't know if he lost connection or something.
Oh, that's a bummer. Did Explore Earth come and just like help you guys figure it out?
Well, he came in and was just hot micing, so I think I muted him.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Gio, I got put in cog dis on the 24/7 server for my behavior here. So I just wanted to like not apologize to anybody.
Wait, you got what? Come again?
I woke up and it's 3 a.m. and I'm laughing. I come over here. I see the screen. I put one smiley face symbol here, and then I got beeps. You know, you've been placed in cog dis on 24/7 Flat Earth. Oh, whatever.
All right, hear me out. I think the new platform that's going to pop off, I think we're going to leave the Globers behind. I think we moved past that already. I think it's going to be Flat Earth versus Flat Earth.
Cool.
Just refine the argument. Flat Earth versus Flat Earth is the new platform. I'm calling it now. Whoever successfully makes that platform is going to be on top.
Well, remember, Riggs, when we talked about that like analogy where, like, let's say there was a couple analogies that I came up with, but let's just use this one. Even though I personally have studied and worked with astrology for many years, I'm just going to use astrology, really not even linked to my connections with it. Okay, let's say you were going to create an astrology server, and you're our platform, and you know to be able to share the astrological knowledge, information, research, get the word out, whatever it may be, whatever your thing may be with it. And if you were then having people come to that platform to study that or to look into that, and then if you just had like people that were interested authentically, but then you had this whole clan of people that were just trying to shut you down, come in and just be like, this is pseudoscience, this is garbage, and doing that. Now, there's something to be said though for like having the opposition and having, people share their opinions on both sides. So I still think there's benefit to the debate in that viewpoint. I think there always will be to a degree, but there's definitely that question though. If somebody is so far on that end that they're not really wanting to have a debate in a way of getting the intellectual information out there, but instead they just have an agenda to just like rip you down, tear you down, literally like snuff you out. Like that's really what they would want. Like if they could flip a switch and just delete the whole platform, they would. Anyone who would do that, who would flip the switch, And then, yeah, that does bring, and that's, I think we talked about that. It was like a month ago, I think, when we had this conversation about it. So yeah, that is something just in general to consider, like people that are only involved to tear something down.
Dude, there's so many people that they got beef internally and they want to like work it out.
That's the truth. There's a lot going on in their lives from different avenues, and they vent towards us. They think it'd be so easy to stroll on here and go over their astrophysics and stuff they saw on TV. Well, then they become surprised, You know what I was saying.
It's okay, man. You got your medication working out there.
Yeah. It's working me out. I just woke up, but that's what I'm doing.
Okay. I'm gonna have to roll up some medication right now.
Hell yeah, brother.
But yeah, I think there definitely needs to be an FE versus FE space in the community. And I don't mean like, oh, you suck. No, not that at all. But this whole concept of like you can't like question your own or something, that's some bullshit right there. Like we're we're in a position where we have less. Well, like the globe claims to have real knowledge. They claim to have real knowledge, functional knowledge, and
yeah,
they don't.
Hey,
They don't go to space. They don't.
I agree. We, like how we have these battles between Team Glob, we should have these battles between ourselves. Because Smurf comes on here and makes some big, wild claims. Somebody should confront me on these wild claims that I make.
Well, it doesn't have to be like a fight. It doesn't even have to really be a debate, but it needs to be like you and I are challenging how we look at something, and either we come to an agreement or don't.
Yeah. But yeah, we should fight ourselves because, and I say this because we've won a million times over against Team Glob. It's get kind of sad, It's like Valhalla where you kill the same man 100 times, and you say, "Man, you got to work on your technique. Come back next time." So may as well fight each other.
Yeah, the globe stuff just turns into people like educating the exact person that wouldn't believe it anyway. So what's the fucking like? We're not gonna further our argument, if we're constantly trying to, baby spoon feed
Exactly
the people who aren't gonna fucking eat it anyway.
They're dragging us down to their level, and we've already ascended intellectually beyond them. So we should. All that's left is us. We should fight each other.
Right.
They're not worth it. They're not worth the intellectual energies. So,
well, let me ask you this. Let's say there was a podcast or some kind of a show of sorts, and just for just as a kind of a hypothetical, as it were, that it was like the size of Joe Rogan's, that level, as it were, in terms of the amount of people and so on. And it was about, let's say, the shape of the earth, cosmology, and related topics, truth topics, and so on. Now, you could have all kinds of different types of things, that would be occurring. Events, interviews, discussions, all kinds of things. Now, people that are very, very strongly asserting the globe, like they're it's like, I'm trying to put it kindly, but it's almost like they're like a defense lawyer for the globe. Like they're like committed. They have all these things, all these arguments. Yeah,
They
kind
have
of like
thousands of Discord accounts.
some of them, yeah, or like fight the flat earth or whatever. He's got all of his like things that he's like memorized, whatever it may be. And they're like locked and loaded to like respond to each thing in a very like, in a sense, like a scripted way. Like it's the same thing, each time, meaning it's the same kind of rhetoric or the same argument that's just repeated. It's sort of like, it's almost like Chat GPT, you type it in and it just pumps you out the answer. So it's like, oh, Foucault's pendulum, and it's like they pump you the answer. Oh, gravity, they pump you, in those cases. And they're like a defense lawyer, like they're like asserting it in that sense. In your guys' viewpoint, if it was presented, if that discussion was presented to the world at like the Joe Rogan numbers of viewers, as it were, would you include those guys? Or would you not include those guys and just educate people of what the arguments are? Or would you have some of the more like,
we could have like,
or would you just have sort of like the higher octave of those guys, like not like this, perhaps like not the super toxic ones, but maybe the ones that are like more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like what on that spectrum, what would you see as potentially like ideal?
Who are you asking?
Example, Demon Stride he's cool on, he could visit you on your show. Demon Stride won't cause a scene. I just thought of him, for example. It's just a random example,
Yeah.
Now, other people, they need to first like, demonstrate that they're not like a child, or I don't know. I'm trying to formulate an insult, but you know what I'm saying. And they need to demonstrate that they're, not too far gone a glovehead.
Yeah, if you want the perception of superiority, you have to come with a calm head, and it needs to be palatable for the masses. So like these extremist globe people that are in here are literally the personality types that would push people to flat earth.
Yeah, they've been doing that.
They've been doing it. I tell them all the time, you guys are just promoting us. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
They fucking hate that. Oh, we lost one. They just realized that they were promoting flat earth. Damn it.
They get what they fight.
Well, what I've noticed, like I've mentioned this a few times, like the last few weeks, we've essentially been like tightening up moderation in multiple ways. Now, if we were to take of the entire kind of globe, the folks that are asserting the globe, just trying to put it as kindly as I can, of those folks, like I think it'd be fair to say that there's perhaps a percentage of those that are like the most toxic, the ones that really are, heavier on the tactics and some of these things, like really like with an agenda to just tear down, try to call up people science deniers, whatever it is, just literally all they want to do is tear down. Because we did that with the moderation, it seems like a lot of those guys have not been here for the last few weeks. But the globe guys that have been here are the rest of the percentage, like, yeah, Matthew Learns or Bacon or that guy pick a username, ones that are able to actually have discussions that are like even that Chief Squatting Dog, Chief Squatting Dog, he actually, like, that was the first time I've actually heard him be able to actually go back and forth. And he agreed that he was going to actually look at the PDF that was showing what Wizard was saying. But anyways, I'm just saying that,
That's funny.
yeah, like the difference between somebody who can actually have a discussion that is actually interesting, that would be on like NPR or something, even though they are asserting the globe, but they're not doing it in that like more toxic, aggressive way that has a whole different vibe to it, and has in some cases just like just a negative energy that is only, that doesn't seem to have as much. Anyway, so I'm just saying, but it's only been like that. It's only been like that the last few weeks, because the last months and months, a lot of those guys, have been here, and it's been a challenge to to manage it.
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea to have another. You can call it a platform, because you could use a different software, some sort of podcast. But yeah, that sounds really cool. something that's more oriented towards our sort of cosmology, but it could have special guests and stuff that of cool people that have a less degenerated sort of mind.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people who are you could say secular, non-observant. There's a lot of words for that. There's plenty of people who don't talk about those subjects who come on here and they're normal and they call them flat earthers, and they're civil, they're respectful to each other. And that Team Glob comes in here and tries to label and stereotype define everybody as a flat earther with specific personality traits, and it's weird how they do that.
And
But they're the ones
strawman.
and they're the ones as a group have a general sort of how do you say that? They're actually projecting what they are. They're like a Borg, and a lot of them are I don't know how you say, rough around the edges. I mean, they're what they're projecting at us, but some of them are cool. I threw a random name earlier, but there's other people you can that I don't really care who anybody works for. We talk about cool stuff. I mean, we could who does any we could be paranoid about. I just smoked a lot of weed, but I was trying to say, never mind all that. There's some cool people that I can tolerate, and then there's the rest of the Borg. You know what I'm saying? We got to find a way to block out that Borg.
Yeah, I mean, this may sound kind of an intense way to put it, but is there like a gang, as it were, of folks that really want to just shut down these discussions through
It seems that way.
tactics?
That video is hilarious.
Dude, I'm not sure if that's even. I feel like I'm being trolled. That can't be like a real. I mean, he's clearly hanging from a wire, like actually dangling from a wire.
Oh my god!
Like this is not in a pool. He's actually just on a wire.
Literally just hanging, pivoting on a wire.
Yeah, yeah. This is a joke. I feel like I'm being trolled with this footage.
Well, wait, is this not real? It's not supposed to be
I
real.
don't see. It doesn't say. I mean, it doesn't look like anything else I've seen. Looks pretty silly.
Yeah, that's pretty bonkers.
Check this out.
That
It was
can't be.
blurrier.
I don't.
On the old TV sets, it wasn't as clear as it is today in high definition. So they actually use stuff like that.
Right.
Well, where did you get this from?
I got it from Facebook. That's where I get a lot of my
is it
stuff.
like Hollywood, or it didn't say?
No, man. The source, I have no idea.
That would have been broadcasted on the airwaves, all static and noise, like.
I mean, that's very clear too. So.
Oh yeah, because somebody got the studio reel and digitized it.
That's yeah.
They had to make it somehow.
You see what you remember that footage of the giant in space where like there's God damn it, my brain just stopped working.
Hey, that's too fake for CGI. That's so that's so fake.
But you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Where like there's the
I mean, that's real fake. Like that's from the past, dude. You can't fake out. You know what I mean? That's real. You know what I mean? I mean to say that's before they had CGI. But I believe this. This is like how they did it. This is a good like studio rip. I mean to say a reel or however that film reel. Dude, we can't make our AI isn't designed to like be that sloppy. Like that. That was made by people before computers.
Smurf, you're out of control.
Thanks, buddy. Just don't call me a normie. I don't stand under any of their stuff. They keep asking me, "Hey, Smurf, do you understand?" No, I comprehend your yeah, but I don't stand under any of that.
Your soul is just constantly in fireworks mode.
Cool.
Just thought of that. It's kind of a fun idea.
Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Let's keep it that way.
Luminaries filling the sky.
I want to share with can I share with you all? I'm here to really talk with other cool people like yourselves, and we all got pulled into the same battle. We've got the same adversary, Team Glob, and it's a privilege to be here with y'all. But I'd like to say that really I'm just here to talk about anything and everything, you know, with real people that have a mind like that. You know what I mean? Like an awareness. So anyway, I just made this cool discovery. Like I'm all about health stuff. So I we talk all the time about all these various cool natural elixirs and stuff. This time I just changed my soap at the store and it got in my eyes. I got this body, what do you call that? With the baking soda. They use it. I got the baking soda by accident in my eyes because they make a body wash, the Arm & Hammer, and it cleaned out my sinuses. And then I went to sleep and I woke up and wow, that was awesome. It was like red peppers cleaned out my sinuses. I just changed my soap. Just thought I'd share that. If you're in the store, I stood there for like an hour. I was like, this is all chemicals and it's all evil. You know, but I picked that evil chemical. But
Just
the
as you
baking
said
soda
that.
chemical, yeah.
Just as you said
Cleaned
that,
out my
man,
sinuses.
I got fucking
That's
chili in
funny.
my eye.
That's funny. Well, it's all but I was just saying that baking soda got in my eyes, and I rinsed it out a lot, and that cleaned my sinuses. So I thought I'd
I
share
don't
that
believe
with
you.
that. Now I had the sniffles for hours, but then when I
Yeah.
woke up, it was worth it.
You guys were earlier talking about that idea of FE and FE, just using that term FE, since we all kind of obviously understand just in general that the Earth being stationary, not having curvature, and everything that connects to and from that on all those levels. What's interesting about what you guys were saying in terms of discussions in that way, I went to this event years ago. It was called Flat Camp, and it was like a camping. Carlos, I think you're hot micing. Carlos.
Yeah, sorry.
All good. But yeah, it was like a small type of event. It was called Flat Camp, and it was basically just this guy that hosted it, and we were just like had bonfire, and people were cooking food and drinking, smoking out under the stars and all that. So it wasn't like some huge event in terms of it wasn't structured in that way. It was just a bunch of people camping, flat Earth peeps, and dude, just being there. Like every conversation was with every person I met there was like a treasure box, a treasure trove of potentials of what could be discussed. Because like when there's these many truth topics on the table, when there's this many on the table, you just start running through topics like, oh, have you heard of this? Or what do you think of that? Whether it's like anything from health to the earth to like life, spirituality, philosophy, all these different levels and layers. And so what I'm saying is that like there's something about that. And that the people that are tuned in that way, that in my viewpoint is like the most interesting content because they're open-minded and have done a bunch of research and looked into about a bunch of things. So yeah, like having like two individuals either having a debate or a discussion or something that already have all that knowledge and research makes for, I would think, the best content moving into the future. I'm not trying to like make a hierarchy or say that other content's not as good or something, but no offense to the Globe thing, but somebody that's just kind of repeating a lot of the Globe stuff, there's limitation to that. Like you can basically get that on Google, and it's not like an offense to them if that's what they feel like they need to do. Refraction. Sort of say those arguments, then okay. And yeah, I guess in a way people do. It may be helpful for people to know those arguments.
Yeah.
But ultimately, there's just limit. Like we could get that with Google, basically, and anyone can just look that up. Now, some of these guys offer more than that. I'm not saying only that, but I'm just saying that versus a whole group of, if you want to use the term truthers, flat earthers, etc., that already have tons of research and knowledge under their belt. And like that, to me, like I would, that would be to me, like that there's going to be in general, towards that direction, the richest content, because there's people that have looked into a lot more things and have, suspended their judgment to, suspended their prejudgment to actually look into things and not just kind of repeat the mainstream narrative that is easily accessible and everyone. Yeah.
Well, it also
I
breaks a
gotta tell you,
taboo.
let me tell you, this specific subject blows my mind. I've listened to the glob heads when there's no flat earthers around, and they don't have any. They don't think like, you know how we keep thinking all the time of how does everything work. What they just make fun of each other and themselves, and they don't have any questions that come from within. You know what I'm
Damn.
saying?
That's pretty
Yeah,
tough, dude.
it's
You just
always
told a bunch of
social.
people that they fucking suck and their brain doesn't
Yeah.
work.
I've listened to when
It's
the
kind of
flat
true though.
earthers aren't around and it's just the globularist, and they just make fun of each other. They don't ever say, "Hey, how does any?" Now they might brag of it's like, "Hey, you know how a motor works," and then they'll go down that, and that's about it. That's the limit of their. Otherwise, they don't. But they don't say, "Hey, how?" They just want to show you, "Hey, I know a lot about how a motorcycle works," but they don't have any like, hey, how does this, hey, we know a lot about the globe and space, so like how does it, how was it, how did that happen, and what's going to happen next, and no, it's just like it's all social stuff. Whenever flat
Well,
earthers aren't there, it's just like, hey, and then I went to the park and made a joke and laughed at somebody, you know. And then I listened to loud music and saw a show. That's what globulists talk about when we're not there. So we need to get rid of the. I mean, get them out of away from us, so we can talk about real stuff. Like Joe was saying.
Got to cleanse the palate,
Yeah,
refine the argument.
they're a bunch of noise. Team Glob is all I'm saying. Team noise.
What did you say, Riggs, originally? Like when I had ended what I was saying, you said a word. I just forget what it was.
It breaks it. Sorry, mate. It breaks the taboo because right at this junction, even within like Globebusters, like even people where they agree on most things, I know that they disagree on things, but they never talk about it. So like the concept that if people disagree on conclusions, I want to be able to see like the rationale from both sides and like flesh out like how did you get here? How did you get here?
Yeah.
And Jaron might say, "Oh, well, there's this one thing," and then someone will say, "Oh, well, that doesn't that makes sense because of this." So, but then he'll come back and say, "Oh, well, actually, not just that, but it's that footage and this other situation, and it's usually like something nobody's ever heard of before." And it like puts it all together for somebody, whereas someone like a lot of other people may just be operating with like, I thought there was only one piece of evidence, apparently there's like dozens, and it makes it much more cohesive. But that's the problem, is that we're kind of like, I think we're losing a lot of the old arguments, and we're creating a taboo within ourselves that we're not allowed to challenge ourselves, or like within each other. I've always been pretty straightforward with people, like on either side. I guess I'm pretty like I don't favor one side or the other. I just kind of look at a person's character, But like people tend to operate within like a tribal sort of way.
Yeah.
And it's sacrilege to, like, I can't tell, like a perfect example, like you'll have a full room in here, like 20, 30 people, and there'll be maybe like 10 Globers. And the guy who's speaking, he'll say something that's stupid, like really stupid. Probably had been conceded already, like the day before, but then he'll say it again. And no one on their own team will correct them.
That's right. I see it every day.
I see it every day. The globalists will never correct each other, but that's okay because they're irrelevant, in my opinion. We need to
get away with
be
that.
we need to be correcting within our own inclusive group. We need to be challenging within our own group.
Well, I agree. Yeah, and I see what you mean. I will say though, I can't get away with what they're doing though. Like, if Smurf came in here, I know I make wild claims, but I
Well,
can't get
a lot
away
of
with
the
it.
yeah, those are all good points. Well, I think okay, like when it comes to the globe, we were talking about this today. Like, is there anything related to the globe that you can experience yourself directly? We had a whole discussion on this earlier. Anything that you can actually experience directly. That's a whole topic, and there's
Oh.
all these different components to it. But
Yeah, I got one. Cartoons.
if there's
So-
nothing, if there's nothing that we can actually be enlightened by somebody asserting the globe that we could actually validate or verify, then really someone who is asserting the globe is going off of information that they've been given third hand, second hand, or third hand. So that information is all easily accessible in the world. And if one is going to believe that, then okay, then they believe it. They go on with their life, as it were. And we understand that obviously a lot of people are going with that because of this whole situation we're in. But if there's folks that are wanting to explore further and see what the truth of the matter is, then there's going to have to be a lot of mind power brought to the table to consider all these things and do the research and do all those factors. And somebody who is wanting to assert the globe in that way, in almost like a defense lawyer type of way, it's in some cases there's just a limited scope of what can be exchanged compared to folks that are already looking outside of the current mainstream model to find further answers.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
they're
I- and-
stuck on. Yes. Go ahead.
I don't, well, yeah, sorry. Thank you. I don't think, I don't know exactly what would be discussed, but if you just look at the full gamut of like truth topics, find an area of which there is a disagreement and then start there. So it's not like necessarily flat globe. It's just challenging the more interesting aspects of reality, which is, I think, is the truth topics and not the other stuff.
Yeah, that sounds cool. You should talk
Yeah,
about
like
all
I like
sorts
the
of
idea.
stuff.
I like the idea of just focusing on truth and not on lies. Meaning, like, let's say there's a lie. Like, let's say, just an example. Okay, I'll just use like this, outer space. The outer space they claim is not real. Now, we have all spent a lot of time on outer space in the past, looking into videos and all that stuff. And I still think there's something to be said for that. But if we are focusing on a lie, does that not mean that the lie is now actually affecting us? Whereas the real liberation from it is just to like leave it in the dust and actually just focus on truth and positivity and actually just discovering more.
Well, that's how we win, though. Honestly, like if everybody literally just turned off all of their media devices and they just worked with their nuclear families and went about their lives without all this connectivity, there would be nothing but a hard reset. It's the propaganda that keeps it alive, and we're keeping it alive also by talking about it and sharing it and scrutinizing it instead of just like leaving it behind and going forward. Like their whole system of control would die overnight if everybody just turned their TV off, because then they would have to address the most immediate attention, which is in front of them. Like it starts solving this problem, this globe problem, starts at home with every decision that each individual person makes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the truth.
I was watching that video you just posted. What year was that? Do you know,
dude?
Black and
Okay,
white one.
total preface. I have a feeling that I have a feeling like this is maybe like a TV show that they dubbed over audio from like an actual spacewalk or something, because it just looks way too fake.
Well, it just reminded me of something the Globers always say: an equal and opposite reaction. And just the spacewalks alone, no matter it's back then or nowadays, it should all be the same. If you're going 17,000 miles an hour and you just a slight push when you're doing a spacewalk. You should just go flying in the opposite direction, or whichever direction you're pushing away from. There's no way that you're going to keep that momentum. You're going to go flying off at 17,000 miles an hour, even if you just push just a little bit. And that's clearly, that video that's clearly just hanging on wires, right? So I don't know about this because it's never been tested. The only way they can say, oh, the conservation of momentum is just because of the videos that they show you of spacewalks, because there's absolutely no other evidence for being in a vacuum.
Right.
Oh my
That's-
gosh.
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Are you watching that video again?
No, here, I'll post what I'm. Check this out. Here, I'll do a timestamp. Doesn't this, if you go to that timestamp, doesn't this look like a model? Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt because I was listening, but it is on a slightly different thing. This shows like a rocket going up. I just randomly was typing in the first spacewalk because you that footage that you showed does look obviously really old. So I started thinking like, what's the footage of the first spacewalk? You know, like what does that look like? So I just looked it up and then I searched it and then I was just clicking on things and I found this video and right at that point it shows like a rocket going up and like it tilts really fast. Like that does not look like a life-size thing. That looks like a model.
Yeah. Well, actually, Jaren exposed this. I'll post the video. Let's see.
See, now we're talking about the lie, but see, I think there's still some, you know, like I know the idea of like don't discuss and you know, like I do feel like sometimes like focusing on the globe, it is like focusing on a lie, and I get that energy, but like, wouldn't you say though, Riggs, like that in today's world, considering the vast spreading of this mind virus that is the globe and the space, that it seems like we're gonna have to transition and probably be talking about it and pointing out some of the stuff. Like,
I mean, of course, there's going to be that, but what I'm trying to highlight is that there is a problem within flat Earth in that it shouldn't be like a club, because the same criticism I was just giving the Globers is happening with flat Earth. It's like some guy is just going to back me up because I said it. And it's just not correct. Like if somebody, like the other day I was in a Demon Stride server and Godric came in and he was trying to like hammer this guy Seafoam about his images of the moon. And we watched him do all this stuff live. I know what program he's using. I've used it before, Registax. And he just collects a bunch of images of like celestial stuff and tries to create an image, but you don't get enough information or resolution from one shot. You have to take many shots and you have to stack them, and then you start to reveal some definition, right? And Godric just came in and said, "Oh, look, that's manipulated." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, you know, with this tool that he's using, he has to combine images and kind of modify it somewhat, but it's an all original edit and he's not lying about it." But he kept coming in and saying, "Oh, well, you should work for NASA," and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, you're like, this is not helping. Like, I don't know if you just woke up and you just have to get out of your system or something. You just had coffee, but like, just like pervasively just denying everything and not refining your own argument is it's embarrassing. And like it's free embarrassment. You know, like there's people coming all the time. They're like, "Oh yeah, the sun is in the clouds." It's exhausting. You know, I don't want us to fall into the same trap that the fucking globe people are just doing, because they don't care and they think they're, you know, they rest their information on the shoulders of giants anyway. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be debates between flat Earth and globe, but if we're not doing any like, you know, research and development internally on the flat Earth structure and everything else, like it's just not going to go anywhere. You know, if we're always interfacing with the globe people, then it's going to stop with the globe people.
Well, another thing about like if you were presenting this information to others, you can actually steel man, as it were. But it doesn't even have to be steel man because that's kind of a whole concept in a debate. You could just inform people of the arguments. Like, okay, long distance observations, refraction. You could just break it down for them in like 5 minutes. You know, be like, all right, here's the deal. This is what we see. Here's this observation, this one, that one. You know, we see way too far for what we should be able to on a globe, and we see an extended planar surface at these long distances, all those factors. And then we can just let them know, like, oh, and so the globe Earth claims, that it's refraction, and they try to claim this, 7/6R, and they plug a radius value in, and they try to claim that, etc. Like, you could just inform someone of both sides of it, within minutes, and let them ultimately come to their own conclusion, but just give them the information without necessarily having to have somebody who just wants to reassert the globe thing over and over. That we already know that information. It can already be, shared with people. And like, no offense to like, I'm sorry to have to cut. Well, he's kind of a somewhat bigger channel, so I guess it's all right because he's kind of more of a public figure guy. But like that Fight the Flat Earth guy, like I haven't seen that much of his stuff, but like every time I have seen him debate, it seems like everything he's saying is right on Google. So to have that and then just a bunch of toxicity doesn't seem very productive for an intellectual exchange in that way.
It's kind of absurd.
Or for progressing ideas forward.
He's just trying to make some money.
Yep.
I mean, if his model is correct, all he has to do is copy paste,
Yep, and then keep it chaotic. Like I was saying before, for example, okay, in that astrology example of like if someone were to create an astrology server and then they were bringing people, like I said, it has nothing to do with my interest in that. I was just using that as a topic. And there are points that could be said as to why they try to claim astrology is a pseudoscience. Like even on Wikipedia, it'll say that, So there's like talking points as to why they might say that it's a pseudoscience, for this reason or that reason. And then there would be rebuttals for those. Like, well, actually this and that, you would, in that sense. But at what point, like if you had an environment or discussions that you wanted to actually discuss astrology and you actually want to look at the information, if you had a whole like gang of people that were there every day just to keep reiterating, trying to tell you that it's a pseudoscience over and over, or just tell you that you're dumb or you're an idiot, or, maybe they would call you a new ager, whatever like they might use, or whatever they'll try to, palm reader, gypsy, whatever they would try to use to like link that in that example, just to like ridicule, pound you down, make you question things, just be really toxic, constantly just reiterating like whatever their agenda is, like you're wrong, this is pseudoscience, you're an idiot, you got to get a life, get a job, whatever the shit they'd be saying. And it's like, yeah, that would really be detrimental to a healthy community if you really want to discuss astrology and actually make progress and do research and in that scenario. And a lot of what we discuss here is truth topics and cosmology and all of these very deep topics that have so much more to explore. So I can see it from that lens, although I still think having debates and having opposition can be cool. But I'm just saying, especially the folks that are just really trying to just just shit on your parade, basically. Like they're just no matter what you're even talking about, all they want to do is just do that same thing. And
like right now, this guy Jules is in the chat and he goes, "Another beautiful day on the globe. Anybody on the panel gonna contribute anything to science today?"
Yeah, it's comments like that.
Like,
See,
what the fuck?
We have so much less of that now, but like, yeah, that I think that's like a sock account. That one's like a new one. I'm not. Yeah, that one just joined like or something. Yeah, I've just seen this one around. I don't. It seems like some kind of a sock because yeah, it's a lot of the rhetoric, that kind of stuff.
But that's just like the general vibe from like most globe people that like come to these things all the time. Like there's a couple stragglers that are really just enthusiasts, like Seafoam, or like Zanuck. He's a real enthusiast / teacher, and then you have what's his name? He was in here, Jace, like real enthusiast type people. But there are a lot of people who are not the enthusiast type. They're just I read a headline and I have low self-esteem and I'm a bad person and I just like to do dumb shit on the internet because it makes me feel good.
Yeah. It's a pandemic.
It is.
It's pandemonium. It's a globedemic.
I was going to say something along the lines of globedemic, but I wasn't sure if there was a better word.
No, but even like that comment that you said that Jules individual typed, like, see, in general with moderation, like would that really be something that we would like delete or like give a warning to or some timeout or something? Like, it's not really like, but the thing about it though, is that vibe, it really does change the vibe. Like even that little thing, whatever that was, just this like little bit.
Can you imagine us at a campfire right now? And then that guy walks up and sits down on a log and goes, "So, you motherfuckers going to do anything today? Or you're just going to sit around and like, blow sage at each other or some shit." Like, dude, fuck off. Like if you're not here for the fucking campfire, just, go away, right?
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, dude. We'll see how, how a lot of people have asked us over the months, like that, like some like flat earther folks and whatnot have been like, dude, you guys, why do you let these globers here? Like, why do you even let them be here? Like, you should ban them all. And then if they bring that up, I'll say, okay, well then what are you suggesting? Like, you just want to make a list? You want to ban these people? Like, what are you saying? Like what, you just want to ban everyone? Like, so it, and having an open platform, like I've always said, is that it's not a closed circuit. It's not just like, oh, we don't like you, so we ban you, or we don't agree with you or something like that. So, but the thing is the last couple of weeks, the way it's come together, it's like the moderation is what does it. Cause like, if that was to get a warning, that kind of just coming in with just this condescending, cause yeah, dude, imagine sitting in front of a fire with someone. Yeah. You sit down and they're like, because like you walk up to a bunch of people sitting around a nice bonfire and you're like, announcement, everyone, are any of you guys going to contribute anything to science today? It's like, oh man, really, bro? But I'm just saying, it seems like the moderation, if it's done in a tighter way, then these guys just can't survive here. So instead of having to like ban them or push them away in that way, they just cannot do that. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like an abusive husband. And if you go home and you're getting abused every day, well, maybe don't go there. If you don't want to get abused, like at some point you've got to. Well, that's what they say, like set a boundary, so like if there's people just rampantly abusing people endlessly, in the chat or whatever else, then yeah, the only way is to actually just moderate that and not let them do that. And then they'll either change, which I've seen people do, or they just won't be able to keep doing it.
It's whatever you want to do, man. I just don't see that being like a productive expression is all. I think I just try to avoid that kind of stuff for the most part. And you know, I know that you and Jeremy especially are like in the server a lot, if not exclusively. And if it weren't for my escape to like other places, I wouldn't have that peace of mind of trying to sort out our own ideas, you know, without shit like that just like hovering around. Hey, Jules, why don't you just come into the VC and have an actual discussion?
I think they need to get their voice changer worked out first.
Yeah, get your voice changer worked out and then come in.
There's also the factor of having only people in the VC could type in the chat, because then there's people that are not in VC that are kind of trolling sometimes.
Well, you know what they would do? They would just type other places in the server. That's how like desperate and pathetic this like group of trolls are. You know? Like just in any way possible they would evade.
Roll the gaslighting. Come on. We'll treat you nice in here. Just want to hear what I sound. I've been asking for days myself.
Wait, that individual saying gaslighting? Because that's actually what
I don't know what
that
he said
individual
it
was doing.
twice now, I think. I don't
Well, that's
know
what he
he
did.
thinks gaslighting is.
That's what he did originally by trying to like condescendingly ask if anyone's contributed to science. That is a form of gaslighting, because it's trying to make us question. You know, that's kind of what gaslighting is. It's trying to like make you question your sanity or question yourself in some way. So just trying to be like, oh, you know, have any of you guys made any contributions? Yeah, that's actually in the category of gaslighting. It's trying to like disparage other people in a kind of ridicule-based way.
Well, it's lazy too, though, isn't it? Like, if you want to debunk this idea, then go ahead and do that. But it's just lazy to say, you know, you haven't contributed anything to science. You know, this person's contributed their brains to obeying it. I guess that's their contribution. Clearly, it's a sock. That's, I mean, come on.
Yeah. See how it just changed the whole vibe, though? Just even that, like, one, you know what I mean? Because, like, I think about it in this way, too. There's something to, like, frequency and vibrations, I think, between people. It makes me think of just different scenarios, I guess. But, like, let's say you're in, like, a hot tub with, like, two people, and you're just chilling. You're, like, super laid back. You're just, everything is super good, super chill. And then all of a sudden, like, a really intense, let's say, woman who's drunk comes into the hot tub, and she's just like, it's just a total, I'm just making this up, obviously, but she's just like screaming and swearing and yelling and being super, whatever it may be, right? Or like just fucking insulting people or whatever, just creating dramas, whatever that may be. That is going to completely change the whole vibe of the whole thing, you know? Like in one scenario, you're chilling, peaceful, looking out in the stars and just actually in like a nice state. And in another state, you're like having to deal with a whole different situation. So I think there's like very interesting ways in which like frequencies between people. I've even noticed it on this live stream at times where we'll be in a super chill mode, and then like one individual will come in and instigate something, and it can just change the whole vibe, and the whole thing, like in some cases, can just be almost like a downgrade can happen within seconds.
And talking real fast, trying to be real dismissive of other people, or tell them that they don't understand what they're talking about. Yeah, that kind of stuff's a vibe killer for sure.
The vibe, yeah, the vibration of. But I was like thinking of it on like a frequency. So like let's say like
yeah.
Well, just real quick, like the group of individuals, let's say if you're on a panel, whether it's 10 people, 50 people, whatever the number is, the people listening and so on, like it's like you're piloting a vessel in some sense. And I was thinking of it as like a toroidal field. Like if there's like one collective toroidal field that contains everyone involved in some sense, like through the ether, however that may be, fractally, and like calm water, if you throw a stone into it, it's going to cause a ripple effect. The idea that like collectively there's like a toroidal field, and if there's like one or more individuals that is trying to cause some kind of upset within that, or triggering or trolling or whatever it may be, they're like thinking of like a toroidal field made of water. It would like ripple within the toroidal field and like changes the actual like the idea of an alchemical vessel. And in alchemy, it's like you have a vessel where all the actual components come together and fuse and connect. So yeah, it's like it changes the components in the vessel, and therefore the frequencies and all those actual vibrations that are there.
I mean, people have like podcasts and stuff, but they don't allow a bunch of other people to like jump in and fuck it up. But like 90% of any podcast like wouldn't work if like there was a bunch of naysaying people that were just gonna try to insert toxic crap into it, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So
like
I don't know. I think we do a pretty good job of like even still providing like a decent stream amid all this these attempts at derailing what we're talking about.
Yeah, I would agree.
I just want to know if it's Sean G or not. Really, that's all I care about in life right now, is if this is Sean G and if I can read him through another sock account just because of the same statements that are made, the same repeated statements, the same kind of addressing, the same tones. I just want to know if I can do that. That's my only curiosity with this guy. Not really his argument. Actually, it's funny because there's no argument to what he's saying. He doesn't actually bring any kind of information. It's just like calling people out, or like saying like, oh, these are the geniuses in the room, like, or these are the geniuses of flat earth, like that's, well, one, that's like saying that that's more projection, isn't it? Like, so there's this weird sort of like when we communicate, there's a statement and a response, and this is kind of true for music too. There's this idea of call and response, in that and it's just I don't think we're putting out the type of energy that this person responds with, like that's the incorrect response. You know what I mean? Is to just start attacking. Like if people aren't putting out that kind of energy, you shouldn't get it back. But we do, and so that's a difficult thing for us to overcome. But we try our best with it. But it's easy to drag it down at these lower ends of the energy spectrum, or whatever you want to call it. It's easy to do that. It's lazy too. It's like it's avoiding the confrontation of the actual idea if all you can do is just engage in this like interpersonal, combat. If that's what you want, then go play like some video games. Go, what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Now, do you think that some people are okay? Like, here's my question: what can okay, from the perspective that the Earth is not a globe and that is a deception. Like, what is it within that deception that seems to have this layer of it where there's like individuals that seem fueled to keep that narrative going and to kind of like shut out or, you know, I remember one time I heard it was whenever Fight the Flat Earth does these events, I usually like if I hear any of them, I literally listen to like 2 or 3 minutes. And this was one from a long time ago, like months ago. I remember listening to just a few minutes, and I remember what I heard. It was Witsit and Fight the Flat Earth. It was a long time ago, and basically, Fight the Flat Earth was just saying to him, he was like, I am gonna like Fight the Flat Earth was saying this to Witsit. He was saying, I'm gonna bully you off the internet. I'm just gonna, you know, just ridicule you and tear you down and do anything I can. And he was literally saying, he was like taunting him. He was saying, you'll be off the internet within a year. He's like, I'm going to drive you so crazy. Like, you'll just give up on the whole internet. And like, just that mentality, you know, that somebody wants to like try to harass someone to such a degree that they would stop going on the internet or stop talking about, you know, these topics, etc., like with the Earth and all of that. Now, I don't know if like that, if that continued or what else is going on with that whole thing. But I definitely heard that, and he went on with it for quite a while. He was repeating it. It was a total shit show, just repeating it over and over. So if that's like a mentality, what do you think in the lie of the globe seems to have that type of mentality in it of just wanting to suppress anyone talking about it and to keep reasserting it like that? Like, why are they defending the lie in your viewpoint? Ultimately, I guess
Like
that's
people,
the question.
sometimes people defend their abusers.
Like a Stockholm thing?
Well,
Stockholm syndrome?
I don't know if it's that simple, but yeah. Well, I don't really know all that much. I mean, I'm familiar with it, but
You identify with the abuser. Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot to that psychologically.
well, the abuser the abuser makes your reality for you. So like you don't have a reality to step out of. So the only thing that you know is that thing. So you'll defend it, even if it's totally poisonous. Right?
Yeah, that can be the case.
The actual
that's
fear.
what, like,
Yeah.
that gets into trauma-based mind control, because by inducing the trauma, they then are able to get these like weird authority, domination, submission, mind control with MK Ultra with like a handler, for example, where like a handler will actually do the trauma-based mind control on someone, and then they'll try to get that person, like their soul, to like fracture and somehow like be under their control as like a handler.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's.
I mean, that's
it's
an extreme. It's an extreme example of it. I'm just saying that's like, yeah, at that level.
I mean, think about it, there's a lot of fear that's incorporated into the globe model, like that. Not with like I don't know asteroids, you know, hitting the Earth, like right, like just wiping everybody out. That's the first one, but they prime you like when you're young with that one, you know. So that's the first kind of attach. There's all these anchors, you know, and then there's all the global politics and all this stuff, and then there's global warming, and there's all these other things that are setting off like panic bells in their heads and stuff, and we're pretty much just driven by panic and fear. Where that's how society's mostly cracking the whip on them to keep the machine moving of all of it. So, you know, it's some kind of comfort that they find in all that it makes up for what they think reality is. So like if you try to take any of that away, it's like, don't take my fear away from me. Don't take the control structure away from me. I need to be controlled, you know. I don't know how else to be. So yeah, I think that's part of, like, you know, some people that are really globe adherents, you know, kind of feel that way. If they scratch any deeper than surface, you know. But I don't know if these people are capable or good at being honest with themselves and the world that they're in any event, you know, regardless of its shape or cosmology or anything like that, you know. And you know, just like if somebody just like lives on cable news networks or something like that, and all they can talk about is blah blah blah. But they're experts at it, right? They've absorbed like hundreds of hours of like an argument that's manufactured specifically to shift people's viewpoints. And then you try to take it outside the box, and they're like, well, what are you talking about? No, politics is what's on TV. Politics is, what are you talking? What are these? You're bringing up philosophy. No, we need to talk about what went on today, and stay with that distraction play.
So like a defense of a lie multiplies in a viral way is what I was thinking.
Yeah, just have to keep doubling down on.
Yeah. Just as you were saying that popped in my mind. Like that the idea that if there's a lie or deception, that those who believe it are in a sense under its control, and then some of them will have some kind of psychological need to maintain that belief structure within their own kind of conflict with it.
I think so, because it's like we're like this. I don't know. It's a very father knows best type of world that we live in, and beyond that, it's authoritarian to be compliant to, or if you're in the army, let's say, or whatever, you're accustomed to the comfort of structure. That if that structure goes away, you kind of lose your own identity in a way, because you never developed it. Besides that.
Well, that's why I brought up trauma-based mind control, because there's some people, for example, who have like sexual abuse or physical abuse, things like that, and the abuser, in some cases, can get like imprinted on that person's like psyche in a way that's intense. Like, let's say there's so many intense things that happen in this realm, but let's just say somebody's, I mean, God forbid these horrendous things that people have gone through, but if an uncle does sexual abuse to one of the someone, something like anything like that like that other person's, like the abuser's energy can get like imprinted onto that person, and then it can it seems like it can go one way or the other. Either the person is really like fixated on the person who abused them, or they're like repulsed by it and like hate that person, So it seems like it can go either way. Now it's getting kind of dark and deep, but like I would imagine with trauma-based mind control that's part of what they try to do, is to get that imprint in the way that they, especially if there's like a handler that's going to be like assigned to someone. But
that hate versus love thing is really an interesting thing to explore a little bit, because it's like even though you might hate somebody a lot, it's just there's still connection, and even though you love somebody a lot, even though it's a different emotion, it's about connection. So it's like it's a strange thing to me, like how that all works.
Yeah, it's very complex. But I guess that is kind of the Stockholm syndrome type of thing. Yeah, there's some kind of identification. And also with the globe thing, it's maybe even deeper, because we were all told the Earth was a globe at such a young age that our growing brains were being forced to believe basically this globe thing, and in a way with all the reinforcements, and it's in all the cartoons and movies, and beginning of every single movie, which is fiction, there's the globe. Every fiction movie ends up starting with a globe. That's pretty symbolic and poignant. But what I was trying to say mainly, though, is that being taught the globe at those early young ages, it's almost like it can become like a blankie in some cases, like having a blanket, but it also can be like an actual like survival mechanism, because your whole worldview was being built at that time, and the globe was like the container that you thought was the Earth. That was the whole thing. Like that was the whole thing. You're on a globe, and you're taught that at such a young age. And then perhaps some individuals that really want to keep asserting it or doing that in a kind of a little bit of a looping way would be in one kind of analysis of it would be and from the analysis that it is a deception, the globe is a deception, of course, then in a sense they would be in some kind of process of like replicating that trauma because it was their whole world growing up, and they don't want to let that go on those levels because like the trust involved. So they just need to maintain that to kind of keep that ego structure as feeling safe.
I got a concept if maybe you guys can tell me if it's comparable or like I'll just say it. So I kind of look at the globe thing as if like, you had a child that was adopted or something, and then you told the child that their father and it's this person, right? But they're not part of your life. But you're told about your father, and you've heard a lot of facts about your father, and you get updates about your father all the time. And sometimes you get pictures in the mail, and your whole life you've just been fed all these updates about this father that you've never actually interacted with, but you have this very intense personal relationship with because you think it's the truth. And obviously, if it's part of your world, you want to know more about it. And so you have this intense connection that it has never been received on the, going the other way. But the globe is kind of like that, is that you've kind of, your whole life, you've been told this is true, and you've romanticized it, and you've been given all these updates, and everyone is corroborating. I think I said it right. And it kind of like fills your mind. It fills your imagination enough to validate it. You give it the check mark, the blue check or whatever. And it's the same thing with the father, so it is a form of abuse. And, if you can imagine being that child, can you imagine how deeply you would want to meet your father, and how connected you would feel to this thing or idea you've never seen, never met.
Wow, that's deep. That's a deep way to.
But it's even more deep because this is the earth. It is the most real part of our reality is the earth, and they've romanticized this entirely different existence, and they've never actually reached it. So it's horrible trauma that they'll, especially the enthusiasts, they, like you said earlier, they either go one way or the other way, right? Like, oh, well, if it was my father, they wouldn't have, and if they cared about me, they'd come see me. Or they become obsessed and interested and become like a fanboy, right?
Yeah, dude, that was a really interesting way to describe it. You're saying if you were adopted and you did not know who your father was, but you just had this person like feeding you evidences of this father person, like pictures and just like, oh, his updates and his Facebook posts and like, oh, that's kind of what I was thinking of when you said that. Just all this data, all these pictures and whatever, all the data you could ever, but you've never met him and you've been told this like your whole life. That is deep, dude, the way that relates to the globe, because yeah, the globe is kind of like a parental figure in a way, because it's like, well, they call it Mother Earth, and then there's also like sort of the patriarchy, like the system, the NASA, there's a lot of like ways in which that's interconnected. And like there could be like a parental figure component that because they even say like, oh, the pale blue dot and the blue marble, like that it's like this, they do kind of try to characterize it as this, the only place life could exist, and it's like the sun, and like it's this special place in a way. Well, they don't really try to make it special, but I think you know what I mean. Like,
Well, they try very hard to not make it special, but because of the coincidences, they do things like, oh yeah, Goldilocks zone. You know,
Yeah,
they'll
they make
every
us feel insignificant, but they do
yeah.
push it kind of because they try to say like we discovered it's a globe, we're the best, and in that way, like they're special for having discovered it. Kind of, they do try to do that.
Kind of, yeah. It's a little bit of a dichotomy. On one hand, it's like, oh, we're a speck of dust. On the other hand, it's like, oh yeah, we're in the Goldilocks zone, and everything's just like really chill right here. And you know, it's like they poked the hole in the ISS and like, oh yeah, that's cool. We just used like silly putty, just plugged it up, you know. Like, and on one hand, it's like the most harsh environment that you could ever even hypothesize because it fulfills every extreme between temperature and rigidity and like fucking everything that you could need. And um, you know that but then on the other hand, it's just like this cozy place, like, oh yeah, we busted a hole in the couch, we just filled it in, you know, no big deal. So space is a farce, man. It's a farce, and it's real sick that what they've done to people. And as much compassion as I want to have for them, like, you know, when you're just being chased by zombies and they're going brains, it's like, dude, I can't save you. Like, fuck off.
Well, the way you describe that is interesting as like as a father figure, even or parental, because I think of also with the Earth, there is
That's why they got to do it early, because you're establishing all of your authorities, your
that's what I was
foundation.
going to say. Exactly. I was going to say authority because in general, in a mother-father, partnership, having a child, in general, the mother is the more authoritative, or sorry, the more nourishing one, and the father would be the more authoritative one. Of course, we know that those roles can be changed. Sometimes the woman can be more authoritative, and the man, the husband, can be the not authoritative. Anyway, so they could be swapped in some cases, but for the most part, the father is more of the director, as it were, in a sense, whereas the female in general tends to be more of a nourisher and supporter in those ways, and not just second to the man. In my viewpoint, they're equal, but there's just and all that could be debated. People have different viewpoints on it, but I think you know what I mean. So the way you were describing that the globe is kind of like, yeah, almost like this, like telling someone they were adopted and then like building up this whole image with all these quote unquote evidences of this man, but you've never met him. So the globe, like, that's just so cool how you link that. Like, the globe is this thing. The globe is this thing that no one's ever met, but they've just been
It doesn't
shown
have
all
to
this
be a man,
information
though.
about it.
It could be a family, like, oh, you were displaced, but we're getting all these updates from your family and you'll be with them soon.
Yeah, we'll get civilian space travel. We'll get there soon, man. Just another couple of years. We'll get back to the moon. Just wait.
Yep.
Next year.
That's all they got to do is just, kick the bucket a little bit, and it makes it real in the mind. Yeah, but that's okay. So you agree then that it's a fair comparison, at least. That's what I want to make sure, because the last one that I came up with was about if you were adopted and you didn't know, right? But then like the neighbor came over one day and said, hey, by the way, you're adopted and your parents didn't tell you, and I've got all the paperwork here. I found it in the trash bucket outside, and I didn't, I knew that you didn't know, and I just thought it'd be important. And then you had to confront your parents. Like, you've been lied to on a deep level. I came up with that one a long time ago. I know Witsit's used it a few times, but I think this one's even more. I've been trying to like refine it a little bit. I think this one's even more relatable, right? Because you think of the innocence of a child, and then if they've been displaced and like taken to CPS or whatever, and CPS is giving them like, oh yeah, your father is on vacation right now, and your mom's watching your brother and your sister, and they said they'll probably going to be able to see you soon, but just get good grades and eat your vegetables, and study about space or something, right? And they just keep kicking the rock down the road, and you never ever actually meet your family, but you keep getting updates about them. And that's the same kind of trauma that they're placing on society.
Yeah. Wow. That is deep.
Just in a way, real quick, also, I don't think, right. I guess it's that there are a lot of atheists that are into the whole globe thing and the science, and they're pro science, because it's like science kind of takes place of their, if they were to have a religion, it would be science, and well, that's a problem. But then it's really that space travel is like an ascension of some sort, or a progression towards some sort of heaven that might be in place of a heaven. So as like a pseudo belief system that way, it like it's hard, it's like you are arguing with somebody's worldview, which is, I don't, it's not exactly religion, but it's like it does have to do with existence and totality of it. So that's kind of in the same ballpark as religion is. So that's another added component to the control structure that's gonna keep somebody defending it. And the escapist quality of it too, that it's like it is the space that you escape into, because it's your personal space in a way. It's like a lot of the sci-fi is driven by the whole world of that, and so then you don't have any like way to get away from the drudgery. It's just like the escapist fantasies don't work anymore, and that might be another reason why. It's like everything's so tied to it that if you're a globe enthusiast, and yeah, like to put it down is really to just like say I'm going to quit everything almost, like there's nothing that like means anything to me anymore. So
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. Yeah, it was well said. And I was going to add to that. Have you heard the idea that when there's certain like patterns ingrained in the brain, repetitive patterns or repetitive beliefs or ideas, anything like that, that it actually creates like grooves in the neurotransmitter pathways in a sense? I don't mean like necessarily physical grooves, but it creates like neuronal pathways that become like superhighways in the brain. And then they get reinforced by that continued belief or thought or emotion. And once those are established, it can become challenging for some folks to like shift those neural networks.
Can you imagine being told that your family never existed? You just spent 40 years thinking that they were real? Somebody told you have all these pictures on your wall and shit. You were hoping to see them. You're just being lied to the whole time.
I mean, you think it's that much of a wake up?
Like the Truman Show?
Well, I mean, the Truman Show is honestly like a candy coated version of what's happening. Like what's happening is infinitely worse and more in line with like what I'm saying. In my opinion, I think so.
I mean, if you just keep stacking it up, and then you basically, you want to get into science, and then you feel like that it's basically, I think it gets down to like, I guess, access to the divine nature of things, so some people are going at it through religion, but I mean, there's so many different religions, but they all have access to this, some sort of divinity. And I think that basically you're telling the Glober cosmologist person that they don't have access to this anymore, and that's almost like, I don't know, it almost like incites this whole like, oh yeah, well, God isn't real, like kind of response that you get a lot, or like, yeah, your Bible's fake or whatever, all these things, on and on, just out of spite. A lot of these people are spiteful because they don't want to be challenged, and they don't appreciate the challenge of it. Yeah, I don't know why that they keep coming back though. It's almost like to reaffirm that their beliefs are correct, but it's like if their beliefs are so correct, they would just leave and they'd be like, these people are stupid. You know, I'm leaving them alone because like I have a life to live that's awesome, but they don't. They keep coming back, like almost like they're trying to convince themselves of it because they're at least partially convinced that we're not wrong. So that almost affirms us to like see it that we are actually having I don't know some sort of effect with it, and just freely talking about these concepts. I mean, what's the harm really that it should invite such nastiness from other people? You know.
Well, it makes me think of like an energy of like controlling other people's thoughts or controlling other people versus like that idea of like live and let live. But there's also that like think and let think, to the point to where if two individuals think what they think and they're in their own journey, etc., they could share ideas until the cows come home. Just rocking out, sharing ideas. And if they hear something that they don't quite resonate with or vibe with, just pass on it and wait for the next one. Oh, maybe the next thing's interesting. Maybe there's 3 things in a row they're not interested on, but then the next 3 things they are interested. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. Now, versus the idea of somebody having a viewpoint of, projecting outwards, like you can't think this. Like it is not okay that you think this. Therefore, I'm going to use tactics or whatever it is, ridicule, or just like trying to mess with you or trying to like ask you for evidence and then deny your evidence and do some kind of tactic like that. Like all those different things that can happen. And like in my mind, that stems from if somebody's being aggressive in that way, they have some mindset where it's like, it is not okay that someone else thinks differently than them. Like it is not okay that, and therefore they need to, in their own mindset, they need to change or, stop that person from thinking that way, through whatever, approach.
Well, okay, here's so I'm glad I came up with that way of explaining it, because here's like one other way of explaining what you just said is, let's say that you and a sibling are in like foster care, right? And the same situation I just told before about, for your whole life, you've been getting updates and stuff. Now, somebody told you or you found out in some way, like there was something contradictory and it wasn't real. You're like, oh, fuck, this family shit's not real. But your sibling, who's also with you, they're like deeply in belief, and they like really need that belief, and you try to tell them, they're going to reject it. They're going to say, no, we're going to see dad in like a few weeks. Just shut the fuck up. It's a horrible trauma. So it's like irreversible for a lot of people. They don't have the cognition to handle that kind of left turn,
If you've ever tried to like drill a hole in like a piece of wood with a power drill or something, but
I thought you were going to say your head, but I don't know why.
I don't know. If you ever try to drill a hole in your head, you'll notice that like
pressure,
But you get the spot wrong, and then you try to drill another hole right next to it. You're like, oh, it's just a little bit off,
Yeah.
Then it's like that drill will drift to the first hole, and it's very difficult to make like a secondary hole like without like really
without
supporting
advice.
it.
Yeah.
Like there's gravity to like this mind control that like it wants to go to where it was already first, so it's very
Path of
difficult
least
to like
resistance, my friend.
well, it's that it's something's already been established. It's like it's just things will drift towards that. Like I guess it's like where the river is, the water will go to there, and it's difficult to just subtly change these things. Like if we sometimes people have very similar ideas, but they can disagree very vehemently about it. Because of how close they are, like neighboring sorts of concepts, and I think it's easier for them to just outright reject it because the concept is like almost 180 degrees, apart. The ball versus a fleck idea, right? So it's easy for them to reject it. But if you get it close, the closer and closer it gets to, it's yeah, it's difficult to just get everybody aligned in the right way. And I think that's why we just have to support like a plurality of ideas here. That that no one, I don't think any of us really has it all like locked down as far as like what the nature of everything is or how it all works. And so yeah.
Did you just say the torality?
No.
Did you say tor?
No, but you can go
I
ahead
just
and
thought
think
of like
that.
Torah. Yeah.
That's all yours.
The torality of reality. Toriality. The Taurus of reality. I thought that's what you said. That was good though. Yeah, those were all good points.
Yeah, I mean, does anything really move straight lines in this whole place? It does seem like things just kind of do take spiral pathways.
Yeah, it seems like it's all spiral. It's all in some sort of a vortex flux.
Flux, man. Yeah, it's just energies fluxing into other places to distribute that force to some other place, and that seems to comport with like how the sky works and these kinds of things. I don't. Aren't we just right about this? I mean, damn. I mean, like,
We're right about a lot of it. I don't think we're right about all of it.
but it's like some of these. I don't know. There's just like different things that come out. I don't know if they're called them like flat Earth fads or something like that. Like although maybe some people still are way into the giant trees thing, but like, when that came out, I was like, no. How about that's a lot of photoshopping and some of this stuff, and how about like, there aren't rubies inside of trees. You know what I mean? That's not like it's agates or whatever. It's not like for crystallized tree. Like that's a thing that happens, but it's because of a process that we don't even really get to observe because it's not happening currently. So like that's one thing. I don't know that I'm not a big fan of this moon map thing, but there's going to be people that are, and I got to try not to like get crazy about it. I have my own ideas, and they might be wrong too, but I still got to pursue them out to what is going to make sense to me ultimately, right? Because I'm like the only person that can like take care of that. No one else can like put the information in my brain. No one else can understand something for me. I don't even think somebody can tell me truth at all. I don't even think I can deliver truth to anybody because I think that's something you need to find. Like then you can call it truth. You know, I kind of believe that. I don't know. I like to say it. That's why I don't try to just try to like if you present open-ended things, it's a much better way than saying like it's got to be this one way. So when we're asking questions of the globe model, I think we're doing the right thing. We try to like be too assertive. I think to the other side at least, But
I mean, even just from like a scientific type perspective, even if you don't use the word science, but yeah, just like logic and deciphering what is true and reality. And if one is going to bring in that term science and everything associated, so from that perspective, the pursuit can always have a noble cause if it's done with integrity and like just the idea of questioning everything and being willing to expand upon all of these factors to try to decipher something that just to decipher it for the nature of what it is rather than defending something or being biased for one particular worldview or one particular idea. Like the actual open-ended and continually being open-ended and not having like, sort of dogma or like just that whole kind of poison of scientism.
or like other things like like the dome concept. Maybe some people are really into that. But other people are not, and yeah, we're still going to be in the same field. We're still on the same side. You know what I mean? Of not being a ball. You know, so that's an interesting one. Because I think that it's like so difficult to try to like answer all these questions. I mean, we're just people living regular lives, you know, with some limited access to whatever information. Most of it doesn't count to Jace or JACE, right? Like, because you have to be on some kind of like EDU server. So you have to have some kind of password for some paywall shit, and then you can get the real information. Because whatever's available to us is not academically, you know, valid. But it's difficult for.
Well, another one would be Bible literalists, you know,
Yeah.
where you could compare that with sort of like astrotheology, or maybe just even reading between the lines as it's a story about the cosmology rather than a literal story of human history.
Bible thing is interesting thing. I mean, I'm not, I'm like super not knowing of Bible stuff, and it's like just not part of my experience, I guess. And I never, I've been to church like 3 times, you know, just because my grandmother might have dragged me there or something, but no, having no idea what was going on. So that, it's been difficult for me to, well, it's been a process to try to understand the what the Christian life is about, and what kind of really great people that are part of that. And then I'm not part of that community like that, but yeah, still like I have some connection to it. I think is like a higher and I don't know, presence in reality. So just trying to do it. That's my own personal, like I got to walk that road kind of by myself because you know, like I don't know. That's where it is. So sometimes these Bible discussions can get very, very heated and very like into a monotopic kind of place, and you know, even though that's maybe not something, you know, I care to like engage in on that level, it's like I do feel like we like it's a big tent kind of thing that we're all part of here, where it does take the whole village here to figure it out. And um and also I think that maybe we kind of almost need that in a way, like just to, because it is sort of a part of, well, many of them will claim that it's in the Bible and it's biblical. So in that case, it kind of makes this topic to me a little bit less prickly, because it's not like I'm not challenging the Air Force. You know what I mean? I'm adhering to a religion, if that's the case, or at least it's part of a religious expression, or freedom of expression that way. So you know, it's, yeah, we're just melding it all together over time here. In another another decade, we'll I mean, wouldn't you love to if you could jump in a time machine and look at like what flat earthers are like in 5 years or 10 years? I mean, you know, I think we should all like take stock that like we're part of what that foundation will be that leads to that eventual place and time. So, you know, it becomes somewhat important what we're doing and how we do conduct ourselves and how we choose to respond. And not responding out of just like, you know, animalistic argumentative shit show type stuff, you know what I mean? But to actually like kind of assert your willpower over it, because it is important, you know, like how the next person is able to take up what we do, you know, responsibility. um, um, you know, like, you know, what's it like leaves a legacy for other people that they're going to come after him. Yeah, I don't know how. Maybe he'll be doing this for the next 50 years. I don't know, but you know, maybe there'll be somebody else that just like that sees what he's doing and decides to like kind of do it that way. And you know, there's no need to kind of like respond to these trolls out there and sort of lower yourself and lower the argument. Or not argument, but the topic. And then there's dudes like that dude that was in here before, just like firing off, like, just getting wasted and just coming on here and just firing off a bunch of different nonsense, And that's what a lot of the Globers will be like. That's my enemy. That's the guy I want. You know what I mean? I feel that. Or some people, Globers will see like a Democ out there and they'll be like, that's the guy I need to stop. He's uninformed about this. And so I think certain types of ways that we present ourselves, can perpetuate these toxic cycles. And I think we should just be aware of how we're approaching it, if we're not completely wasted, that it's something that we can consider, like to just be better communicators at this. That's why I think this is a good room for that,
I know that Witsit is diligently pushing for that. What you're talking about, like I know what he's doing when he comes in here. Like, he repeats all the same shit, but it's done in a way that like he really wants to refine his own way of explaining things. So he's just using it as like sparring for the other things that he wants to do. But yeah, like he really wants to push forward the arguments. And a lot of people don't like that though. They don't want like a lot of this group think, which could be confused as group think, because like if it's not right, then it's just a mob of groupthink. So if anybody disagrees with the points, then I've been shat on for being I don't know about that one, or I don't know about that one, or whatever. Like I'll get fucking gang jumped by people in the VC by flat Earth. It's like whoa, like forward the arguments, yeah, but you don't have to like worship someone like it's a cult or something,
Yeah, I don't worship him. I admire.
I'm not
his
saying
commitment.
you. I'm like pointing out there's some problems with that. That's all I'm saying.
It's like I don't know. Levels of commitment can vary in this. You know what I mean? It might just be casual for some. For some, they're trying to throw themselves on the grenade. And I feel like that's where he's at. And maybe I felt like that in the past, and I don't really feel like that quite now. But or maybe I have never done that. Who knows? Who's to say? But it's just like it's like a valuable thing to have people that are don't want to soldier up for this kind of thing and basically put everything they have into it. And I don't think he's leaving anything on the table here. I think he's definitely 100% working it out. And he's a human being. He's allowed to be fallible. He's allowed to make mistakes. I don't hold him up to being a spiritual leader or anything like that.
Well, that is one of the problems though, is in the nature of debate. Like it's better to just state something as your position and not be like, well, I think it could be this, so we don't, when I hear him speak, I don't hear a lot of like, well, it could be, I hear it's this, that, or whatever. Right.
Right.
And that's great for debate because you really want to like winning over the audience is like 90% of debate, honestly. But
you can win over the audience in a multiple amount of ways, and sometimes it's like the Globers help. They're doing the work for you because their toxicity is evident. You go with sort of.
It's true.
Their attachment to
they don't know that.
They're super evident, and
they really don't know that, Snacks. They don't know that like their behavior is also helping us.
Yeah.
Like they're promoting us because
repulsed by thinking, by questioning, like they're like averse to it, allergic even, and it's like, okay, well, if all it means to be a Glober is to just be like a robot and dump the information into me, and now I'm smart. You know what I mean? If that's like,
yeah, but their bad behavior and their advocacy for like
the bad behavior
There's
is.
globe trolling and bad behavior. That it just honestly, like that audience, it will attract people who are free thinkers, and they're like, wait a second, this is nasty behavior, and they're gonna look at the other side, and they're probably gonna find nasty behavior there too, but they're gonna want to know why are people caring so much about the earth, and then it's gonna fucking start, clicking in their head. And that's what happens. I've talked to so many people that say that they started off with Flat Earth from Fight the Flat Earth or McToon. Just because, they just were really mean and didn't make any sense. Like, it's just Earth. It's just a flat Earth.
The first time I think I ever got on online was to help somebody that was getting just shat on by Gem Panda.
Oh, really?
He joined, it was Chris Truthseeker, if you remember him from a zillion years back. And I was like, man, he's just getting crushed by this guy, and he's so disingenuous, like all the things he's saying. I just wanted to say something just to help out. It's like so that kind of got me on there. But I think that's going to be the story with a lot of people like that. They'll also feel that way, like by the McToons of the world or whatever. They wind up activating more people, and then they actually stop. Because of their antics, because of their because of how skewed their arguments are, because of how limited their thinking is, because of how cucked up they are. It's also
it's a consequence of the paradigm that they have this kind of really low vibration, and it eventually shows itself, even against their best effort. They're going to attract people to our side because they literally cannot help themselves.
Hey Riggs, didn't you share videos saying McToon was like a predator or something?
I shared a video that claimed it had information about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
did it have information about that?
Point. I actually didn't get to watch the video because people were too much of were interrupting too much, and they started fighting. So then we never got to watch it.
So you shared that with me, and then you've shared it a lot of other places, even though you haven't watched it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Let the people decide. Yeah. Exactly.
So what has McToon done that's so bad?
What has he done that's so bad?
Yeah, like before you were saying FTFEs and McToon's antics and their bad faith and their bad arguments push people towards Flat Earth. So what has McToon done that fits that?
Well, I don't think I need to be the only person to answer that question. I think their behavior kind of answers itself almost. Like, they operate in bad faith, and they're looking to make money. And I would say Fight the Flat Earth probably acts worse than McToon sometimes, and then McToon does crazy shit sometimes. Like it's the thing is, from the Flat Earth perspective, we're trying to I guess it's hard for someone on your side to really understand. You guys can't even figure out. Yeah, you guys really can't even figure out who really believes in Flat Earth and doesn't. You are there. I hear so many people argue about oh, this guy's a Poe, that guy's a Poe, and I'm on this side going, wow, you guys can't even figure that part out. It's
pretty simple. The reason we feel that way is because a lot of people will see something or do something that confirms that the Earth is round, and then they'll just sort of be like, oh, that's interesting. And then they'll go back to, but the Earth is flat, despite having no evidence for it and just seeing evidence that is against it, like Jaren's done a few times. And so we confuse that cognitive dissonance leading them to reaffirm their beliefs with being a Poe, which makes sense, doesn't it?
No.
Being that I don't keep up with these pejoratives, can you guys explain what a PO is for me?
It's just somebody pretending in an extreme kind of stupid way.
Oh, I thought it was a
someone
PO.
that will act. They'll act like someone, like they'll act like a flat earther, even though they're not a real flat earther. So they might do it as a grift, or they might just do it for fun.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah.
But I've seen like ballers try to pretend like Mark Taylor. He'll come on here trying to pretend like he's a flat earther, and with flat earther sock account, and but then say Glober things. You know?
Yeah.
Is that a PO? Is he a PO then?
He'd be a PO, yeah.
Okay. So
Well,
Mark
I
Taylor's
see. I think the Globers just out of bad faith in general. They think Poe because they're probably the majority of the people doing it.
Well, I think we think PO because PO's more likely than someone just ignoring all the evidence.
Well, you can disagree on the evidence. It can be interpreted in many ways, Like I have people that come in here and talk about like this pool that's used to calibrate like waves hitting boats and shit. And
yeah, the manufacturers said they had to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and when physically measured, all they're doing is measuring 10-foot segments with the laser and a reflector. So it actually didn't confirm any curving at all. It just confirmed each 10-foot segment.
Yeah, and if those 10-foot segments
this
deviated
idea
at
of-
all, then if they deviated over, like you get 10 of the 10-foot segments, you suddenly have a 100-foot segment, and each 10-foot deviates by a certain amount, then that 100-foot segment is going to deviate by a certain amount, and you can calculate the curvature of the Earth off that.
But that's not what they're doing, though, and the laser wouldn't have that kind of accuracy anyways, because I have the papers on it. That all they're doing
What type of
is
laser did they use?
it was a photo sensor. I have the paper on it somewhere. I'm in bed, but what I'm trying to tell you is that all they did was claim that it was, measuring the curve of the Earth because they already presumed it was a globe, and you're basically measuring the curve within 10-foot segments. But there's not enough accuracy there to verify that anyway. It's
Let's say I'm
negligible.
framing a house.
So what they're doing is they're just making 10-foot segments and then saying, "Hey, look, it's an even more accurate globe model, but it could very well just be a flat model." They're just making the claim,
Let's say I'm putting up like some floating shelves on a house, right? And I've got a wall, and I know what the what are they called? The studs in the wall. I know the gap between the studs for like standard house builds in my country or my state or whatever. Now, let's say I then use a stud finder to find one stud and then measure to the next and then measure to the next with a measuring tape, assuming the gap in the studs. And then I, put on my floating shelf and I find out that stud gap is correct and all my screws went into the actual studs instead of just a drywall. Wouldn't that confirm my model?
That's not what they did.
Confirm what I assumed. So what they did is they assumed that the Earth was curved. And then they had their rail set up. And then they assumed that they'd have to change the rail shape to fit the curvature of the Earth. So they used a laser to do that, and it worked out to be true.
No, they haven't done that, man.
So you're telling me the engineers didn't assume the Earth was curved?
Dude,
or the toe tank doesn't work?
I already explained this. That they just
So
measured
does the toe tank work?
segments.
Does the toe tank work?
Okay, if you're going to interrupt me and you're not going to heed, a good faith conversation, I'm going to back up.
That's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say they measured the 10-foot gaps, but you're not going to say whether it worked or not. And you're not going to concede that if it worked, then it validates the idea that the Earth is curved.
Home improvements.
It would have nothing to do with curve, is what I basically just explained to you and everyone else. So,
did they assume curve?
They assumed that the Earth has a curve, and that if you're measuring 10-foot segments, it would be measuring 10-foot segments along that arc. But there's no arc. the sensors wouldn't even be sensitive enough to measure the arc if it was even there because it's too short. All it's doing is measuring 10-foot segments for straightness between those segments. So those segments could be pointing to the fucking, up, down, left, right, doesn't matter as long as it's 10 feet within that one segment.
Those 10-foot segments would have to curve according to their model. So they'd have to measure that curve according to their model.
No,
it can't be straight 10, straight 10, straight 10, straight 10, because that wouldn't work.
They weren't measuring curve on the 10 feet.
So were they measuring something like you put the laser on and that laser goes 10 foot and then you go, okay, well, if we have it match here and here, then we make sure.
So they've got this rail system on top. You know about it. Okay, so the rail system goes on top of the water, and then on that rail system they put the photosensor, and then they have these reflectors that are basically set up at every 10-foot increment on the rail. So all they do is just move the rail along the path and measure 10 feet at a time. Now, you might have a claim, maybe, if you had a photosensor that was rated for the whole, I think it's almost a mile, but it's different pools. So I'm not even sure if they're aligned. So, if they were measuring the whole expanse, you might have an argument there. But even then, that's 8 inches. So what the fuck?
So did they set up these lasers according to what the engineers thought the shape of the Earth was?
I mean, you call it a globe if you think it's a globe, but it's not engineered for the globe.
Well, but the engineers had to make sure that they were accounting for the curvature of the Earth. If it existed, they assumed it existed, and then they made sure that any measurements they made or any changes or calculations had to include that presumption that the Earth is curved, right?
Do you know the argument when someone says level or level is curved? You understand that argument, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Can I make a shelf that's level and curved?
Sure. So on a flat Earth, and a globe Earth, you find level at every place that you're at. So measuring a 10-foot segment doesn't show one or the other.
But if you want that thing to be level and you're on a flat Earth, then you have to assume that it's a flat Earth. But if you want that thing to be level and you're on a curved
Earth, all they did was level out each 10-foot segment, bro. And they measured it with the laser. That's it. Okay.
Again, if you want to assume that it's level according to a globe Earth, then you'd have to build a curve into the engineering. So did the engineers build a curve into their engineering? Yes or no?
All right. Well, we were having a good talk. I'm not really here for this. I'm not going to debate with you. Okay. It's
really sad, Riggs. Whatever, dude.
Flawed concept. I've already described. Everyone who's listening and paying attention knows why it's a flawed concept. I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah, you know how if you don't want to answer, then you don't want to answer. You just say, I don't want to answer that and move on.
Yeah, you know how you get on Google Earth and you can use the measuring tool and you go around a continent, for example, Australia, and you can get a pretty accurate measurement of how big Australia is. But if you went around the cove and the shoreline of Australia and you measured in 1 foot increments all the way along, the size of Australia would be probably the whole size that the heliocentric model says the Earth is. As soon as you start getting into the micro details of measuring, you're going to be way out on the scheme of things.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Do you get what I mean?
No, not at all. So if I add up 10 pieces of 1 centimeter paper, it depends what the margin of error is, but if I can actually measure it properly down to a really, really good decimal point, then I'm going to get to 10 centimeters worth of paper. If I get one piece of paper that's 10 centimeters, I should be able to measure that to the exact same. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm trying to say that when they're measuring Australia, they're not measuring in 1 millimeter increments, are they? And if they did, Australia would be fucking 100 times bigger than what they say it is.
No. Because some of the measurements would be under the margin of error. So some would be under, some would be over. Unless you're saying every single measurement they take must necessarily be over whatever their measuring device's margin of error is. So like a tape measure has a, I don't know, like a 1 millimeter margin of error or something like that. So if you get your tape measure and you measure something, it could be 1 millimeter too big or 1 millimeter too small. So if all the measurements were 1 millimeter too big, then you end up with like a decent variance at the end. But if they were all 1 millimeter too small, you'd end up with a variance in the opposite direction. And then, so if your measuring tool has a random assortment of too big and too small, then you should end up with something accurate. So the best way to do it would be to measure in one direction and then measure in the other direction, and you'll get the accurate size of Australia.
Yeah, that sounded really amazing. That silence, it just sounded so good.
Are there other big engineering projects that had to account for curved Earth?
Like the tunnel
No?
between England and France? I don't think so.
I haven't looked into that. Have you looked into that?
Yeah, that was a topic on Brandon's show many years ago, and they just dug, and they met up in the middle, and they like had a celebration, and the whole thing was just digging in a fucking horizontal straight line from both ends, and they met in the middle. There was no calculation for Earth curve in that.
So there's a
As far as
Crossrail under London that had to deal with it. But the Channel Tunnel. Have a look.
have you got any questions to flat earthers instead of just like your opinion on how your paradigm is, superior? Like, do you have any inquiry to why flat earthers with that stigma, but how flat earthers think, like, and why they're questioning what they've been told?
I already know why
Rather
you
than-
question what's been told.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Because you have a presupposition that things told to you by authority are incorrect. Therefore, anytime authority tells you something, then you just assume it's incorrect. And then outside of that, you have no actual way to come to truth. So you just assume that whatever your opinion is must be truth.
That's not true. On a local level, I can trust my local government to a certain extent. There is corruption everywhere, but to a certain extent. But when it comes to the big lie, that's when it gets serious. Like their claims of how they think the shape of this world is.
Yeah. So what big lie do you have evidence for?
Well, when you wake up in the morning, can you observe anything that reflects this place being a globe? Anything at all in your natural observation?
The sun rising and setting.
What part of that sun rising and setting, just in your natural observation, tells you that you're living on a globe?
Well, it doesn't get smaller as it sets, or get bigger as it rises, which means that it's not going further away from me. It gets obstructed from, it comes up top down, then gets obstructed bottom up.
You know that we have hyperbolic vision, and we see in a dome-like the sky above us is like in a dome-like feature, and when we're looking to the horizon, everything above us is higher and it gets lower at the vanishing point and the ground ramps up.
No,
So you're going to have
incorrect.
that. Oh, really?
Things don't get obstructed bottom up because of the vanishing point. The vanishing point just causes things to get smaller and then disappear. They may converge towards your eye line, but if your eye line isn't at the horizon, then they won't go below that horizon line.
You seem to have an authority about this particular issue. I don't know.
Yeah, do you know why?
Yeah, why?
Because I observe this day to day.
Oh, okay. So are you looking through a telescope every day?
Nope. I just drive my car long distances. Things, when they disappear away from me, they will vanish according to my eye line. They won't suddenly get, I don't know, below the horizon. Like if I'm looking at a hill that ramps upwards, I'm looking at some small shrub on that hill, it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller till I can't make it out anymore. If I get a telescope out, I can make it out. And that's true of like my phone camera. If I zoom in with my phone camera at something off in the distance that I can't see with my optical vision, it's still there.
Yeah.
But if I
Yeah,
zoom
but
in at
bro-
something that's disappeared over the horizon, it doesn't come back.
Yeah, but bro, if I'm sitting on a chair and the chair is like 60 centimeters tall on a stool, right? And that's like I'm sitting on it, yeah. And if I move that stool like 3 meters away from me and I extend my arm out in front of me with my thumb and my index finger separated, I can look at the chair and put my fingers to totally encompass the size of that chair, and it's only 3 meters away, but I can measure it to be only in my vision to be only about 4 inches tall.
Awesome, and that's why we're on a curved Earth.
Yeah, so we're on a curved Earth 3 meters away.
No. Sun's really, really, really,
You
really big.
understand what
It
I just
doesn't
said?
change.
I can turn a
Yep.
60 centimeter stool into 4 inches with 3 meters distance from my eyeball.
And the sun stays the same size. So the sun moving away from you would get smaller according to its angular size. But it doesn't do that. It stays the same angular size throughout the day.
Yeah, but you'd have to observe the sun through some type of a filter to be able to observe that. Because if you just looked at the sun through a filter, you know, one of those special filters that you can see the actual size of the sun without all of the magnification that you normally see with your eyes. If you watched it from point like your zenith to the sunset, you would see that the sun pretty much it's a point source. It's a point of light, and I don't know where you can measure such accurate such accuracy the size of the sun and its angular resolution with your eyeballs.
Time lapse videos do it with sun filters on.
That's not how you observe the world, though, right?
So that just means that our optics aren't telling us the whole truth.
Tell me, don't be so flip.
Yeah, I'm going to be flippant because it was a stupid thing to say.
It's actually not. No.
Okay. Tell me why it's not stupid then. Bet you can't.
I mean, if you need to like keep like saying shit, yeah, like I don't even give a fuck. Like, go ahead and just be dumb. Go ahead.
Cool. The whole time you were saying that, you could have explained why it wasn't a dumb thing to say, but fine.
What am I at your fucking beck and call to like fucking respond to your flip attitude? I don't think so.
Nope, never said you were.
I'll let
mocking
Carlos
you
do that for me. I
just
wish
mocking
I
you for
was
saying
just
something
mocking. It's your limitation of understanding here. That's the problem.
Okay, so does the sun change angular size in the sky?
That's what you're going to ask me. You're going to redirect now. I mean, you know, you need every advantage in this whole conversation to be able to even like hold on to your case. You know what I mean? It's fine that you need to like also be flip on top of it. That's fine, right?
The whole
You would
time
think
you were
like if
talking about what I need in the
were,
conversation, you could have just given me evidence or answered my question.
no, if you were, you could have just like fucking not been so flip, and
Like
then,
what?
you know what I mean? We
Yeah,
wouldn't have
do you
this
know why I was
problem.
flippant?
But you, because it's your nature, man.
No, because it was a dumb question to ask.
No, it's just your nature. You're always like this. Come on.
Yeah, I know I'm always like this because
Yeah.
people ask
I
a lot
know, but
of.
if I fucking talk like you, like, I'll just get like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want me to talk like you. I'm sure you don't.
Why not? Yeah, I do
Because
actually, because it
you
would demonstrate that you're able to follow a
you know what?
conversation and talk
Let
rapidly
me.
and actually discuss things.
You know what? I'm gonna just listen to you, and within a couple times, I will definitely be able to imitate your vocal patterns with such extreme mockery that you will really enjoy it, and so you'll be able to hear how you
Well,
sound and what it's like to
well,
engage with someone like you. Yeah, go ahead.
I can already like maybe if I was as hesitant as you were, and I just said things like, "But dude, if you look out, it's like it's curved."
Is that what I
But
said?
like, I'm not being no. This what if you got to interrupt me? That means you're obviously losing like
like
the
you were
argument,
interrupting
dude.
me.
But like,
Let me ask you this. Let me ask
yeah,
you a question.
I
If it's
just
so
like
easy,
if I keep.
you prepared to answer a question right now?
Yeah, of course.
Or have I jumbled your brain up? I mean, you know what? You can afford the other person on the line to just a little bit of courtesy. It's not going to cost you anything. I promise you.
Cool beans. Are you going to ask a question?
I was thinking like there was a video that Regs posted earlier of some ancient spacewalk like a long time ago in black and white. Yeah, and there was this dude like doing a spacewalk. It looked like it was hanging on a wire. It was so antique. But anyway, the point is like I don't know how this conservation of momentum works. Like, because like have they ever had like a vacuum and maybe sort of a moving apparatus? Like for example, like slowly spinning inside a vacuum, just like a merry-go-round, and then you know, a small size, but big enough so you could see it, and then you release like something mechanically. You sort of release something off that spinning mechanism, and you see in a vacuum whether or not that object that's released from the spinning apparatus continues to stay and orbit and maintain its momentum with the merry-go-round, which is inside the vacuum, or would it just fly off in one direction? Yeah, because
So
I don't think this has ever been done or proven, because I have total disbelief that, you know, this conservation of momentum is actually a thing when you're in a vacuum.
So the reason we can't do that is because you have to have zero gravity, because gravity will cause the thing to be pushed against the floor of that vacuum chamber, and the friction will slow down the conservation of momentum.
Gravity is a one-way direction, so yeah, no, there's a one-way direction, right? Gravity.
Yep.
Down. Yeah, down.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so it'd be a good observation to see. You know, you should expect down when it's released. You should expect down, but you should also to observe before it goes down some attributes that would keep it in its momentum as well. Maybe slightly in the same direction that it was released from. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you could look into that, but we see that here on Earth in the atmosphere, not just in a vacuum. So I don't understand what's different about a vacuum that would cause like conservation of momentum to not exist.
So it's unfalsifiable. We don't have like the average person, besides what the people that fucking fly into space. We don't have any way to verify what they're saying is true. We just have to take the word from it for it, you know.
Yeah, but what's the problem? Because the only reason you'd expect something different would be special pleading. So the idea that once you go into that vacuum, like physics just completely changes, which it doesn't.
Well, I
So
thought that
why would you be worried about this?
every action has what's the term?
An equal reaction.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're going 17,000 miles an hour in a vacuum and you push off doing a spacewalk in one particular direction, wouldn't you think that you should push off at 17,000 miles an hour in the other direction, whichever way you're pushing off from?
So you're already going like, let's say you're going east to west, 17,000 miles an hour, or whatever it is, and you push off in the north direction. Both you and the thing you're pushing off of would still be going that same 17,000 degrees east to west. You just have forced whatever you're pushing off of very slightly to go like south maybe, and you will have force yourself to go north, depending on both your weight and the weight of the object. So I don't see what else you'd expect to see out of that.
Because I've seen like astronauts doing spacewalks drop things, and when they drop things, they don't just continue to move at the together with the craft that they're on, but instead they fall towards the Earth at an ever decreasing rate.
So when they drop things, are you saying that they're already moving their arm down when they release, or is their arm and that thing perfectly stationary when they release it?
Yeah. It's kind of like it doesn't really matter, does it? Because if you've got conservation of momentum, if you let go of like a hammer or whatever they're holding, a glove or a tool bag, shouldn't it just continue moving with them and sort of sit next to them? But no, it doesn't. And all the footage
What?
we've seen, it just falls towards the Earth.
You can impart momentum onto that thing as you move your arm downwards and then release it.
So do you think
in the
it's
same
just
way
a
that if they
coincidence
move it
that
up, like
so every single time it's just a coincidence that every single time when they've ever released anything, it falls towards the Earth, not
well, I
flies
don't
off
think
into
that's
outer.
true. I think that you're just assuming that it's every single time based on a few observations.
All the observations I've ever seen of them dropping stuff doing spacewalks.
Have you seen every spacewalk ever made?
I've seen all the ones that I've seen, yeah, in the last, since 2014, yeah.
I asked you a direct question. You said, I've seen all the ones I've ever seen. Great answer.
Yeah, I just want you to be able to be honest and think about it rather than just,
What am I not being honest about?
being trying to be the winner,
You mean trying to use logic, like standard logic of premise, conclusion, then you see if the premises are valid and sound, and yours aren't sound or even valid. They're affirming consequent fallacies or sharpshooter fallacies.
I wish you were my lawyer. That would be really good. Yeah.
Do you have
Just
legal
give
trouble?
you a compliment there.
Do you have legal trouble?
I do, but it's really positive right now. It's been many years in the works, but yeah, it's
Well, hopefully it
it's an
goes
issue.
well for you.
Yeah.
All right.
Life
So
is,
I'm watching a
life is
spacewalk right now, and I watched an astronaut in the ISS release some tools, and those tools floated sideways. So I'll go back and double check.
sideways and then down.
No, upwards actually.
Oh, that's
What about?
probably the one. That's probably the time that they were filming it in the underwater swimming pool.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Desalinated pool. Yeah.
Yeah. So the one time where they're doing something that you don't like in a way that you.
No, because we understand that those spacewalks, they use all different types of methods and technology to deceive the population. For example, underwater swimming pools with green screens. In the ISS, they're using wires. All these types of things. You seriously tell me that you seriously you come across like you just suck it up. Like everything they tell you, just suck it up, man. Come on. Don't you have your own thoughts, or do you just suck up everything they tell you and believe it? Crickets.
Yeah. So I understand. I understand it's a bit confronting.
So I posted Haskell's. I posted a screenshot of Haskell's fraudulent embryo drawings that are meant to lead people to believe that there's an evolutionary connection, but these had to be kind of contrived to some degree in order to convince people of this, and then they were convinced. So, but you're an evolutionist, so obviously you're familiar with this, right?
Yeah. one person was
Why
incorrect,
is it that
and
someone?
one
Why is it
person,
if it was so? Here's my
was
question to you.
incorrect and
My question to
deceptive.
you.
But that
Yeah,
doesn't
my
mean that
question to you.
evolution doesn't
No,
exist,
my
does it?
question to you.
One,
No, my
one
question to
person at a
no.
time, man. Hang on, one person at a time, man.
Yeah. So my question to you is, if this was so true and so evident, then why would someone need to falsify it? Or
Because they were
fake
looking
it?
for
Sorry.
they were looking for something that people would get like a full reaction out of, rather than something that was underwhelming looking. So he decided to make his images look more interesting and apparent, so that he could get them viewed by as many people as possible.
So propaganda then.
Yeah. Does having propaganda for something mean that that thing's incorrect? Because if that's true, that means everything is universally incorrect. Nothing.
Oh no, I think you've answered it quite clearly.
I
That
asked again.
propaganda is needed when a case is weak. Yeah.
Yeah, so flat earthers don't have propaganda. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying like the space agencies may produce propaganda in order to
Get
convince
more
people that.
funding, because public opinion directly correlates with funding.
I don't know if it really has to do with that per se, because I don't think I'm voting for any kind of NASA budgets. You know what I mean? I don't think that's within my sphere of influence, if you might say, right? But
Yeah,
like,
but other people aren't you, right? There are other people with different opinions about the world who will go, oh, okay, well, space is up there and we've got an ISS, but why should I spend on this budget? And then they say bullshit from NASA, and like, okay, well, maybe I should spend money on NASA because they're doing cool shit.
so it's to say that the ISS itself is not also propaganda. Do you see what I'm saying? Because
The ISS
right,
is
because
probably partly
because it
propaganda
is
as well, yes.
propaganda, right?
Partly as well, yeah.
But what's the space agencies ever given to humanity?
I could go through a list of like advancements to like technology that NASA has given us if you want.
That would be pretty cool. So,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I can guess, like, hydroponic lettuce. What?
A lot of the coatings and a lot of the like foams and lenses and like materials that they use on the space station has been now used in like different forms of technology. So there's like scratch resistant coatings. There's heat shields, which are really interesting. There's high tensile strength metals that they've made. There's air purifiers as well.
Okay. So we'll just narrow this down to one company, for example, NASA. Yeah. So all of the things that you're saying, like all these technologies of Gore-Tex or whatever, or fucking Velcros, or heat shielding metals, or all of this stuff on a budget of $60 million a day, you'd expect that they'd come up with some materials that are useful on Earth, right? But that doesn't mean to say that the reason what they came up with it was so that they could do space travel.
Yeah. So, like, why should they come up with more advancements? What's their major goal, do you think?
Well, every time they come up with a really awesome product, they sell it off to some company, and the taxpayer that's paying NASA, doesn't get anything from it, because they let the product go to some privatized company, and that company, copyrights it and patents it and makes whatever, it makes lots of money from it. Of course, it's a money-making scheme, yeah?
So how is NASA a money-making scheme if it's had, like, only a couple of dozen technological breakthroughs that have
How is it a
managed to make
money-making
their way
scheme?
to a lot of customers?
I don't even know if I got the numbers right, but what I heard, it's round about $60 million per day. Is that not like ringing some bells in your head, like red flag, red flag?
No, not at all, because that's not money making. Money making would be a for-profit enterprise. They're not a for-profit enterprise. What they do is they pay employees, employee salaries. They pay to like manufacturers. They pay to like people doing research.
Why is NASA like got a massive budget for buying helium then?
Because helium's used in a lot of like research applications because it's a noble gas, which means it's non-reactive. and it's also lighter than air. So between those two like uses, it's a very useful chemical for NASA to have.
So you think they use a lot of helium, do you?
Yeah. Why wouldn't they?
Is that for making their rocket fuel?
It's for purging hydrogen systems. So hydrogen is extremely reactive. So they need something that to purge their hydrogen fueling system so that it doesn't corrode the internal mechanisms after like testing or running to see if the hydrogen actually works through. They use liquid helium to force out any remaining hydrogen because helium is unreactive.
That was a really amazing answer. I didn't think you'd be able, yeah, that was a good answer. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that, but I was thinking more along the lines that you would say I don't know, because maybe they're just launching satellites with helium balloons in Antarctica and calling them satellites.
Yeah, they might be doing that, but why would they do that when we know that rockets exist, rockets work, and we may as well just use rockets to do all this shit instead of helium?
But rockets are so like flimsy and so like dangerous and not cost effective. I mean, you could do the same stuff with balloons, like way cheaper. I know a NASA rocket scientist. His channel is called Green Gregs. He's he's actually still he's still employed. He does contracting, but he explained one day on his channel that he doesn't understand why they launch satellites into outer space, because it's way more cost effective to do it in balloons. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't care about this authority you're naming, but the reason like they use rockets is because we've used rockets in lots of other things, and they're actually pretty reliable. Like most major universities in the world will have rocketry labs, and essentially, if you've got the fuel mix right, rockets are pretty safe. It's only when you start fucking around your backyard that they get kind of dangerous. And like we have rocket makers for like military applications that will consistently make rockets that won't endanger the aircraft they're being fired from. They're just like really good, stable rockets that you load up to your jets, like your fighter jets, and you fuck off with them, and then you fire these rockets. And there's like ground-based rocket systems that don't fuck up, like SAMS systems. They don't explode all the time. So like, I don't understand the problem with rockets.
Like the way that I heard it was like these balloons that go up. It's like only like 1% of the cost compared to a rocket launching a satellite into space.
How fast do balloons go?
I don't know if they're in the jet streams. I guess they go pretty fast, but this is 600 miles an hour or whatever.
How long do balloons last?
Well, some of them apparently they can last for a year or longer.
That's great. Awesome. And how can you redirect the direction of a balloon? So if you were to have a balloon and it was to be traveling at the speed of the ISS, which we can track and we can calculate the speed based off just basic telescopes. If you had a balloon that was doing that, how would the balloon be able to deal with the friction of the wind after that amount of time? How would it be able to get to that speed and maintain that speed? And why would they use something that flimsy that could just potentially blow up at any moment, exposing their entire floor, like their entire fake ISS?
Well, apparently some of these balloons can blow up the size of a football field, and what they do is they raise them and lower them with whatever mechanism that they use to catch the wind in different directions. So they go up and it goes in the left direction, and they go down and it goes right. So if they want to turn it around, all they do is lift it up and bring it back down again.
I don't understand what you're saying. How does that mean that it maintains a constant speed? And the direction is constant as well. Like if it was just buffeted around by wings, or by wind with its wings, or it's like wind capture systems or whatever, wouldn't it constantly be moving in different directions? But what we can do is we can actually track the trajectory of the ISS, and then we can make observations of the ISS as it goes through.
Yeah, no, I know where you're coming from. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that all the satellites that are going those speeds are fake. What I was saying is that the majority of the satellites that they would be using would be the cost-effective ones, and that's how we get our communications. Yeah, besides the
Why?
undersea cable. Eh?
Balloons don't move fast enough for that. So, like, if
Do we
you
need?
have something
If
that's
we've got
best under
100 million
satellite,
fucking,
then you use
if we've got
satellites.
so many of them, if we've got so many of them up there, why would we need
Yeah.
them to move so fast?
Because the Earth spins very fast with its linear speed.
Oh man,
How is that not a perfect answer?
you're giving me a migraine, man.
If we're sending satellites up into space, like if humans have done that, then why would you also not think that the Earth is spinning? Like, what's special about the spin of the Earth that, like, since we can go to space, we can't observe and track the spin?
I don't know, man. You have to go back to your base axioms, I guess. Back to the basics. Back to the foundation of like when you wake up in the morning, and that's where you need to begin. Like start there.
How did you test your base axioms?
How did I test them?
Yeah, so if you say we're not moving on a spinning
everything
Earth,
that-
where the
yeah,
Earth is
I get
flat,
that.
we can't go to space, moon landing's fake.
Yeah.
How did you test any of that?
Okay, water levels, instruments that measure for construction and for those purposes, that they all sort of line up to my natural observations. Everything that's outside of that, I have so many holes to pick, and
What
I
about
need
water
to.
levels? What about water levels confirms your observation?
What do you mean?
What is it about water levels that confirms your observation or your axiom that the Earth is flat and stationary? Like, run me through the logic here. You've got a premise that the Earth is flat, and water level provides what information that leads to a conclusion the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Okay, so there's no diverging plumb lines.
Have you tested that?
Yeah, well, I'm a builder, so I can recognize that.
How have you tested it though? Has it been just like on a build site you've had a couple of plumb lines and then the gap between like the bottom of probably a 6 foot at maximum, maybe 20 foot if you're doing outside construction, like if you've got two uprights. If you were to test them, what sort of gap would you expect? Would it be bigger than the margin of error for the measuring device?
No, to be honest, it wouldn't be much. It wouldn't be much, but
Yeah, exactly.
in my observations, long distance observations with my eyeballs, I honestly I can't see any diverging plumb lines in any structure or natural feature.
So, do you know how much you'd expect to see?
Yeah, well, the fact is because I don't see it, so why would I think it's there? You know, it's not what I'd expect to see. It's I just don't see it. So the proof is you know the evidence that I see is there isn't any. So why would I think any different?
Because there is evidence of it. So what you've got is you look at things and you go, I don't see any evidence, the evidence isn't there, but you don't know what you're going to see, right? But if you actually look at some of the things that have been built out there in the world, well, then there's evidence that the Earth is curved and that there's diverging plumb lines based off the things that are built out there in the world. So I emailed the Humber Tower Bridge Society to see if it's true that the towers of the Humber Bridge, which are 1,410 metres apart and 155.5 metres high, had a difference between the distance at the ground and distance at the water and the distance at the top of the towers of 36 millimetres, but the towers were still plumb. And they emailed back, yes, this is correct. It was built into the towers. The towers were measured as plumb up to engineering standards for the country of England, and they were measured to have that base distance and the top distance. So like that's
Okay.
one like 1.4K, isn't it?
You're talking about some margin of error there. I mean, that's using like rudimentary technology really to be able to, come to that finding.
Well, yeah, but if at 1.4 kilometers, 550 meters high, something that I know you wouldn't have had to like deal with being a builder, no matter how big the construction is, because you're dealing with small segments at a time, you'd never have two plumb bobs that would diverge enough to be easily seen because nothing's at that scale, especially if it's only 36 millimeters diverging that you'd see at like 1.5 kilometers.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that there's nothing big enough of a discrepancy to make me believe that there's any diverging plumb lines. I mean, it would
Yeah, but
take more
absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence.
it would take more than that for me to believe I'm living on a spinning space ball.
Okay, so have you ever tested your base axiom against, are you spinning on a space ball?
Well, I know that I once, when I was younger, I was able to stack 5 rocks in the river on top of each other, and they stood there for a week. And that's with like light tremors. Like I live in New Zealand, and we have earthquakes, like a fucking 100 earthquakes every day. That's even with light tremors.
Okay, can you tell me what that indicates?
That indicates we're pretty stable, man.
Yeah, if you have like a constant rotation, then there wouldn't be any vibration to knock things off because those rocks, the wind, everything would be moving at a pretty constant speed. There'd be variations in the wind, variations in you if you're walking in the opposite direction, but you'd still have that conservation of momentum that would mean that the rocks wouldn't just be shaken loose by the rotation of the Earth. It's not like the Earth goes through turbulence as it goes through space. Have you ever been on a magnet train?
No, I have never been to Japan.
Right. Well, you can't really feel anything on a magnet train at all, even though it's one of the fastest trains out there. And that's because it's not hitting the ground. There's not that vibration that you get from tracks. There's just its velocity being constant is not something we can pick up. So why would you expect the Earth to be different?
Well, this argument's been like out there for I don't know, since like the beginning of time, but like since the beginning of flat Earth, like everyone knows the argument, and I don't know if there's probably going to be a whole bunch of people stepping in when I talk about it, and I could throw a few names that are probably listening right now on YouTube. But hopefully they do step in, because like I'd like to get to the bottom of it, like with this atmosphere which is in lockstep with the Earth, and
Yeah.
how like an aeroplane with its tangential speed as it lowers in altitude, and it comes to land on a runway going north to south. I just don't get how it doesn't just crash.
Well, because that airplane is making constant adjustments by keeping both its wingtips level to the Earth. It makes constant adjustments to deal with that difference in tangential speed as it moves from the equator to the south or the equator to north in that sort of direction. As the tangential speed changes, the plane is like each correction it makes to keep its wingtips level, it will change its its position on the Earth. It'll be banking in order to deal with that angular velocity change. Does that make sense?
Are you a pilot?
Nope.
Have you never flown you've never flown an airplane?
Nope.
Okay.
Pilots keep the wingtips level if they're not like actively changing course.
Yeah, so I could see how that would work if you were going in the same direction as the Earth, like spinning on the equator. But if you were not, if you were at a different latitude and you were going north to south, like you were going in the opposite way of the spin, like you were going tangential to the spin, and you were coming down from a high altitude at a speed, to land on that runway in that direction. I don't see how you would like keep up the momentum of the Earth going sideways to your direction.
You would also be going the same tangential speed as the Earth at that time.
How? Because wind, wind. What about the
Because
wind?
if I have something off in the distance that I'm trying to get to and the Earth is curving, well, if I just go straight, then I'm not going to hit that thing. So I have to be going straight while keeping my wingtips level so that I'm constantly banking in order to go around the curve of the Earth, which will keep up the tangential speed.
Hang on, we're not talking about the curve of the Earth. We're talking about the Earth moving. Nothing to do about the curve. I mean, the Earth is apparently so big that the curve doesn't matter in the scenario. What we're talking about is the Earth. The Earth is moving at the equator at 400 meters per second.
Yes. So it does have to do with the curve because you're talking about the difference in tangential speeds between one latitude and another. And you can't have a difference in tangential speed of one latitude to another without it being on a curve. So we're talking about the curve. So adjusting for the curve by keeping your wingtips level would mean that you're constantly banking in the direction of change for the tangential speed.
Yeah, but
which would deal with that differential.
Is the atmosphere separate from the wind, or is it the wind?
So the wind is an aspect of the atmosphere. So they're linked. You can't have wind without atmosphere, but you can have atmosphere without wind technically.
So is the atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth?
Not 100% no, because the atmosphere can change due to pressure differentials, and we get pressure differentials due to weather events as well as like temperature changes. And because the sun heats up the Earth unevenly throughout its course around the Earth or the Earth's rotation, you end up with different temperatures at different points in the Earth, which would mean that there would be like the heat of one area moving towards the cool of another.
Oh, so it does differ. It's not like a linear type of a thing. There is friction involved. Is that friction, is that what keeps the atmosphere moving with the Earth? Maybe slightly lagging behind?
Well, I think by now it's completely caught up because the friction's been going for billions of years. So it's completely caught up, but there are like variations within that friction. So it's like, say you have a heap of rocks in a bucket and spin a bucket for long enough, everything should go with the spin, but occasionally the rocks will cause the water to go around them in a certain way that'll cause little eddies and whirls.
Like in the opposite direction of the spin of the Earth.
I mean, yeah, there's no reason why that... Well, actually, yeah, sort of. There's no reason that couldn't happen, but what you have is that even in the opposite direction, it's still going with the Earth. So it doesn't go from say you've got it spinning at that, whatever the miles per hour at the equator is, I can never remember. So it's spinning at that, and then it starts not spinning at that. If it starts not spinning at that, we'll perceive it as going the opposite direction, but it's actually not. It's just not spinning as fast as the rest of it.
Wouldn't it make more sense that we're on a stationary plane and the atmosphere is dynamic and it's moving like fluid dynamics? You know, the ocean, the atmosphere, everything that we're in has its own sort of momentum and its own sort of dynamic system, from the dew on the grass to the rain and the clouds and the hail and the sprites and like the thunderstorms and the fucking cyclones and tornadoes and everything. It's like you're saying that all of those dynamic features about our atmosphere are also in lockstep with the Earth, that the background atmosphere is essentially kind of like this glue.
So it'd be like averages. So like the average amount of weather events or wind or directionality, that sort of thing, will be caused by like a Coriolis force that will cause it to go in a certain direction. But you can have things that are abrogations. They're not the same. Like they go in the other direction occasionally. And that doesn't indicate flat Earth or globe Earth. It doesn't indicate stationary Earth or like spinning Earth. But we can sort of get some hints of what the Earth's doing from it.
Because I was just watching a video in China right now. They in North China, they're having a really massive storm, and I saw this lady getting pushed by the wind, and she was sliding across the concrete ground on the wet ground because the wind was pushing her and her daughter along about 10 meters as fast as you can imagine, like on a skateboard. And you're saying that that wind that blew her is also in lockstep with the atmosphere.
Lockstep is the wrong word, but it is biased towards the motion of the atmosphere. Yes.
So if the Earth atmosphere has been over billions and billions of years, has been slowly building up this momentum, whereas it's caused by friction over billions and billions of years, but the wind just disregards that, totally disregards that.
Well, no, it doesn't. A lot of the time the wind will spin with the direction of the Earth due to Coriolis.
Yeah, but the wind, like a tornado, that's going in like a vortex in every direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
And?
like, I thought you understood
Why would that happen on a stationary Earth? Would tornadoes not also exist? Are you saying the force from friction is so great that it overrides
I mean, it just,
every other
from
force?
my point of view, it just makes more sense that we're on a stationary plane with an atmosphere that has a dynamic system, rather than a spinning Earth with this fantastical idea of a lockstep atmosphere.
What causes the dynamic system?
All sorts of attributes like pressure and temperature and humidity.
What causes the temperature and humidity and pressure differences?
Well, I'm not a fucking weatherman.
Right. Great. So no explanation other than it makes more sense if I don't understand it, right? But I understand it. We have a model that completely understands it. So wouldn't it make more sense to go with the one that has a model that can answer these basic questions?
A fantastical model, yeah. I mean, if you're living in Narnia.
What part of it's fantastical?
Like, fantastical that there are stars beneath my feet. Fantastical that if I drilled a hole through through the ground, I'd end up in China.
Yeah, so
when
fantastical, like, say, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
When I know that I fly from New Zealand in an airplane 15 hours in a straight fucking line, and I end up where I'm going, and the sky is always above my head. Those type
So
of
just
things
about every single thing that you listed would also happen under our model, right? So would it be more accurate to say that the Narnia model would be the model that has absolutely no way of verifying it? No one's ever managed to verify it. There's no data to indicate it's true, but some people say it's true. Sort of like you
many
were
things.
C.S.
Like, for
Lewis,
example,
say you were C.S. Lewis writing a children's book.
Emergency stops with airplanes, and they're going towards a destination, and they go way off course. It makes more sense on a so-called inverted commas flat Earth map that they're going to stop off at an emergency point on the way, because it is on the way. But on a globe, they have to go way off course to go to their emergency stop. So
do you have any evidence of that happening? Or is it all like, a flight will hug a coastline more than it will go completely over like the Atlantic Ocean? It'll like try to hug the coastline more so that if it does have to make an emergency landing, it's not surrounded by thousands of miles of bare ocean. There's actually something to land on.
That's not the evidence that I've seen.
Well, the evidence that you've seen would be something like if you draw a straight line from I don't know, like what's on the west coast, some city on the northwest of America, and you're flying over to, I don't know, like Asia or something, and you've got that big stretch of water between the two. Well, oh, sorry, if you're going over like, yeah, Asia, yeah, you got a big stretch of water between the two, right? And your evidence will be, well, why'd they land like here, which is like if you were to go straight according to a flat map, instead of here, which is where you'd go straight according to the globe. But, well, it just makes sense. The globe would mean that you go straight across water, but flight paths don't go straight across water like that because it's unsafe. So it
That's a
doesn't
load of
indicate either
rubbish.
way.
I mean, airplanes are so fucking safe. It's unbelievable. They have 4 backup computers. They have actually 1 computer, and they have 4 backup systems. If the second one fails, they've still got 2 more. It's basically
When was the last time someone died on your job site?
There's nothing unsafe about an airplane flying over the ocean. It's just as dangerous in an airplane if something goes wrong to be flying over land. I don't like. I'd rather fucking hit the water than smash into a mountain.
When was the last time someone died at a job site you were on in New Zealand?
Not in my job site.
Yeah, exactly. Does your job site have a lot of like OHS rules that you probably ignore? And I've like done concreting, I've done labouring in construction industry.
I smoke on the job site sometimes, but you know,
It's
besides
stuff like
that,
harnesses, right? If you're up high, you need a harness and a hard hat.
yeah, well, the stupid thing is like the people that do the roadworks and they make, you know, they dig up the tar steel and they make a new road, are replacing the tar steel. They're all standing in the hot sun with these fucking hard hats, thinking that the fucking sky's falling.
Okay. But like they also wear protective clothing, right? So like if you're and I know this to be true, if you're out like replacing asphalt in New Zealand, you'll have to wear a long sleeve shirt and a broad brimmed hat and full length pants.
Exactly, and that's why my daughter can't drink fucking fruit juice at school because all of these fucking Karens out there.
That's great. But I'm pointing out that there are all these like restrictions that we only do because there's a potential of harm if something happens and we don't have these restrictions in place. Like a lot of OH&S stuff is only there in case something goes wrong. And if nothing goes wrong, then they'll never be needed. But we still do them because
do you like that?
the liability is so...
Do you
yeah,
like
I do,
that?
because I own a small business, and if any of my employees get hurt in the job, my liability will mean that I'm pretty much fucked.
Yeah, I prefer the way that they do it in China. Like in New Zealand, we have like in the nice areas and in the main streets, we have these vacuum cleaner carts, and they go and they sweep and vacuum the curbs, you know, next to the buildings and in the offices. But in China, instead of that one person doing a job, they give hundreds of people jobs, and they go out and they sweep the streets in the morning, you know, and that's why
what's the unemployment rate in New Zealand at the moment?
Oh, it's probably astronomical. I actually don't know. I don't watch. I don't even follow any politics or anything in New
Seasonally
Zealand.
adjusted unemployment rate was 3.4% in March 2023. So 3.4 is below the natural rate of unemployment, which is around 5% in most Western economies. So if you wanted everyone to go out there and street sweep, then you wouldn't have enough people to work the actual jobs that need doing.
You know what we need to do, bro, is like everybody go out on a on a Saturday morning, and after playing soccer with the kids, what everyone should do is plant a fruit tree, like on the side of the road. Like, you know where they have those grass curbs, that just grass lined footpaths everywhere? Like everyone should just plant a fruit tree every Saturday. Imagine 1/10 of the population doing that every Saturday. Imagine how many fruit trees you'd have. That's my
You
type
probably
of.
set up a non-profit and get funding for it if you tried that. That's a great idea.
But then you look at the Karens that coming and say, "Oh, there's gonna be too many bees. Oh, there's gonna be too many flies."
Well, I don't know if they'll say that. What they'll probably say is that the ecological impact of planting non-native fruit trees would harm a lot of species. But what you could do is just not plant fruit trees and plant just a mix of trees as well as some native fruit trees.
Yeah, but listen, like we have so many immigrants here. What's wrong with having a non-native fruit tree?
The ecological damage. So not all birds and insects that are native to New Zealand can eat that fruit, as well as it may carry certain certain species of things that may harm native fruits, or I don't know, it may sort of block out native trees from growing in that area. There's a whole ecology that you need to study in order to be able to look at that.
Yeah, but like in my opinion, is who cares about the native trees?
Yeah, but opinions are like arseholes. Everyone's got one. So maybe you should stop just looking at opinions and look at what the
Yeah,
data
but
says on
what about our life? You know, why can't we have tropical fruit growing on the sides of the road? Why do we have to have?
Well, I already
ugly,
explained that to you.
You know, who cares?
It'll harm a lot of.
Let the native trees die.
Why? You lose biodiversity for absolutely no reason.
We could replace them with much better trees.
Yeah, but are you then going to
Trees.
replace all the animals that have been killed? So you end up with just one ecology left on Earth, and then if any major disease comes through that one ecological system that the entire Earth's been replaced with, wouldn't it just destroy that entire food production source for ecology on multiple countries?
I don't know, man. It's like New Zealand. You can't bring an apple into New Zealand. You can't bring anything. But when I go to when you go to China, you can bring anything in, and they've got a booming economy with so much produce.
Well, but China doesn't have isn't an island nation with incredibly unique animals and plant and insect species.
Yeah. Like I've got a friend. Like he wanted me to sell his coal mine for him, and he couldn't get a buyer. He only wants $40 million, and he couldn't get a buyer for it because there's stupid fucking native bats live near to where the coal is. You know, the big amount of coal which is in the ground, and they have to go through years and years of debate about these fucking bats, these little tiny bats. Yeah,
good. Close the coal mine. It'll force someone to install renewable energy instead of relying on coal. It's a good thing.
Yeah, but we dig up coal and we send it to other places, and then they burn it.
Yeah, and it'll force them to install renewables instead of relying on that coal.
Yeah, but have you heard about cobalt?
I have heard about all of the things you're going to bring up because it's just whataboutism at this point. There are some bad things that happen with renewable technologies, but it is nowhere near as bad as what's currently happening with the massive heat waves in the US, massive heat waves in Europe, the soon-to-be massive heat waves in Australia and New Zealand due to the El Nino.
You know, 30% of the pollution that comes from cars is from the disc brakes.
Who cares? That pollution's going to cause some autism. It's not going to irreparably harm the entire planet, like the way that CO2 and global warming work.
There are no heat waves in Europe.
Well, then you're just a liar. Do you have thermostats throughout? Do you have temperature gauges throughout all of Europe, or are you just going off your own fucking opinion?
Because historically, they always measured the temperature of the Earth 2 foot above the ground. Now they're measuring the temperature of the Earth. Now they're measuring the temperature of the Earth, of the actual Earth itself. So
No,
of course
you're
it's going to be
incorrect.
hotter.
You're incorrect. They do both still. There's still individual weather stations set up all over the world, some of which have been going for decades, and every single one of them match up with the same trend all over the Earth. And then when we added different ways of measuring the warming, so we looked at ocean warming with buoys in the ocean that look at temperature, or we looked at atmospheric warming from satellites, all of it has matched up again and again and again with the same warming trend. There's literally nothing that indicates otherwise.
If anything, we're going into an ice age, bro.
You're lying. You've got no data for this.
Wait a minute. In 2018, we had a massive heat wave going through Europe, and it was hardly signaled.
And
it's almost, if I talk about it with other people, it's almost as if they have forgotten it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that tends to happen. If something bad happens and then something even worse happens a couple of years later, you're going to forget the bad thing because the worst thing is worse.
And there is no heat wave in Europe.
You're lying. Do you want me to just link evidence?
You've got, the only thing you've got is
you want me
data.
to link evidence, yes or no?
Data can be manipulated.
Do you want evidence? Do you want evidence? Do you have evidence or is it just your opinion?
You have an opinion as well.
No, I have evidence because I have multiple people's data that they collected, which is not an opinion. An opinion is just what someone thinks is happening without having to provide justification. But evidence is something that needs to be justified with data, which means you need tools to collect it. You need to then publish these independently, and then other people can look at their own data and see if it matches up.
Many people are reporting about it, that it's
Who?
not, that is not true.
Who?
And that is also data.
Who?
People.
Who? What percentage of people? How have they indicated it? Have they gone out and gone, oh, it doesn't feel that hot to me, and that's the extent of their reporting?
They're going out every day. They are living, and they are noticing it. They are noticing that things are said and not experienced.
What does that even mean? People go outside and they say, I don't think it's that hot. And so you think that all of the temperature gauges in every country that's experiencing a heat wave is incorrect? Is that how you live your fucking life, mate?
Data are numbers on paper. Experiencing things is experiencing it every day outside.
Yeah, but what are they measuring the difference between last year and this year?
It's okay, man. It's okay.
Do they remember the exact temperature that it was last year in their country at that time? Hello, have you just walked away from this because all you have is an appeal to an anecdote and you can't provide any data or any evidence to back up your opinions?
I walk away from you, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. That's what happened most of the time. Most of you guys will be mocked for your stupid arguments and then you just walk away.
Celebrate your victory, man. It's
yeah,
okay.
Damn right. I have had a victory. Are you going to bring up this thing again with the next person that says climate change is happening?
Human climate change.
You bring up. You said.
Wait a minute. As a last remark, human climate change is happening. Human climate change, and that's
anthropogenic climate change.
And it's metaphysical. It is.
No, it's not metaphysical. It's physical.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's physical, not metaphysical.
Everybody will notice it.
It's physical, not metaphysical. What is metaphysics to you?
Metaphysics is what you experience on the inside. It is creating vision. It is creating an inner language. It is creating an inner image, an inner pattern. And that's
okay, so you're saying that all our temperature gauges worldwide are measuring people's internal quality experiences and abstract thought processes.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, then what the fuck are you saying? Why'd you use metaphysics in that context?
But again, you have data on paper.
Yes.
And people on the outside every day experience difference in what is reported and what they experience. So
according to their opinions, not according to their data. The only thing that can overcome data is other data.
I am not going to discuss or debate it. I'm just reporting what I hear. Okay, bye.
Why are you reporting what you hear when there's actual data?
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, man. My phone died on me. Yeah, I'm back now. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like our our discussion is kind of more like an argument. I don't know if it's really good for the listener. It's like,
Yeah, do you know
I was
why I do
thinking,
that?
hang on. Just let me say, I was thinking about it while I was like reconnecting my phone and charging it again. It's like, I don't know. Why can't we just have like, this is like a husband and wife like argument kind of style, you know? It's like back and forth, like bickering. It's not really constructive. It's like, I
Well,
don't
of
know.
course
Do
it's
you feel the
constructive
same?
because if I
Do you
show that
feel the same?
you can't make a single argument for your beliefs, but I can keep making really good, really valid arguments based off data and empiricism, then maybe you'll stop believing such stupid things.
Yeah,
That's
but
my
like,
goal
how
is
do you,
to
no,
stop
I just want to
believing
know,
stupid things.
how do you talk normally? Like, I don't imagine this is how you talk,
I
like,
don't
when
come on
you're,
the internet to find mates, okay? I have friends out there. I do this to
it's not
test
about
my
that. No,
beliefs
no, no, that's
against other
not what I
people.
was saying. I just wanted to know how you talk normally as a person.
Why?
Because, like,
Why? I don't care about that.
because I want to know who I'm talking to.
Why? What'll that change? Am I right or am I wrong?
Like, when, like,
Well,
we have,
you're wrong. You're
we
wrong
have,
on the greenhouse gases being a bad thing for the world because we all know
Okay,
greenhouse
stop.
gases.
Can I just do something quick, please? I just want to try this. I'm going to predict exactly what you're going to argue. Can I
Anyway.
do that? Can I predict what you're going to argue? And then you tell me if it's right? Awesome. So you're going to argue that CO2 is used by plants for plant growth, so it's not harmful to increase the amount of CO2. Is that correct?
Yeah, how much CO2 is there in the Earth?
440-ish parts per million, which is an increase of, God, what is it? It's like 50, 60, 70% or something since pre-industrial Earth.
You need to see the video I put in the live stream chat. It tells you about all the scientists that were ignored. Yeah, all the papers that were ignored. The data that was pushed aside. Yeah, just to prop up the fucking narrative. So I don't know what you're just repeating the bullshit narrative that's been fed to you. So yeah.
So was I incorrect about your argument? You were going to say CO2 is good for plants, therefore CO2 increase isn't necessarily bad?
Yeah, especially when there's minimal in the Earth already anyway.
Okay, so the percentage plant growth increase, will that offset the loss of plant growth due to things like extreme weather events and desertification?
Say again, sorry.
Will the amount of plant growth increase caused by more CO2 offset the amount of plant loss and the amount of desertification, so the amount of area lost to desert that will be caused by global warming?
What makes you think that's caused by global warming?
So if the average temperature of the planet increases, more liquid water will be trapped as gas in the atmosphere. Now, that will mean that some areas will experience more rain, but overall it'll mean that the atmosphere and the land will be drier in a lot of other areas.
But then it's like having to attack the saltiness of the land. It's not really to do with like deserts, like to try and transform a desert,
Yeah.
That would be something that would be worth it, doing to help the world weather,
Uh-huh. But will higher global temperatures mean that there's more deserts?
Well, deserts occur because of the salt buildup in the soil, right?
No, that's not true. A desert is classified as an area that experiences a certain amount of rainfall per year. That's the definition of a desert. That's why the Antarctic and the Arctic are considered deserts, because they don't experience rainfall throughout the year.
So do you seriously think that a rise in CO2 is a bad thing?
Of course I do, because CO2 absorbs and re-emits energy at a higher rate than nitrogen and oxygen, the other abundant gases in the atmosphere. And because of that absorption and re-emission difference, it means that more CO2 as a percentage of atmosphere will mean that there is more energy trapped in the atmosphere, which will mean that the atmosphere will be both warmer and able to produce larger, more intense storms.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I lived in China for 7 years, and the pollution there was so calming.
Dude, did you really just say that? It's the dumbest
I'm
thing.
not even joking. Like, have you been to China? Have you ever been there? It's fucking calming.
You're able to quit smoking. You just have to walk out. You go for a 3-minute walk outside. There you go. There's your cigarette.
I can't hear things like that and take it serious in any way. That's an insane
you haven't
statement.
been. Don't knock it till you try it.
Dude, do you think I've not experienced pollution?
You haven't been to China, have you?
Oh my God, that doesn't mean I haven't experienced pollution. That just means I haven't experienced that exact level of pollution. But I can take my experiences with lower levels of pollution and extrapolate outwards.
When you're living in a crystal clean environment all the time, a tiny fucking whiff of a fucking fume, you're going to go like, oh, that's bad. But if you're drowning in it, you're not going to notice it.
Hey, I spent like 2 years in the inner city of Melbourne before I moved out to like the country. Like the inner city of Melbourne is pretty fucking built up.
5 million
that
people.
Doesn't matter.
That's a small
Why does that
country
matter?
town in China.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
Yeah.
Does it experience smog?
Look, man, I'm telling you.
Does it experience smog?
The Chinese just refused to sign whatever it was because they say it's all bullshit.
No, you fucking idiot. They decided not to sign the Paris Accords and the Paris Agreement because it would mean a higher burden on them, and they're the manufacturing center for large portions of the world.
They have
So
scientific evidence.
Stop.
They have scientific evidence to show that it's bullshit.
China agrees that global warming, anthropogenic climate change is happening. That's why they've committed to zero carbon emissions from their grid by 2060. It's just they can't do it as fast as other countries might be able to because they have such a big population and they're a manufacturing hub, which means that they have a hell of a lot more energy that they need to like keep their economy going.
So why are they building more coal power energy plants then?
I don't think they are. I think that they're building all right,
they're building hundreds of more coal energy plants every day.
Let's look at it. China, new coal energy.
Fucking hell. I know people that are building them, like right now. Government incentive.
Yep, they're building new coal. What about the amount of renewables they're building?
They don't give a shit. That's just a trend.
What?
It's just a fad. It's just.
You can say that because they're still building new coal, they don't believe in climate change. But if I say, well, they're building a lot of renewable energy, that's not an indication that they believe climate change is real.
You know, I never coughed more than when I was in the crystal clean country of New Zealand, and I smell.
Can you tell me what that has to do with anything?
It's like
Can you tell me what that has to do with anything?
Suck it up, man. Suck it up. Don't be such a Karen.
I'm not a Karen. Mate, what the fuck do you think I'm arguing for? That you should give up something because I'm personally affronted? No, I'm saying for your good, my kid's good, every fucking person on the planet's good, we should listen to the actual science for once instead of dipshits like you who went to China and like sucking on tailpipes.
Yeah, I love it.
Listen to the actual scientists then. Like 70% of it has been discarded. Most of the scientists said
incorrect.
Most of the scientists said global warming isn't due to human activity. So
incorrect yet again. Cook et al. And follow-up studies by Cook and by other researchers into the consensus on climate change has found that 97 to now 100% of the studies that actually look for the cause of climate change come to the conclusion that it's man-made CO2 powered.
That's
Yeah,
if
and
you discard
if
60%.
Yellowstone,
That's if you
if
discard
Yellowstone blew
60%
up,
of the data. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 100% correct on this because I've actually read the studies. What they did was they took a collection of studies that looked into climate change, and any study that came to a conclusion of what the cause was, they included that in their study. So any that didn't come to a conclusion on the cause, they dismissed, which is what they're meant to do. Otherwise, they'd be pushing their own bias into this. And 97.7% of those studies that looked into the cause and came up with a conclusion concluded that it was man-made. And the other 3.3%, I've actually seen a study on them, which shows that there were major flaws in those 3.3% that came to the conclusion that it wasn't man-made or that it wasn't happening.
So if more than half the scientists come back and even they don't have a conclusion on what the cause is, yet you just throw all that out because they didn't have a conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you look into like some aspect of
So
climate
you
change,
didn't
like
listen to the
has this
scientists.
area increased in temperature, or has this area's like amount of ice changed? But they don't say what the cause of that increase in like temperature or amount of ice that changed, or like severe weather events in that area changed. If they don't look at the cause, then why would you include that in the study? You'd be the one that would have to like interpret the cause in order to include it in the study, and that would lead to severe bias.
我觉得你应该去中国看一看。
You have that data on any scientists that disagree with the cause?
Sorry, I was talking to my mother-in-law.
I posted a video in the live stream.
Mm-hmm. Did I address that video already by explaining how the consensus works?
Yes, you conceded that you ignore 60% of the data. Yeah.
Yeah, when we are looking at the cause of
science.
climate change, we're not going to include the 60% of data that doesn't tell us what the cause is, right?
You're not going to include all the volcanoes that explode and they put off more pollution into the air than you'd ever expect from vehicles and air conditioning machines.
Okay. Yeah, and do they do that every single year? Yeah.
All you need is a Yellowstone to go up. Yeah, Yellowstone goes up, and then it's like, what the fuck? We could have just been polluting the whole time.
Okay, so we're experiencing warming right now. Has Yellowstone gone up?
It will. It's about to.
Okay. You understand that at this point I'm just mocking you, right? With my questions?
The other thing is warmer since when?
Aren't you always mocking with the questions?
No, sometimes I have genuine questions and want to understand things, but when someone asks, like, says the dumb things this guy keeps saying, then all I'm going to do is mock him.
That's not a dumb thing. If Yellowstone went up, how much pollution do you think is going to go into the atmosphere?
Has Yellowstone gone up yet?
That's not the fucking point.
Of course it's the fucking point, because we're discussing
What if
what's
it
causing
does go
warming
up?
right
How
now.
much pollution
We're
is that going to put into the
We're
air?
discussing
Is that
what's causing the
man-made?
warming right now, not what's going to cause the warming in 100 years.
Oh, poor little warming.
Oh, you didn't understand the actual conversation.
I understand it fully, and it's a fucking crock of shit.
That shows it's a crock of shit.
You want to live in a sterile world where you can be fucking vaccinated against everything so that your body just gets weaker and weaker, and you have to build your immune system up to fight all the fucking stuff that's just like man-made anyway. So
What does this have to do with anything?
It's like you're just trying to live in this like perfect little world where
we're not.
No matter what you do as a country, there's always going to be another country that doesn't give a fuck.
What the hell are you talking about at this point? You're just rambling incoherent. Make the argument. Like, what, you think I don't understand that I'm going to have to deal with disease
It's
Rambling
talking
actually has a
about the
different
immune
pace
system
to it,
needing
right?
practice. That's what it's talking about.
Say again.
It's talking about the immune system needing practice, needing dirt to train its system on.
So it needs CO2 and increased warming to help the immune system. Is that what you're saying?
No, now you're trying to link things that aren't linked.
Yeah, I'm trying to link things to the discussion we've been having instead of incoherent rambling about whatever topic you think you have some wisdom on to sort of not look bad.
No, that was an observation of your character.
How? When did I say anything about the immune system ever?
It must be from his previous chat to you, but he's been building up he's been building
Mate, are you looking in your glove?
So,
Are you looking?
so the fact
Are you
is that I
looking? Are
haven't
you
said
looking in
anything
your
about the immune system. So he just said that's a virtue signal to the rest of you because he was getting utterly destroyed with facts and logic.
I don't know. It's like no. What I think is that background noise is you're looking in your glove box in your car for your last Viagra pill.
No, actually, I'm packing everything up from work because I've been out working today. What have you been doing?
You've been out warming
Hopefully spending
the
time with your
world,
family and having a nice day.
I just finished work
Great.
because I'm a chef.
Uh-huh. I thought you said you worked in construction.
I do, and I'm a chef too.
Okay.
I did not know that.
Got 2 jobs, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe it's okay if Dogs leaves now. I don't know. So I think we've exhausted the pleasantries here, haven't we?
Yeah, if you guys want your safe space back, all you got to do is ask.
Oh no, it's not that. No.
Can we have our safe space back?
Yep. I'll leave in just a couple of seconds.
No, it's just unpleasant. That's all.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I
bickering with.
understand that.
It's like bickering with my wife. It's like you're my second wife.
Yeah. Do you guys know the idea of the Euthyphro dilemma?
Do you know what bickering sounds like, or no?
Yeah, I do.
Are you
The
familiar with
Euthyphro dilemma.
useless, just utterance of words meant to agitate the other? You familiar with that, or no?
Yep. 100%. I do it all the time.
Would you think I'm doing that, or do you think that you would be doing that right now?
Yeah, it's
I
like
think
he's
you're
not
mocking
here.
me
Like, listen
right
to
now,
me.
which is fine.
Listen to me. Like, remember what he said. He's not here to make mates. He's here to fucking fight. He doesn't give a shit about the conversation. He doesn't give a shit
Well, I do.
about
I care about the conversation.
No,
I don't
you
care
don't.
about your feelings
You
about
don't
them.
give a shit about the listeners. You don't care
I
about the
do.
listeners.
I
No,
do,
you
yeah.
don't. You're not here to make mates. You said that very clearly.
Exactly. I'm here to test my opinions against other people to see if they're true or not.
It's not a debate channel.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Why do you guys center yourself around the idea of something that is controversial then? Why isn't it just friends channel?
Not that. But it's just polite conversation, which you're still learning, right?
No, I can have polite conversation. I just choose not to. But anyway, do you know what the Euthyphro dilemma is? It's the idea that if hell exists, isn't it better to believe in God so you avoid hell? So the reason I've been discussing climate change and I discuss these topics so much is that if these things exist, isn't it better to know so that you can try to avoid them?
Is that why you wear a condom when you go to bed?
No idea what you're talking about. So, like, if climate change is happening, wouldn't you want to avoid it?
No.
Why?
Just let it be, man. Just let it be how
Why?
it is. Why not? It's natural.
Like, if we caused it, well, no, it's not natural. We caused it. So if we cause climate change and it's happening and we can change it, why wouldn't we want to change it? Like it'll cause like starvation, death of millions, heaps of animals gone. It'll just cause like more extreme weather events, which I know in New Zealand are probably a pretty scary thing if you actually have to go through a lot of weather events on an island.
Nah, it's all exciting.
It's exciting. So you're gonna just like let millions of people around the world die year on year from extreme weather events because it's exciting for you.
Yeah, but you know
Fucking
they're
all right,
letting
right?
millions and billions of fucking people die every day of starvation right now. So who gives a fuck?
Yes.
Isn't it?
Well, me, I also advocate for like
Don't you advocate for
stopping
survival of the
starvation
fittest as well?
worldwide.
Don't you advocate for
No, I
survival of the
don't.
fittest? Isn't
No,
it
you
part of your paradigm?
misunderstand what evolution is.
It's not part of your paradigm. I got you.
Yeah, you misunderstand what evolution is.
No, I don't think so. I don't know if that has to do with it really either.
So
It's just
Darwin
a
was the
part of
one that
life.
described this.
Isn't it a part of
Darwin was
life
the
though?
one that. So
Isn't that something that happens? Don't the most fit survive?
fitness is relative.
Do you
So
think it
fittest isn't like the strongest survive. It can be those that transcend whatever the natural
transcend? What does this
cause
mean?
of death is. So it means go
You're
above.
transcending
So like
death?
as humans, we transcend a lot of things that would kill us in nature. So we have actually moved away from fitness now as a species.
Can I ask you, are
And
you a
it's
prepper?
no, of course not.
Well, fucking hell, you should be with all your
Why?
concerns.
He sounds like one,
Okay,
doesn't he?
so
You could count yourself as one of the millions that are probably affected by this probable global warming, which you believe in. Yep.
I'll be affected, yeah, but I live in like a decent first world country in a nice town. Like I'm going to be relatively okay, but my kids might have many troubles I'll have to deal with, and that doesn't mean that I can't have empathy for people in other countries, does it?
Why are all the billionaires moving to New Zealand then?
Because
Because we
there was
don't give
some
a fuck.
reason, like it's something to do with taxation in New Zealand if you can actually get in, or something to do with visa status, maybe.
Nah,
But anyway,
because
billionaires.
because there was the superpower of the world trouncing around the world asking for countries to join their little club, and New Zealand just said, "Fuck off, we're not going to go
I
against
have no
China.
idea what you're talking about.
China's our buddy."
What
Yeah.
are you talking about? What superpower? What are they trouncing? What do they
And
want New Zealand to
in a minute, that superpower is going to go to Korea and Japan, and they're going to have a little meeting there to see what they can do as well. And they're going to
So
tell
I'm
them
going
to
to ask
get
you this
lost
question
too.
again. What is the thing that New Zealand said they weren't going to sign or be part of?
They're not going to go against China.
On what? Is it a trade policy?
Yeah.
Okay. Is New Zealand and China a big trading partner?
Free trade agreement.
Uh-huh. So does
No
New
tax.
Zealand does New Zealand currently have like the ethnic culling of Muslims in their country, like say China does, the Uyghur population?
That's bullshit. No, they don't.
Yeah. Do you think China would be happy if New Zealand said something like, hey, you're killing all these Uyghurs?
China are the most peaceful people on this entire plane.
How do you even talk with Xi Jinping's dick in your mouth? I suppose it'd be pretty small.
No, it's really tasty.
Yeah, there we go. Good boy.
Yeah, no,
Lick,
man.
lick, 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 lick
Well-
that Xi Jinping dick.
Any chance that you would understand China does have a lot of pollution, so shouldn't you be kind of anti-China based on their environmental policies? A lot of air pollution and stuff like that, contributing to your global warming, whatever. Are you boycotting Chinese
Yeah.
goods and services for this reason? Are you doing something
No.
actively, or do you just like virtue signal to others?
Well, yeah, I try to buy local, but the best thing you can possibly do for dealing with climate change and fighting against China is to just vote for people that will have an actual impact rather than your tiny little impact.
How are you impacting China again? Sorry.
My tiny impact. So, like, I bought a German car and
Yeah,
I'm
just
using
how are you?
an Australian-made set of equipment, and I don't know, I don't buy many Chinese goods. Why?
You sure that all the chips and things like that in your car don't come from China? You sure about that?
Yes,
You sure the
they
components are
do,
not?
but
They're
why
all made
does
in
that matter?
Australia. You think? You're
Why does
soup to
that
nuts.
matter?
Your whole.
I never said they were made in Australia, so why does it matter? Explain to me why it matters.
Oh,
Do you think
it's
that me
about
buying
manufacturing.
Chinese
That's what I
goods
was saying
means that I
about.
can't have an opinion?
No, I was just saying because you were so virtue not signaling. Let's say
Well, I'm
you're
not
really
virtue signaling,
virtuous.
you fucking idiot. You're the guy's virtue
I know. I'm
signaling.
trying to come up with some
You're
other
virtue
word for what you're
signaling
doing.
right
Since
now. I'm not
I'm
virtue
actually
signaling
not
at
trying
all.
to say. I'm not trying to say you're virtue signaling. I was trying to use some other terminology to say like that there's virtues to your attitudes, but I can't really figure it. But you're what
Makes
I'm
sense.
suggesting. What I asked you is, are you boycotting Chinese goods and services due to the fact that they have a negative environmental impact, which
I
is
just want to
contributing to
say
global warming?
something like
I
Snacks
buy
was just
less. I
asking
buy
some
less.
questions, and there's no point for you to give all these ad homs. You know, it's like have a decent
Well, there kind
conversation
of is,
without.
because the whole point of his question was an ad hominem. So
No, it wasn't. He wasn't giving you
yes,
any ad hom.
yes. So the idea is that if I don't boycott China, then I'm a hypocrite, and being a hypocrite is a negative thing, like it's an insult. So that would be an ad hominem, because you can't deal with the fact that I have good
You
arguments
called
for
him.
didn't call you
climate
such.
change, and you guys
You
fucking
called him
don't.
a fucking. You called him a fucking idiot. I never heard him say
Yeah, I
anything
know.
along those lines.
Yeah, well, that's because you can't understand what an actual conversation entails. You're just like, oh, if he didn't say the word
No,
idiot,
I
then he's
accused
not
you of
like
doing. I
he's not
accused
using
you of that.
abusive words.
I accused you of not being able to converse properly like a normal man earlier.
Oh, now we're getting into the manliness scale. How manly are you, buddy?
I don't know.
Are you going to try dick measuring? Do you think that gets anywhere?
Why do you
You
think
think
you're
it
gonna
makes
win
your
this?
arguments correct?
I don't know if you'd
You think it
win.
makes your arguments correct?
No, but I'm just saying I don't know if you'd win. It's just I don't care. I don't think that makes you more of a man.
You don't
I
care.
guess. But
You don't
but
care. So you just put up manliness.
I just don't
because
think if
what?
you had a huge schlong, I don't think you'd be acting like this though. That's all.
Why?
Right? I mean, doesn't that make sense? You'd be
Why?
more, I don't know, just at ease. You know what I mean? In charge, like not trying to like
He's got
win
to.
things with like little
He's got to
bullshit
really.
arguments.
He's got to really. He's got
Oh,
to
so
really.
I've been really petty and emotional the entire time. Is that it, or have I been mocking you guys because I think that you're all pretty much unable
Are
to
you
argue for your
emotional?
beliefs?
I don't know if you're emotional or
You know,
not.
yeah, but we don't have
No,
to be
this is
cordial to
mocking.
you because you're not here to find
You
mates.
don't have
So
to.
why should we be cordial?
You shouldn't, but you should at least have an argument for your positions.
Which is what? Anything that you're like anything that we're for, you're against. You're just a contrarian in this
No,
capacity.
that's not what I said. That's not what I fucking said, was it?
No, but I'm
Your
explaining that
positions
you
are
are a
climate
contrarian.
change isn't man-made, or if it is man-made, then like we shouldn't care about it. We shouldn't do anything about it. Your position
just
seem to be
saying.
the Earth is
No,
flat.
no, I
Like
think
I
our
disagree
position's
with
clear.
your position. So why should I be nice to you?
I'm not saying
That
you're
was
not
what I
emotional.
said. That
The
was
thing
what
is,
I said. That's not what anyone else said. I said that.
the thing is, though, it's like you're obviously a smart man. You're not an idiot, right? And it's like you're acting as if everything they say is fact and definite. But like it's like you're making out as if there's no lies at all. Like recently,
Who
did you
is
hear
they?
about?
Who
Did you
is
hear about
they?
in
Who is
Sicily?
they? Who is
Hold
they?
on.
Who is they?
The data providers.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and those that say the records, the temperature records broke in Sicily, right, or in
Go ahead.
Europe. Yeah, right. Yet in the 1800s, it was hotter in Paris. So when are we taking these records from? Like it's like we've got exaggerated. You know what I mean? Are you saying that global warming was worse in the 1800s? I don't
So
know.
I understand that you can't fathom this sort of like statistical analysis, but if you have a single
I
outlier,
don't think
that
you
does
can
not
fathom
denote
that
it.
there's
If
bigger
you have
cycles than we've been record for.
a single outlier, that
We've only been
doesn't denote
taking
a
records
trend.
for a certain amount of time,
If you
and we
have,
think, oh, this is an Earth cycle, right?
if you have,
Thank God for that.
so if you have a single year where the numbers are higher, that doesn't mean that you can't have a trend of 20 years where those numbers are consistently outperforming previous years. I can give an analogy or an example of this.
There was more global warming.
No, I don't. I think that was an outlier. It doesn't mean that you don't call it global warming if it's only for a single year. Global warming is about weather systems. and that sort of global warming or climate change
years of
has to
reports
be
of
a
extreme weather
trend over
before any
decades.
technology.
It has to be. It's not a trend though. If you plot it
Okay,
out,
so
it's a single outlier off the trend line. But if you plot this one out, what we're experiencing now, it's a consistent trend. It's not just one outlier. It's like outlier, 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 all links together in the same trend. You can predict the next year is going to be another outlier. Well, fuck it, it's not outliers anymore. It's a trend.
But here's the thing.
How do
What
you
is it?
know?
What is it that
How do you know
humans
it's
do?
not just?
Hold on a sec.
How do you know?
What is it that humans do that make the world warmer, though? What were we still doing
Increase the
in the
amount of
past?
CO2. Increase the amount of
Were we doing that
CO2
in the
in the
past?
atmosphere. We weren't doing it to anywhere near this degree. Our increase of CO2 in the atmosphere previously was for like some minor fires, like cooking fires, that sort of thing that we burned. And the population was much, 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 much lower, like a
Do you
couple of
know?
thousand years ago, even a few
Do you
hundred years
know
ago.
how
And now,
many?
stop, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Now we have the highest population of humans ever, and just about every single person is either drawing from a grid, which burns fossil fuels, or is driving a car that burns fossil fuels, or both.
Do you know how
Go on.
many trees they cut down every day in the world?
Yeah, how many do they plant every day, or how many new trees grow?
Yeah, how many trees do they cut down? Stop going on about
Uh-huh.
fucking car pollution when we should just be planting more fucking trees and stop cutting the trees down.
Can we do both?
No.
Around
Trees
half
love
of
carbon.
deforestation is offset by regrowing forests. So overall, we lose about 5 million hectares each year.
Trees
It's
love
bad.
carbon.
So we can do both, right? We can plant more trees, which will reduce the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, and then we can do like carbon, other like technologies that will scrub carbon from the atmosphere or the water, and then we can also change our energy systems from carbon-based to renewables. Why can't we do both? No reason. Okay.
But
Do you
lithium
guys
batteries,
just not like it because the
lithium
mainstream says it?
batteries are the future, isn't it?
Well, no, solid state batteries are the future. Toyota announced that they can get a solid state battery that'll go about as far as a traditional fossil fuel powered vehicle on a full tank, and it will only require 10 minutes of charging, and the materials used in it are less harmful than lithium. Do you think Toyota's lying? There's also in Australia, there's a big battery facility in WA that's being, I think it's WA, it's being turned on soon, or has been turned on, that's all solid state batteries instead of lithium. But what was your question? How did they know? How did they know what?
It's kind of non sequitur. I was just thinking as I was sipping on my Chinese rice wine. How did they know the sound of electric cars in the movies way before electric cars were invented? You know, those movies?
Because electric engines have been around for a very, very long time, since before, around the same time as sound in pictures. No, it'd be before sound in pictures.
No, not the cars I'm talking about. Like, you remember that movie? What was it? Was it Taxi or Running Man or fucking... What was it? The one with Bruce Willis, and it had these like futuristic, like
Fifth Element.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
movie.
I've already answered your question.
You remember the sound of those cars on that movie? They're like, "Vroom." That's kind of like what the sound of the electric cars make nowadays, isn't it? How do they know?
Yeah, that's the sound of a large electric motor, which we've had
Yeah.
electric motors. The first one was like 1850s. The first one was 1850s. First one was 1850s. First electric motor. Okay, I've already answered this question.
How did
If you
they
ask,
know?
how do you know again?
How did they know?
That's insane.
How did they know in Back to the Future that the Twin Towers were going to fall?
I don't think they did. It's just that they actually, yeah, I just don't know that they did.
They did. They predicted the Twin Towers were going to fall in the movie Back to the Future. And everything about that movie
I don't know.
predicted the Twin
Let's
Towers
Google
were
it,
the
okay?
terrorists. the terrorists, the Twin Peaks, all of the attributes. If you go and watch that movie, they predicted fully the 9/11 event.
All right.
Do you think there's a conspiracy there, or do you think they were just time traveling? What do you think? How did they get it right?
I don't know if they did.
They did.
Okay, so in the first movie, the clock reads 9:55 p.m. at one point, a clear indication for some fans of the film predicted 9/11, because the clock's hands pointed towards 9/11. That was scene one. In a second scene in which Marty McFly is ambushed in the Twin Pines Mall parking lot, the fan points out that the shooting takes place in a location that contains the word twin in its name. Naturally, he connects this to the fact that Al-Qaeda chose the Twin Towers for the terrorist attack. And he notes that turning the clock at the Twin Pines Mall upside down, it signs around 1:16 a.m. So that becomes 9/11. So what the
Remember
fuck?
the guy hanging upside down and the Twin Towers were falling, if you look at it from a different perspective?
No, I don't remember that because it didn't happen.
There was a dude hanging upside down in the window and the Twin Towers were falling, if you look at it the other way around.
Yep, no idea what you're talking about. Insane gibberish. It's like things vaguely see the same because there's a finite amount of concepts that people come up with in movies, or a finite amount of numbers that'll be used on clock. And it's like, hey, this obviously means these two are connected, when it's not. It's just like, my car at a certain point would show 19,190 kilometers, and that means 1919, and maybe I was born on the 19th.
Yeah, but why on The Simpsons didn't it say
Yeah, but
112 or
why?
113 or 114 or 115? But no, it didn't. It said 9/11.
When you say yeah, but why, do you think you're ever going to come out with something clever?
Do
Or
you
is it
think
just
that
going to be
they
another thing
know
that's
something
easily
that we don't
explained?
know? Do you think there's a lot
No,
of
I
predictive
don't, because
programming?
that would be called a delusion or a psychopathy, like a psychotic break.
I guess that we're all psychopaths here, man.
Well, psychotic is probably the better term. But any of these delusional psychological conditions, the ones that we know are delusions, like someone sees Jesus in the woods. A lot of times they start out with exactly the sort of thought process you're showing of like, hey, I saw this thing, like it was just like a number on a screen on this movie, and like that was for sure predicting when my brother died, even though he died like 2 days later, but it was close enough. And then that sort of delusional thought spirals and spirals and spirals.
There's been so many movies with predictive programming, like Stanley Kubrick's movie with the space shuttle and
Did you
the
hear anything I
jumping.
say? Do you actually hear what I say? Because I've had these conversations with you multiple times, and you'll bring up something dumb like that 9/11 was predicted in Back to the Future, and I'll just like read out some facts about it, and then you'll move on to the next utterly delusional thing.
It's kind of because you don't have a personality, so it's really difficult to judge where you're coming from because I don't even know your name.
Yeah, and your personality is just dipshit on the internet who believes everything he's told, as long as it fits his worldview.
I don't
Like,
get
what's your
my
personality?
information.
Like, boredly saying things like, hey, have you heard that this really fucking weird thing happened? I can't explain it, so it must indicate like some grand conspiracy. Is that your personality?
So I don't even want to talk to you anymore, man.
Yeah, that's the idea.
That's why you're here, isn't it?
No, not really. I'm here to test my views. And if you can't hold a conversation with me back and forth as an argument, then your views are obviously shit.
Well,
And
you
that's
should fuck
validation for
off.
mine. Okay. You guys can kick me, but since you're upset, I'll leave now. How about that?
If I was a mod, I would have kicked you a fucking long time ago.
Yeah,
Can I
keep
ask
being
you a
upset.
question before you go? Have you heard?
Sure.
Don't let the door hit you when you fucking leave the room.
Have you heard
Keep being bitter about being stupid.
that we're shooting aliens down?
Yes, I have watched all that footage, and like my drunken uncle takes better footage on his Nokia phone.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Fuck, man, that guy made me feel so negative. Oh my god, what a trip! Fucking it, what a downer.
That's what Mr. Dogs does. And it's a Sunday morning. I was commenting. It's tough listening, when somebody is that negative to have a
Fuck.
conversation with somebody, man.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I tried to throw a few swing balls and to see if he could, curveballs to see if he could like open up a little bit, but he's so close-minded, eh?
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't let it change your vibe, dude. Because remember, like that's what that
Well,
agenda is all about, right? Is affecting your vibration, bringing it down and whatnot. But don't let it affect you,
yeah,
dude.
yes, because like I'm not an argumentative type of person, but this dude, fucking man, got my feathers ruffled. Need to take a chill pill. I'd like to hear someone come on and talk about something spiritual. Like, come on, has someone got anything to talk about? Like 70 seeds of Datura or something like that. That's the worst thing you can do. Apparently, there's this guy on the internet and he took 70 Datura seeds, and that's why he's now schizophrenic. There's this dude, he's got a channel and he's a pretty big channel. I think he's in LA, and he talks about all the narcotics that you can imagine and he knows everything about them. And yeah, he's just admitted that he's schizophrenic now because of Datura seeds. Don't take 70 Datura seeds. I used to like it when Wolfgang came on and he would talk about like all the all the stories about traveling to the center of the earth, and there was a inner sun, and like the bounds of Antarctica, and how there are worlds outside of the ice wall, and you know all of these stories. It's like, isn't that more interesting to have an imagination? I think the reason why we're here is to have our imagination tested. To see how far we could imagine. It's pretty much what you do every night when you're dreaming, right? You're imagining. It's an imagination world, man. Who was that guy that was yelling out in the bickering conversation and he's saying there's no heat wave in Europe? Is he still here? Where's he from?
I'm
I'm
here.
not saying there's no heat wave in Europe. I'm just saying
I'm
it's
here.
not like an anomaly. Right. We consider things on our simple short lifespan compared to, the actual Earth cycles. Much longer than what we live and the records that we've kept.
In 2018, we had an unbelievable heat wave in Europe, and it was hardly mentioned.
I remember that because I was watching the Martin Liedtke's channel and he went through that heat wave.
It was for weeks. I don't remember how many weeks, but at least 3 weeks at a row. And there were temperatures up to 37, 38 degrees, and it was amazing. It was amazing how, and it was also amazing how well, the nature was still green.
The temperatures this year are definitely different, and they told us why. Because they moved the sensors this year. They told us, they said, oh, we've decided to move the sensors. They were always 2 meters up, and now they've put them on the ground. So the temperatures definitely will read differently this year. They said they would, but it's also quietly said, not said to everybody.
Oh,
But it makes a
someone
big
English.
difference.
Are you living in England as well at the moment?
Yeah, I'm currently cutting grass in a sort of clement 22 degrees. It's not been sunny at all.
Yes, we've not really got that heat wave yet, have we? Like last year, we had the 40 degrees, didn't we, around this time?
That's an interesting note, because I'm already thinking in like the sun and the earth reacting to each other, that the ground is an important factor in reacting on it and releasing heat. So if it's lower to the ground, then you might measure higher temperatures than the year before. Yeah, sure. Good one. Thank you for that.
I think I mentioned that already to that asshole. He just dismissed that. Totally dismissed it.
Yeah, that was what I said, Carlos. He looks at numbers on paper, and with this information, it becomes totally different what is on paper. And as I said, that I hear all kinds of people reacting what they experience, and data are so holy in I must say also flat Earth, and I think we take on too much of data in fighting the other side, that sometimes we go too far, as I say, following the wonderful peanut butter that they have on the buttons. So good one. Thank you for that.
Is Riggs still here? I can see he's on mute. Should repost that video that you posted earlier on, Riggs, of the astronaut doing a spacewalk in black and white. Fucking hell. That's just so obvious he's hanging on a wire, eh? And like I was saying earlier on, it's like, how do they know this conservation of momentum is conserved, like, when they're doing their so-called spacewalks? There's the only evidence that we have is what they show us. It's like, it's unfalsifiable, because no one else can go up into a vacuum and do a spacewalk. It's like, if you're inside a bus and you can walk around, I can understand that. But you're on the outside of a spaceship in a vacuum, and you push off from that spaceship. Shouldn't you just go flying away? No. You just hover around the spaceship 17,000 miles an hour. You just stay there hovering on your umbilical cord. Fucking bullshit. That's what I say. And you know it's bullshit, because they're hanging on wires. Why would they be hanging on wires? So you know that spacewalks aren't real. And if spacewalks aren't real, then space travel isn't real. Then the ISS isn't real. None of it's real. Because if you can find them faking just one thing about going to space, it's all fake. Right? Isn't that how it goes? All you need is one piece of evidence, just one piece of evidence to show that they're faking it. The whole lot is fake. Oh, but that one's fake, but everything else is real. Yeah, they went to the moon. Oh, but they had to fake it because they were in a race with Russia. Oh, but after their little race with Russia, they built a space station together. That doesn't make sense either, does it? Has anyone else had that dream where you're like Peter Pan, like swimming around in your house? I have that dream all the time. It's so cool. It's like you're just like doing frog swimming, frog style. What's that called? Frog style swimming in the air, and just like Peter Pan. I think that is a possibility. Levitation and being able to astro travel and just travel in your dreams.
You mean like breaststroke, leg movement, Carlos?
That's naughty. Yeah, breaststroke. That's the one.
Yeah.
Breaststroke in the air. Yeah, I have that dream all the time, and it's so cool. And sometimes I can fly out of my house, and I fly like long distance over the earth, over the flat plane. It never
on that breaststroke.
never in any of my dreams did I see the curve of the earth.
You know how you're talking about if one thing's fake, then it all could be fake. So now they're trying to do the whole like, well, we lied to you guys because we had alien technology to hide. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's called disclosure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should sue the fuckers for lying to us for so long.
Right. You just get rerouted back to this department and that department. You know what I mean? Did you see the article I just posted in the chat?
Have a look. What is it?
It's about how they're saying the SpaceX rocket punched a hole in the ionosphere.
A physicist says it's quite possible a SpaceX launch punched a hole in parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
They will. What up, guys? What up? What up?
Well, how else is it going to get out of the atmosphere unless it punches a hole in it?
Right. That's what they're trying for. That's what they're hoping.
Might break the glass ceiling. I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of weird, but I like. There's this channel. There's this guy called Franchot Pearson. That's the name of his channel as well. And he's got this theory that because he's a Christian. I'm not a Christian, but he's a Christian. I think he lives in Chicago. And he talks about the 5 C's, the clues, the codes, the colors, and all this stuff. He can basically analyze what's happening in the media, and he can correlate things to do with is it? I don't know if it's called numerology or some type of numerology where he can break down the numbers, and they always end up to be the major stories in America, and they end up to be equaling 3-6, which is 666, 3 times 6, 666, or and then he's got this thing about Phoenicians and the colors and purple and green and stuff, and they're all signs. And there was the last post that he did yesterday, he was talking, there was some official government person making an official message, and there was this woman in the background, and it seriously looked like the lady and the woman in the background was sending telepathic thoughts to the speaker, and sort of guiding her on what to say.
Oh, the speaker was a female too, right?
The speaker was a black American lady. She was wearing
Yeah, I saw
glasses.
that.
Yeah, and there was this woman in the back, a slightly younger one, like 40
left,
or
huh?
and she was wearing purple, and she was she was doing all these weird face movements, and it's talking lip syncing when her eyes were like devil eyes when she was talking. It was it looked like exactly what he was explaining, like she was sending telepathic messages to the speaker, and when the speaker fucked up, she leant over and told him
I seen
correct
that
her
shit.
speech. Yeah,
I seen that.
That's oh my god, there's some shit going on, and it's deep shit.
Yeah, that was pretty weird.
If you look at Franchot Pearson's latest video yesterday, it explains it. It's 10-minute video or whatever. It explains it really clearly. He's a dude, man. Love him.
I seen that. You know how we have unlimited groundwater that we can drill for, the whole thing about water precipitation, how it goes from the ocean to trees and ends up coming from mountains is all bullshit, and that there's an unlimited free amount of groundwater that we could drill for. But they just recently made a law that you have to have a you have to be certified through, I don't know what company it is or whatever, to be able to drill, at least in California. And because they're saying that them drilling for water has actually tilted the quote unquote planet out of its orbit, and within I don't know how many years, they say we're going to be getting way less sunlight because of drilling for the well water, because it's made the earth tilt more.
That's so fucking funny. Like with the ocean currents and the tides and like the tsunamis and the fucking tornadoes and all the weather events, everything natural that you can imagine. And they're saying that like this little pinprick of a suction of some water on the scheme of things is going to make the earth tilt.
Yeah. Crazy one.
That's fucked up, man.
I think it's all about the water. It really is. Like, you know, the old structures that they've tried to tear down because they had like waterways throughout the city for like free electricity and stuff.
It's going to make the world unbalanced.
Yeah, right.
With all the tides and the ocean sloshing around and like that is going to make a difference. Oh my
I
god.
know.
Fucked up.
Yeah, dude. That shit just came out like 35 days ago about the tilting, making it tilt. I mean, because people are starting to find out about the underwater, about the the free water. It's an unlimited resource, and all you really need is some copper rods to find out where it's at. You know,
they make these stupid fucking rules all the time, isn't it? It's like they made this stupid rule like 5 or 6 or 8 years ago in New Zealand that you can't grow carrots in your backyard and give them to your neighbor.
Fuck.
You're not allowed to grow produce in your backyard and give it away. You can't even give it away. It's like illegal.
Anytime they do stuff like that, it makes me like really look into that thing. And it's got to be something really good for them to make a law like that. You know?
Yeah, because they want you to buy the fucking carrots from the local supermarket.
GMO,
well, they're not GMO, but they just want to make everyone go to the same place and be reliant on that one place. And they don't want you to be free thinking and self-sufficient. They don't want you to be an individual. They want you to be a minion. You know,
right
they
here
want
where I
you
live, all the fruits GMO'd pretty much, unless you get organic, and it's like way more.
we don't have much GMO stuff here because we're against that. But
where you live at?
But New Zealand. But like
Oh, yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
right.
matter. It's not all about the GMO. It's about your freedom of being able to barter and trade. You should be able to barter and trade.
Yeah. Have you heard about the new currency called Fed now?
Mm-mm.
That's going to be the newest currency, and I think that's how they're going to usher it in through. It's called Fed now, FEDNOW, and it's like they've already got all the major banks on board with it, so it'll be coming to a store near you soon.
Wow.
The Whole Foods right here in California, the Whole Foods already have palm scanners, so they're technically palm readers at the cash register now.
It's like I like to go to the supermarket and have someone check me out, and I put all my stuff on the conveyor belt, and it's really convenient because I don't have to lift all the shit. But I'd rather have a full trolley of stuff and go through the self checkout and check out all my stuff and not talk shit to any of those motherfuckers, because I just want to get out of there as fast as I can, because like living in this world with these fucking robots, these like I don't know. It's like I haven't come across a single like free thinking person like in my day to day life. This is the only place I can find sanity. This is amazing, and it's like just about everyone is from England or America.
Yeah.
And like if I could buy a plane ticket for everyone, I wouldn't buy a plane ticket for you to come here to New Zealand, because I seriously think we should go to some atoll somewhere and just like far, far away and have a fucking, you know, flight restriction area where no one can come near us. You know, that's what I think we should do. Like, if there was somewhere where we could go through the ice wall to another continent and just let these fuckers have it, you know. There must be somewhere better than this place. It's kind of like a mind control prison.
That's weird. You just said the word continent. I was like, I wonder if they're conning the tenants in a continent.
Have you ever imagined, have you ever heard the stories of and seen the map of the outer rings of the ice wall, how there's more land?
Yeah.
What do you think of it? What does that do to your imagination? I mean, does that like your gut feeling is that could be something that's real?
Yeah. My gut, I've always felt like the moon is a reflection of the earth. And so when I saw the video where they were saying that, it was just like a confirmation of something I felt, you know? I feel like the moon is female and the sun is male. You know, the moon
Yeah,
even has the moon's like
yin and the yang.
womb or like mom, you know, and it goes off like the woman's menstrual cycle.
Fuck, that reminds me of Quasi-Luminous. Years and years ago, Quasi-Luminous. I don't know how old you are, but Quasi-Luminous, his channel, that was funny. You ever watch him?
No, I've never heard of him.
Wow.
He's on
I'm
YouTube?
sure I'm sure there's a few old timers that remember his channel. He was seriously fucked in the head, but he had some really good points about like the the North Pole being like the black hole sun, and it was like a portal, and like yeah, the whole point about living here was to find the center, and everyone had to go towards the North Pole, because that's where you'd get reborn, and that's where everyone goes when they die anyway. And then they come up and they go through either the portal of the moon and they come back through the black hole sun, and that's how we have reincarnation. Oh,
True.
Quasi-Luminous, he was a dude, but I think he might have had some issues, but like what he was trying to say was spot on, I think.
Yeah. You ever heard of Santos Bonacci?
Santos Bonacci, yeah, he's a dude. He's selfless, you know. He's really selfless. Yeah, he's everyone has their own personality and everyone has their bad attributes and everyone has their their egos, but like if you just examine his from your knowing of Santos Bonacci's history from whenever it started until now, and you can see his historical timeline of what he's produced and what he's offered and given to humanity, you understand he's a really selfless person and he's full of wisdom.
Yeah. My mom actually met him.
What'd you say?
My mom met him.
Oh, whereabouts? In Mexico or?
Yeah. I can't remember where. It was like somewhere way down there, and she stayed with him and like his people for like 3 days. She met him at a vegan
Wow.
pizza place in this little town. I think it's Puerto Murillo. I could be wrong though. I have to ask her.
That'd be so cool. I'd love to go to Mexico. It reminds me
Yeah,
so much of Thailand.
she met him because of me, because like I had always told her, because she said she was going down there, and I was like, that's right by where he's at. So she went and made it a point to meet him. You know what I mean? But I think she's a flat earther now. She is like, she knows the earth is flat now. As before, she used to argue with me and then be like, I don't want to talk about this. You know?
How old is your mum? How old is your mum? How old is
74. 74.
74.
Yeah.
Wow, and she's traveling to Mexico.
Oh yeah, she's fearless.
Wow, she's so cool, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
she has no fear.
you got the best mum in the world.
She's cool. Somebody asked her once too. They're like, "Aren't you afraid of the cartels?" She's like, "What the hell?" She just laughed at them, like, you know,
Of
because
course,
there's
when you're
bad people
74,
everywhere.
you don't
There's good,
give a
you know,
shit. Yeah.
you know.
She's a woman. Yeah.
She basically taught me like, don't ever be afraid of anywhere on earth where you go, as long as your intentions are good. You know.
Does she believe, like, if you get into a bad situation, you just imagine yourself covered in white light and you'll be protected?
Dude, that's exactly what she was telling me just like the other day. She's like, I'm covering you in white light.
Yeah, it
That's
works,
true.
man. It works. I
Yeah.
went to the harshest gang headquarters in New Zealand, right? The harshest, like, I don't know if you've ever experienced harsh, but like, I don't know how to extrapolate on that word, but I just imagined myself covered in white light and I just walked through that place. It's a blue color gang. I was skinhead because I lost a bet with my friend, and I cut my friend's, like, my friend's mum said, "Don't." I was 15, and she said, "Don't cut my son's hair." My friend's younger brother, and I cut his hair. I put a bowl on his head, and I used hedge clippers, and I cut his hair to the shape of the bowl. And then she said, "If you do that, I'm going to shave your head." And it was a dare and a bet, and so she shaved my head. Right, first time I'd ever had a shaved head. And it was cold, it was winter, and I was staying at my friend's house, and the only jumper, jersey, pullover that she had was a red one. So on that day, I got off the bus after school. I was in the city, and I got invited to a gang headquarters, the harshest place you can imagine, for a christening of a baby. That's what they do. And I was in red with a skinhead walking through this place, which that was totally like not the thing to do. And I just imagined myself covered in white light, and I was so welcomed. It's like in any other situation, I'd probably be, I'd be like on the ground, like dying.
It's pretty
So
bad in
it
some
does.
areas.
Eh?
It's probably worse than here. Like right where I live, they make it seem like this is like the gang capital of the world, but it's not bad at all. You know, it's probably way worse down there in some places.
They had a poster on the wall when you walk in the door, and it's I don't know if you get your fist, and you put your inner, I don't know how you call the inside of your palm face towards whoever you're pointing it to, like the inside of your fist, and you have to raise it into the air like a Hitler does, and you have to say "yo" to the poster on the wall when you walk in the door. You have to say
What are
"yo."
the gangs there? Are they like they're white gangs?
We have them all. We have American biker gangs, which are like the Hells Angels. We have every gang from Australia. Australian
Like
ones are
Bloods
the
and
worst.
Crips. Yeah.
Yeah, we have those as well. The blue and the reds, and we have the gang culture here is a a lot, but you don't hardly notice them because they're always at parties. You know, you never see them because they're always fucking somewhere getting drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes the police escort them when they're in their numbers in their, with their motorcycles, hundreds and hundreds of them. So the police actually escort them through the when they go through the towns.
They're probably all
So
Freemasons.
they're kind of privileged.
They're probably Freemasons.
Freemasons? Nah. No, they don't have enough brains to be Freemasons, man, I tell you. Fucking
Flat
hell.
earthers too.
You know about the gangs. Oh, no, you don't have gangs down there, do you?
No, not really. Boy,
Fuck, you should come. Like in Gisborne and like Rotorua. There's a few towns around New Zealand, all these Maori names. There's a lot of them that this where the gang members hang out. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we don't really have it down here, but my niece lives up north, and yeah, she's only moved there, and she's fucking terrified.
But the Black Power gang, that's a local Maori gang for anyone that's not a New Zealander. It's the local indigenous people. They have a gang called Black Power. They actually do a lot of good work for the community. I don't know if they're just trying to do like virtual signaling or something, but they like make school lunches for kids at school, and they're trying to
it's just a
give
fucking
themselves
fella.
a bit of money. It is, right? When really they're dealing in like drugs that are really, really, really bad.
Why they're making $5,000 of school lunches, they're making $50,000 worth of meth at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it, man.
But isn't the Mongrel Mob and Black Power? They're the only real Kiwi gangs, aren't they? Like Hell's Angels and the other ones, they're all from like Australia and overseas, aren't they?
Yeah, yes. Like mostly all of them are from Australia.
Yeah.
You have like a whole bunch that I could just name them all. Yeah, there's too many of them, eh? I used to work in a wedding and convention center in Christchurch.
Yeah.
And the next door neighbors to this peaceful, beautiful, like landscaped tropical garden wedding and convention center was such a nice place. Like people would go for weddings, so it's got to be the best scenery. And next door was this fucking motorcycle gang called the Devil's Henchmen.
Oh, fuck.
And I was the barman. And every single night there was these gang members, and it look like they just went down to the local fucking what do you call that, opportunity shop, secondhand shop, and they bought like they bought like a used suit, and you could see like they're wearing this like the suit was definitely not made for them, this like way too big or way too small. They just didn't look, and you could see the tattoos on their neck and on their wrist. And when they come to the bar, because like in a wedding convention center, the bar is always free.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd see them every day. So it's you again, Charlie. It's like fucked off his head. Yeah, and they don't know anyone in the place at all. They just come for the free alcohol, But if we didn't serve them,
they'll fuck shit up.
They will fuck the shit up, man. So like they became our best friends, And at the end of the day, they actually were quite helpful. Yeah. They would do maintenance around the place. They'd mow the lawns. They'd cut the trees. They'd do all sorts of work around the place, because they knew that they could just come at night time and get free beer.
Yeah, but that's what those motherfuckers do. Like they're if you disagree with them, they'll be not necessarily aggressive, but what do you call it? Fuck, what's the word?
Annoying.
Annoying, but the word I'm looking for is fuck, not aggressive. It's fuck. Totally lost it. I just literally got Alzheimer's in the last 5 seconds.
They just stand over you.
Yeah, what's the word for that? Not aggressive, but fuck.
Oh man, what's the topic, guys?
Get gang members.
No, we're not doing that. In New Zealand, I'm trying to roughest shit out, right?
Thought the topic was how retarded the globe was, but you know.
Or ditto, but
Jeremy, do you ever go to sleep? Every time I'm on here, you're on here.
Just woke up, bro. Just woke up. Have to get some coffee going.
Assertive. Was that the word? Assertive. Not
I gotta
aggressive.
get some coffee.
I do spend every waking moment in here, though. I'm always listening, guys. Every time you guys fuck around, I'm listening. Don't fuck around.
Yeah, we needed a mod when that Australian guy was here.
Upside down Australian guy.
Well, I'm an Australian guy, but I don't represent that fool. I can tell you that. He's in and out of all the servers. He's just a dickhead.
Is it the upside down Australian guy?
No,
Jeez,
dogs are
is it down
gods.
under?
Oh, dogs are God's guy.
I think he should just
yeah.
he should be banned. He bring too much negativity to the channel.
Yeah, no more negativity, guys. Let's try to keep the hostility down. For
You're
real,
sick.
bro. Shit's been lovely. It's been like a vacation for me the past week. It's awesome. The server's bumping.
All right, let's keep
Gio
the dumb
was
fuckery
saying,
up.
Gio was saying last 3 weeks it's been really good moderation and it's just been really calm and no drama.
That seems to have coincided with all of the worst trolls, the most toxic trolls, just not turning up.
That's a shocker. I know. Surprise.
It's almost as if you can only moderate what you're given to moderate.
Do you think Brandon will ever come back and maybe come on this channel and have a chat someday?
Brandon came back. I talked to him 6 months ago, maybe 8 months.
Wow, that's a long time. It's like, did he just have the hard word? Did he have the hard word from his wife? Like, you can't do this anymore. And he's like, okay.
Sorry, Carlos.
I doubt that.
Sorry, Carlos, just real quick. 5 minutes ago, we were just talking about the gang thing.
Yeah.
And the word I was looking for was, we don't have it down here, but up there you do. The word I was looking for is, do they intimidate the shit out of you and the rest of the community? Intimidate was the word I was looking for.
You know, the gang members aren't as bad as some of the juvenile youth, you know, those boy racers, and they drive those cheap Japanese cars with big ass blowfly mufflers. They're just
those dumb little motherfuckers.
some of the people that have those stadium speakers on the outside of their car, and they play like advertising and jingle bells and music that just like they wouldn't listen to at all, but it's the whole purpose to have those speakers so fucking loud on the outside of their car is just to annoy everybody. There's only one purpose, and then they stop in a gas station, like 50 cars, and they all sit next to the gas pumps smoking cigarettes, like just because. Just like, okay, do you know that petrol is flammable? But
Yeah.
dickhead.
I was in, just real quick, I want to get back to Flat Earth, but just real quick, I was in Silverdale Mill in Auckland. And in the underground car park there, and there was a shit ton of bogans had their cars in the car park, all parked in a circle, and they were actually making real fucking good music with turning on and off their alarms and slamming and opening their doors and their bonnets and shit. It was like bass music, but
really,
oh, it was fucking insane. I'll try and find the video on my phone of it. It was fucking sick.
That sounds pretty cool. Like I've seen some videos of like people with those really big speakers in their cars, and like the structure of the car and the windows, because of the frequency itself, just the whole structure of the car. Actually, if you look at it on the video really closely, you can see the whole structure of the car actually sort of bends. Can you imagine that? Like solid steel, like all of the structure of the car just like bending because of sound.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find this on my phone now. Like literally there was 20 cars and they were like an orchestra of the shutting the passenger door and the driver's door all at exactly the same time. So it sounded like a bass. And then there was all the boots shutting, and then there was the cracking the burglar alarm. So it was like do do whoop whoop do do. It was fucking out of it.
Making music with cars.
Yeah, literally. I'll try and find it.
Well, at least they're not out doing like robberies and criminal activities. That's positive, I guess. Positive, but they should be fucking studying. It's doing their homework. That's what they should be doing, man. Learning how to fly helicopters.
Or not that, just maths or.
But you just threw us totally off topic.
Yeah, no, I did. That's why I said before I started.
I
Let's
even
get back to Flat Earth.
forgot. Yeah, I totally forgot.
So let's get back to it. Yeah. But yeah, if I find the video, Carlos, I'll send it to you. It was fucking insane.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Did you see Jazza, did you see the video that Riggs posted earlier of the black and white video of the spacewalk?
No, I didn't. I've only just got here.
So you're a baller and you believe that we went to the moon, and you believe that there's people up in the ISS floating around up there. This one of these videos, this is only one of like a millions that is clear evidence of fakery.
Yeah.
I don't know how your brain works, but like
tiny little mind.
For anyone else that sees that, should be able to see that those dudes is kind of like a film set, not actually in space, floating around. And who the fuck was holding the camera? You know, there's too many questions that I have about that video because they say that was a spacewalk, but you can see they're hanging on wires and they're just like, it's just so obvious, man. It's like really cheap fucking effects.
I haven't seen the video, Carlos, but I'm really hoping it's the one about the flag moving. I've seen that.
No. There's some guys on like doing a spacewalk. Black and white one. Riggs, he's on mute at the moment. It would be good if he could post it again. I don't know how to find it. Someone else might be able to find it. I don't know how to do it on my phone.
I'm going to go out for a quick smoke, but I'll jump in the chat and I'll scroll back and see if I can find it.
I heard there's a way to search it. If you go on to, you click on Riggs and you can see anything that he's posted, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't know how to work fucking Discord, but I'll try and figure it out.
Yes, like if you believe in that, if you can't see that that's fakery, and if you can see that it is fakery, then you only need to know that they just need to fake it one time. Everything else is bullshit.
But see, I'm just going to go and have a quick smoke. I'll be back in literally 2 minutes. But the question I have to that is that if that's fake, it would be easier just to go there and do it than to fake it. And if they didn't go there and fake it, then I have to question that if not the last month or 2 months, the rest of my career, have I actually been flying a helicopter? I'll leave you with that. I'm just going to go and have a smoke.
I would have so much stuff to talk about and can never get in. And then when no one's talking, I can never remember what was. I gotta start writing this shit down.
You were gonna talk about the something effect.
That's funny. I don't think so, though.
Just to help you out with searching, you go up to the top bar, type in from or to, and put the name in.
There's so much stuff to talk about.
The
Yo,
top
you're hot
bar.
micing. Are you hot micing or?
No, he's telling us how we can find the video that Riggs posted. So you go to the top bar, and then what do you do?
Sorry, guys, I left my page open. Yeah, the top bar on the right hand side, just to or from, and type in the name who you're searching, and all their comments will come up.
On your phone, on my phone.
No, on the Discord, in the page on Discord, on this Earth Awakenings or whichever page you're on, Discord you're on.
I'm on my phone. So how do you do it on your phone?
You got to search. Oh, you're trying to find something Riggs posted.
Yeah.
Post that shit again.
He's like on mute.
He's listening. He's probably high as hell. Riggs, post that shit again. You there, man?
We've tried. So, do you know how to search for something that someone posted? Do you just search their name, go on threads?
Okay, go to the chat. All right, go to the chat. Livestream one.
Yeah.
Hey, see the little search? Hold on. Yeah, see the little search button?
Yeah. Okay.
You tap that, and now a whole bunch of options will come on. It'll come from, mention, has, before, during.
From.
Do from.
And just type in his name.
Type in RIG. Yep. Type in RIGGS, and then it'll self-populate before it. Once you type the R in, you'll be able to see rigs. And then hit search, and then all of the stuff comes up. Most recent to
Nothing.
later. What the fuck does this guy be posting?
From user, okay, and then just type in R, and then rigs pops up.
Yeah.
Click on his name, and then search, and nothing.
Yeah. Well, I got a whole list of shit, so.
It's like it's a video that we've never seen before of like this ancient spacewalk in black and white, and it seriously looks like they're just dangling from a wire.
Poolside works. Poolside seats. Hold on. Poolside seats to the Wonder Works of NASA.
Oh, have you got
it's a black and white one. Hold on, I found it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Rock solid. Who did that?
What's that?
Uluru. Oh, is that it? Did you just post it? Okay.
I posted it, yeah.
Unable
I don't know.
to
Is
play.
that the one or?
It says it's unable to play.
What?
Can't play.
I don't know, bro. You go to the search thing. You search for user, type in rigs. All his shit pops up. You can jump to the posts and shit. I don't know why nothing's popping up for you, but. Or you can just ask Riggs to post it again someday.
Yeah.
This is taking way too long.
Really good. Really good. Like it's just something that you want to show a baller. It's like try and like explain this, man. But anyway.
Yo, Carlos, you're up in the North Island, obviously.
Yeah, I heard the shit was lit in here last night. You guys, was it cracking or what?
Guess what, Jeremy?
What's that?
Lit is my last name.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm not even joking.
No.
I'm lit. Yeah, I used to
Lit?
get a lot of shit. Yeah, I got shit for it because my first initial is K, so I'd be called Clit at school. When I was at school, I'd be called Clit. Look at Clit move.
There's nothing wrong with that. You've been pounding it.
Apparently, there's a lot of lits in America, North America. I'm probably one of about 5 in the whole of New Zealand with that last name.
But Carlos,
Yeah.
you're in the North Island, right? Because you were talking about the gangs and shit.
Yeah.
Would you be interested next Thursday night in doing some observations? Because I'm like 1,000 kilometers south of you. And
What do I need to do?
We just need to look at at the same time and see where the sun is. Literally as simple as that.
What's that going to prove?
Well, if the Earth's on a tilt and it's spinning, it's going to get lighter, dark. It's going to get lighter later for me than it is for you. Darker, sorry. Or we could do it in the morning and it'll be what I just said, lighter earlier. Let's just settle this thing.
Wow. Wow. I don't see the correlation. Do you even know how the flat Earth map works?
Yeah, I do know how it works because it doesn't. It's not science and rockets. It just simply doesn't.
So, like, the whole entire length of New Zealand is only 1,600 kilometers long.
Exactly, and it's not evenly lit, and we can prove that tomorrow night.
You know that the sun goes from east to west, right?
Yeah, and because the Earth's on a tilt, we can prove that it's not evenly lit. We can prove that literally tomorrow night.
Yeah, I don't mind to do something like that, but I really don't see, like, you need to have like more of a background story to what you're trying to say. It's like, do you even know how?
Yeah, Jazza, have you thought this through yet, Jazza?
I totally have.
Is this in the preliminary stages of thought, or have you worked this out yet?
No, I totally have, because my niece lives way up in the North Island, and she used to live here not so long ago, and she is like, holy shit, in the middle of summer, it gets darker here way earlier than it did down there. And it's not that distance, 1,000 Ks. Which is, if you divide that by 69 degrees of arc, that's, oh, shit, that kind of works out.
Yeah,
What?
but if you go to timeanddate.com, does it say, like, back up what you're saying?
Yes. It has to, because why else would timeanddate.com be a thing?
Yeah, but timeanddate.com, is that a globe site? Is that, like, based on the globe, or is it just based on the sun?
It's just based on reality. Pilots use it. There's a thing called civil evening twilight and civil morning twilight, which is you cannot, if you're not night rated to fly, you can't take off before civil morning twilight, and you have to land before civil evening twilight. It's just based on reality. It's not science and rockets.
And how are you deciphering the shape of the Earth from this sun observation?
And it works for every single city and point, no matter where you are. You could be in the fucking middle of the outback. It works for everywhere.
And what does that have to do with the shape?
It works with reality, which is what we're living on, big dog.
Big dog to little dog.
Got you loud and clear.
I still haven't heard anything that would delineate between two different models of what you've said so far.
It's not delineating between two models. It's what we have to deal with in reality, is that we can't take a tape measure and put it around the Earth, although you guys always say we need a direct measurement, which is fucking weird. You need a direct measurement to the sun, which is fucking weird. You can't look at the celestial stars or the planets and go, oh, okay, I look through a telescope and they look two-dimensional, when they sure as shit don't. They look spherical, and you can tell that because of the shadows. It's not science and rockets. It's just the whole fucking thing is not science and rockets. And by saying science and rockets, I'm saying that in a nice way that it's not rocket science.
It's not rocket pseudoscience.
You can say pseudoscience all you like. You can say it all day, every day. I don't care.
Well, could you provide some science for the globe then? And then it won't be pseudoscience if you can provide science, right?
Yeah, but this is when I call it dumb fuckery science. And in a nice way, is like I just said, you can't take a tape measure around the Earth. You can't take a tape measure to the sun. You can't take a tape measure around Jupiter. You can't take a tape measure to Jupiter. What the fuck do you want? There has to come a point where technology that you're using right now has some source of accuracy to what is being shown. And it seems to be, as far as we know, due to it's not science and rockets, is pretty fucking accurate.
You realise this is just circular reasoning, though, right?
No, now you're circular reasoning from what I just said, Crypto.
Okay, what was my circular reasoning?
From exactly what I just said.
So what was my circular reasoning? Because you just accused me of it.
From exactly what I just said. Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah. So you need to point out the exact argument that I made that was circular reasoning.
Okay, so circular reasoning, I'll fucking do it again. We can't take a fucking measuring tape from here to the sun. We can't take one to the moon. We can't take one to the fucking Jupiter. We can't wrap one around the Earth. We can't wrap one around the moon. We can't fucking wrap a measuring tape around the Jupiter. That's your circular reasoning, which is exactly what I just fucking said.
No, well, I didn't make that argument, did I? You did. Regardless.
No, you just made it by saying that I was circular reasoning.
Right, so now you're putting words in my mouth. Cool.
So so you don't know what you just fucking said.
No, I said that you're using circular reasoning because you are, and then you just said no, you, which doesn't make any sense.
I'm confused.
Okay, Crypto. So how the fuck am I not using circular reasoning?
Well, you are using circular reasoning.
So okay. I just said, how am I not?
No, you are.
How are you?
I just asked you, Crypto, how. It's very simple. Like what I just said, it's not science and rockets. How am I not? Or how am I? It doesn't fucking matter.
I don't accept the premise. You are using circular reasoning. It's that simple, bro. I mean, George, what's funny about Globers is when you point out like a fallacy that they've used, they never just go, "Oh, can you just explain that to me?" They always go, "No, you," before they even actually understand what you said.
Hang on, Crypto. I've heard you guys say numerous times that you need a direct measurement to prove something, which is what I just fucking stated.
But that's got nothing to do with what I just said.
It has everything to do with what you just said.
No, it doesn't.
Holy fuck.
Well, so you're just putting words in my mouth again, and because I don't accept it, you then just start spazzing out. You don't even want to have a discussion, bro. This is what's so frustrating about you. Don't even want to have a discussion.
Yeah, Jazza, this is worthy of a yellow card right now.
Okay, I'm going to bow out. I'm just going to pretend that I got fucking knocked in the leg by a dumb cunt, and I'll take a red card without actually getting one. And we'll talk another night if that's all good.
Yeah, I mean, come back when you actually want to have a discussion, I guess. Why don't
I'd love to tonight, Crypto, but you don't want to because you.
No, I do. I told you you're using circular reasoning, and the reasonable response would be, "Oh, can you explain that?" But I'm never going to get that from you because you don't want to have a discussion.
But I'm never going to get that from you because you claim that everything's fake.
Again.
So that there, my friend. No. Crypto. That there, my friend, is circular reasoning. So I'll take the fake knee. I'll take the fake knee and the right hand ACL.
Jazza, this is incoherent.
Yeah, this is just a load of nonsense, bro. Like, come back when you know what circular reasoning, straw man, red herring is, because you just committed all
He's
three.
on some spherical reasoning over here. But thanks for putting a smile on my face, guys. It's wonderful.
No. I'll come back when you understand what fucking actual shit is. It's not a circular reasoning argument.
But you don't even know what circular reasoning is. How could you possibly know any of that?
Okay, so is this a mental health game, or do you actually think that the Earth's a globe, or it's just a mental health that I can't fucking fool you, you can't fucking fool me?
What?
Exactly. Well, talk another day. Godspeed, my good friend.
Yeah, have a good day. Come back when you learn what circular reasoning is. I guess.
I don't need to know what circular reasoning is. Learn what reality is.
So how do you know I was committing circular reasoning if you don't need to know what it is? Come on, man.
Yeah.
There's so many L's, right?
And in all fairness, either you're trying to be a dumb cunt or you are a dumb cunt. In the nicest possible way.
Oh, now that's a yellow card. Come on.
In the nicest possible way, I said. Just remember.
Insults, incoherent rambling. Like, what do you actually offer, man?
I just said in the nicest possible way from what you just said.
That doesn't mean you can say anything you want to. Good, yeah.
All right. I'm out. Sorry, Gio. Oh, sorry.
Well, the conversation ended when you didn't really carry it forth when he said it was circular reasoning. You could have responded because you said a thing. You could have been like, oh, how's it circular reasoning? And then something could have gone from there. I don't know what the last few minutes have been.
Because it would be
how
just
am I not
circular reasoning?
How am I not circular reasoning?
I'm not going to go round and round, Gio. This is what happens.
Well, if somebody said to me, hey, man, that's circular reasoning, my first response would be, oh, how so? Because I want to know. I'd be curious to know. Oh, am I doing that? You know, I would be inquisitive into what they're saying so that I could understand if it's the case or not. Because if it is the case, I would like to know. If it's not the case, then I could respond, you know.
And then Crypto said we were talking about the stars and the planets, and we got onto that from the circular reasoning about the fucking half the Earth being lit.
Well, no, because you didn't actually ask me why I said it was circular reasoning. You have absolutely no idea why I said it. And because you have no idea why I said it, you have absolutely no context to be making that statement. So it's just a waste of everyone's time, dude.
You said that half the Earth is lit, and that's why I said to you.
No, I didn't. I never said that. What are you talking about?
Jazza.
I'm gonna bow out. I'm gonna give this
lying
one
now.
to Crypto.
You're straight up lying now.
I'm gonna give this one to Crypto. Crypto, put that on your narcissistic belt. Clip that one on there.
It's good. I don't think. I don't think this is a W for anyone. To be honest, you took the L, and everyone else did as well.
No,
everyone listening has lost.
Crypto, everyone put a clip on your narcissistic belt and an extra big one on your Dunning-Kruger belt.
Oh my gosh! When you get into bed, Jazza, make sure you put your seatbelt on, bro.
Yeah, just more incoherent rambling.
And see, that's the funny thing because I don't need to.
No, I just think I wasn't laughing. I was just thinking that's funny to put a seatbelt on when you go to bed. I don't know why. It just makes it sound like you're strapping to go into dream. No, it makes it sound like you're strapping in to go into dreamland. I just like that concept. It's funny.
Because all these Einsteins to the -17 tour of the vacuum think that I could feel the fucking Earth spinning. How the fuck would you expect to feel that? That's the crazy thing. But anyway, awesome talking to you. Thanks for having me. We'll talk.
Yeah, see you later. Have a good one.
Good talk,
Alrighty.
Jezza. Good talk.
Alrighty, have a good one. You fucking crazy cunts. Fucking have a laugh between you.
Get the last word. Have a nice day. Let's go.
Oh, this last
course.
word. No, this last word.
Of
No.
course, you guys will have the last laugh. You're laughing between yous.
We're still here. You're leaving. Of course, we'll have the last word, sentence, paragraph, essay, whatever.
I know, exactly. You guys will back yourselves up by having the last laugh and having a wee bit of a conversation on the dock.
Are you trying to do a Wild West accent, or like what?
No, I was just doing a pack of dumb cunts on the dock. But love yous.
All right, Jezza. Longest goodbye ever. You just go. Go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Stop
Yeah,
talking.
Jazzy, you've had this safely welcome, bro. Off you go.
Stop fucking talking.
So.
And hang up.
Seriously, I'm looking at his name, waiting for his name to disappear.
It's like when you talk to a chick and she's like, "No, you hang up first."
You hang up. No, you. No, you. No, you.
And then you hear silence. You're like, and then okay, 1, 2, 3 on 3. Okay.
Wait, on 3 or like before 3 or 3
Or
and
like 3 and then go.
So on 4.
On 4, Jazza. Two, 3, 1, 4. By the way, that video, Riggs had posted it last night. He said he wasn't sure if it was real. It may be like something in Hollywood or something.
I don't know.
It looks so fake. I mean, like I don't even.
I got a
think
couple.
I'm not even sure it's something NASA would release, even if it's early like that. It looks even beyond the pale for even what they would do.
They put some
I got a
bad stuff
couple.
out, but yeah.
Sorry. I got a couple from NASA getting caught with their pants down. You guys ever see that the movie where they actually, or not movie, but the show where they actually faked going to space? They had all the astronauts faked out.
They weren't really.
No, I've heard about it
were
though.
they?
No, they're just. Here, I'll throw it. I just
kids.
have a quick ask.
They had people. Go ahead.
When they revealed to them that it actually wasn't real, I just took a 90-second clip out of it. One guy looks like he poos himself when he finds out the truth.
I mean, up until it's time to get out of the spacecraft, if you're ever going to actually get out of the spacecraft, that's where it may be tough to fake it. But you could put like TV monitors in the windows, look the craft around, vibrate it, and make loud sounds, and you could probably get people to think they've left. You know, they went up in a rocket without actually ever even leaving the ground.
Have to have one hell of a setup to replicate the G-forces.
That's true, yeah.
Unless they don't realize that they should be experiencing G-forces, then, well, oh well.
Also, if they're supposed to be like, zero gravity, that'd be tough. Might be tough to fake, just sitting on the ground. You could get the G's on a train track or something, no?
No.
No.
You ever see a train pull 9 Gs?
Yeah, I don't know. What about one of those circle things they do?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would have to be one hell of a one of those in order to do it. I mean, that seriously, like the one we have now only holds one person. You know?
Yeah. How many people get in a rocket?
Well, the new Orion capsule, I believe, can hold 6, but the shuttle held 7. I think lately they've only been sending up like 4. So
So you're saying it's doable?
no, I don't know of anybody who would want to waste that kind of money.
Well, if you're trying to fake something, it's not really a waste if you pull off your fakery, right?
That's still kind of a waste.
Well, if you're trying to trick someone, like magicians, they don't look at the money they spend on all their gear as a waste because they're tricking people, and it was a success.
And they get paid for it.
NASA's getting paid. The people I did this show got paid. Everyone's getting paid, bro. It's all about the money. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
I grew up on the time stamp, New York.
You know which one I always like? That one that looks like stop animation when it's like the two crafts. And then if you like speed it up, you can see that it's clearly stop animation. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
I haven't seen that one in a while. Damn, I had like 3 things yesterday I wanted to bring up. I can't even remember it now. It's in the midst of conversation when it's all It's all hectic, and it's hard to get in sometimes.
Yo, Jeremy, did you get your coffee yet?
I got the coffee. Gotta have the
Where
coffee,
did they say
man.
coffee is like from Queens or something like that, or
Oh, sorry, coffee.
Staten
It's like
Island?
Long Island.
Long Island. Yeah, it's one of the islands.
How would I say coffee from where you're from?
This doesn't mean it's from California, dude. Come on.
Yeah, but that's more of a like, dude, can I get some coffee? I'm looking for like a New York sound.
Coffee.
Coffee.
No? Isn't it?
Coffee. I thought you meant
Like
coffee.
coffee? Isn't it like coffee?
Hey, coffee.
Coffee.
Really?
Give me some
Hey,
coffee.
I'm drinking here.
I'm trying to drink some coffee here. I don't know. Hey, 2 creams, 1 sugar, right?
Hey, I'm walking over here.
Hey, Jeremy, where's my coffee? I don't think he's enjoying us properly that good.
I am actually making coffee right now, but my name ain't Jeremy.
Yeah, but you're a Canadian.
Hey, I'm Canadian over here.
Nice.
You like some sugar in your coffee, bud?
If the aliens come, what language are they going to speak?
I mean, English, obviously.
just plain old English. Nothing special.
I think they may actually go the ESP route because they don't even have to use an audible dialect to speak. They could just tap in, be like, "Hey, I'm inside your mind." Now, if they say, "I'm an alien over here," we may have a problem. Hey, I'm an alien over here.
Do you think the aliens would turn up in America and be like, "Whoa, I'm an alien"?
If they scouted out the area and shit, they would definitely come to America. They'd want to come to whoever's the head honcho, basically.
They go straight to Area 51.
Do you think they'd make a movie called Coming to America? That would be really cool.
That's like $1 million idea right there.
Should we call Cameron or Spielberg?
Well, that would be an advantage to calling them. That'd be an advantage to giving the aliens like English accents because then you can call them aliens, but then they're aliens who are aliens.
They're aliens.
Right? Yeah.
They would probably be legal aliens at that point.
Yeah, they'd be like, I've just as much a right to be here as you do. I mean, whatever.
The aliens can be true. Space aliens, like they always portray.
Your mic sounds like you're at the bottom of the ocean.
Does it hit me with the moon bleep?
Now it's good. For a minute there, you were about a tenth of your normal voice.
You got these shoddy earbuds from Walmart.
What'd you say about the aliens?
Oh,
They're
they
from
could.
Walmart.
They could still. They're in Walmart. They could still be real in my worldview. You know, just not from space, from like outer ponders or maybe underneath or some. I don't know, somewhere.
Outer dimensioners?
They're not coming from Walmart though, are they?
They're in Walmart.
Bro.
You been to a Walmart lately?
I'm going to aim to never step foot in a Walmart again for the rest of my life. You think it's possible?
Yeah, what if you just do delivery? That's what I do. I just get my shit delivered. Does Walmart offer delivery in the States? Sorry,
They
Jeremy.
do, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
No, they do. You can get your shit delivered, or you can get your shit this is what we do. I just go drive up, and they fill my trunk up with the stuff we ordered on the app, and then I'm out. That'd be tough to never go into Walmart again. It's definitely doable. You might be in a pinch though. You might have to pay someone to go in. Like, I'll give you $5 if you run in Walmart and grab something for me.
I made an oath to never step in one again. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You might be a pinch. If you're like traveling, you might just need some supplies.
You guys ever hear the connection between Walmart and martial law?
Walmart and what?
Martial law.
Yeah, I have heard
what's the
something about
connection?
it. Like that they can use the Walmarts in a martial law situation, something like that.
No, but literally like Walmart. So wall, W-A-L, is law backwards. And mart, martial. M-A-R-T, M-A-R-T-I-L. It's like, it's just really super close spelling.
The guy I put
Could be the day. We're all rounded up and taken to Walmart.
Who's the people that own Walmart? The Walburns or Burtons or something?
And that's not too far off of marital law, which is like being in a cage. So it all works.
Great point, Crypto. Yeah, there's like Walgreens and all those other places. Of course.
Now, here's a question. Does Walgreens paint their walls green?
No, they don't.
No, there's really nothing green about it, actually. It's pretty
That's,
red. It's like red.
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened with Walgreens. I used to install floors, and there was two Walgreens very close to each other, within a few miles. We did one, put the whole floor in, turned out lovely. Used the same tiles to do the next one, like literally the same tiles off the same pallet. They fucking rejected all the tiles. We had to go rip the whole floor up and install all new tiles, and it was like literally like nothing wrong. They got accepted at the other Walgreens. My boss was so pissed. Tore up a perfectly good floor for nothing. That wasn't green at all. Huge waste.
Well, I remember when I was a bit younger, I was helping my mum on one of her development projects. She was redeveloping her property, right? And they wanted to rip out an almost entirely marble kitchen and just throw it in a skip. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, the marble's a bit heavy and we don't really like the aesthetic. Okay, cool. You don't just throw that in a skip. Like, what are you doing? So obviously we kept it and used it for a different project. Don't all talk at once, guys.
Kicking my ass.
Jeremy, your mic's all quiet.
So I can't wait till summer ends. Our school starts. The summer's kicking my ass. Fucking depleted over
Did you get out to the beach yet?
here. I ain't been to the beach since we went to Florida last year. That trip was fucking annoying, bro. The drive was brutal.
We need to start a fundraiser, get you a vacation or something, man.
Vacation next month. Poke me and my wife. We got married there. It's our anniversary.
Oh, sick.
I'll be in a heart-shaped hot tub with my wife lamping.
Nice. Going to the beautiful Mount Airy Lodge. I don't know if you remember. You might be too young for that commercial.
I'll tell you right now, next month I'm eating 10 lobsters at least. We do an all-you-can-eat steak and lobster night, and I just give my wife the steak and just go to town on the lobsters. She usually starts complaining by the 6th or 7th lobster, so I don't know if I.
You don't have 10 lobsters, do you? You kidding me?
Dude, I've never made it to 10. She always starts complaining at like the 5th, 6th, 7th one, somewhere around there. Dude, it's all you can eat lobsters. I don't eat lobster ever other than that. This is the only time I even get to eat lobster. Like I like seafood. I'm a big seafood person.
All right. Scallops? You do scallops? Shrimps?
I'll do some scallops, some shrimps, yeah. Some crabs, some lobster. Various fishes. Various fish. I don't think you pluralize fishes.
No, you could, Jeremy, if you want.
If you want.
Fishy. You can do anything you want to do, Jeremy. Anything.
Fishies.
So do fish account for the curvature when they swim through the ocean?
Oh, they have to. They have to.
Are they calculating all the time?
If not, they'd swim. They'd swim right out into space.
They'd swim off the edge.
Swimming off the edges of shit.
So here's a question: what do fish weigh on a scale?